When the doctor has a plug chapter 150 to chapter 227. After some explanation, the farce finally came to an end. Guiyong looked at the exquisite and beautiful woman in front of him. Was this really his wife? They did look alike in every aspect, but why did they not look alike when put together? What exactly happened? Guiyong was in disbelief. Fu Yufeng sat on the bed and blushed under Guiyongliang's gaze. Have you seen enough? Guiyongliang shook his head. No. Feng, you look too good, don't you think? I was worried that it would be messy. You know my mother's personality. If she saw you look like an internet celebrity, she would definitely lose her temper. It's good now. You look really good. Guiyongliang had been praising her for more than 10 minutes. He looked at her face carefully. Is this real? Chen Song explained, it's real. Ms. Fu only adjusted the details of her face slightly. Actually, Ms. Fu's foundation is already very good. After some modification, she looks like this. Also, this minor modification is like a cut on the face. When the face grows back, it won't affect it at all. Guiyongliang was amazed. Great! Amazing! Amazing! So this is what plastic surgery is like. Fu Yufeng snorted at Guiyongliang. Do you think I'm like those internet celebrities you see every day? They look neither human nor ghost. How do you know what they look like through the screen? Dr. Chen is a master who designs for celebrities. If it wasn't for Sister Zhao's recommendation, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet Dr. Chen. Guiyongliang nodded. The difference was obvious. They were both plastic surgeries, but the difference was so big. Guiyongliang was also a veteran and had seen everything. However, this was the first time he came into contact with plastic surgery. For a moment, he was filled with emotions. But when he turned to look at Xiao Tianhua, he was stunned. He hesitated for a while before saying, You are Sister Xiao? Xiao Tianhua nodded. Yo, you've been out for a few days. You don't recognize your Sister Xiao anymore, right? Guiyongliang smiled apologetically. Sister Xiao has become more beautiful and elegant. At this moment, Xiao Tianhua walked out with a woman behind her. Guiyongliang was instantly dumbfounded. This can't be Sister Maisie, right? Oh my god, this is too beautiful. At this moment, Guiyongliang finally understood that he had met a formidable person. Plastic surgery wasn't as simple as it seemed. Guiyongliang was really impressed to be able to design something like this. He turned around and looked at Chen Song. His gratitude was beyond words. Hu Chuanjin smiled and looked at Guiyongliang. Chief Gua, do we still need to go back? Guiyongliang quickly shook his head. No. That's amazing. Chief Hu, your plastic surgery hospital is full of talented people. Amazing. After all, if his wife was good-looking, who would it be good for? How could Guiyongliang not know? She looked so good. It was as if he had changed his wife. He was so happy that he didn't know how happy he was. As for explaining to his parents, her face had become prettier after the plastic surgery. She was really good-looking. Moreover, she looked dignified and elegant. It didn't matter if she had to explain. That was how private hospitals worked. Customers were gods, and service was paramount. If the rich customers were satisfied with their service, they wouldn't be soft-hearted when it came to paying. When Fu Yufeng gave Chen Song the card, she grabbed Chen Song's hand. Xiao Chen, design a bear shape for me someday. Chen Song trembled and quickly shook off his hand. Okay, Sister Fu, no problem. The surgery fee was 300,000 yuan. It was based on Xiao Tianhua's original price. Only Hu Chuanjin, Zhang Jixin, and Chen Song were left in the office. Hu Chuanjin suddenly said, Xiao Chen, Jixin told me about you. He said that you're very capable. After seeing you today, you're really amazing. You've been here for a while. Jixin has been telling me that he wants to get you a contract. I don't know what's appropriate. How about this? You and Jixin are good friends. I'll give you 10% of the dividends. You can work with Jixin to build the hospital. This 10% of the dividends. I don't need you to be a shareholder. You can just help out. You'll get dividends every month. What do you think? When Zhang Jixin heard this, his eyes widened. The investment in this plastic surgery hospital wasn't small. Based on last year's dividends, 10% of the dividends would be at least a few million yuan a year. He didn't need to be a shareholder to get dividends. When did Hu Chuanjin become so generous? Chen Song was also stunned. Zhang Jixin told him that the plastic surgery hospital made tens of millions of yuan a year. 10% of the dividends would be a few million yuan. However, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Chen Song understood that. He smiled and said, President Hu, you think too highly of me. I have to work at the hospital every day. I can't come here on time. I don't deserve such a dividend. Hu Chuanjin smiled and shook his head. No, no, no. If you join us, Xiaochen, our business model will naturally change. We can specialize in the design of plastic surgery for the elite and train a high-level team. Xiaochen, you'll be in charge of the design. Also, we won't take a single cent from the design fees. We'll even help you set the price. Chen Song was a little tempted. Profits were guaranteed. There was no risk at all. Seeing that Chen Song was a little hesitant, Hu Chuanjin said directly, we won't put too many restrictions on you. You can leave whenever you want. However, you must promise to come to the hospital more than 6 days a month. I don't need you to find customers. We'll find them. Of course, we won't put too many restrictions on you. I know that you have a good relationship with Xianxia and Yang Tao. You can also work together as long as it doesn't affect your daily work. I'll ask Jixin to send you the specific contract. What do you think? Hu Chuanjin didn't want to pull Chen Song onto the boat. He just wanted to use Chen Song as a banner to improve the quality of service. It wasn't easy to work in plastic surgery facilities nowadays. There were too many of them, and in the past few years, they had to make something special. Chen Song was their opportunity. In fact, Chen Song didn't need to come to the hospital every day because there weren't that many high-end customers. This kind of technology dividend looked generous, but in fact, Chen Song's value was definitely much more than this. Hu Chuanjin also carefully considered it. Today's incident with Gui Yongliang made him even more determined. Hu Chuanjin nodded. Well, Xiaochen, you don't have to rush to make a decision. Think about it carefully. In fact, I'm also a businessman. We're all looking for mutual benefits. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Thank you for your kindness, President Hu. It's just that I have too much money. Happiness came too suddenly, and I'm not ready yet. Hu Chuanjin smiled. Take your time, take your time. If you have other ideas for cooperation, let me know. We can talk about it. After all, cooperation is a win-win situation. After speaking, Hu Chuanjin stood up, patted Chen Song's arm, and got up to leave. Zhang Jixin and Chen Song were left looking at each other. Zhang Jixin also invested in technology and capital. In total, he had 15% of the shares. Hu Chuanjin invested more than half, taking 60% of the shares. The other small bosses didn't participate in management. They just had to pay dividends at the end of the year. Chen Song looked at Zhang Jixin and asked, Teacher Zhang, do you think I should sign this contract? Zhang Jixin pondered for a long time before saying, how should I put it? There are benefits to both, but it's hard to say what will happen if you sign it. There are pros and cons when it comes to dividends. But I think, Xiaochen, if I were you, I would use another method of cooperation. Chen Song was curious. What is it like? Zhang Jixin sat up straight and looked at Chen Song. He said, haven't you done freelance surgery before? You're walking around. How much do you get for each surgery? This way, the time will be more random. You can just follow your own arrangements. You don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to be responsible for any problems. Once you participate in the dividends, even if something happens to others, you have to bear the corresponding responsibility. After all, you're mainly designing, and surgeries are secondary. In this way, you can design a surgery that costs 100,000 renminbi. You can just mark the price clearly. It doesn't matter where you do it. Otherwise, this 10% dividend is not that easy to get. There will definitely be all kinds of messy things. Even if you don't want to do it, you still have to do it. When Chen Song heard Zhang Jixin's suggestion, his eyes lit up. That's right, I can totally do freelance surgery through acupoints. There's no need for me to follow all the rules. Although it looks like it's good to get a share of the profits, I can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. There's a plastic surgery hospital right there, but even if I don't join, I can still cooperate with them, right? And this way, it'll be more random. It'll be just like Fu Yufeng's surgery now. I'll get the design fee, and the surgery fee will be split. Anyway, I have the skills, and I can totally take on cases when I have the time. If I don't have time, I can just do my own things. Neither of these will affect me. Zhang Jixin took a deep breath and seriously thought about it. He slowly said, also, I feel that you won't be able to stay in Ammoniang City forever in the future. Ammoniang City is only so big, and there are only so many people coming and going. You're only 27 years old. Who knows where you'll be in the future? What will you do when the time comes? You have to build a foundation for your future. If you want to earn money, you might get more dividends in the short term. Because the hospital will provide you with a platform, and there are professional staff who will do market research, client screening, and so on. If you choose this method, you might be able to earn more in the next 2 years. However, you have to understand that Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital's reputation is yours. Even if your reputation goes out, it'll be tied to the hospital. However, freelance surgery is different. It's all your own reputation, and you'll be able to make a living wherever you go in the future. When he said this, Zhang Jixin looked at Chen Song. So, in the end, it's still up to you. How do you choose? I personally prefer the second option. It's free, easy, and you'll earn a lot of money. You're just like Wan Chen. He's now known as the king of acupuncture points, and people are treating him everywhere. You're still worried that you won't be able to make a living. Zhang Jixin's words made Chen Song ponder for a long time. Indeed, if he signed a contract, there would be too many restrictions. However, if he only cooperated to design and perform surgeries, the nature would be different. These were two completely different things. Moreover, Hu Chuanjin said that he wouldn't restrict his actions, but everyone was selfish. If Chen Song wanted to take a share of Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital's profits, he would subconsciously want to send the patient there. Back and forth, it would only form an endless cycle. Moreover, there would be a lot of inconveniences in terms of interpersonal relationships. Chen Song thought about it and decided to go back and consider Zhang Jixin's suggestion. Zhang Jixin suddenly smiled and patted Chen Song's shoulder. Okay, go back and think about it. Now it's time to split the money. Xiao Chen, you're really capable. If I follow you, my value will double. 300,000 for one surgery. I didn't even dare to think about it before. The king of acupuncture Wan Chen only gets 300,000 for one surgery, but we get 300,000 for one surgery. It's really easy to earn money for rich people. Oh right, the 2 surgeries today cost 600,000. You take 200,000. How about this, give me your account number, and I'll let the finance department pay you directly. For the rest of the time, Chen Song and Zhang Jixin performed a few surgeries in the plastic surgery hospital. They were all double eyelid surgeries. After all, not many people wanted microsurgery. Most of them came for double eyelid surgery or eyebrow tattoos. Although Zhang Jixin wasn't as good as Xianxia and the others, he had a good point. Whether it was the eyes, the mouth, the nose, the eyebrows, or even the body odor removal. The surgery on the second day was more complicated. They did everything. Chen Song also saw with his own eyes what a breast augmentation surgery was like. To be honest, as a man, Chen Song instinctively thought that he would have some messy thoughts at first. However, when the surgery started, Chen Song suddenly realized that it was like a normal surgery. He didn't have any thoughts at all. He even felt that the flesh on the bear was different from other parts of the body. It was a bit unpleasant to say that it was like slaughtering a pig, but it was the truth. There was no difference at all. He was overthinking everything. On Monday, Chen Song suddenly realized that there were more patients in the department. There were 20 to 30 patients who needed cholecystectomy and appendectomy. Why were there so many people? Li Baoshan said. On Friday night, Department Director Zhang Youfu, the surgery department recently launched minimally invasive laparoscopic surgery. And a lot of patients came because of it. Everyone's work for the next 2 days, especially Xiao. Chen Song understood, so that's. Li Baoshan looked at Chen Song and admired him even more. Little Chen, you'll have to work hard for the next few days. Help and train everyone. Strive to learn this laparoscopic surgery as soon as possible and popularize it in the hospital. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Song saw a question mark appear on Li Baoshan's head. Ding. Senior NPC Li Baoshan issued a mission. Mission hint: in the next 2 days, train the hospital staff to learn how to use a new surgical method for minimally invasive small wounds under a laparoscope. Reward: randomly receive a small fortune bag. After opening it, receive a random item. Every person you teach will receive a small fortune bag. Chen Song's eyes lit up when he received the mission. In fact, minimally invasive laparoscopic surgery was not a difficult technique at all. It was just a new skill. Wang Yong learned it in a short time, let alone the other surgeons. Chen Song quickly nodded when he thought of this. Okay, department director. Li Baoshan smiled. Wang Yong, you will cooperate with Chen Song in the surgery. After all, you have learned this surgical method. The first surgery will start at 9 o'clock in the morning. Both of you should get ready as soon as possible. There were 4 surgeries in the morning. After understanding the patient's conditions, Chen Song and Wang Yong came to the operating theater. They were all simple and common surgeries. The imaging results showed that there were not many problems. 3 doctors came in from outside the operating theater. When they saw Chen Song, they smiled and greeted him. Dr. Xiao Chen, you're amazing. You have a unique skill at such a young age. Yes, we came here today because of your reputation. Yes. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. He did not believe them. After all, these were the backbone of the various surgical systems. Their qualifications and skills were not something Chen Song could compare with. The surgery soon began. Chen Song performed the first surgery as a demonstration. He spoke as he performed, and everyone nodded. Wang Yong mainly observed Chen Song's surgical method, which was the new surgical method after it was improved. Everyone looked at each other and did not affect each other. When it came to the second surgery, Chen Song simply let Wang Yong perform it. This way, everyone could also find some shortcomings through comparison, and Chen Song could more accurately point out some small problems. The surgery was carried out in an orderly manner. Wang Yong became more and more familiar with the new surgical method. After a day of more than 10 surgeries, although the 2 of them were a little tired, they gained a lot in general. After a day of continuous surgery, Wang Yong's mastery of the new surgical method was not very comprehensive, but it could be said that he had a decent grasp of it. The people who were watching the surgery also changed wave after wave. There were 4 or 5 waves of people in total. But, Chen Song was puzzled. Why did no one give him a reward? This made him a little curious. Could it be that their qualifications were not as good as Wang Yong's? When he thought of this, Chen Song sighed and expressed his helplessness. The same thing happened the next day. Chen Song and Wang Yong were already used to this mode, and Wang Yong could also take charge of the surgery on his own. After the first surgery, Chen Song received a call from Li Baoshan asking him to go back to the ward, so he got up and left. Not long after he left, a few people came into the ward, and Wang Yong started the surgery out of habit. Wang Yong said as he operated, there are a few main aspects to this kind of minimally invasive small wound. First of all, you have to pay attention to the choice of the incision in advance. Wang Yong was now very good at cholecystectomy, and he could use the laparoscope very smoothly. After Chen Song left, he returned to the department and saw that Li Baoshan was also there. He was instantly stunned. Department director, you were looking for me? Li Baoshan shook his head and smiled. The examiner will be going in for the next surgery to assess Wang Yong. Chen Song was instantly dumbfounded. He's here so soon? I should remind him. Li Baoshan nodded. There's no need to remind him. Just perform as usual. Otherwise, it'll be bad if he's nervous. Oh, by the way, you've been in contact with Wang Yong more recently. How do you feel? Can you pass? Chen Song thought about it. I should be able to pass. Whether Wang Yong passed or not was not only related to the activation of the master-disciple system, but also, over the past few days, Wang Yong had given Xianxia a good impression. Not only was he talented, but most importantly, he was down-to-earth and hardworking. To be honest, how could a normal person be like Wang Yong and Xianxia, who insisted on working as a temporary worker in the emergency department for 2 years? He hoped that Wang Yong would be fine. Su Wenbin was the deputy director of the general surgery department of the People's Hospital of the province. He was also the person in charge of the assessment team this time. When he came in, he heard Wang Yong talking about a minimally invasive small wound. He could not help but be stunned for a moment. The name was rather novel and he had never heard of it before. He turned to look at the other two and saw that they were also at a loss. For a moment, Su Wenbin moved closer to the front and wanted to find out what was going on. Su Wenbin was very familiar with cholecystectomy. It was a surgery he performed every day, but what did minimally invasive small wound mean? He saw that Wang Yong's incision was very strange when he held the scalpel. The way he held the scalpel was a little different, and the incision was also different from that of ordinary people. Why did he do this? Su Wenbin frowned. Why did he make the incision so fancy? What was the point? The surgery continued. He saw that Wang Yong only started to pump the pneumoperitoneum after the pneumoperitoneum needle went deep into the patient's body. Why did he do this? Also, during the exploratory laparotomy, he did not know where the laparoscope was. What was he trying to do? Su Wenbin was speechless. This surgery was done in a way that he could not understand. What was he doing in such a muddle-headed manner? At that moment, Su Wenbin had already chosen the negative button in his heart. First of all, this surgery wasted too much time compared to ordinary surgeries. Secondly, during the surgery, many of the operations were superfluous and unnecessary. The use of the laparoscope was messy and ineffective. If there were too many operations, it might cause organ damage. After the surgery, Wang Yong started to suture and continued to explain the core content of minimally invasive small wounds. At that moment, Su Wenbin was no longer interested in watching. He patiently waited for the surgery to end before he stood up and left. Su Wenbin could not help but sigh. This level of skill really needed to be improved. However, just as Su Wenbin turned to leave, he inadvertently glanced at the suture of the wound on the patient's skin and was instantly stunned. He realized that the suture of the wound was very subtle. He almost could not find the opening. This made Su Wenbin dumbfounded. What was going on? Where was the surgical wound? Su Wenbin hurriedly turned back and went up to take a look. After taking a closer look, he found where the surgical wound was. At that moment, Su Wenbin could not help but be shocked. What a subtle way of handling the wound. At that moment, he suddenly realized that this was the minimally invasive small wound that the junior doctor mentioned. What a creative idea and concept. Thinking of this, Su Wenbin suddenly felt that it was a pity to deny it. After pondering for a moment, he decided to stay and watch one more surgery. Perhaps, the young doctor's operation just now was a special case. After all, everyone had times when they did not perform well. Su Wenbin asked, "Are there more surgeries?" Wang Yong nodded. "There's another one. It's a patient with gallstones." Su Wenbin replied with an "oh" and asked thoughtfully, "What's the way you treat the wound?" Wang Yong, yes, the Chen's laparoscopic surgery is a minimally invasive small wound. It's mainly done by making a special incision and suturing of the laparoscopic surgery wound to achieve a good result. Su Wenbin's eyes lit up when he heard that. Was that really the case? When the second surgery began, Su Wenbin took note of the incision method and nodded to himself. However, when Wang Yong began to pump the patient's air, he pushed the patient's abdomen slightly. Seeing this, Su Wenbin wondered why it was still like this. He couldn't help but ask, "What's the point of fiddling with the pneumoperitoneum needle? Why are you doing this?" Wang Yong didn't raise his head. He said as he did, "If the pneumoperitoneum needle is inserted rashly, it may cause damage to the abdominal cavity. This way, by pushing the abdomen and using the pneumoperitoneum needle, the probability of such damage can be greatly reduced." Wang Yong's words were like an epiphany. It made Su Wenbin's eyes light up, and he felt as if he had been enlightened. It was a very thoughtful operation. What kind of young man was this? Was he a genius? This was simply a genius idea. After that, Su Wenbin had to ask Wang Yong about every operation he performed. This caused Wang Yong to have no choice but to explain it to him. This way, when you explore with the laparoscope, you can actually change the angle to achieve a better change of perspective. This way, you can discover a lot of unexpected things. During the surgery, you must pay attention to the use of forceps. When you're separating the gallbladder triangle, you have to remember the combination of speed and speed. At this time, you can actually use the forceps. Also, after the cholecystectomy, you have to use the laparoscope to explore the back because many patients with gallstones will miss small stones in the abdomen, which can easily cause abdominal infection and even complications. See? There's only a small stone missing here. Su Wenbin and the other two were dumbfounded again. So that was it, he was really a frog in a well. It turned out that there was a real meaning behind every operation, and it was not a random operation as he had said. How could he criticize such a powerful surgical method as a mess? When he thought of this, Su Wenbin felt a little ashamed and blushed. His skill was actually not as good as a young man's, and he almost destroyed a talent because of his shallow knowledge. It was only because he paid more attention that he stopped it in time. When he thought of this, Su Wenbin took a deep breath. It seemed that he was really old. He had not been exposed to new things all these years, and his development of surgery was falling behind. He could not help but sigh. Su Wenbin asked curiously, "Where did you learn this surgical method?" Wang Yong hesitated for a moment and said, "Teacher Chen taught it to me." When Su Wenbin heard this, he was instantly curious. Was it a self-created and improved surgical method? He should have some understanding of who this amazing person was. Su Wenbin smiled slightly. "Teacher Chen is," Wang Yong said with certainty, "Chen Song." Chen Song? Su Wenbin thought for a long time and still could not remember this person. "Is it convenient for you to introduce me?" Wang Yong nodded. "No problem." Su Wenbin suddenly smiled and said to Wang Yong, "Young man, congratulations, you passed the assessment." Wang Yong was speechless. Su Wenbin then said, "We are the assessment team that your hospital invited to specially assess you. Through the inspection just now, we think that you have the ability to become an excellent clinician. You have passed the assessment." Wang Yong finally reacted. He could not help but feel ecstatic. He passed. More than 2 years of hard work finally paid off. Su Wenbin looked at Wang Yong and could not help but smile. "Is it convenient for you to meet your teacher now?" Wang Yong nodded. "Follow me." At this moment, Chen Song was in the office and suddenly heard a system notification sound, ding. Wang Yong passed the assessment. Mission completed. Rewards, 1, level +1, 2, 1 skill special training, 3, mentor system activated. P.S. It's the end of the month. We used 7 days to do what others could not do in a month. The veteran is very grateful to everyone. Thank you. The veteran did not know how to express his gratitude for everyone's support. He had been trying his best to update, but he could not write quickly. It was quite tiring to update 5 times a day. Firstly, he had to work hard to write about the daily life of a doctor, such as the nurse being harassed. Secondly, he had to come up with the plot, such as the direction of future development. Thirdly, he had to look up many interesting cases to let everyone have some understanding. He might even have some common knowledge about medicine in the future. Later on, he might even write a lot of popular science in the book. Therefore, after thinking about it, the veteran would send out a red packet at the end of every month. The red packet would be in the V group, and the group number would be in the introduction of the book. To thank everyone for their support, the night of October 31st might be the first time. Of course, it might not be a lot, but it was also a token of his sincerity. Those who liked to join in the fun could come and play. After hearing the voice prompt, Chen Song could not help but feel happy. Double happiness came at once. It seemed that Wang Yong had passed the assessment. Over the past few days, Chen Song and Wang Yong had become more and more harmonious. Chen Song was also happy that Wang Yong had passed the examination. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but say to Li Baoshan, "Wang Yong passed." Li Baoshan was stunned. "How did you know?" Chen Song said, "I guessed." Li Baoshan rolled his eyes. "By the way, how's the teaching of the minimally invasive surgical method going? Have they learned it?" Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but feel angry. These people were too weak. right? None of them had learned it. Chen Song shook his head in disappointment. I don't know. Maybe they haven't tried it yet. They'll know when they have a chance. Li Baoshan nodded and left. Chen Song finally had time to find out what the Master Apprentice system was. Ding. Master Apprentice system activated. Current Apprentice, Wang Yong, level 15, details, Master Apprentice bond, experience bonus. When two people participate in surgery at the same time, clinical experience bonus of 20%. Master Apprentice gift pack, you will receive a Master Apprentice gift pack for every 5 levels Wang Yong increases. After Chen Song saw it, he could not help but feel happy. Master Apprentice bond was a good thing. It sped up the leveling. Chen Song still felt that he should be looking forward to the Master Apprentice gift pack. What if there was something good in the gift pack, such as a divine weapon? After opening Wang Yong's details, Chen Song looked at it for a while. It was quite normal. After all, he was only a level 15 resident doctor. Most of his skills were intermediate skills. He also had one advanced skill, which was skin suture. He must have been with Li Baoshan for a long time. After the surgery, he was responsible for abdominal closure and practiced suturing. There were also 2 other rewards. One was level +1, and the other was a special skill training. This time, Chen Song was well behaved. The special training could not be used casually. After all, it was possible to achieve a perfect level of operation. If he wasted it, he might regret it. As for level +1, he couldn't receive it now. He had to wait until he reached level 20 and completed his class change quest. To be honest, Su Wenbin felt a little regretful when he left the emergency department. Chen Song was far from the image he had in his mind. How could such a young emergency doctor carry out a new and improved surgical method? Perhaps he had learned it from somewhere. Thinking about this, Su Wenbin sighed. How could there be so many geniuses, not to mention Su Wenbin himself? Even the deputy director of the People's Surgery Department, Lu Siki, would find it difficult to modify a new surgical method. Moreover, this was the most common surgery. In fact, the more common the surgery was, the harder it was to improve the surgical method. This was because his development had already reached a relatively mature stage. The difficulty would only increase as he progressed further. However, Wang Yong had a lot of potential. Whether it was his learning ability or his surgical foundation, he should have a very strong improvement. He hoped that the next time he saw him, he would be able to reach a higher level. Thinking of this, Su Wenbin could not help but shake his head. He was too greedy. In the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, only Chief Li Baoshan was a figure. He had not heard of the others. At noon, the hospital's official website announced the list of candidates for this assessment. The 2 internal medicine doctors from the emergency department had all passed the assessment. Wang Yong from the emergency surgery department had also successfully passed. This was already considered a joyous occasion for the emergency department. Everyone worked and lived together every day, so they still had some feelings for each other. Regarding their unified passing of the assessment, Li Baoshan patted his wallet and decided to treat them to a meal. This was also very rare on a daily basis. Director Li was not the kind of person who liked to be lively. Perhaps he was still happy. Li Baoshan smiled and said, "After work tonight, those who are not on duty, let's go together. This is a joyous occasion for our emergency department. It's worth celebrating." When everyone heard this, they all cheered. Li Baoshan also smiled and said, "These little comrades were able to successfully transfer to the contract because of everyone's usual hard work and help. Today, I'm actually holding a teacher appreciation banquet on your behalf. Today, I have to thank your teachers." Wang Yong smiled awkwardly. "Director, my teacher can't go." Everyone was stunned. "Little Wang, isn't your teacher the director?" Wang Yong chuckled. "My current teacher is Chen Song. Teacher Chen." After Wang Yong said that, the entire hall immediately burst into laughter. "Yo! Xiao Chen is already a teacher." Looking at little Wang's attitude, it seems that he taught well. Sure not teased. Qin Yu also teased, "Wang Yong, you have to be picky. Don't learn bad things. If you follow bad things, nothing good will come out of it." Lao Chen, on the other hand, acted like a veteran. "This is all because I taught him well. Chen Song was still very popular in the surgery department. After all, apart from Yuan Fan, Chen Song had already improved his favorability with everyone else. Wang Yong smiled and said, "So, director, can you change the day? The patients will be on Saturday and Sunday. At that time, there won't be a large-scale shift." Everyone nodded. After all, there were many things to do during the working day. Li Baoshan immediately nodded. "Sure. Little Wang, you'll be in charge of this. You also participate in and host many activities." Wang Yong nodded. Many entertainment activities in the department were often hosted by Wang Yong. Wang Yong was also good at these things. "I think we'll do it on Saturday. There are many people who are off on Saturday. We'll announce the specific location and time in the group. Everyone can arrange their own shifts." Yuan Fan was stunned. He was on duty on Saturday night. Thinking of this, Yuan Fan wanted to change his shift. He smiled awkwardly. "Wang Yong, I'm on duty on Saturday night. You see." When Wang Yong heard this, he thought that Yuan Fan did not want to go. He smiled. "Alright, it's okay. Yuan Fan, you'll be on duty. After all, work is important." Yuan Fan was stunned. "Is this what I meant? I wanted to say that I'm on duty." "Can you change it? What do you mean by it's okay? Chen Song can change his shift, but I'm fine?" Thinking of this, Yuan Fan glared fiercely at Chen Song. Ding. Yuan Fan's favorability -10. Chen Song was not surprised. "I'm already used to it, but this guy won't kill me, right?" Thinking of this, Chen Song felt that when he saw Yuan Fan in the future, it would be best to wear a white coat. If anything happened to him, the +3 defense might be of some use. Tonight, Chen Song was on duty. After 6 o'clock, there were fewer and fewer people. Yuan Fan and Chen Song were alone in the room. Chen Song felt a faint chill. He did not know if it was because the weather was cold or because he wore too little. Around 7 o'clock, patients came to the emergency department one after another. Chen Song suddenly became busy. The emergency department at night seemed to be the true face of the emergency department. At around 8 o'clock, Chen Song had already piled up 7 or 8 patients. Most of them were external injuries that needed bandaging. Most of the internal medicine in the emergency department bought medicine for headaches and fever, while the external medicine in the emergency department mainly bandaged external injuries. Because they were all external injuries, everyone was more anxious. Therefore, there were often some disputes because of queuing. After all, everyone felt that their injuries were more serious. However, today was relatively good. The people who came seemed to be in no hurry. They rested and waited in the waiting area. When it was about 8:30, 2 dusty men with dirty hair and dirty faces ran in hurriedly. Yang Jifu and Zhou Guangxing were building the subway in Ammoniang City. The two of them were not locals. Today, when they were working, the train track on the car slipped because of a crane failure. Yang Jifu saw that the situation was bad and pulled Zhou Guangxing away. Nothing serious happened to the two of them. However, the back of his hand was still cut by the iron piece. Fortunately, the subway line was not far from the second provincial hospital. 7 or 8 workers were also enthusiastic to send the two of them there. With so many people entering the emergency department at once, everyone was a little curious. These migrant workers were all unkempt. Their camouflage uniforms were full of dust. Their rubber green military shoes were also covered in a thick layer of soil because of the muddy construction site. When everyone arrived at the entrance of the emergency department, they suddenly saw that everything inside was clean. For a moment, they were a little timid. Yang Jifu and Zhou Guangxing thought about it and simply took off their shoes and ran in barefoot. When the surrounding workers saw this, they also took off their shoes and rushed in. Dr. Xiao Lin was on the night shift. At this moment, he saw that both of their arms were wrapped in a layer of clothes, but blood was still seeping out. One of them was on the left hand, while the other was on the right hand. Xiao Lin's expression changed and he quickly maintained order. He asked his colleague to call for his colleagues to go through the procedures while he led the two of them inside. At this time, Chen Song had just finished suturing a middle-aged woman who had cut her fingers while cooking. Behind her was a thin man with gold-rimmed glasses. He looked very scholarly. and his unibrow looked like lucerne. He looked at Chen Song and said with a smile, I accidentally pricked my foot with a pen. It's not convenient for me to walk. Chen Song was just about to speak when little Lin suddenly rushed in. Dr. Xiao Chen, there are 2 patients here. The bleeding is quite serious. They seem to be seriously injured. After saying this, Xiao Lin glanced at the man who was about to be treated and added, the situation is quite serious. At this time, 2 people were sent in. Yang Jifu and Zhou Guangxing covered their arms at this time, but their faces revealed awkward smiles. The 2 of them looked at the clean treatment room, as if they felt out of place. They felt a little ashamed and uneasy. At this time, the man took the initiative to make room for the 2 of them. Sit down and let the doctor examine you. Don't be nervous, it's fine. Before Chen Song could say anything, the man took the lead and patted Yang Jifu's shoulder, as if he didn't care about the dust on the other party's body. Yang Jifu smiled awkwardly and said in a thick northern dialect, thank you, big brother. Chen Song removed Yang Jifu's outer layer of clothing, which immediately affected the wound, causing Yang Jifu to open his mouth in pain. At this time, Chen Song couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The bones on the back of the hand were clearly visible. 2 of the tendons were severely broken, and the blood vessels were obviously damaged. They needed to be sutured immediately. Thinking of this, Chen Song said to the thin man, Uncle, the situation of these 2 patients is quite urgent. Their wrists need to be treated immediately. Can you wait for a while? The man also saw the injuries of the 2, so he quickly nodded and said, it's okay. You can suture them first. Compared to them, I'm just scratching the skin. Yang Jifu and Zhou Guangxing originally felt a little embarrassed to cut the queue. When they heard what the other party said, they thanked him repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you, big brother. These workers who came along seemed to feel that their arrival seemed to have affected others. A group of people bowed and apologized to the patients in the queue outside. I'm sorry, our friends are seriously injured. Thank you, everyone. Sorry for the trouble. 7 or 8 people bowed together, and everyone was a little embarrassed. Moreover, they saw that the clothes of the 2 people were wrapped around their wrists with blood. It was scary to look at. At this time, no one was willing to make things difficult for each other. In addition, these people were covered in dust and had disheveled hair. They had long been compassionate. It wasn't easy to come out to work, so they would help if they could. Xiao Lin saw these 7 or 8 migrant workers bowing together, and his nose turned sour. At this time, a short fat man rushed in from the west door of the emergency department. I'm here. How are Brother Yang and old Zhou? These 7 or 8 workers saw the short fat man. Foreman, here. When the short fat man heard the voice, he hurried over. His face was full of worry. How are they? Are they okay? When Chen Song saw that there were so many people, he said, everyone, please wait outside. By the way, little Lin, take them to go through the procedures. Help me give each of them a doctor's order for tendon suturing. By the way, are you going to pay back the fees or? The short fat foreman quickly said, we don't owe the fee. I brought money. He came so late to get the money first. Doctor, you must treat them well. Sorry to trouble you. I'll go pay the fee. After Xiao Lin led everyone out, Chen Song began to treat Yang Jifu first. At this time, the short fat man quietly came to the treatment room. When he saw Chen Song preparing to suture Yang Jifu, he took out a few hundred yuan and carefully stuffed it into Chen Song's hands. Doctor. Sorry to trouble you. Please help them. Nothing must happen to them. Come out to work with me. If something happens, I won't be able to go home with face. When Chen Song heard this, he quickly shook his head and stuffed the money back. He said seriously, don't worry, I'll definitely treat them well. Take this money back and let them recuperate. Also, they definitely won't be able to work for half a month. Chen Song explained, and the short fat man nodded repeatedly. Seeing that he could not stuff the money into the red packet, he could only give up. This matter was troublesome, the short fat man sighed. The 2 tendons on the back of the hand were thick tendons that were often used in daily life. If they were not sutured properly, it would definitely affect their lives in the future. Most importantly, the surrounding tissue was very serious. If it adhered in the future, there would be a lot of trouble. Chen Song had to pay attention to it. When the surgery began, Zhou Guangxing sat there without saying a word. If it were not for old Yang today, he would have lost his life. Thinking of this, he felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, Chen Song was a master in tendon suturing. His skills were superb, and his suturing speed was relatively fast because there was another man with the same serious injury waiting behind him. Outside the treatment room, Zhou Guangxing and the thin scholarly man were sitting together and chatting with each other. The short and fat man was the foreman. He ran around and soon brought the man a bucket of Master Kong instant noodles, a braised egg, a packet of pickled mustard, and a ham sausage. "Old Zhou, I'll make you instant noodles. Eat some to fill your stomach first." After saying that, the instant noodles were brought over and placed on the chair. The pickled mustard, ham, and braised egg were placed inside. Zhou Guangxing smiled. "Foreman, you can take everyone to work. We're fine." The short and fat man nodded. "You guys do it first. I'll take them to eat something." After saying that, he got up and left. Fortunately, old Zhou's left hand was injured. He did what he needed to do with his right hand. After the nurse bandaged it a little, it was no longer bleeding. "Is this your foreman? He's quite responsible." The thin man with glasses could not help but ask as he watched the short and fat foreman run around. Zhou Guangxing smiled. "Yes, Foreman Little Zhao is a good person. He has led us everywhere. It's all thanks to Little Zhao all these years. Last New Year, in order to get our salary, he waited outside the boss's house for a week. He only took the money home at 11 p.m. on the 30th, following such a boss makes me feel at ease." When the man heard that, he could not help but be stunned. He nodded. "Young man, you're not bad." As the two of them spoke, there was a commotion outside the emergency room again. A group of people escorted a boy as they rushed in from outside. "Who is Dr. Chen Song?" The leader of the group, a middle-aged woman in a dress, asked with a worried expression. Little Lin was instantly stunned. Did all the patients today like to bring their family members? There were 5 or 6 people in this group. All of them were dressed exquisitely, forming a stark contrast with the group of migrant brothers from before. Little Lin quickly asked, "Hello, Dr. Chen is helping the patient suture. May I know what's wrong?" The middle-aged woman quickly walked forward. "My child accidentally injured his wrist today. We're going to the provincial hospital. Coincidentally, Director Tan Zhonglin is on a business trip. He asked me to come to the 2nd Provincial Hospital to look for Dr. Chen Sung from the emergency department. May I know how long Dr. Chen will take?" Little Lin shook his head. "It might take a while. There's another patient in front. His injuries are quite serious. Sit down and rest for a while." When the middle-aged woman heard this, her expression immediately changed. "That. I'll go and talk to Dr. Chen." "Where is Dr. Chen?" When Little Lin heard this, his heart could not help but thump. This was another VIP? "Dr. Chen is in the treatment room. You should wait for him to come out. Don't disturb Dr. Chen's treatment." "Sister, wait a moment." A man in a shirt and trousers comforted her. The middle-aged woman sighed and hurried to the boy's side. "Ruier, are you all right? Does it hurt?" The boy was about 20 years old. He was dressed in hip-hop-style clothes. His hair was dyed purple, and his face said, "Why do you care?" Hearing the woman's words, the boy snorted coldly and didn't say anything. After a while, the door still hadn't opened. The middle-aged woman became even more anxious. Pacing back and forth, he muttered to himself, "Why hasn't he come out yet?" The boy said in a mocking tone, "Did you open the hospital? This is the hospital, not your company. You don't have the final say." The middle-aged woman turned around with a solemn expression. She was about to scold him, but when she saw the boy's gaze, she immediately clenched her teeth and swallowed her anger. The woman suddenly remembered something. She picked up the phone and walked to a corner. "Hello? Chief Zhao, yes. I'm Lu Zai's wife. Yes, I'm now in the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Something happened to my child, but I heard a lot of people in front. Do you know anyone? Oh. Sorry to trouble you. Okay, okay. At this moment, the door of the treatment room opened. Chen Song said to Yang Jifu, during this period of time, you don't need to stay in the hospital. Go back and rest well. Follow the doctor's instructions regularly, take your medicine, and do checkups. After that, Chen Song said to Zhou Guangxing, come in. At this moment, the middle-aged woman saw the situation and hurriedly ran towards Chen Song. She didn't care about the convenience of her high heels. Wait. Dr. Chen Song, right? I'm a friend of Tan Zhonglin from the province. I have something to tell you. Chen Song nodded. What's the matter? Go ahead. But, hurry up. The patient needs treatment. It won't take long. When the middle-aged woman heard this, her face lit up. She hurriedly turned back. Come, Rui, follow me. The boy shook his head. I'm not leaving. I want to line up. The hospital has its rules. I want to line up. If you want to go in, go in. I'm not going in. As soon as he said this, the woman was so angry that she raised her finger and pointed at the boy. Aren't you afraid that you'll miss the best treatment period and your hand will be crippled? You'll become a cripple then? The boy sneered. What's the difference between me and a cripple now? Didn't you not educate me? See? I was educated by others. Sometimes, I feel that I should thank them for educating me on your behalf. The man in the shirt saw this. Alright, Lil Rue, let's not talk about this for now. Let's take a look at your hand first. We'll talk about this later. After all, your health is important. As he spoke, the man glared at the woman and pulled the boy forward. The woman followed. Doctor, suture my child first. He's still young. Don't delay. Chen Song said, come in first. Let me take a look. The woman hurriedly brought the boy in. Chen Song removed the pile of things covering the wound and looked at it. There was an irregular wound between the thumb and the index finger with some glass shards. Half of the extensor tendon was broken and the blood vessels were damaged. It wasn't serious. After Chen Song finished looking, he said, it's not very serious. Take the child to the door and rest. There's another patient in front. His condition is relatively serious. When the boy heard this, he turned to leave. The woman hurriedly pulled him back. Doctor. Please, can you take care of my child first? After saying that, she reached into her bag and fiddled around. She took out her wallet and stuffed all the cash into Chen Song's hands. There was more than $10,000. Doctor, please. The child is still young and has a bright future ahead of him. Chen Song saw this and hurriedly refused. Sister, don't do this. This is a hospital. You should wait first. The hospital has its rules. After that, Chen Song went out. Zhou Guangxing, come in. In fact, Chen Song didn't like people who ignored the rules because they thought they had money. In addition, Zhou Guangxing's condition was serious, so he simply refused. The woman's face changed and said to Chen Song, Dr. Chen, I'm friends with Director Tan Zhonglin. By the way, I'm the chairman of Rueda Pharmaceutical Company. I also have cooperation with your hospital. Can you help me? Chen Song shook his head. Wait outside first. The boy's condition is not very serious. It won't matter if we delay it for a while. The boy sneered. See? It's useless even if you have money. The woman's face changed. She picked up the phone and dialed. Hello? Section Chief Song, I'm Xianxia from Rueda. Yes, Lu Ji's wife. I'm in your hospital now. Yes, something happened to my child. I came to the emergency room. Can you help me? Yes, Chen Song, Dr. Chen. The woman handed the phone to Chen Song. Dr. Chen, it's Section Chief Song of your medical department. Chen Song shook his head. Sorry, it's not convenient to answer the phone. Zhou Guangxing, come in quickly. Your condition is not optimistic. Hurry up. Chen Song couldn't help urging. At this time, the situation was awkward. Song Chong had heard Chen Song's words on the phone. Inconvenient, how inconvenient could this kid be? Xiangying picked up the phone. This. Chief Song Chong's face changed and he said, "Wait for me. I'm still in the hospital. I'll go down immediately." Today, the hospital's temporary worker assessment had ended. The medical department needed to amend the personnel contract as soon as possible. Therefore, the medical department and the personnel department were busy with this matter. As the chief of the medical department, Song Chong had not returned home yet. At this time, Xiangying did not move aside. The boy stood aside with his back against the wall, as if he was watching a show. When the woman saw Yang Jifu and Zhou Guangxing's attire, she immediately thought of a plan. This, two brothers, the child is still young. Can you pick him up? By the way, there is 10,000 yuan here. Can you take it? Yang Jifu and Zhou Guangxing's faces turned green and purple. It was very uncomfortable. Zhou Guangxing was even more embarrassed. He was not a person who did not understand the world. Chen Song was really a good doctor, but he was also afraid of causing trouble for others. And this woman's attire was not ordinary. The person who called was the director, chief, and chairman. He was afraid that she had a strong background. Although he also wanted to treat the child, he was afraid of causing trouble for Chen Song. He looked at the thick stack of money that Xiangying handed over. It was a lot. It was enough for him to save up for 2 or 3 months. It was enough to buy a few good clothes for the child and save enough for his eldest son's tuition. But Zhou Guangxing couldn't help but chuckle. It's fine. Let's treat the child first. Everyone has a child. My heart aches when I see a child. I'm not delicate. Besides, in our line of work, we often get injured. It's fine. Go ahead with the child. I'm not in a hurry. 10,000 yuan was very tempting, but some things were more important than money. After living for more than 50 years, how could he not understand this? This woman must be very capable. If he provoked her, it might not be good for anyone. Zhou Guangxing was an honest person. When he came to the city, he felt alienated. He stayed away from rich and powerful people. At this time, he still chose to give in. When Chen Song saw this, he was also helpless. After about 3 minutes, Song Chong rushed in. Perhaps he ran too fast and brought a little wind with him, so his Mediterranean hairstyle was exposed. After seeing Xiangying, Song Chong smiled from afar. President Xiang, long time no see. Xiangying also smiled. Section Chief Song, sorry to trouble you. Song Chong quickly waved his hand and followed Chen Song into the treatment room. Xiao Chen? Right? Why don't you stitch this child up first? A few minutes won't make much of a difference. If you had that much time, you would have finished the stitching long ago. Song Chong didn't know Chen Song. He had only heard of this name some time ago, but there were so many people in the hospital. Chen Song was just an insignificant person. The medical department was an important department for doctors. It could be said that they were directly in charge of the doctors. Of course, they were also there to protect the doctors when something happened. If there was a medical dispute, the medical department would be responsible for it. Therefore, Song Chong's position in the hospital was not inferior to those deputy directors. His words were even better than the deputy directors. After all, he was directly in charge of the doctors. Chen Song shook his head. Section Chief Song, Zhou Guangxing's condition is critical. If you delay, can you take responsibility? At this time, Chen Song was already annoyed. When he met these rich VIPs, they were unmoved by force or persuasion, only the patient could be delayed. After that, Chen Song said to Zhou Guangxing, come in. If you delay, I can't guarantee that your hand can recover in the future. Chen Song's words were ruthless. Song Chong felt like he had been slapped in the face. This was the first time he was rejected by a junior doctor since he became a section chief. Song Chong's face changed greatly. He was about to speak. At this time, the thin man with the gold-rimmed glasses stood up and sneered. Is there any order in the hospital? We waited in line for a long time. You cut the line when you came? Are you Section Chief Song? Is this how the hospital operates? As he spoke, the thin man winked at Chen Song. Chen Song immediately understood. He pulled Zhou Guangxing closer and closed the door for treatment. Regardless of the stormy situation outside, what he had to do now was to treat the patient. Zhou Guangxing looked uneasy and asked carefully, Dr. Chen. Will I cause you trouble? Chen Song shook his head. It's okay. I will give you anesthesia first. Zhou Guangxing was still a little uneasy. Dr. Chen, you are still young. You don't understand. Those people are rich and powerful. They are playing dirty tricks on you. Today, sigh. I actually caused trouble for good people. Chen Song saw Zhou Guangxing's guilty look and comforted him. Brother Zhou, you are about the same age as my parents. My parents are also from the village. If I did what I did today because I was afraid of those rich and powerful people, I might not be able to live with my conscience for the rest of my life. It is easy for people to put down their bottom line, but it is very difficult to pick it up again. As a person, you have to have principles. As a doctor, you have to have principles even more. I have people's happiness and health on my shoulders. If I don't have principles and bottom line today, I will still have no principles and bottom line tomorrow. I don't want to be such a doctor. If I were to be a doctor, I would be a doctor who is upright and indomitable. After Chen Song finished speaking, he felt a surge of emotions. He didn't know why he said these words. It might be for Zhou Guangxing, but it was more for himself. If he were to be punished by the hospital, Chen Song was very clear. At most, he would just leave. The world was so big. There would naturally be a place for Chen Song. If Qin Xiaoyuan and Li Baoshan couldn't give Chen Song a clear sky, it wouldn't be a bad thing for them to leave. The current Chen Song was no longer the him of the past. With the system, if I still have to be fearful, follow the crowd, and have no principles, what's the point of having a system? There are things a man should do and things he shouldn't do. Even if Chen Song didn't have a system, he was still a man of principles. The reason why he left the private hospital back then was because he felt that it went against his conscience as a doctor. He took a deep breath. Even if today was his last shift at the hospital, he had to stand properly. I'll give myself an anesthetic to relax. At this moment, outside the treatment room, it was very lively. The thin man's words caused a commotion in the crowd. Everyone sympathized with the two migrant workers. They politely bowed and apologized to them. You guys, on the other hand, are leading the way and being the first to receive treatment. Does the hospital belong to your family? The surrounding crowd also started to make a fuss. You're the hospital section chief? The order of the hospital has been ruined by you guys. Trash. Vermin. Take a picture of him, expose him, and put it on the internet. Let everyone see how awesome Section Chief Song of the Second People's Hospital is. And this director Xiang. Everyone, expose him. Let's see how powerful this person is. At this moment, Song Chong panicked. In today's society, the pressure of public opinion was too great. Song Chong's expression changed. Emergency treatment needs to be done first. For critical cases and many diseases, we can open a green channel. As for this child, his wounds need to be treated within a certain period of time. Unfortunately, no one listened to him. Not only was the boy not nervous, but he also looked at this scene with interest. Director Xiang, aren't you awesome? And this section chief Song, haven't you heard of this saying? A bootlicker can't stay in the house. Zhou Guangxing's treatment was lighter than Yang Jifu's, but the suturing of the blood vessels still made Chen Song waste some strength. It took less than an hour to finish all the treatment. Chen Song gave some instructions. Don't go back tonight. Apply for hospitalization. After the chief's ward round tomorrow morning, I'll see how the situation is. You can be discharged if it's stable. Zhou Guangxing was in his 50s this year, but the wrinkles on his face were more than the thin man in his 60s. The wind and sand were written on his face. Zhou Guangxing stood up and bowed to Chen Song. Dr. Chen, you are a good man. There are still many good people in this world. I hope today's matter. I won't drag you down. Otherwise, I'll feel bad. I'm just a farmer. I can't delay you. Chen Song shook his head and sent Zhou Guangxing away. After the treatment room opened, it was a mess outside. Section Chief Song didn't have any prestige at this time. He could only keep explaining. Chen Song said to the little boy, "Come in." When the boy saw this, he walked in directly. He was quite obedient. Chen Song was actually a little curious. The mother and son seemed to have an ordinary relationship. Looking at the young man's roguish clothes and purple hair, Chen Song said, "Give me your hand." The boy was very cooperative. He wasn't rebellious at all. This made Chen Song somewhat puzzled. He originally thought that this was a rebellious rich second generation. Judging from the behavior outside just now, this was the case. He didn't think about the consequences and wasn't afraid of big things, but this had nothing to do with him. Chen Song first cleaned the wound. There were a lot of broken pieces inside. Chen Song asked, "How did you get this?" Lu Rui smiled, "I was playing with someone in the bar. I got into a fight and scratched myself." Chen Song was stunned. Lu Rui suddenly asked, "Dr. Chen, my mother is the boss of a company with a market value of more than 1 billion. My father is an official. The section chief just now is said to be from your medical department. With so many people, are you really not afraid?" Chen Song hesitated for a moment. "I'm afraid." Lu Rui was taken aback. If you're scared, why are you still doing this?" Chen Song smiled. "There are some things that you have to do even if you're afraid. That's the bottom line. There are some people that you have to save even if you hate them. That's the principle. I'm not afraid of them. I'm afraid of myself. I'm afraid that I'll lose my original intention and forget my bottom line." After that, Chen Song didn't say anything else. Lu Rui was also rendered speechless by Chen Song's words. Half a day, only then did he exhale. Lu Rui looked up and asked, "Are you talking about me? You hate people like me, but you also know how to treat people because you are a doctor, right?" His surgery was relatively simple. It only took less than 40 minutes. After Chen Song was done, he looked at Lu Rui and smiled. "Whether you are good or bad has nothing to do with me. When you sit here, you are my patient." After that, Chen Song called out, "Next." Seeing Lu Rui come out, Xianxia immediately walked up. "Are you done? Are you okay?" Lu Rui nodded. "Let's go. Don't make trouble in the hospital. Be decisive after the divorce. Don't be Lu's wife all day. Remember, you are his ex-wife." "I don't understand. Is money really so important?" Xiangying's face changed when she heard that. "You don't understand," Lu Rui smiled. "Yes, I don't understand. I'm still young. Let's go." After that, Lu Rui took the lead and left. Xiangying's face changed. She looked at Song Chong and couldn't help but say, "Chief Song, I've caused you trouble." Song Chong's face changed. He said with a smile, "It's no trouble." Yang Jifu and Zhou Quanxing's conditions were more serious. They were hospitalized tonight. Lu Rui, the person involved in the farce, had already left. It was meaningless for everyone to make trouble now. It was even more meaningless for Song Chong to stay here. His face turned green and purple. He couldn't breathe for a long time. This Chen Song was really too troublesome. Thinking of this, Song Chong's face couldn't help but darken. The medical department mainly dealt with all kinds of doctor-patient disputes. He didn't expect to personally encounter it today. What bad luck, but when he thought of Xiangying and Lu Zhe, he felt that it was worth it. As for Chen Song, it didn't matter to him. Those who saw the patients didn't matter either. After all, Song Chong dealt with this kind of thing. He had long been handy. However, Chen Song had to be taught a lesson. At this time, Yuan Fan could be said to have seen the matter clearly from the beginning to the end. He sneered in his heart. This Chen Song really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Indeed, in the hospital, there were often people who cut the queue. Most of them were those who wore white coats to cut the queue. They were the so-called internal backdoor. The administrative department was even more extreme. They directly called to let them in. One phone call made everyone push back. For this kind of thing, the attending doctor didn't have any opinion. "You said that you had a lot of patients in the clinic and didn't agree to increase the queue." That was simple. Maybe after a few days, you would be limited to 30 patients. They would definitely not let you have one more patient. Or they would simply stop seeing patients. The hospital's reputation had been tarnished by him. Seeing that Chen Song didn't know how to appreciate kindness, Yuan Fan was naturally much happier. Seeing Song Chong gasping for breath, Yuan Fan felt that he should fight for a chance. Thinking of this, he walked out stealthily. Section Chief Song, this Chen Song is too ignorant. Song Chong was stunned. You are. Oh. You are that Yuan Fan, right? Yuan Fan didn't get admitted to the hospital. He used his connections to get a contract job. Song Chong had some impression of these people who had connections. After all, the administrative department was filled with these things. When Yuan Fan heard that Song Chong remembered him, he was delighted. Section Chief Song, this Chen Song has developed such a character because the director favors him. Please don't mind him. Song Chong was stunned. He suddenly thought of Li Baoshan, who also had such a character. Seeing Yuan Fan's behavior, Song Chong also frowned. This young man was too childish. But it was also good. Song Chong nodded and suddenly said, Little Yuan, remember to call me if you have any problems in the department. You know my number, right? Yuan Fan's eyes lit up. Yes. Song Chong turned and left. When Chen Song finished dealing with the patients, it was already around 11 o'clock. He found Yuan Fan was still busy. It seemed that he was preparing the medical records for the end of the month. Chen Song shook his head. Just as he sat on the chair in the office, his phone suddenly rang. Xiao Chen, come to operating theater 3 quickly. Zhang Youfu's voice was a little urgent. This was the first time Chen Song heard Zhang Youfu speak like this. Chen Song's face changed. It was operating theater 3 again. Ding. Rescue the old director mission. Mission tip, the old director Fang Yonglin is in critical condition and needs to be rescued. Please make a decision within 10 seconds. 10. 9. 8. Chen Song was stunned. It seemed that the situation was very critical. Confirm. P.S. In the new month, let's rush forward. How far can we go? I guarantee at least 3 chapters a day. 500 monthly votes plus 1 chapter a day. Alliance leader 3 chapters a day. Hall leader 1 chapter a day. Sect leader 2 chapters a day. Veterans will release 5 chapters first. As long as there are enough monthly votes, I will give you as much as you want. Fang Yonglin was now 87 years old. He had dedicated his entire life to the medical industry and had no children. After his wife passed away, he threw himself into medical work without any worries. He did not receive much recognition or honor in his life. Nor did he receive many awards. However, he had saved many people. The older generation of medical workers were like this. They made a fortune in silence. The second provincial hospital was built under the leadership of old Master Feng and a group of old doctors. After 50 years of ups and downs, it stood on the north side of Jianxi Road in Ammoniang City and became one of the top tertiary grade A hospitals in Ammoniang City. However, such an old man was still quietly working after retirement. He insisted on giving consultations 3 days a week, rain or shine. Last year, after the old man had multiple abdominal infarctions, he started to live in a nursing home. Since April this year, his jaundice had worsened. The B-scan showed that there was indeed a huge gallstone. The abdominal cramps were also becoming more and more obvious. The old man's health was deteriorating. However, no hospital was willing to accept such an old man who had contributed his life to Ammoniang City when he was sick in his old age. This was undoubtedly a great irony. The people of the province did not dare to accept him. The first and second hospitals of Eastern University did not dare to accept him. The people of the city and the Bethune Hospital of Ammoniang City did not dare to accept him. There was no place for an old man in the huge city of Ammoniang City. Everyone had no choice but to bring the old man back to the second hospital. Li Jianwei, Hao Shuliang, Tao Mi, Qin Xiaoyuan, and the others all had dark expressions and did not say a word. Everyone knew the situation of the general surgery department of the second provincial hospital. If it were not for Zhang Youfu supporting them, their standards would not be any different from the second grade. Fang Yonglin had no children in his life, but he had nurtured a group of pillars of the second provincial hospital, including Li Jianwei, Hao Shuliang, Tao Mi, and Qin Xiaoyuan. These 4 were all old Master Feng's students. Back then, medicine was not divided so carefully. After Fang Yonglin graduated from Harmony, he returned to Ammoniang City and established the second provincial hospital. These people were all nurtured by him. Later on, he established various departments and sent them out for further studies. However, even these people, all the directors, deputy directors, and department directors, could not send Fang Yonglin to a good hospital. How ironic! Because no one wanted to accept him, they dared not accept it. Fang Yonglin was a medical hero in Ammonium City. He was almost 90 years old and his health was extremely poor. He had cirrhosis, diabetes, high blood pressure, and portal hypertension. This was an acute attack of icteric cholecystitis accompanied by cholelithiasis. Who would dare to operate on him? Who else could be responsible for the surgery other than the problem? As the jaundice worsened day by day, Fang Yonglin's health deteriorated day by day. Xianxia was extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Now, no hospital dared to take on such a burden. No matter how Xianxia begged, it was useless. Even if Li Jianwei was a famous knife in the province, it was useless. No one dared to take on such a responsibility. Even the surgery, no one dared to do it. If old Master Feng really died under his own scalpel, he would be famous in the entire Danyang province. However, when such a senior medical expert didn't say anything, the faces of these experts turned ugly. Helplessly, there was the current situation of a large consultation in the province. At that moment, there were more than 10 specialists from various hospitals in Ammonium City sitting in the consultation office. They were all experts in the field of general surgery. However, these specialists gathered together and looked at Fang Yonglin's medical record in silence. After all, Qian Liang was the leader in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery. He sighed and said, "Director Qin, Director Li, this is the situation. Old Master Feng is too old and has too many underlying diseases. His tolerance for surgery is too poor. Once the surgery is performed, the mortality rate is as high as 90%. So, you still need to carefully consider it." Qin Xiaoyuan was Fang Yonglin's oldest student and the most promising one. When old Master Feng introduced him to others, he said, "Qin Xiaoyuan is my adopted son." The reason why Qin Xiaoyuan could become the dean was naturally because of his teacher's help. Therefore, Qin Xiaoyuan regarded Fang Yonglin as his father. He was not only a teacher for a day but also a father for life. He was also a father who would wear mourning clothes and watch over his coffin until he died. Li Jianwei was a few years younger than Qin Xiaoyuan. These things ultimately depended on Qin Xiaoyuan. Fang Yonglin did not have any children. These people were Fang Yonglin's adopted sons. Qin Xiaoyuan's expression was gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. He was a doctor and knew that it was normal for people to grow old, get sick, and die. However, when this happened to him, it was still difficult for him to make a decision. When Lu Siki saw this, he sighed and advised, "Director Qin, actually, the old man is already so old. My suggestion is that he doesn't need to suffer too much. Old Master Feng has been in good health all his life. Don't let him suffer when he's old. I think the surgery will be very difficult for him to endure. He might even walk directly on the operating table." Qin Xiaoyuan's expression was uncertain. Should he save him? Should he do the surgery or not? This had already become the biggest problem. If he did it, who would do it? If he did not do it, Qin Xiaoyuan found it very difficult to forgive himself. He clearly had a chance. After the consultation, everyone slowly left the second provincial hospital. No one was willing to operate on Qin Xiaoyuan. It was a joke to perform such a surgery. It was not worth it to bear such infamy. When others talked about it, they would say that someone had performed the surgery on old Master Feng Yonglin and caused his death. When these words were said, who could bear it? Therefore, everyone slowly left, leaving Qin Xiaoyuan and the others in the room sighing. Suddenly, Li Jianwei turned around and stared at Qin Xiaoyuan. "I want to give it a try." Qin Xiaoyuan did not reply. Instead, he looked at Li Jianwei indifferently. Li Jianwei's gaze was firm as he nodded seriously. "Senior, let's give it a try. What if there's a chance?" Qin Xiaoyuan's eyes flickered. He opened his eyes and took a deep breath. After a long time. "Let's give it a try. If it works, we'll raise the teacher until he dies of old age at Old Gon Hospital. If it doesn't work, we'll wear mourning clothes and send him off together." Li Jianwei clenched his fists. Alright, I'll give Zhang Youfu a call. Zhang Youfu had just sent off the consultation staff when he suddenly received a call from Li Jianwei. He hurried back. Director Li, what's the matter? Li Jianwei, prepare for the surgery. Zhang Youfu was stunned. There's a patient. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Youfu instantly understood. Li Jianwei meant to prepare for old master Fang Yonglin's surgery. Zhang Youfu was dumbfounded. Li Jianwei suddenly turned around and grabbed Zhang Youfu's arms. His pair of hazy eyes stared at Zhang Youfu. He said in a low voice, Director Zhang, please. Zhang Youfu sighed and could not help but feel energized. All right. I'll try my best. At this moment, other than trying his best, what else could he say? Turning around, Zhang Youfu picked up the phone and informed Duanbua, Zhang Jixin, Zhou Xiaodong, and the others. Prepare for the surgery. Considering that the patient had been diabetic for many years, wound healing might be a big problem in the later stages, they chose laparoscopic surgery. Looking at the anesthetized Fang Yonglin, Zhang Youfu was a little scared. This was not a normal surgery. Zhang Youfu, you can do it. Thinking of this, Zhang Youfu could not help but clench his fists. He was only in his 40s and was full of drive. When he encountered a problem, he also wanted to try. However, at this time, he was still a little shaken. There were two kinds of people that surgeons were most afraid of on the operating table. One was the people they trusted the most, and the other was the people with great power and influence. The person lying on the operating table at this time was the most influential person in the second provincial hospital. Duanbua and Zhang Jixin at the side were a little nervous. Zhou Xiaodong was purely there to train his vision. This surgery depended on Zhang Youfu. Without further ado, the surgery began. Zhang Youfu skillfully opened the well. The pneumoperitoneum needle was inserted and a pneumoperitoneum was formed. Qin Xiaoyuan, Li Jianwei, and the others stood at the side and stared at the monitor like ordinary family members. After the laparoscopic laparotomy, Zhang Youfu sighed. Although he had expected the difficulty of the surgery, he did not expect the reality to be crueler than expected. The intestines in the abdominal cavity were all stuck together. It might be a little hard to understand. For example, although normal intestines were in contact with each other, it would not affect the abdominal cavity. However, when the intestines were stuck together, it would be like a cooked dumpling that was stuck together and stuck to the skin. At this time, one should not think that there was nothing wrong. After the intestines were stuck together, it could be mild or severe. The serious result would be adhesive intestinal obstruction. This was one of the surgical acute abdominal diseases, and it could even be fatal. Otherwise, it would not be possible for intestinal fistula to occur, which would cause a large number of abdominal infections or even more serious diseases. Because the intestines were stuck together, the inflammation of the intestinal wall became weaker and weaker under the attack of inflammation. The contact area was very likely to rupture due to the peristalsis of the intestines and the movement of the human body. Once this rupture was done, it would be a big deal. Before the surgery, Zhang Youfu already knew that the patient's situation was special. The cholecystitis was serious, and there was obvious dry duodenal varicose veins. The right hepatic artery was also very tightly adhered. A slight change could affect the whole body. The coagulation function of patients with portal hypertension was poor, and the adhesion of the hepatic artery was serious. Once the operation was carried out, they had to consider how to deal with bleeding. Surgeries were like military deployments. Every step had to be planned and prepared. Only then could they be prepared for any unexpected situations during the surgery. Looking at the messy surgery, Zhang Youfu could not help but curse in his heart. Why is it so difficult? What should I do first? Whatever he did, there would be trouble. What to do? In order to remove the gallbladder surgically, it was necessary to separate it at this time. At this time, the right hepatic artery passed in front of the common bile duct, and the gallbladder was adhered to the common hepatic duct by the Hartmann bag. In order to separate the adhesion here, excessive pulling of the gallbladder sometimes damaged the right branch of the portal vein behind the common hepatic duct, causing major bleeding. Furthermore, the patient had portal hypertension. His heart was so tired that he could not breathe. Looking at the stomach, Zhang Youfu felt like he was looking at a ball of tangled hemp, unable to find the head. He really couldn't do it. If the bile duct was damaged, it would at most be a little troublesome. However, if it was caused by bleeding, it would mean death. There would be no suspensions. This was what Qianliang meant when he said that the failure rate was as high as 100%, and failure meant death. Duanbua and Zhang Jixin did not say a word because at this moment, they did not have any ideas at all. Zhou Xiaodong looked at the TV and suddenly felt that this scene was so familiar. It was as if he had returned to that night when he faced the patient with Merizi syndrome. Zhang Youfu had to be prepared to prevent major bleeding. Thinking of this, Zhang Youfu asked, if there is bleeding later, Duanbua, quickly clamp the wound with non-invasive forceps to control the bleeding. Jixin, suture the wound with a number 5 proline to stop the bleeding. Can you do it? The two of them were silent. How skillful was this laparoscopic suture technique? Suddenly, Zhang Youfu turned around and looked at Tao Mi. Chief Physician Tao, how's your laparoscopic suture technique? Tao Mi nodded. There should be no problem. Tao Mi went up and took over Zhang Jixin's work. The surgery continued. Zhang Youfu carefully separated the adhesions in the abdominal cavity. He pulled them apart bit by bit. A little more strength could cause problems. At this moment, Tao Mi was amazed for the first time that Zhang Youfu's plump hands were so dexterous. However, at this moment, suddenly, Zhang Youfu felt that the adhesions in the duodenum were broken. Damn, it was broken. F***ck. Zhang Youfu's expression changed. Suture the duodenum. Don't let it leak. Duanbua's expression changed. I can't do it. His intestinal wall is too thin. There will definitely be problems if I suture it. Zhang Youfu didn't dare to move. If he moved, the internal fistula would be serious. For a moment, Zhang Youfu couldn't move. This time, the surgery was ruined. Zhang Youfu's expression changed. He quickly said, Director Li, hurry up and call Li Baoshan. Find out where he is. If I move now, there will definitely be problems. We need someone to suture the intestinal wall. Hurry up, I can't hold on for long. Indeed, Zhang Youfu didn't know how long he could hold on. He was too tired. He had to be careful not to open the dumpling. Once he did, the dumpling skin would break and the filling would come out. Li Baoshan's expression changed. He quickly called Li Baoshan. Baoshan, where are you? What's wrong? Don't ask so many questions. We'll talk when you come. There's a problem with the surgery. Hurry up and come to the hospital. Li Baoshan nodded. The fastest is more than an hour. Zhang Youfu's expression changed. I can't hold on. See who can suture the intestinal wall in the hospital. Hurry up and come. Li Baoshan heard the voice on the other side of the phone and quickly said, Call Xiao Chen. Chen Song is on duty today. He's good at suturing. I'll be there soon. After hanging up, Li Jianwei quickly asked, Who is Xiao Chen's phone number? Hurry up. Hurry up. Zhang Jixin quickly took off his gloves and picked up the phone. I'll call him. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Youfu said, Chen Song, hurry up and come to the operating theater, operating theater 3. The moment Chen Song heard the system notification, he quickly accepted the mission. However, Chen Song suddenly remembered that he was on duty. What should he do? Chen Song raised his head and looked at Yuan Fan. He didn't have time to say anything. Yuan Fan, I have something to do outside. Help me keep an eye on it. Sorry for the trouble. After that, Chen Song ran out of the emergency department. From Zhang Youfu's tone just now, Chen Song realized the seriousness of the situation. However, just as he stepped out, Chen Song picked up the phone and called Qinyu. Qinyu, hurry up and help me on duty. I have something urgent. Hurry up and come to the emergency department. Qinyu nodded. Okay. It wasn't that Chen Song didn't trust Yuan Fan. Fine, he just didn't trust this guy. Don't make trouble for yourself while I'm away. Qinyu is more reliable. P.S. The chapter title is wrong. Don't mind it. I'm just tricking the pirated readers, hee hee hee. When Chen Song arrived at the operating theater, the nurse had been waiting for him for a long time. She quickly washed her hands and waited for Chen Song to come in so that she could change her clothes quickly. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw Chen Song. Xiao Chen, come quickly. Department Director Zhang can't hold on any longer. Chen Song looked up and saw that Zhang Youfu's upper limbs were trembling. His surgical cap and mask were drenched in sweat. Chen Song quickly walked forward and looked at the scene on the big screen. The scene in front of him made Chen Song's heart sink. The intestinal wall was adhered and had to be separated. Otherwise, the duodenum would affect the triangular region of the gallbladder and cause the hepatic artery to rupture after the surgery. It would be a big problem if there was massive bleeding. Compared to postoperative bleeding, there was at least some room for improvement during the surgery. Xiao Chen, suture the intestinal wall. Chen Song turned around and took the suture thread from Zhang Jixin. He was about to suture. Chen Song's intestinal suture skills were good, but he could not help but worry when faced with such a situation. He took a deep breath, picked up the needle holder, and looked at the information sent by the laparoscope. Chen Song finally realized why Zhang Youfu did not dare to move. It was because the internal fistula was 5 to 6 centimeters long. If Zhang Youfu did not stop it, the contents might leak out. Removing the contents was not scary, but if the contents were removed in such a complicated internal environment, it would cause a lot of serious problems. That was the scariest thing. Zhang Youfu was aware of this, which was why he held on to the equipment so tightly that he didn't dare to move. Suture. Chen Song held his breath and concentrated. The needle holder was very careful as he shuttled back and forth needle by needle, carefully suturing the trembling intestinal wall. Chen Song's laparoscopic suture skills were very good. Whether it was the intestinal suture or the blood vessel suture under a laparoscope, the surgery proceeded slowly. Chen Song did not dare to be careless at all. Chen Song could already feel Zhang Youfu's arms trembling, but he still carefully controlled them. This kind of action was very exhausting, and there would definitely be people who would ask why he couldn't change to another person. Since laparoscopy was already more troublesome to operate, it would be a big problem if they were not careful when switching hands. If Zhang Youfu did not wait for Chen Song to arrive, he would definitely let someone else hold the surgical instruments and perform the suture himself. Fortunately, Chen Song had arrived. The time plague ticked away. Everyone stared at the screen cautiously, not daring to breathe loudly. Finally, after Chen Song finished suturing, Zhang Youfu carefully removed the surgical instruments and sat down limply at the side. Seeing this, Chen Song said in a deep voice, "Director Zhang, you take a rest first. Let me do it." Chen Song had master-level cholecystectomy, but he could not afford to be careless in this situation. The only thing he could rely on was the guidance of a famous master who had less than 3 hours left. After the laparoscopy, Chen Song's expression suddenly changed. Jaundiced cholecystitis with adhesive intestinal obstruction, level 55, King Tier Monster. King Tier Monster. Chen Song was both sad and happy. He was happy because if he could remove the gallbladder, he would complete his profession change mission successfully, and it might bring him unexpected rewards. Moreover, it was a wonderful thing to have a King Tier Monster drop. However, this also meant that the surgery was too difficult. Could he complete it? Let's take it slow. Chen Song took the separator and began to take over from Zhang Youfu. Although he was not as experienced as Zhang Youfu, Chen Song's technique was very delicate. If the first time was not enough, he would do it a few more times. Just like that, time passed by. Chen Song finally separated the duodenum and the gallbladder triangle, but the most important thing at this time was that there could not be any bleeding. The guidance of a famous master suggested that the hepatic artery was adhered together, and it definitely could not be separated. What needed to be done was to ligate and suture it. Chen Song raised his head and said to Zhang Jixin, "Teacher Zhang, help me ligate the hepatic artery." Zhang Youfu was stunned and quickly stood up. "Xiao Chen, don't worry. The patient has portal hypertension, and his blood coagulation rate is low. Bleeding will be a big problem." Chen Song nodded. "Chief Physician Zhang, you can rest for a while. Leave this to me." After this sentence was said, everyone was very surprised. After all, Chen Song was a young doctor in his late 20s, and everyone present was more experienced than him. However, this sentence was very intimidating when it came from Chen Song's mouth, and everyone could not help but be convinced. At this time, Duanbo's heart was very complicated. He would never have thought that the person who appeared at this critical moment was Chen Song, an emergency department resident doctor whom he had instigated to tease in the past. Now, Duanbo was already an assistant lecturer, and he was a person with a higher level of skill in the general surgery department. However, in this situation, he was like a wooden stake, and he did not do anything. Chen Song just happened to turn around and raised his head to look at Duanbua. "Excuse me." Duanbua was stunned. His face turned red, and he quickly took a step back. Zhang Youfu scolded, "Duanbua, if you're not going to do it, stay away." Duanbo was so ashamed that he almost wanted to crawl into a hole to hide his face. Everyone watched Chen Song's operation on the television screen. After Chen Song was ready, he glanced at Zhang Zhixin. "Ligation." Zhang Zhixin nodded and instantly stopped the bleeding with hemostatic forceps. At this time was of the essence because the patient had portal hypertension, and the ligation time was very limited. Chen Song decisively cut off the adherent blood vessels and quickly sutured them with an intussusception. Chen Song's suturing speed could be said to have once again impressed every chief physician and hospital director present. Previously, when it was an open abdominal suture, everyone felt that it was acceptable. However, this kind of laparoscopic vascular suture was very demanding on the surgeon. Without strong suturing skills, it was impossible to do this kind of work. The number 5 proline rose and fell, and it shuttled around the blood vessels like a butterfly. In just 2 minutes, the suture was completed. Chen Song quickly said, "Let go." Zhang Zhixin's hands were sweating. He quickly let go of both ends of the hemostatic forceps, and the blood flow was normal again. Using intussusception suture to solve the problem of severe adhesions was simply a miracle of genius. Zhang Youfu's eyes also lit up. If this surgery was done well, it could be presented to the annual meeting of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery for an award. When he thought of this, Zhang Youfu looked at Chen Song with a face full of admiration. After all, to be able to think of such a way to solve adhesions, separate blood vessels, and free the gallbladder triangle required. Not only a genius idea, but also a genius operation. For example, excellent separation technique, decisive and fast laparoscopic vascular intussusception suture technique. Every one of them was indispensable. This was a talent. If he could come to the general surgery department, Zhang Youfu would be willing to make him an associate chief physician. Yes, Zhang Youfu was willing to let a 27-year-old resident doctor be an associate chief physician. Of course, he also knew that it was useless for him to be in love. Tan Ligua had to be willing. After the separation, the surgery suddenly became clear. Separation of the gallbladder triangle, removal of the gallbladder, removal of excess stones. The surgery was about to be successful. When he thought of the rewards, Chen Song was extremely excited. P.S. I'll update 3 chapters first. There are 5 more chapters at noon tomorrow. Because I haven't finished, I'll stay up late tonight to work overtime. Phew, I have to pay my debts in the coming days. Currently, I owe the chief 3 chapters, 20 silver chapters, and 2 monthly votes, a total of 25 chapters. For the next few days, I'll update at least 8 chapters a day. At night, the toilet bowl broke, so he went to fix it. He was dumbfounded. The more he fixed it, the worse it became, and it took an entire afternoon. After an hour and 40 minutes, the surgery was finally completed successfully. At this moment, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Xiaoyuan, Li Jianwei, and the others looked at Chen Song affectionately. They were closer than their own sons. Chen Song turned around and took off his mask. He looked at everyone and said, "The surgery went smoothly." At this moment, Li Baoshan opened the door and came in. He was sweating profusely and looked anxious. When he came in and saw that everyone was silent, especially Zhang Youfu who was sitting there. The others were just standing there and not doing anything. He immediately panicked. The surgery failed? His words stunned everyone. Then, everyone burst into laughter. Li Baoshan's face was also filled with confusion. Li Jianwei turned around and patted Li Baoshan's shoulder. "Baoshan, your department has a talent. Amazing, really amazing." Zhang Youfu also nodded and stood up. "Director Li, Xiaochen was born to do surgery. Why don't you give him to me and let him come to the general surgery department? I, Zhang Youfu, swear that if I treat Xiaochen badly, I won't work in the general surgery department anymore." Zhang Youfu's words were righteous and sonorous. Even Zhou Xiaodong and Duanbua felt uncomfortable when they heard it, but there was nothing they could do. He was indeed amazing. He was so amazing that they had nothing to say. At this moment, Li Baoshan realized that the surgery was completed and Chen Song might have made a contribution again. When he thought of this, Li Baoshan's face darkened. The surgery is over? Xiao Chen, hurry up and go back to your shift. Chen Song smiled awkwardly and quickly got up and left. Zhang Youfu was stunned. Damn you, Li Haitan, Zhang Youfu quickly said, wait, I really have something to say. Next month, the Chinese Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgeries branch in Danyang Province will be holding a surgical case competition. I think your surgical video has the ability to win a prize. Xiao Chen, I suggest that you give it a try. Ding. The Chinese Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgeries Danyang Province branch surgical case competition will give the winner a certificate for a job change in the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. Chen Song was momentarily stunned. So this was the so-called PK drop? Thinking of this, Chen Song turned around and said, Director Zhang, I would like to participate. Zhang Youfu smiled like a flower, the flower of a chrysanthemum. Good. Let's talk about this when we're free. You can also join the Society of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery in Danyang Province. After Zhang Youfu finished speaking, he realized that Li Baoshan's face seemed to have darkened a little, and he was immediately in a good mood. At this moment, Xianxia slowly walked over and looked at Chen Song. He raised his hand and patted Chen Song's shoulder. He said solemnly, Xiao Chen, you are a hero of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Don't worry, the 2nd Provincial Hospital will not let you down. If you have any problems in the future, you can look for me directly. As long as I, Xianxia, can help, you can rest assured. Li Jianwei was the same. He looked at Chen Song and said, Xiao Chen, you need to inform me in the future. I, Li Jianwei, owe you a favor. Chen Song was stunned. How would he know that a surgery would turn out like this? Ding. Xianxia's favorability plus 30. Current favorability, 60. Ding. Li Jianwei's favorability plus 30. Current favorability, 40. Chen Song did not expect that after this surgery, Xianxia's favorability would actually reach 60. The director's favorability should be very valuable, right? Moreover, it was 2 directors. No, there was also Hao Shuliang, 3 directors. Xianxia turned to look at Feng Yonglin and said to Chen Song, Director Feng is our teacher. Back then, Director Feng brought us into the industry and sent us out to study. Without Director Feng, we would not be where we are today. The 2nd Provincial Hospital would not be where it is today. Now that he is old, if we don't do our best to give him a year of retirement, what kind of students are we? Chen Song understood this time. So that was how it was. The respect the medical industry had for teachers was unimaginable. The situation of a teacher for a day was like a father for life had always existed. There were even teachers who sent their students off after 100 years. Moreover, Director Feng Yonglin was the founder of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. It seemed that this favorability was quite heavy. Chen Song smiled. Director Qin, Director Li, you're too polite. This is what I should do. I'm still on duty, so I'll leave first. Otherwise, if the medical department catches me, they'll deduct my full attendance award. Chen Song made a joke and left. Xianxia, who was behind him, laughed and said, let's see who dares to deduct your money. Chen Song had just stepped out of the door when his face bloomed with a smile. He had returned with a rewarding journey. Ding. Rescue Old Director Feng Yonglin mission completed. Obtained reward, Feng Yonglin's skill library lucky draw. Chen Song was stunned. Director Feng Yonglin's skill library lucky draw. Did this mean that there was a perfect grade skill? Thinking of this, Chen Song was full of anticipation. Director Feng had worked hard for 50 to 60 years, rain or shine. There was no need to mention his superb medical skills. Although Feng Yonglin had been sent to a nursing home after Chen Song went to the 2nd Provincial Hospital, he had still heard a lot of legends about Old Master Feng. He was even jokingly known as the Fiery Eyes of Truth. This was because Feng Yonglin's diagnosis of diseases was very good. Even when the equipment was outdated, he was still able to accurately identify the disease. Let's draw. If he didn't draw now, when would he draw? His hands were still warm after performing surgery on Old Master Feng. What if Director Feng was happy and gave him a perfect grade skill? Thinking of this, Chen Song chose to draw. A flash of light, and Chen Song suddenly heard a clear and pleasant sound. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Fang Yonglin's skill, clinical interpretation of physiological and biochemical tests, passive skill, perfect skill. Chen Song suddenly felt that his breathing had stopped. A clinical interpretation skill. This skill was amazing. For example, judging a disease was like reasoning and analysis. A lot of test results were used to understand the patient's disease through these detailed indicators, data, and image data. In the end, an accurate diagnosis of the disease could be obtained. This way, the treatment of the disease could be better targeted. In the process of diagnosis and treatment, the first step was always the diagnosis, and the second step was the treatment. For many diseases, the diagnosis was more important than the treatment. For example, the hyperventilation syndrome caused by a quarrel between a young couple a few days ago was a classic example. Clinical interpretation of physiological and biochemical indicators, passive skill, perfect level. Description: can accurately interpret physiological and biochemical indicators and seek the hidden meaning behind each number. I've earned, not to mention other things, just this wave alone is worth a lot. Thinking of this, Chen Song was a little happy. After all, this was another perfect grade skill, and it was a passive skill. Thinking of this, Chen Song was even more looking forward to the follow-up rewards. After all, he killed a king-tier wild monster, so he should have completed the profession change mission, right? Chen Song rubbed his hands together. It was time for the real rewards. Ding. Congratulations on killing a king-tier gallbladder monster. You have received the following rewards: 1. Surgery Simulation Stone X5, 2. Baichuan Surgical Cap, 3. Profession Change Mission Item, 4. Clinical Skill Level +2, 5. 1 Skill Book. Chen Song saw a purple flash and several items appeared in front of Chen Song. Chen Song felt a little bloated when he saw the purple flashing items. Surgery Simulation Stone, consumable. After use, it will automatically record the patient's surgery and store it in the stone. It can be activated to simulate the surgery. Continuous simulation can greatly increase the success rate of the surgery. Hint: one surgery simulation stone can only simulate one type of surgery. It will disappear after use. Currently, 5 stones. This was a good item. For example, if he did not have the guidance of a master, Chen Song could not guarantee the success rate of the surgery. 10%, 20%, the success rate was extremely low. In the face of such a complicated patient, there could be complications at any time during the surgery, and there could be more than one type of complication. Who could guarantee the success of the surgery under such circumstances? This was also the reason why Qian Liang, Lu Siki, and the others refused. No one was willing to take the risk. Chen Song honestly felt that if he did not have the guidance of a master, Chen Song would not be able to perform the surgery. The difference in skill level was too great. The appearance of the surgery simulation stone did not only mean other things, it meant 5 fresh human lives. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but feel excited. The second item was Baichuan's surgical cap. Baichuan again, Baichuan's surgical cap, purple equipment. Baichuan's surgical cap, lucidity +8, duration of lucidity increased by 80%. Maintaining a clear mind at all times is the most basic quality a doctor should have. Equipment will automatically take effect after wearing the cap. Ding. 1 Baichuan's surgical gown has been detected. Obtain 3 Baichuan's equipment. Baichuan's possession will be obtained once per week. Chen Song was stunned. Baichuan's possession? Is this skill that powerful? How the F***ck would I know who Baichuan is? What was the point of him possessing her? Perhaps he was a big shot in a certain field. However, it would be difficult to obtain another piece of Baichuan's equipment. Among the next few items, Chen Song's favorite was none other than the class change quest item. Without this item, Chen Song didn't even know how to complete the quest. Class change mission item, purple. After successfully completing the class change with this item, 1 class skill will be automatically acquired. Level, Master. Chen Song's eyes lit up. It was indeed a good item. After all, what he cared about the most right now was his job advancement. What was job change? Would there be any difference after changing classes? Thinking up to this point, Chen Song took out his class change certificate full of anticipation and activated it automatically. Ding. You have obtained a purple item for the job advancement mission. You have completed the job advancement mission. You will unlock the thoracic surgery skill tree. Class advancement successful. The shackles on your level have been removed. You have automatically been promoted to an attending physician. Current level, 25. Unassigned free skill points, 10. Chen Song, level, 25, attending physician, professional specialization, thoracic surgery skill points, 10 thoracic surgery skill tree. Hint, spend skill points to learn a new skill from the thoracic surgery skill tree. When Chen Song saw the skill tree, he couldn't help but be curious. What was in the skill tree? Chen Song clicked on the skill tree. Suddenly, the scene before him changed. Thoracic surgery branches: frowny face, thoracic trauma surgery, mediastinal surgery, diaphragm surgery, esophageal surgery, tracheal surgery, lung surgery, pleural surgery, thoracic surgery. These were the branches of all the diseases in the thoracic surgery field. Chen Song clicked on each branch of surgery one by one and found that after each branch, there was a detailed classification of skills. There were all kinds of skills from level 1 to level 4. Chen Song even found surgeries above level 4 at the highest level. However, after these surgeries, there was a message? Hint, Chen Song's level was insufficient. Instantly, Chen Song was dumbfounded. Wasn't the highest level of surgery only level 4? What were these surgeries that were level 4 higher? Could it be that these skills were advanced surgeries that were ahead of the world standards? Thinking of this, Chen Song's heart was suddenly filled with excitement. In time, if he learned these surgeries, how awesome would it be? Awesome. After the profession change, he would be awesome. At least it locked down his path to becoming a god. As long as he accumulates time, he could at least become a master in the field of thoracic surgery. He would open up amazing surgeries and lead the trend of the times. Countless medical students would. Taking a deep breath, Chen Song calmed himself down. After carefully thinking about it, he finally understood what was going on. After the profession change, it meant that the skill tree in this field was unlocked. Before this, Chen Song had always been like a blind cat catching a dead mouse. He randomly bumped into things and the skills he obtained were completely random. Now, it was good. He could actively learn a certain skill by clicking on the skill tree. At this time, skill points had become the only currency to learn skills. Looking at such a variety of skills, Chen Song suddenly realized that he did not have enough skill points. Moreover, Chen Song found that level 1 surgery skills required 1 skill point to learn, level 2 required 2 points, level 3 required 4 points, and level 4 surgery required 8 points. After learning these, it was only a beginner skill. After learning it, if he wanted to upgrade the skill level, he still needed to spend skill points. In this way, how could there be enough skill points? Moreover, Chen Song now also found out that skill points were getting harder and harder to obtain. In other words, every time he leveled up, he could obtain a skill point. In this way, how long would it take to learn these skills? Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but sigh. It was really difficult. He originally thought that after the profession change, he would not be able to do anything, but he would at least be awesome. Now it seemed that no matter when, if he wanted to be awesome, he had to spend money. Chen Song suddenly missed Father Ma. At least the game gave him the opportunity to spend money to become stronger. But now, he did not even know how to become stronger. 10 skill points seemed to be a lot, but in fact, he could only learn 2 level 3 thoracic surgery skills. This F***king was too pitiful, right? Suddenly, Chen Song found that this was like playing an online game. He was elated that he succeeded in his profession change, but he found out that he did not have the money to learn the skills after the profession change. This was something that made him want to cry, but no tears came out. Ding. As you used a purple item for the profession change mission, the profession change was successful. You will automatically receive a master level thoracic surgery skill. You can choose level 3 surgery and below. Ding. The profession change was successful. You have successfully transformed into a thoracic surgeon. Since you do not know much about thoracic diseases, the system will train you to understand and master thoracic diseases as soon as possible. Do you want to start the training? Chen Song shook his head stubbornly. I don't want to train. I want to spend money. I want to become stronger while sitting. I want to become a god when I sleep. I don't want to read books, I don't want to attend classes. I don't want to learn medicine anymore. It's so tiring, sob sob. P.S. Here is the item's attribute. Item attribute +1, for example, sharpness +1, will increase sharpness by 10%. By Chuan's surgical cap, lucidity +8, will increase lucidity by 80%. For example, you can maintain a high level of concentration for 5 hours during surgery. Now, you can maintain it for 9 hours. Similarly, stamina +3 means that your stamina will increase by 30%. Stability +1 means that your stability will increase by 10% compared to usual. These will not be too heaven-defying, so everyone can rest assured that the protagonist will not break the earth with a punch, cut through the void with a scalpel, and directly ascend. At most, life will be more interesting. At least, the protagonist will not be sent to be dissected, right? Song Chang left the emergency department and returned to the medical department. By the time he was done, it was already 8 or 9 o'clock. He was tired and sleepy. Coupled with being slapped in the face by Chen Song, he was a little annoyed and depressed. However, what made him angry and depressed the most was not that he was slapped in the face by Chen Song. If an administrator did not have such forbearance, why would he be an administrator? What he was most angry about was that he did not do things well for Xianxia. Instead, he messed it up after such a commotion. Song Chang could not help but be angry when he thought about how Lu Zai's strong thigh had disappeared. Chen Song, this kid, seemed to be asking for a beating, and Li Baoshan, he was even more merciless to him. Song Chang felt aggrieved when he thought about how the old and young people in the emergency department treated him like this. Even when he passed by the emergency department after work, he could not wait to take a detour. Bad luck. When he reached the first floor, Song Chang was about to take a detour when he passed by the emergency department. Suddenly, he found that it was chaotic inside, like a market. He was stunned and cursed in his heart. How troublesome. Although he hesitated, he still braced himself and walked in. After all, Song Chang was the person in charge of the hospital's medical department. If there was a doctor-patient conflict, Song Chang had to be responsible. Thinking of this, Song Chang pushed the door and entered. As soon as he entered, he found a group of people gathered in the hall. They were even cursing there. "Where's First Madam? Where's First Madam? We've registered. Why isn't the doctor here yet? We want to file a complaint against you." This group of people was obviously drunk. The smell of alcohol on their bodies could be smelled from afar. They were all shouting there. Nurse Xiaolin was also helpless. She quickly comforted them. "Everyone, take a rest first. The doctor will be here soon. Don't worry." When Song Chang saw this scene, he immediately walked to Xiaolin and asked in a deep voice, "Who's on duty today? Where is everyone?" Xiaolin was stunned. Her heart could not help but thump. Why was Song Chang back? Xiaolin saw how Chen Song did not give Song Chang face just now. Song Chang couldn't control Chen Song because he couldn't find any fault with what Chen Song had done just now. But now, Dr. Xiaochen was on the night shift and no one knew where he went. Would Song Chang make things difficult for Chen Song? Thinking of this, Xiaolin could not help but worry. However, even though she was worried, she still had to tell the truth. Today is Dr. Xiaochen's shift. Chen Song. Hearing this, Song Chang immediately frowned and asked sternly, "Chen Song? Where did he go? There are so many people gathered at the entrance. If they don't maintain order, others will think that there's a fight in the emergency department." Xiaolin sighed. Dr. Chen had something to do and went out. Dr. Yuan was also there, but, when I went to call Dr. Yuan, he said he was busy and that he would wait for Dr. Chen to come back. Hearing this, Song Chang's face suddenly changed. He got up and walked towards the office. When he arrived, he saw Yuan Fan sitting there with a beautiful young woman sitting next to him. They were talking and laughing. Song Chang was suddenly a little angry. There were so many patients outside, and Yuan Fan was chatting with a little girl inside. Song Chang immediately walked forward. "Yuan Fan, where did Chen Song go?" Yuan Fan was startled by the sudden voice. Section Chief Song. "You scared me. Chen Song. I don't know where he went." Song Chang's face suddenly darkened. He left without saying anything? He didn't ask for leave? He didn't find anyone to replace him? Don't you know what kind of position the emergency department is? Who's on the second string shift today? Yuan Fan saw that Song Chang was angry, and his face changed. He got up and quickly checked the duty schedule. Today's second string shift is Teacher Sherna. Song Chang suddenly became angry. Call Chen Song and see where he went. Yuan Fan nodded and picked up the phone to make a call. However, Chen Song was at the critical moment of the surgery at that time. He didn't have time to care about the phone, so he didn't answer. Yuan Fan was stunned. Section Chief Song, no one answered. When Song Chang heard this, he immediately became angry. Don't you see what's going on outside? You're still sitting inside and not dealing with the patients. Yuan Fan also blushed. To be honest, Chen Song was on duty. If anything happened, it would be Chen Song's fault. Besides, he went out to take a look. It was just a few drunk people making a scene. There was no big deal. Besides, he was not on duty today. The most important thing was to check the accounts with the pharmaceutical representative today. Otherwise, he would have left long ago. The young and beautiful female pharmaceutical representative saw that the situation was not good. She got up and ran away quickly. Yuan Fan also quickly explained, Section Chief Song, I happen to have something urgent on hand. I haven't finished it yet. I was about to finish it and go out. Then you came in. When Song Chang saw the woman, he already knew most of it. It was nothing more than the trivial matters between the pharmaceutical representative and the doctor. Every day after work in the hospital, this group of people came to the department to negotiate and communicate with the doctor about how much medicine was prescribed today, how much medicine was prescribed this month, and what to prescribe in the future. Song Chang didn't want to care about these things, and there was no need to care about them. Moreover, how could Song Chang not understand Yuan Fan's thoughts? In fact, he could almost guess what was going on. It was nothing more than that Chen Song was in a hurry to leave, so he asked Yuan Fan to keep an eye on him. Yuan Fan had a prejudice against Chen Song. In addition, he had something to do with his own wallet. Naturally, he didn't want to go out and deal with those people. After all, if something happened to Chen Song while he was on duty, it was Chen Song's responsibility. It had nothing to do with him. Yuan Fan was even happy to see something happen to Chen Song. Song Chang looked at Yuan Fan with some disappointment. How could such a narrow-minded person achieve anything? Go and deal with the patient. Don't make a fuss. Yuan Fan quickly got up. In fact, it was just a wound bandage. Several people drank some wine and accidentally fell down while walking. They came to the emergency department to bandage their wounds. It took a few minutes to deal with the matter. Yuan Fan smiled awkwardly at Song Chang. Section Chief Song. It's not my shift today. Song Chang said lightly, you are a doctor. Whether it's your shift or not, you have to take on the responsibility of a doctor in the hospital. Today's matter is over, but you wait until Chen Song comes back before you leave. After that, Song Chang turned around and was about to leave. Yuan Fan quickly stopped him. Section Chief Song, Chen Song's on duty. He left his post without permission. Are you just going to let it go? He didn't ask me to replace him. Yuan Fan's words made Song Chang confused. People like Chen Song wouldn't find someone to replace him when he left. It was really, Song Chang couldn't help but sigh. How much did Yuan Fan hate Chen Song? This indicated that he was going to hit him when he was down, but Song Chang suddenly felt that it was good for Chen Song to knock some sense into him. After all, today's matter made Song Chang lose a lot of face. Now, there was a brainless young man to testify. It was good to give Chen Song a warning. At least, he would know how high the sky was. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Song Chang got up and left. Soon after he went out, Qin Yu rushed in. Seeing Yuan Fan in the office, Qin Yu sighed, did anything happen? Yuan Fan smiled, it's okay. By the time Chen Song returned to the ward, it was already past 10 o'clock. Qin Yu was treating the patient's wound very seriously. Chen Song took the initiative to help Qin Yu pass things to him. He did not say anything. Qin Yu did not say anything either. They had worked together for more than 2 years. It was not just a word or two of thanks. After the patient was dealt with, Qin Yu wiped the sweat off his forehead. It was hot in the summer. Chen Song smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Qin Yu rolled his eyes at Chen Song. "It's always like this. You call me in the middle of the night. I don't even have to think about it. It must be a substitute." After saying that, Qin Yu sighed. "Chen Song, now I feel that it's completely meaningless for me to add your phone number. If I call, it'll be fine. I'm dating a young man. When you call, I run out of the movie theater and rush to the emergency department in a taxi. If you have a little conscience, forget it. You have no conscience." After saying that, Qin Yu got up and was about to take off his white coat and leave. Chen Song chuckled. "Isn't it because I think Big Kachin is kind and good-looking? That's why I asked you to help." However, Chen Song asked curiously, "Wait, you're watching a movie with someone? F***ck. Qin Yu, you actually found a partner. This doesn't make sense." Qin Yu was not angry just now. When he said that, he immediately exploded. "Chen Song, who are you looking down on? Do you think that everyone is like you? 100-year-old single dog and 1,000-year-old companion?" After saying that, Qin Yu snorted and left in a carefree manner. Chen Song could not help but be a little worried. "Qin Yu, you have a partner. Let me give you a gift." Qin Yu's eyes lit up. "Gift? What gift?" Chen Song said thoughtfully, "Do you know Zhang Jixin? Dr. Zhang from the surgery department. He's doing plastic surgery outside." When Qin Yu heard this, he walked over and his eyes lit up. "You know Zhang Jixin? Are there discounts for plastic surgery?" Chen Song nodded. "Yes, a discount. I'm quite used to it with him. I'll occasionally go there to help out. It's not a problem to give you a discount." Qin Yu's eyes twinkled. I want to get an eyebrow tattoo recently. I don't think my eyebrows look good enough." Chen Song shook his head. "No, I think my nose, eyes, and eyebrows are all good. I don't need any plastic surgery at all." Qin Yu was delighted. "Is that so?" Chen Song nodded. "Of course." Qin Yu smiled and patted Chen Song's shoulder. "Not bad. Chen Song, why is your mouth so sweet today? Then why do you want me to go to the plastic surgery hospital?" Chen Song sighed. "I think so. You see, as the oldest single woman in the emergency department, I'm very honored to be able to find a partner. I'm also very happy for you, but I'm worried about something. After all, the two of you have just gotten along and don't know each other well enough. Some of your flaws can't be discovered. I'm thinking that we should take advantage of this opportunity to go to Rumble Bear, right? Don't let them return to us when the time comes, right?" Qin Yu felt that she could no longer suppress her anger. The blood vessels on both sides of her temples were throbbing. Qin Yu felt that she was on the verge of exploding. Chen Song saw Qin Yu's expression and thought that he had hit the nail on the head. At this moment, he was very tempted. Look, his breathing was rapid. "I think with my relationship, I can get a discount." Qin Yu gritted her teeth. "How much discount?" Chen Song pondered for a moment. "A lot of twists and turns." Qin Yu could not take it anymore. She picked up the white coat in her hand and hit Chen Song. F***ck. I'll give you a discount. A lot of twists and turns. I'll F***king break your leg. I'll break half of your leg. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Li Baoshan walked into the emergency department in a relaxed and happy mood. When the shift was changing, he suddenly noticed that Chen Song was covering his forehead. He immediately became curious. "Xiao Chen, raise your head," Li Baoshan said. Chen Song was stunned. He covered his forehead with his hand and slowly raised his head. "Director, what's wrong?" Li Baoshan saw that Chen Song was still covering his forehead and suddenly became curious. "What's wrong with your forehead? Why do you keep covering it?" Everyone then looked at Chen Song curiously. They saw that Chen Song was covering the right side of his forehead with his right hand. Chen Bingxing was also stunned. "Xiao Chen, put your hand down." Li Baoshan nodded. "That's right. Why are you covering your forehead? What's so shameful about it?" Qin Yu tilted his head and snorted. Chen Song sighed and put down his right hand. At this moment, everyone was stunned. There was a bump on the right side of Chen Song's forehead. It was red and swollen. He probably would not be able to go down for a few days. Li Baoshan was almost amused by Chen Song's appearance. He was like the silver-horned king. What's wrong with you? You hit your forehead on the night shift? Chen Song smiled awkwardly. I was hit by the door when I entered. Everyone suddenly burst into laughter. Qin Yu stared at Chen Song and glanced at him. At least you know your place. Chen Song was helpless. Only villains and women were difficult to deal with. The most difficult thing was Xianxia's woman. She was even harder to deal with. I was kind and was afraid that you would reveal your true colors. I recommended a doctor to you and gave you a huge discount. You actually, ouch. It really hurts. Chen Song also realized that the white coat did not add any attributes. It was the surgical gown that gave +3 defense. Chen Song could not help but feel a little regretful. In the morning, everyone was not very busy. Chen Song sat there and touched his forehead in a daze. Qin Yu walked over and threw a box of ointment in front of Chen Song. This is medicine for bruises sent by my classmate. It's a Tibetan medicine. The effect is not bad. Try it. Chen Song picked up the box and saw the Tibetan medicine that he could not understand. However, there was a Chinese translation. He turned around and looked at Qin Yu with an aggrieved expression. My face is disfigured. You have to take responsibility, Qin Yu snorted. Haha, he turned around and left. Chen Song opened the box of ointment and found that it smelled very bad. He squeezed out a little and smeared it on his forehead. Wang Qian happened to pass by at this time. When he saw the ointment on Chen Song's forehead, he sniffed hard. Song-er? You touched poop on your head. It smells so bad. Chen Song was so angry that his eyelids twitched. At this time, not only was it smelly, but it also stung his eyes. Chen Song felt that his eyes were a little sore. It was astringent and he felt like crying. It was the same feeling when he touched the corner of his eyes when he was in school. However, the wound was quite comfortable and did not hurt as much. Bear with it. When it was almost time to get off work at noon, Wang Yong hurriedly ran in. Chen Song. Damn, why are you being punished? Chen Song was stunned. Punishment? What punishment? Not only Chen Song, but also Shirna hurriedly walked in. Xiao Chen, what did you do last night? Why did the medical department post an announcement saying that you left your post during the night shift? They are giving you a warning. What happened? When Chen Song heard this, his face suddenly changed. It was Song Chong. It was definitely him. P.S. The 4th update is over. The 5th update is not finished yet. Why don't I post it together with the others at 12 p.m.? After all, it feels good to read it together. It is not satisfying to read it chapter by chapter. In fact, the veterans also know that it is better to read it separately. The jump rate is not high. But considering that it is not comfortable to read it separately, it is basically put together. Although the jump rate is very serious, with a difference of 300 to 500, and 700 to 800, at least everyone is comfortable reading it. I hope everyone is happy reading it. In addition, you can also support the veterans. Thank you. Tonight at 12 p.m., I will see how many chapters one can write. At least 5 chapters. Chen Song didn't expect Song Chong to be such a genius. He didn't even wait for revenge. Just as he was about to leave, he made such a move. Originally, Chen Song was about to return after the night shift, but Qin Yu heard the news while he was sitting down to rest after delivering the medicine. The news of Chen Song's punishment spread throughout the entire emergency department. Chen Song got up and walked out. He was very curious about how Song Chong had punished him. On the wall on the right side of the emergency department entrance was a bulletin board. There was usually a lot of traffic here. When everyone passed by, they would come out to take a look. At this time, there were not many people because of work. Chen Song went over and saw the words written on it. In view of the fact that Comrade Chen Song left his post without permission during the night shift on August 25, 2019, causing damage to the reputation of the emergency department and our hospital. In order to strengthen the professional ethics of doctors and strictly enforce labor discipline, Comrade Chen Song is given a notice of criticism and warning for his disobedience to the organization's arrangements, sloppy work, and lack of discipline. According to the provisions of our hospital's document, number 18, Chen Song will be given a notice of criticism and warning. His full attendance, bonus, and performance allowance for August will also be deducted. I hope that all the staff of the hospital will take this as a warning and consciously abide by labor discipline and adhere to good professional ethics and work style. After Chen Song read it, not only was he not angry, he was amused by Song Chong. If you didn't say that I was absent, perhaps the director and the others wouldn't have remembered that they had forgotten to give Xiaochen a reward. After all, he saved our old director, Fang Yonglin. Now that you're openly saying that he's absent, aren't you reminding Dean Qin and the others? What did Chen Song do when he left his post last night? After Chen Song finished reading, he smiled casually and returned to the office. He sat down next to Qinyu. Qinyu sniffed. It stinks. Chen Song smiled and said, was Yuan Fan there after you came last night? Qinyu said it smelled bad, but he whispered in Chen Song's ear, Xiaolin told me that Song Chong came to the department last night, and Yuan Fan was also there. After hearing this, Chen Song understood what was going on. Fortunately, Qinyu had come last night. If Yuan Fan had really replaced him, he might have gotten someone killed. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but look at Yuan Fan mockingly. Yuan Fan was a little uneasy at first. After all, he always had a guilty conscience when doing bad things. When Yuan Fan saw Chen Song staring at him, he could not help but feel guilty. He comforted him. Chen Song, don't worry. Go up and explain to Director Song later, and everything will be fine. It doesn't matter if your bonus is deducted. Don't let it affect your future career evaluation. After all, you're doing freelance surgeries now, and you don't lack that little bonus. Wang Yong was unhappy when he heard this. F*CK, that guy with the surname Song deducted just because he said so. Besides, how can we not lack money? We've worked overtime to perform so many surgeries, done so much work, and managed so many patients, but he cancelled it just because he said so. Chen Bingxing walked in with a dark face. This Song Chong thinks too highly of himself, doesn't he? He's making a big fuss over such a small issue. Does he have the bearing of a medical department chief? Xiao Chen, don't worry. I'll ask for you. After he finished speaking, Chen Bingxing wanted to get up and go to the medical department without any explanation. Chen Song quickly stopped him. Okay, it's okay. Chen Bingxing frowned. How is it okay? It's already difficult for you to get a professional title in the future. If you do this, you'll be the butt of other people's jokes in the future. Do you want to be a resident doctor for 10,000 years? Yuan Fan did not know why, but when he heard this, he felt a lot happier. Aren't you awesome? Continue. Chen Song said, Boss, today is Wednesday. The hospital meeting and the leaders have all gone to a meeting. Even if you go up now, no one will be there. Chen Bingxing was silent for a while and said to Chen Song, come out for a while. He took Chen Song to the duty room. Chen Bingxing asked, how did you provoke this Song Chong? Song Chong is also a director. He won't go so far as to target a junior doctor like you because of this, right? Chen Song smiled. Last night, Chen Song told the whole story of what happened last night. After he finished, Chen Bingxing finally understood what was going on. Okay, don't worry about this matter first. I'll look for him when I'm done. I still have surgeries. You go back and rest early. It's quite tiring to be on a night shift. After he finished speaking, Chen Bingxing got up and left. Chen Song thought about it and agreed. It was useless for him to stay in the hospital. He should go back and rest. As for Song Chong's punishment, Qin Xiaoyuan should give him a satisfactory explanation. After all, he went to perform the surgery for his teacher. If he was punished because of this, he would not accept it. Chen Song went to the locker room to take off his clothes. He took the love ointment from the little liquor and got off work safely. Just as he went out, the phone suddenly rang. Hello, is this Chen Song? A sweet female voice sounded. Chen Song could not help but be stunned. There was a girl other than Qin Yu who took the initiative to call me? Chen Song quickly nodded, coughed, and cleared his throat. Yes, yes. The female voice was slightly stunned. This is the medical department. Section Chief Song wants you to come to the office. Chen Song was stunned. What's the matter? The woman hesitated for a moment. I'm sorry, I don't know. Section Chief Song will be back soon. He wants you to come up. Chen Song said, I just got off the night shift. I'm a little sleepy and need to rest. Tell Section Chief Song. Chen Song finished speaking and hung up the phone. I've already given you the punishment. Why should I care about you? Besides, it's rest time. What right does a medical department chief have to occupy it? Thinking of this, Chen Song went out to get off work and prepared to go back and catch up on sleep. He was really a little tired last night. A surgery that took more than an hour, and it was highly concentrated. It was very tiring. Sometimes, it was such a coincidence. When Chen Song went out, he just saw Song Chong coming back to the medical department from the administrative building. After Chen Song saw Song Chong, he yawned and pretended not to see him. He got up and left. Song Chong was stunned. Song Chong guessed that Chen Song was going to look for him. He was embarrassed to apologize in front of so many people, so he simply ignored Chen Song and continued to walk toward the elevator. He thought to himself, let's see how long you can be proud of yourself. While talking, Song Chong entered the office. Director, I called Chen Song. Wang Yihan saw Song Chong come in, got up and said. Song Chong nodded. Yes, as long as you inform him. Wang Yihan couldn't help but say, but Chen Song said that he has finished the night shift and needs to rest. He's not in the hospital. When Song Chong heard this, he was suddenly stunned. He was so angry that he almost slammed the table. Lawless. 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 I just met him in the hospital. He said that he's not in the hospital. Does he still have the medical department in his eyes? When Wang Yihan heard this, she was suddenly dumbfounded. Who was this Chen Song? Song Chong was rendered speechless by Chen Song's show of coquettishness. He was so angry that he was fuming. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He was so angry that even the Luwei Di Huang pill was useless. This bastard was simply too arrogant. No. This Chen Song was definitely a thorn. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he really wouldn't know what the medical department was for. Song Chong turned around and said to Wang Yihan, Little Wang, continue to call. This time, I'll talk to him. Wang Yihan nodded and dialed the phone. The phone rang a few times before it was picked up. Hello? Hello. This time, Wang Yihan simply gave the phone to Song Chong. Director Song, it's connected. Song Chong hurriedly walked over and picked up the phone. Chen Song, this is Song Chong. Chen Song was stunned. Oh. Hello, Chief Song. Song Chong suppressed his internal fire. Chen Song, come to the medical department. I have something to talk to you about. Chen Song shook his head. Well, Chief Song, I just got off the night shift. As you know, I worked the night shift last night. I'm exhausted today. How about tomorrow? I'll come to you tomorrow? When Song Chong heard this, he immediately said in a bad mood, do as you see fit. Chen Song nodded. Thank you, Chief Song. Song Chong was stunned. Was there something wrong with Chen Song's brain? Did he mean that he would do as he saw fit? Song Chong was a little speechless. He realized that his method didn't work on Chen Song. Usually, everyone who saw him would speak nicely to him. In the end, he met Chen Song, who was unmoved by force or persuasion. Yesterday, in front of Xianxia and a bunch of patients, he directly embarrassed him. Today, he was like this again. He simply didn't put him in his eyes. Good, Chen Song, aren't you powerful? Let me see how powerful you are. Thinking of this, Song Chong directly said to Wang Yihan, Xiao Wang, write a notice of criticism. Say that Chen Song is unrepentant when it comes to his mistakes, that his work attitude is not correct enough, and that his medical ethics are not good enough. I hereby notify you to take a lesson from this and cancel Chen Song's qualification for the annual evaluation. Strictly criticize and warn him of his mistakes, and record it in the file. This will be an important reference for the evaluation of professional titles in the future. Wang Yihan was dumbfounded. Wasn't this too serious? Why was it so strict over a small matter like absenteeism? Besides, the emergency department did not say anything. Wasn't the medical affairs department being a little too nosy? However, Wang Yihan had only been transferred to the administrative department for half a year. After all, she had just arrived at the hospital. She needed to transfer to the administrative department first. She had to do whatever the leader said. What could she do? Anyway, the signature was signed by the leader. It had nothing to do with him, but this Chen Song was too fierce. He actually dared to confront the medical affairs section chief in his face. Song Chong turned around, his face full of anger. Chen Song, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After 2 consecutive notices of criticism, Song Chong still felt that it was not enough. He picked up his phone and directly sent 2 messages to the WeChat group of all the staff. He sent the 2 notices of criticism of Chen Song. This time, Song Chong made Chen Song famous in the hospital. Who is this Chen Song? I'm not sure. He's from the emergency department. Maybe he's a junior doctor who just came? Sure. This young man is spirited. It seems that he has provoked Song Chong quite a bit. Spirited? He must be crazy. He just came to the hospital and didn't know how to keep a low profile. He's causing trouble for himself. After Du Jiaxi got off work at noon, he passed by the 2nd provincial hospital and was about to go in to buy some blood pressure medicine. The emergency department and the outpatient department were next to each other. He had just passed by the bulletin board. Coincidentally, his right foot had been pierced by a writing brush yesterday, so he walked a little slowly. When he passed by the bulletin board, Du Jiaxi casually glanced at it and suddenly saw a familiar name. Chen Song. Du Jiaxi recalled the junior doctor from yesterday. When he was suturing yesterday, he deliberately took a look at Chen Song's badge. What was wrong with Chen Song? Curious, Du Jiaxi stopped and looked at it. When he saw it, Du Jiaxi was dumbfounded. These were 2 notices of criticism, one more serious than the other. And the reason for Chen Song's dereliction of duty was because he had left his post yesterday. When he saw the signature, Du Jiaxi's eyes immediately narrowed. He was a little angry. Nonsense, it was simply nonsense. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? The signature was written, Medical Department, Song Chong. Du Jiaxi recalled what happened last night and instantly imagined the reason and process of everything. In order to suture the 2 migrant workers yesterday, Chen Song had slapped the chief named Song Chong in the face. It turned out that he was the chief of the hospital's science and education department. The more Du Jiaxi thought about it, the angrier he became. This was simply using the power in his hands to take revenge for a private grudge. The atmosphere of this hospital had been ruined by these people. They were simply the dregs of society. The more Du Jiaxi thought about it, the more aggrieved and angry he became. After thinking about it, Du Jiaxi decided to go to the emergency department to ask what had happened. Little Lin had been busy until now. Just as she was about to leave after the night shift, she was suddenly stopped by a thin old man. When she looked up, she suddenly felt that he looked familiar. Du Jiaxi was also stunned. What a coincidence. This was the young nurse from last night. Du Jiaxi quickly asked, Hello, Mississippi. I'm the patient who came to our emergency department to suture last night, Du Jiaxi. Little Lin smiled. Yes, yes. Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with? Du Jiaxi nodded. Miss, I want to ask you something. Last night, Dr. Xiaochen. Why was he suddenly punished? And 2 punishments at once? Little Lin sighed and said angrily, Isn't it because of Song Chong? He uses his power to bully others, bullies the weak, and fears the strong. Doesn't he think that Dr. Xiaochen is easy to bully? Dr. Xiaochen works well. He is usually the first to come to the hospital and the last to leave. He is conscientious and meticulous to the patients. You saw it last night. When the director made his ward rounds this morning, he said that if the hands of the 2 migrant workers were not treated in time, it would be very difficult for them to recover. This Song Chong is clearly using his power to take revenge. Last night, Dr. Xiaochen made him lose face in the eyes of those rich people. He did not listen to him, and as a result, he posted it early this morning. When Du Jiaxi heard this, his heart immediately sank. nowadays, there were fewer and fewer such responsible and caring doctors. It was not easy to see one, but he was treated like this. Thinking of this, Du Jiaxi's heart was filled with anger. People who had come from his era had a kind of faith in their bones. Du Jiaxi decided to ask in detail. "Miss, did Chen Song leave his post without permission?" Little Lin shook her head. "Last night, there was another Dr. Yuan in the department. Dr. Xiaochen must have been out for an hour because of an emergency. But in less than 20 minutes, he called Dr. Qin to help him on duty. This Song Chang is clearly looking for trouble." After Little Lin left, Du Jiaxi asked a few more people in the emergency department one after another. He also understood the matter in his heart. It was because he understood that Du Jiaxi was even angrier. He did not buy medicine and went straight home. He wrote quickly and finished a draft. Then, he picked up the phone and dialed the chief editor of Ammonium Yang Daily. "Little he, this is Du Jiaxi." Du Jiaxi felt very aggrieved. There were fewer and fewer outstanding doctors like Chen Song. Not only was he not nurtured seriously, but he was also punished. What a bastard! Society needed positive energy. What was the role of the media? Wasn't it to spread positive energy in society and guide public opinion correctly? But now, was he going to let a young man be destroyed? How old was he? He had to bear such punishment at such a young age. Moreover, all the awards for this year were cancelled. It would be recorded and used as a reference in the future title evaluation. This was clearly telling Chen Song that his future was over. Thinking of this, Du Jiaxi was furious. Lawless, what was abuse of power? What was taking revenge for a private grudge, old leader? What's wrong? He Yongtang hurriedly asked after the call connected. Du Jiaxi said firmly, "I've written a draft. Send it out tonight." He Yongtang was stunned. It's all scheduled. Is tomorrow morning okay? Du Jiaxi said firmly, "Let me tell you something, little he. I broke my foot last night and went to the 2nd Provincial Hospital to see a doctor. I encountered this matter. In the end, when I went to the 2nd Provincial Hospital to buy medicine this morning, I saw the notice. I only found out after asking around." Du Jiaxi added fuel to the fire, and He Yongtang was also filled with righteous indignation. After saying that, Du Jiaxi sighed. "Our newspapers are not as good as the new media now, but we still have to play our role. We have to criticize some wrong actions. We have to expose them. As for those positive energy, we have to promote and protect them. Otherwise, there won't be people in this society who carry heavy burdens and silently contribute. So, we have to save this child, and we have to save the city that is sleeping." He Yongtang slammed the table. "Okay. Old leader, don't worry. I'll definitely arrange this matter. Coincidentally, I haven't decided on the evening paper yet. I'll amend it immediately." Du Jiaxi took a deep breath. "Okay, little he, I'll have to trouble you with this matter." He Yongtang shook his head. "Old leader, you're not troubling me. This is what we should do." After hanging up the phone, Du Jiaxi took a picture of the manuscript and sent it to He Yongtang. The old people of that era didn't know how to type. Their elegant calligraphy was sonorous and powerful. He Yongtang took it and read it carefully. After reading it, He Yongtang was filled with emotions. The old leader's penmanship was getting stronger and stronger. His sentences were like a perfect pair of pearls and jade pieces. It was very ingenious, and every word touched the heart and affected thousands. These words reflected the spirit of a generation of young doctors. It was written to save the dying and heal the wounded. It was the belief that everyone was equal in the face of life. He wrote about the medical ethics of not fearing power and keeping one's hands clean, and such a person was now facing the danger of being punished. There weren't too many insults directed at Song Chang in the article, but every sentence insinuated the current decadence. He wrote about the bad habit of cutting the queue in the hospital. He wrote about how some leaders abused their power. What kind of society was it now? He Yongtang could already imagine what kind of social response this article would bring after it was published. Newspapers won't do, but the newspaper industry had a group of loyal fans and a group of loyal customers. He Yongtang picked up the phone and prepared to get someone to type out the article and edit it for the newspaper. But on second thought, he suddenly thought of a better idea, that was to directly attach the picture to the newspaper. After all, old leader Du's words were very sharp. The old leader was also one of the few people in the 90s who had the strongest penmanship. This time, he wanted to use old leader Du's penmanship to attack this person called Song Chang again. Everything was brewing. And Chen Song was sleeping. During this time, Qing Yu and the others made a few calls, but Chen Song didn't answer. When he woke up, it was already afternoon. Suddenly, Chen Song was energized. He turned on his phone and saw a bunch of caller ID and messages. When he took a closer look, he was stunned. This Song Chang was good, it was actually another criticism. That was really awesome. Thinking of this, Chen Song smiled indifferently. He did what he needed to do. After he woke up, he washed up and went downstairs to eat. Just as he came down, he saw a woman opening the door and entering. The two of them smiled at each other and greeted each other. Chen Song knew that there were 3 tenants in this house. They were all full. Chen Song was the only one on the second floor. There were 2 tenants on the first floor, but they rarely met each other. After all, Chen Song went to work early in the morning and came back late at night from his surgery. He was at Zhang Jixin's place on weekends, so they didn't get along well with each other. Chen Song took the initiative to smile. "Hello, I live upstairs. I just moved here not long ago. My name is Chen Song." The woman smiled and nodded, and, "Hello, I'm Shen Mo. I'm usually busy with work and haven't seen you before. Nice to meet you." The woman was dressed simply and elegantly. She looked average. In Zhang Jixin's words, she had a lot of room for improvement. But she was quite warm and seemed easy to get along with. Chen Song smiled. The next day, Song Chang walked into the office as usual. The administrative class didn't need to be on time at 8 o'clock. Song Chang basically arrived at around 8:30 to 9 o'clock every day. When he arrived, there was already tea and the latest newspaper on the table. Actually, the current newspaper sales were mainly from enterprises and administrative departments. All the newspapers that should be pre-ordered would not be missing. Ammonium Yang Daily was an old company in Ammonium Yang City's newspaper industry. There were many reasons why it was still standing. Ammonium Yang Daily had morning and evening newspapers. There were 2 issues a day, and they were all in front of Feng Yu. He casually flipped through the pages, looking for something of interest. Suddenly, a piece of news attracted his attention. It was a print of a black and white photo. The calligraphy on it was elegant and graceful. Song Chang couldn't help but look at it. The name was also very attractive. Medical. If you want to cure others, you must first cure yourself. Song Chang muttered. It was a medical topic? Feng Yu was curious. But soon, Song Chang was stunned. The more he looked at it, the more shocked he was. This was clearly a description of last night's incident where he stuffed the bill. Furthermore, it was embellished to affect people's hearts. It made people angry when they saw it. This kind of writing was very profound. And this kind of medical incident was easy to attract people's attention. It was easy for people to be drawn into it. After all, who had not come to the hospital for treatment? How could the feeling of being cut in line be comfortable? When he saw that Chen Song was punished, Song Chang was so angry that he slammed the table. At this time, he suddenly knew that he was in trouble. Someone wanted to mess with him. Could it be Chen Song? Thinking of this, Song Chang was extremely shocked. Song Chang had seen the news. This meant that many people had seen the news, including the leaders of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. When Song Chang thought of this, his expression changed. However, he immediately calmed down and took a deep breath. At this time, things had already happened. What he needed to do was to adapt to the situation and find a countermeasure. However, the most important thing was that Ammonium Yang Daily was an official media outlet. This meant that this could represent the official views and opinions of Ammonium Yang Daily. That was terrifying. Thinking of this, Song Chang tried hard to think about who he had offended during this period of time. After thinking about it, Song Chang's mind thought of Chen Song. After all, Song Chang was usually more cautious. He treated those with power and influence with meticulous care. That left only Chen Song. However, Song Chang did not think that Chen Song had such ability. Thinking of this, Song Chang decided to contact Ammonium Yang Daily. Usually, as the chief of the medical department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, Song Chang had accumulated some connections. At this time, it could be said that they came in handy. Not long after, he found the person in charge of the content department of Ammonium Yang Daily. After the call was connected, Song Chang introduced himself. "Hello, Chief. I'm Song Chang, the chief of the medical department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Chief Zhao from the television station gave me your number." Song Chang introduced himself with a smile. However, after the other party heard Song Chang's self-introduction, he pondered for a moment and then said indifferently, "Hello, what's the matter?" When Song Chang heard this, he suddenly felt a little uncertain. Under normal circumstances, even if the other party was not so enthusiastic, he would definitely not have such a tone. Moreover, he had mentioned the television station's Chief Zhao. Song Chang suddenly felt an ominous premonition. "Chief, it's like this. Last night, the matter you published about the 2nd Provincial Hospital, isn't it a little?" When the other party heard this news, he immediately interrupted Song Chang. "Hello, if you have any doubts about the information in our newspaper or suspect that we have affected the reputation of your hospital, you can go through the official channels. We, Ammonium Yang Daily, will take responsibility for the information we report and face it seriously. May I ask if you have anything else?" Song Chang was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He had never thought that things would develop to this point. Was there anything else? What else? F*ck, mother f*ker. After hanging up the phone, Song Chang kicked the desk in front of him. Suddenly, a pile of documents on the desk fell to the ground. Song Chang's face was gloomy, and his breathing was rapid. At this moment, a phone call came in. The tone was low and a little unhappy. "Song Chang, come to the meeting room on the 21st floor." Song Chang's eyelids twitched when he saw the words Vice President written on the phone. "All right, Dean, I'll go right away." After hanging up the phone, Song Chang felt that the only person who could solve this problem was Chen Song. Although he didn't know how Chen Song did it, Song Chang had to find Chen Song. He had been too careless in this matter. He had underestimated Chen Song. He was already living with his tail between his legs, but he didn't expect that. Thinking of this, Song Chang took a few deep breaths and asked the staff outside, "What's Chen Song's number?" After dialing, Song Chang quickly said, "Chen Song, this is Song Chang." Beep 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 beep. Song Chang was stunned and suddenly dumbfounded. "Chen Song, King your uncle." Chen Song hung up the phone directly after hearing Song Chang's words. After all, chatting with Song Chang wasn't as important as changing shifts. Li Baoshan saw that everyone had handed in their shifts. He originally thought that there was nothing to do, but Chen Bingxing said directly, "Director, yesterday, the medical department issued 2 notices of criticism to Chen Song." You see, Li Baoshan was suddenly dumbfounded. He wasn't in the mood to care about this matter every day. How would he know that Chen Song was punished? Moreover, Chen Song was usually quite honest. He didn't do anything out of line. So after hearing it, Li Baoshan was suddenly curious. What happened? Why was Chen Song punished? The people around also quieted down. Chen Bingxing took out his mobile phone and handed it over. "Director, look." Li Baoshan frowned and looked at it with a black face. After reading it, his eyelids suddenly twitched. Others didn't know, but how could he not know what had happened? During the surgery the night before, Chen Song was suddenly taken away. Qin Yu quickly said, "Director, I came over to take over Chen Song's shift that day, and, before that, Yuan Fan had been there all the time. He didn't miss a shift in the emergency department." When Li Baoshan heard it, he immediately asked, "Why did Song Chang do this?" Several nurses who were on duty that day saw this and quickly said, "Director, when Dr. Chen was on duty that night, a few patients came. At that time, Song Chang wanted to give a rich woman to cut the queue, but Dr. Chen refused. Later, they suddenly made a scene, which may have made Song Chang very embarrassed." Li Baoshan suddenly understood. It turned out to be this matter. Everyone looked at Chen Song, but Chen Song stood there calmly. He didn't do anything wrong. If Song Chang really made Chen Song wrong, and the hospital didn't give a fair attitude, Chen Song would immediately turn around and resign. What was the point of staying in such a unit? Li Baoshan turned around and his eyes changed. Okay, everyone is busy with their own things. Xiaochen, don't worry. I will give you an explanation today. After that, Li Baoshan turned around and left. Yuan Fan looked at Chen Song's indifferent expression and muttered in his heart. Is Chen Song really not afraid? Isn't he too calm? Thinking of Li Baoshan protecting Chen Song so much, Yuan Fan was upset. However, the punishment had been given. No matter how bad Li Baoshan was, it was impossible to change it. Did he really think that Song Chong was a soft persimmon that could be bullied by anyone? Thinking of this, Yuan Fan suddenly felt a little gloating. However, looking at Chen Song's indifferent attitude, Yuan Fan couldn't help but sneer. Pretentious, let's see how long you can pretend. At this time, Chen Song suddenly received a phone call. Xiao Chen, come to the general surgery department. Director Fong wants to see you. Chen Song was stunned. Director Fong? Zhang Yafu nodded. Yes, Director Fong wanted to see you after he woke up yesterday after the operation the day before yesterday. However, Director Fong had just finished the operation and we declined all guests. Today, we just allowed him to see you, but he insisted on seeing you. Come over. Chen Song nodded. Okay, Director Zhang, I'll be there right away. Zhang Yafu nodded. He's in bed 12. You can come in directly when you come. Chen Song hung up the phone and said goodbye to Wang Yong. Then, he got up and walked towards the general surgery department. I've been walking for 12 hours. I know what you're talking about. This is definitely not a cliffhanger. P.S. Thank you to Alone Treating Officer Guo and Hao Hao for your generous rewards. Thank you for your strong support. I'll definitely live up to your expectations and write well. P.S. I've already updated 4 times, but I can't finish the 5th time. It'll be around 1 o'clock when I finish it. So, I'll release 4 pages first. There will be a few more chapters tomorrow afternoon. In the future, I'll release 3 to 5 chapters in the morning and 3 to 5 chapters in the afternoon. This way, everyone can read it twice. It'll be great if you can enjoy it. Dear readers, I'm updating 7 to 8 times a day. Shouldn't you show me some monthly votes? I really haven't stopped updating. I swear on the Milky Way Alliance that I'm not doing it on purpose. So, please show mercy when you kill the hostage. When Li Jianwei saw Song Chong come in, he scolded him. Song Chong. Come over here. What's going on? Li Jianwei threw the newspaper over. Song Chong's face turned green and purple. He couldn't breathe for a long time. He was already angry, but now that he was scolded by Li Jianwei, he was even angrier. Isn't this just a notice? Chen Song left his post during working hours. I'm the chief of the medical department. Can't I give him a punishment? Song Chong said, these media companies can't wait for something to happen to us. In order to attract attention, the ammonium yang daily is also involved. Li Jianwei was stunned when he saw Song Chong's sophistry. He walked over and stared at him. You still think you're right? Then let me ask you, what time do you go to work every day? What time does our hospital set? You go to work at 8 o'clock every day. Song Chong, as the chief of the medical department, when have you ever taken the lead? If you miss work for an hour, look at your punishment. It will be recorded, and your evaluation will be cancelled. You will even have to interfere in the selection of professional titles in the future. If you were allowed to, would you stab Chen Song with a knife? Li Jianwei's words were extremely harsh to Song Chong's ears. Chen Song knows his mistakes and refuses to change. After I released the first notice, I gave him a chance. As long as he came up to apologize, express his position, and admit his mistake, I'll let it go. It's not like I didn't give him a chance. But... Chen Song, do you know what to say? He said that he was not in the hospital after the night shift and that he wanted to rest. Director Li, you are the leader. If the people below you don't work hard, what's wrong with you? There are already some employees in our hospital who don't work hard. I'm punishing Chen Song as an example to others. Li Jianwei was so angry that he almost laughed. You didn't kill the chicken earlier or later. Did you have to wait for Chen Song to slap your face before you kill the chicken? It's useless for you to explain to me. Look at what the newspaper says. It says that the Second Provincial People's Hospital abused its power and tarnished this brand. We've built this brand for decades. Tell me, what right do you have to tarnish it? Look at what the newspaper says. Li Jianwei picked up the newspaper angrily. Did you see that? The chief of the medical department took the lead to jump the queue. Everyone is equal in the face of life. What a joke. Song Chong, you're the chief of the medical department. You've been living like a dog all these years. Let me tell you, you have to settle today's matter, or I'll settle it for you. After that, Li Jianwei slammed the table, pointed at Song Chong's nose and scolded. Song Chong was speechless for a while. He sighed. He was really a little reckless in this matter. To put it bluntly, he was blinded by Chen Song's anger. In addition, he was instigated by the brainless Yuan Fan. Thinking of this, Song Chong was furious. Unfortunately, it was too late. Song Chong stood up and looked at Li Jianwei. President Li, I'll handle this matter. Don't worry. With that, Song Chong got up and was about to leave. Li Jianwei also sighed. Although Song Chong didn't have any other abilities, he was still good at dealing with these disputes. Things had already happened, so criticism was meaningless. The most important thing was to solve the problem. When Song Chong was about to leave, Li Jianwei suddenly called out to him. Song Chong, wait. Song Chong turned around. What other instructions do you have, President Li? Li Jianwei said lightly, do you know what Chen Song did that night? Song Chong shook his head. Li Jianwei said, he went to the operating room that night to save a person, old director Fang Yonglin. As soon as he said this, Song Chong's body suddenly trembled. After Chen Song arrived at the door of the general surgery department, he gently knocked on the door. Come in. An old voice sounded. Chen Song pushed the door open and entered, closing the door behind him. Hello, Teacher Fang. Chen Song walked to the window and bowed slightly to show his respect. Fang Yonglin put down the newspaper in his hand. You're Xiao Chen, right? Chen Song nodded. Yes, teacher. My name is Chen Song. Fang Yonglin breathed a sigh of relief. Come, sit here. After the operation, Fang Yonglin's complexion was much better after taking the antipyretic medicine. Speaking of which, you saved my life this time. I have to thank you. Fang Yonglin sat up and looked at Chen Song with a gentler gaze. Chen Song quickly said, it's our duty to save lives and heal the injured. Teacher Fang has saved countless people in his life. I'm just doing my job. Fang Yonglin gave a rare smile. Yes, this is my first time meeting you, but I just saw your news in the newspaper. Speaking of which, everyone is equal in the face of life. You did a good job. This is the first time I've seen Du Jiaxi praise someone like that. Chen Song was stunned. Newspaper? What do you mean? Who is? Du Jiaxi? Fang Yonglin handed over the newspaper in his hand. Take a look. After Chen Song read it carefully, he was dumbfounded. He never expected that yesterday's incident would be in the newspaper. Moreover, he was praised so highly. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but blush. But to be honest, even if it was the next time, Chen Song would do the same. Fang Yonglin looked at Chen Song and said, Xiao Chen, I came to see you not because I wanted to talk about other things, but because I wanted to say that as a doctor, you should be like this. Our job is to treat patients and save lives. The ancients said that those who are not virtuous cannot become doctors. We don't ask for anything, but we should ask our own conscience before doing anything. Don't forget the purpose of being a doctor. Speaking of this, Fang Yonglin sighed. Now that society has reached such a stage, I've lived for almost 90 years and have seen many changes. Actually, whether you save me or not, I've lived long enough. I happened to meet you today, so I want to talk to you more. Chen Song hurriedly said, Teacher Fang, you must be joking. You're the treasurer of the Second Provincial Hospital. Your experience and morals need you to spread. Fang Yonglin laughed. There were many age spots on his face. When he laughed, the wrinkles blurred his eyes. Okay, Xiao Chen, be a good doctor. Be a good doctor. The new generation of society needs people like you. I'll help you for as long as I can live. Don't worry. Just like what happened the day before yesterday, don't be afraid of anything. I, Fang Yonglin, will be your backer. Chen Song smiled. Okay, teacher. Ding. Fang Yonglin's favorability plus 50. Ding. Triggered a long-term mission from the top NPC Fang Yonglin, a test of medical ethics and benevolence. Every act of kindness will bring you skill points. As for the specific number and specific analysis, please work hard and be a good doctor. Chen Song was stunned. He didn't expect to receive such a reward from meeting old director Fang this time. After the evening news of the Ammonium Yang Daily was released, more and more new media joined in and exposed the incident at the second provincial hospital on a large scale. In the afternoon, even small videos like TikTok and Kuaishou dealt with Song Chong's every move. The second provincial hospital was at the center of the storm, as the old director, Fang Yonglin, did not seem to be angry at all. In the old director's words, this was the test of the second provincial hospital. If one could withstand it, they would be able to move forward and do better. The media was in a heated discussion, and people were mocking Song Chong. In an instant, Song Chong became the target of public criticism. Even Xianxia, who came to see the doctor that day, was almost pulled out. Authority dog. If you have the right to cut the queue when you're sick, will you cut the queue when you die? The hospital was led astray by you people. The doctor-patient disputes were all caused by you leaders who bully the weak and fear the strong. I agree. I also think that the reason for the serious doctor-patient relationship in today's society is because of this group of trash. The job of doctors is to save people, so it's normal for them to work more. However, it's this group of people, this group of idle leaders, who want to suck the blood of doctors. That's why they let doctors prescribe medicine and commission. You guys are the fuse of medical disputes. Trash, will die a horrible death. What the poster said makes sense. I knew it. Many hospitals set targets for doctors. If you can't complete the task and don't prescribe enough medicine, the department's year-end bonus will be cancelled. Because of this, doctors have no choice but to be reduced to tools for prescribing medicine. I suggest cleaning up the trash in the medical field and returning the medical field to a clean and upright state. Eh? Didn't you notice? That woman said that he's the chairman of Rue de Pharmaceutical. The medical department chief is fawning over him. Is there something he can't say? Nonsense, of course. How much money does he give you every year? If you don't work hard for him, why should he give you money? No one could stop all kinds of comments. It was harder to stop the public than the disaster. Song Chong hurriedly found someone to deal with it. He deleted the malicious comments and issued a public declaration. Even the hospital's official media began to use it, but it was to no avail. That was because everyone paid too much attention to the medical incident. Why? Because everyone was a potential patient. Who could guarantee that they would be healthy and free of disease for the rest of their life without going to the hospital? Therefore, everyone was worried about encountering such a phenomenon when they went to the hospital in the future. Besides, there were too many cases of people using their authority, relationships, and various privileges to cut the queue. Anyone who had been to the hospital for treatment should have seen such things, but there was nothing they could do. At most, they could only curse a few words to vent their anger. But it was different now. When everyone discussed this matter on the media, all the thoughts and emotions that had been suppressed in everyone's heart were all released, and Chen Song's appearance just happened to become the image of a good doctor in everyone's mind. Everyone wanted to meet such a good doctor in their daily life. However, such a good doctor was suppressed by the so-called leader, the so-called medical department chief, and the so-called punishment. He might even be a junior doctor for the rest of his life. To them, this was simply blasphemy. Song Chong had blasphemed their view of good doctors and their yearning for medical treatment. How could everyone not be angry? This was clearly the modern version of bullying and abusing power for personal gain. A small mistake was put on the table and severely punished as an unpardonable heinous crime. Everyone jokingly called the medical department of the second provincial hospital's conscientious law enforcement and strict law enforcement. Song Chong was about to break down. The interpersonal relationships that he had schemed on a daily basis had suddenly collapsed overnight and could no longer be found. No one would help him. Sitting in the corner of the office dejectedly, Song Chong took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He knew that this world was so cruel, so he had schemed and been careful. Even so, he still fell, At this moment, Song Chong suddenly received a call from the 2nd Provincial Hospital secretary, Tan Ligua. After picking up the phone, Tan Ligua suddenly said, "Hurry up and end this. It's getting out of hand. Xianxia are about to be pulled out." Song Chong's expression changed. He immediately realized that the key person in this incident was Xianxia. Thinking of this, Song Chong's expression changed drastically. It couldn't be like this. What should he do? What should he do? The only person who could help him now was his wife. The reason why Song Chong was able to become the chief of the medical department in the 2nd Provincial Hospital for so many years was because of a good father-in-law. Should he ask his father-in-law to help him? Thinking of this, Song Chong was a little tempted. Perhaps his father-in-law would not leave him in the lurch. However, at this moment, Song Chong suddenly realized that he should not have done this. It was meaningless. At this time, there was no point in protecting himself. There was only one way to protect himself, that was to take on all the responsibilities and prevent this from happening. Perhaps this way, he could still have a stable ending. Thinking of this, Song Chong took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. He thought of Chen Song. He thought of settling the score with Chen Song. He thought of many things. However, he shook his head. Forget it, these were all childish and immature thoughts. He still had to make 3 trips down the road that he did not take. There was no need to dwell on this matter. On the contrary, he had to apologize to Chen Song. He hoped that Chen Song could forgive him. Thinking of this, Song Chong felt the burden on his body become much lighter. He got up, pushed the door open, and went out. The next day, the 2nd Provincial Hospital announced a piece of news. Comrade Song Chong took the initiative to resign as the chief of the medical department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, and publicly apologized to Comrade Chen Song. Because of his mistake, it brought a serious negative impact to the hospital. The hospital cancelled all of Comrade Chen Song's punishments and revoked all of his punishments. The announcement of this news instantly became the headlines of the news in Ammoniang City. All of a sudden, the incident at the 2nd Provincial Hospital was quelled. It seemed that things had turned over so quickly. On that day, there was no similar news in Ammoniang City. Occasionally, there were 2 or 3, but they could not attract anyone's attention. After all, there was a perfect solution to the matter, and there were many reasons involved. In short, this matter came to an end. In the emergency office of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, everyone cheered for Chen Song. Only Yuan Fan had lingering fears and was uneasy. He had never thought that things would develop to such a level. Song Chong had even resigned. What about him? No one should have found out about him, right? Thinking of this, Yuan Fan could not help but worry. It was almost time for the shift change. As Li Baoshan came in, everyone fell silent. Li Baoshan looked at everyone, especially Chen Song. He nodded and said, "All right, everyone, don't worry about Chen Song. Work hard from now on. However, this incident should be a wake-up call for us. This means that our duty system is still somewhat unreasonable. There is a lack of effective communication between colleagues, etc. These are all areas that we need to improve on." Everyone nodded. Yuan Fan heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Li Baoshan suddenly said, "Yuan Fan." Yuan Fan trembled and quickly stood up. "Director." Li Baoshan nodded. "From today onwards, you can go to the medical examination center. The hospital's medical examination center is temporarily lacking people. You can go and help." As soon as this was said, Yuan Fan was dumbfounded. Medical examination center. The medical examination center of the 2nd Provincial Hospital was an idle position. They would not be busy for more than a few months a year. This meant that they would not earn much money in a year. Most importantly, there was no ambition. It was a position where they could only eat and wait for death. On the first day of entering this position, everyone could basically see what it would be like after graduation. Those who came here were basically being punished. Otherwise, they did not want to be tired. There were also some nurses who transferred over. After all, the medical examination center of the 2nd Provincial Hospital was really ordinary. A master's degree in surgery wants me to go to the medical examination center. Yuan Fan's heart sank. I thought I could hide from it. Who was it that exposed me? Thinking of this, Yuan Fan's heart was filled with fear. Is it time to settle scores? He glanced at Chen Song. It's all your fault. Are you satisfied now? Thinking of this, Yuan Fan could not bear to raise his head. It was too embarrassing. However, after a while, he slowly raised his head and suddenly realized that no one was paying attention to him. Even if they heard the news, it would be fine, right? Unfortunately, no. After everyone heard the news, no one raised their heads to pay attention. It was as if Yuan Fan did not exist. Yuan Fan suddenly felt that his departure was not a bad thing. Was he not a failure as a person? Thinking of this, Yuan Fan was disheartened. It was good that he left. After all, this place did not belong to him. Yuan Fan's departure did not cause any waves in the department. It did not become busy just because there was one less person. On the contrary, all the work was carried out in an orderly manner. It seemed that no one was sad or anything about Yuan Fan's departure. Everyone went on with what they were supposed to do. And Yanjun hurriedly walked into the office. Department Director, the hand equipment is here. We can start the hand surgery immediately. Speaking up to this point, Yanjun was a little excited. Finally, there was a time for him to carry out his grand plans. After all, what he usually did the most was suturing and treating external injuries. As a hand surgeon, he did not have a decent operating theater, which was an awkward thing. Today, all the equipment in the operating theater was finally in place. When Li Baoshan heard this, he immediately became happy. He smiled and said to Chen Song, you should help Department Director and build up the reputation of the hand surgery department. You've helped the people of the province. Now that our hospital has an operating theater, work hard in the future. Don't run around. Chen Song smiled. I guarantee that I'll complete the mission. Li Baoshan was not worried about anything else. He was worried that Chen Song would be kidnapped. After all, there were many people eyeing Chen Song covetously. The news of Fang Yonglin's successful surgery had not yet spread. If the news were to spread, many people would want to talk to Chen Song about life, ideals, and future plans. These few days, the number of emergency surgeries increased. Chen Song and Wang Yong could not stay idle. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Song had just returned from the operating theater when a middle-aged man rushed in with a child. Doctor, help! Doctor, save the child! Chen Song heard the sound from afar and hurriedly ran over. Nurse Chong Lina also hurried over. What's wrong? What happened? The middle-aged man looked anxious. His eyes were full of pleading. The child stuffed an eraser into her nose and can't get it out. After it was stuffed in, she started coughing. It was a very violent cough. I carried her and ran here. Now the child seems to be suffocating. Doctor, you must save the child. As the man spoke, tears began to fall from his eyes. The man was not old. He was only in his early 30s. The child was only 3 or 4 years old. Ding. Triggered mission, save the child. Mission completed. Obtained reward, 2 skill points. Chen Song heard the system notification all of a sudden. He did not have time to pay attention to it. Just as the man had described, there must be a foreign body obstructing the airway. This situation could be mild or severe. Usually, if the foreign body was small, it could cause inflammation. However, if it was too long and not treated in time, it could cause suffocation or even life-threatening. The little girl was only 3 years old. She had just started kindergarten. Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly got up and ran to the endoscopy room with the child in his arms. Follow me to the endoscopy room. See if you can remove the foreign body with the endoscopy. The man was stunned. He quickly followed Chen Song to the endoscopy room. If Chen Song let the man carry the child at this time, the foreign body might go deeper into the child's body. It would be troublesome if that happened, because the child's airway was narrow. The eraser was not small. If the eraser was slightly above the child's airway, it could be removed with the bronchoscope. However, after carrying the child for so long, Chen Song was worried that the foreign body would go down. If that was the case, the bronchoscope would not be able to be removed. Every minute and every second was a battle with the Grim Reaper. Chen Song's speed was very fast. When they reached the endoscopy room, Xianxia said to the nurse, "Hurry up and open the door. A child is suffocating. We need a bronchoscope to remove the foreign body." The nurse was stunned. She quickly opened the door of the endoscopy room. Xianxia rushed in and said to the man, "Don't come in." The director of the endoscopy room was Xiaohe. He was not old, only in his early 40s. He was the leader of the new generation. When he saw Xianxia rushing in with the child, his eyes narrowed. Although he did not ask, he understood most of the situation. "Here." When Xianxia saw this, he quickly carried the child and walked in. "Director Xiao, I'm from the emergency department. The child was just sent here. Because of the inhalation of the eraser, her breathing is weak. I'm afraid she can't hold on for long." When Xiaohe heard this, he immediately nodded. He stood up and turned on the machine. He said, "Bring the child up and see if we can remove it." Children like this often stuffed small objects into their noses, mouths, and other organs due to their ignorance and curiosity, causing obstruction in the esophagus and airways. It would be fine if the object entered the esophagus, but if it entered the airway, it would be more serious. Obviously, this child was unlucky. Xiaohe turned on the machine. After he was ready, he picked up the bronchoscope and slowly inserted it into the airway. Soon, an image appeared on the screen. A piece of rubber the size of a thumb was stuck deep in the airway. Xianxia and Xiaohe could not help but frown. Although it was not completely obstructed, it would be troublesome if it went further down. Xianxia was a little worried. He asked carefully, "How is it, department director? Can you take it out?" Xiaohe shook his head. "This position is not easy to remove. It's a little difficult. Let me try. If it doesn't work, we can only open the chest." Bronchotomy was not a major surgery. It was only a first-class surgery in the thoracic surgery department. However, even so, there were many risks. Because of the special position of the trachea, there were many organs around it that were easy to damage. If one was not careful, it could easily cause many complications. Because the surgeon's methods were limited, postoperative bleeding, pneumothorax, sudden respiratory arrest, and other problems often occurred. It would be best if the rubber could be removed under the bronchoscope. Xianxia could not help but pray. Xiaohe was also serious. He began to carefully pick up the bronchoscope forceps and steadily moved closer, wanting to clamp it. Unfortunately, his breathing was a little rapid at this time. His breathing muscles almost caused convulsions. Troublesome, Xiaohe frowned. There were not many chances to remove it. This was the only chance. If he did not succeed under the bronchoscope, there was a risk of suffocation. Even the nurses at the side could not help but feel nervous. Xianxia carefully watched Xiaohe's operation. This kind of endoscopic surgery required the surgeon to have a strong sense of space. The bronchoscope was not thick to begin with, so this kind of operation was very delicate. The bronchoscope was like a finger in Xiaohe's hand, but he could not remove it. Sometimes, when he clamped it, it was not enough to remove it because the rubber was stuck in the respiratory muscles. Moreover, when he removed the forceps just now, he had changed the angle of the rubber. This angle was dangerous enough. If he did not succeed next time, it might cause suffocation, right? Thinking of this, Xiaohe's expression changed. He quickly took out the bronchoscope and looked at Xianxia with a serious expression. His eyes were full of seriousness. "No. I can't take it out. If I try to take it out again, I might be in danger of suffocation. The angle is very complicated now. I can't do it anymore." After speaking, Xiaohe looked at Xianxia. "Hurry up and call the thoracic surgery department to prepare for the operation. Otherwise, if we delay any longer, the child will be in trouble. It's too late to transfer to another hospital. Let's prepare for the surgery. We'll do it in the endoscopy room." Xiaohe was very decisive. He directly told Xianxia the plan. If the child is carried out, he won't be able to hold on for much longer. Xianxia lowered his head and found that the girl's lips were a little purple and her breathing was weak. She wanted to gasp for air, but another round of violent coughing followed. At this moment, the young nurse suddenly said, "Director, the thoracic surgery department has been disbanded." As soon as he said this, Xiaohe slapped his forehead and suddenly remembered. Damn it, thoracic surgery is bullshit. Call Xianxia and ask him to come down. Tell him that there's a surgery, a tracheotomy. It's not a major surgery, and Xianxia should know how to do it too. Xiaohe said that Xianxia should know how to do it too. Actually, he was saying it to himself, who knew if Xianxia would do it or not. The thoracic surgery department had been established for 3 years, but the surgeries were basically lung cancer surgeries. They had not done any minor surgeries at all. The thoracic surgery department was clearly an emergency department, but Xianxia had forcefully made it into a useless department. The strongest department in the Second Sichuan Provincial Hospital was the oncology department. The internal medicine department had 4 wards, 300 beds, and many patients. Moreover, it was a national key department. That was why Qin Xiaoyuan agreed to Xianxia's establishment of the thoracic surgery department. After all, lung cancer was the most common disease among tumors. The establishment of the thoracic surgery department was also to help the Second Sichuan Provincial Hospital develop. One had to know that with the support of a giant like the oncology department of the Second Sichuan Provincial Hospital, the thoracic surgery department did not lack patients at all. However, Xianxia was also a character. He could forcefully turn such a winning department into a useless one. It was a miracle. The call was quickly connected. Xiaohe picked up the phone. Xianxia, this is Xiaohe. When Xianxia heard that, he quickly smiled and asked, Director Xiao, what's the matter? Xiaohe did not want to chat casually. There's a child in the endoscopy room now. He's about 3 years old and has a foreign body in his airway. I tried to use a bronchoscope to remove it just now, but I couldn't do it. Now, the situation is a little critical. Hurry up and come down. We need to remove the foreign body through an organ incision. Xianxia's expression changed. King studied breast surgery. How would I know how to do this surgery? In fact, although Xianxia did not know how to do it, Li Shijian might know how to do it. Even though there were too few cases of foreign bodies being removed through an organ incision, however, Li Shijian had already resigned. When Xianxia heard that, he quickly declined. Director Xiao, I'm not in the hospital now. I can't go over for the time being. Xiaohe's expression changed. This was bad. Xianxia was still not in the hospital. At this moment, a voice came from the phone. Director Shi, have you changed the discharge order for bed 23? With that, Xiaohe immediately snorted coldly, as timid as a mouse, retreating when faced with trouble. He did not have any real skills. What a piece of trash. It seemed that the people in the hospital's evaluation of Shi was not false at all. He decisively hung up the phone and frowned. What should he do? Should he just watch as something happened to the child? He turned and looked at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, give Director Li a call. Chen Song shook his head. There's no need. Director Li is probably in surgery now. I'll do it myself. Director Xiao, push the child into the treatment room. Get a nurse here and prepare the equipment. Xiaohe was stunned. Can you do it? Chen Song nodded. Even if he could not, he had to do it. Chen Song was very lucky. Fortunately, he had changed his occupation now. Otherwise, it would be hard to say what would happen in such a situation. He spent 1 skill point to learn tracheotomy. Then, he spent 2 skill points to upgrade tracheotomy to intermediate level. Chen Song estimated that it should be about time. Xiaohe did not know Chen Song well, but when he saw how competent Chen Song was, he nodded and said to the nurse beside him. Little Yang, go and help Dr. Chen prepare the equipment. Also, ask Little Su to come in and help. Although the endoscopy room was an examination room, it often needed some treatment. Therefore, there were all the necessary equipment. Moreover, tracheotomy did not require too much equipment. After spending a few minutes, Xiaohe followed Chen Song into the treatment room. The surgery was ready to begin. Author's note, well, I can foresee that the surgery will start 12 hours later. This child has been stuck for 12 hours. Can he survive? Dear readers, please have a conscience and don't want to end the chapter and kill the child. Author's note, thank you to the leader of the secular world, Carefree Guest, for the tip. Add 3 chapters. Tomorrow, generally speaking, the most commonly used method for foreign objects obstructing the airway was the Heimlich first aid method. The principle was to use the sudden impact on the abdomen and the soft tissue under the diaphragm to generate upward pressure and compress the lower part of the lungs, thus driving the remaining air in the lungs to form a flow of air. This flow of air with impact and direction could drive straight into the organs and remove the foreign body blocking the organs and throat, thus saving the person. However, at the same time, the Heimlich first aid method was prone to complications, and its efficiency was not very high. The little girl's father was obviously not good at this kind of operation. When they were sent to the hospital, the little girl was already unconscious. At this critical moment, the Heimlich was not the most effective measure. In the hospital, the choice of bronchoscopy and airway incision was much more appropriate than the Heimlich first aid method. If Chen Song encountered such a patient outside the hospital, he would definitely use the Heimlich first aid method. However, if the patient's breathing and heartbeat stopped, at this time, he should not knock on the patient's back. Instead, he should contact the hospital immediately. The treatment room of the endoscopy room in the secondary hospital was very well equipped. Although it could not be compared to the operating theater, it was enough to perform an airway incision. However, since it was a surgery, regardless of whether it was a big or small surgery, he had to sign an informed consent form with the patient's family and a lot of other things. Although the matter was urgent, Chen Song had to do these things well. Don't think that these things were dispensable. Since surgery was called surgery, it meant that there were certain risks and limitations. It could not be foolproof. Chen Song walked out of the endoscopy room and saw a man and a woman quarreling. To be more precise, a woman dressed in what seemed to be a professional banking suit was standing there, pointing at the man sitting on the chair with tears on her face. "Su Liang, tell me, you're an adult. What can you do? You can't even take care of the child and play your stupid games all day. Are you playing? Why aren't you playing anymore? Let me tell you, if anything happens to the child, I'll divorce you." Su Liang buried his head between his legs and held the back of his head with both hands. No matter how the woman scolded him, he did not say a word. This was really his fault. If anything really happened to the child, he would not let him off for the rest of his life. Her sweet smile kept replaying in his mind, and Su Liang felt as if a knife was slicing open his heart, one by one. Was it painful? His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Su Liang was even willing to use his own name to exchange for the child's life. She was only 3 years old, she was cute, sensible, and loved to laugh. Tian was very happy that she had just taught her the pinyin alphabet. She seemed to be filled with infinite enthusiasm for those letters. She read them aloud over and over again and wrote them down from memory over and over again. Every time Su Liang thought of this, he wished he could throw his phone away, if he didn't play games, and instead accompanied his child to finish her homework, accompanied her to read her spelling letters, and accompanied her as she grew up. How great would that be? Thinking of this, Su Liang's tears dripped onto the ground. It wasn't a grievance, it was repentance, it was helplessness. You only have one life, and no one will pay for your mistakes. Su Liang's hands dug into his hair, his scalp, and even his flesh, but this pain was nothing. Nothing was more important than Tian's life right now. Recalling the bits and pieces of his life, he thought of the cute girl sitting on his head and pulling his hair, shouting that his father's hair was so oily and that he didn't wash his hair. Su Liang couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears. He was so scared, he was scared to death, he was so regretful, his wife scolding, venting, and anger was a relief for him. "Scold me, I was wrong, I really did repent." My wife's anger relieved my guilt a little. "Su Liang, compensate me, compensate my daughter." The woman cried. Her professional suit was covered in snot and tears. None of this was important. Nothing was more important than the child. The surrounding patients sighed when they saw the two of them. No one blamed them, and no one complained. There were too many stories happening in the hospital every day. There were happiness, anger, sorrow, and fear, joys and sorrows, and everyone looked at the woman and could only sympathize with her. What else could they do? Chen Song saw this and walked over. Well, the patient's family. Su Liang saw Chen Song and quickly stood up. Doctor, how is my daughter?" The woman also quieted down. Her eyes were filled with tears. Doctor, how is Tian? Chen Song looked at Su Liang, whose face was still covered in tears. "Don't be so nervous. The child's life is not in danger for the time being, but the bronchoscope forceps can't be removed. Surgery is needed to open the trachea and remove the foreign object. I need your signature." Su Liang and the woman were relieved when they heard that the child's life was not in danger. After all, the child's breathing was already weak when they sent her here. Su Liang quickly nodded. "I'll sign it. I'll sign anything. Doctor, you must save the child. No matter how much it costs, I'll save her, okay?" Chen Song nodded seriously. "Okay, I'll try my best." After Chen Song asked the nurse to explain the documents to the patient's family, he returned to the operating room to prepare the various instruments and drugs needed for the surgery. Chen Song began to explain and arrange the following work and matters. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. Chen Song's mature performance made Xiaohe not as nervous as before. However, he was more curious. This young man really had the demeanor and temperament of an emergency doctor. It was as if he had a card up his sleeve. Why was he not familiar with such an outstanding young man? Many emergency situations often happened in the endoscopy room. Usually, this young man rarely came to help when such situations occurred. Could he be a newcomer? The nurse walked in with all kinds of signatures and said to Chen Song. "Dr. Chen, he assigned all of them." Chen Song nodded and looked at Xiaohe. "Let's start. Department director, help me straighten the child's head." Xiaohe nodded. He understood what Chen Song meant. Although it was not a thoracic surgery, it was common medical knowledge. Straighten the child's head so that the trachea was in the middle. Chen Song started the routine disinfection and draping. Chen Song suddenly realized that if the soldiers were good at folding blankets, then the surgeons were definitely good at making bedsheets. At least, it was perfect, 1% lidocaine and 1 drop of epinephrine. The nurse nodded. These were prepared in advance. This kind of anesthesia was local infiltration anesthesia. Chen Song slowly injected the patient from the cartilage to the suprasternal fossa. Actually, this was the reason why Chen Song did not call Lu Jian. If the patient was still alive when the tracheotomy was done, he must let a professional anesthesiologist administer intravenous drugs. This kind of local anesthesia was not much different from treating a small wound. Chen Song took the scalpel and started the operation. The human body was the most precise and complicated instrument, and the neck was a bridge of the human body. There were many things here, but the trachea and esophagus were the most closely related to our lives. Interestingly, the upper part of the trachea and esophagus were directly connected to the pharynx. When breathing, the airway leading to the trachea would be open. When swallowing, the food passage would be open and the airway would be closed, so there would be no errors. Therefore, when we perform nasal feeding or gastroscopy, we often need the patient to cooperate with swallowing to prevent the food from accidentally entering the trachea and causing choking, which could endanger the patient's life. In daily life, one should not shout or laugh when eating to prevent food from accidentally entering the trachea and causing suffocation. Even when performing artificial respiration, one needs to lift the jaw and raise the neck to open the airway so that air can be sent into the lungs during artificial respiration. The trachea was in front, and the esophagus was at the back. Children who watched Saw should have seen it. When a man could not breathe with a fish tank on his head, he took a fountain pen and stabbed it into his own trachea to open up the airway so that he would not suffocate to death. Therefore, this taught us that we must have medical knowledge. If we were caught by a pig-headed man, we would not stab ourselves to death when opening up the trachea with a fountain pen. Of course, it was not recommended to learn. After all, the neck was the most dangerous part, and it was not recommended to try. The surgery was carried out slowly. Chen Song started from below the annular cartilage to the middle of the suprasternal fossa and started to cut, layer by layer, his tissues. The subcutaneous tissue was cut open, the platysma muscle was cut open, and the anterior cervical girdle muscle was bluntly separated along the direction of the incision to reach the thyroid. The lower part of the thyroid isthmus was pulled up, exposing the 2nd to 4th rings of the trachea. Chen Song took the forceps and bluntly cut open the anterior fascia of the trachea to expose the trachea. The middle incision was made at the 2nd to 3rd rings, and at this time, the obstructive foreign body could already be seen. Chen Song's eyes could even see where the red eraser appeared. Chen Song suddenly realized that his eyes were better than bronchoscopy, CT, X-ray, and MRI. Of course, the premise was that he could only see it when he cut open the skin and tissues. This was a flaw, and he should ask the system to feedback to see if his eyes could be upgraded. Chen Song took the incision below the trachea, and at this time, he naturally took out the item. A piece of rubber that was already covered in blood was successfully taken out. The next step was to suture the wound. It was Chen Song's first time suturing the trachea, but in fact, it was the same. The surgery was completed. The little girl's condition gradually improved, and her breathing became smoother. He should be able to wake up soon. Xiaohe looked at Chen Song and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You're amazing, Dr. Chen. Your first aid skills are really good. The surgery was not difficult. The only thing they were worried about was an emergency during the operation. Now that the patient was stable, Chen Song was not nervous. Hearing Xiaohe's praise, Chen Song smiled. I only know a little about first aid. Director Xiao, don't laugh at me. Xiaohe chuckled. This young man was not bad. Dr. Chen, give me your phone number. Our endoscopy room will definitely have to trouble you in the future. With you around, I won't have to run around, Xiaohe said to Chen Song. He did not call him Xiao Chen. Instead, he called him Dr. Chen. Chen Song nodded and changed his contact number. Then, he pushed the little girl out of the endoscopy room. When they came out, Su Liang and his wife were already anxious. They quickly ran over. Dr. Chen, are you okay? Chen Song nodded. I'm fine. The surgery went smoothly. She should be able to wake up soon. But stay in the emergency department today and observe the child's condition. Su Liang nodded. The child was fine. Su Liang felt as if he had been saved. The woman stopped crying and ran back and forth nervously. After returning to the emergency department, Chen Song asked the man to settle the fees. At the same time, he asked the nurse on duty to calculate the fees for the endoscopy room. The fees in the emergency department were always troublesome. The work of the nurses in the emergency department was also more complicated than that of the general department. Because the emergency department had to deal with various departments, there were more fees involved. After more than an hour, Su Liang hurriedly ran in. Dr. Chen, Tian Tian woke up. Ding. Mission completed, rescue the little girl with a foreign body obstructing her airway. Reward, +2 skill points. After successfully receiving the 2 skill points, he muttered in his heart, I lost a little, however, the skill was permanent. Moreover, this kind of first aid skill was a must. Besides, even if there was no reward, was he supposed to just stand by and do nothing? Was he supposed to leave the little girl there for 12 hours? Chen Song could not do that. Chen Song smiled. He stood up and said, let's go and see the child. Su Liang smiled and hurriedly led the way. When they reached the observation room, the little girl's face and lips were rosy and lustrous. There was also a smile on her face. When she saw Chen Song, she wanted to say something. Uncle, cough, cough. Chen Song smiled and walked to the bedside. Don't talk for the next few days. Be careful not to hurt your throat. In the future, don't stuff things into your nose or mouth, do you hear me? Chen Song patted the little girl's head and rubbed her soft hair. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly felt that spending a few more skill points was worth it. When the little girl heard that Chen Song did not allow her to talk, she hurriedly covered her mouth with her small hands. She stared at Chen Song with her big eyes and nodded vigorously. This caused everyone to beam with joy. Chen Song looked at the cute little girl. This should be the sense of achievement of medical treatment, right, every time you see a critical life being saved from your hands, this sense of achievement is incomparable. The happiness of birds is having the sky. The happiness of fish is having the sea. And the happiness of doctors is having no patients. Chen Song thought of a saying, I would rather have the medicine cabinet be covered in dust than have the people in the world fall ill. If everyone in the world is happy, then I don't need this system. The little girl looked at Chen Song in a daze. Then, she suddenly stood up and slowly walked over. She hugged Chen Song's head and placed her hand next to Chen Song's ear. She whispered, Uncle, you're so handsome. When Tian Tian grows up, I'll marry you, okay? That one sentence stunned Chen Song. Is it so obvious that I'm single? Even a 3-year-old girl can tell that I'm single. Thinking of this, Chen Song did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chen Song whispered, "Why?" The little girl's innocent face and big eyes stared at Chen Song. She took a step back and stood on the bed. She bowed seriously and said word by word, "I have no way of repaying you for saving my life. I can only repay you with my body." Chen Song almost burst out laughing. The surrounding patients, including Su Liang and the child's mother, all laughed out loud. Children these days are so cute and mischievous. Chen Song got up and patted the child's head. "Uncle will wait for you." The observation room was lifeless. With Tiantian's addition, it could be said that the hospital became more lively. Everyone liked to tease this child. Unfortunately, Chen Song didn't speak. Tian covered her mouth firmly with her hand and didn't speak. Seeing that his daughter was fine, Su Liang's heart was relieved and he was full of joy. His wife could also rest assured. She looked at Su Liang and said, "Let's see if you take care of the child seriously in the future." Su Liang picked up his phone righteously and looked at his daughter. He said, Tian, Daddy swears that I will never play games again. I will play with you every day." After saying that, he picked up his phone and decisively uninstalled the game. Chen Song sighed. The game could be installed after it was uninstalled, but the child was gone. Because of men looking after children in the emergency department, many things happened in the emergency department. To be honest, men were really irresponsible to their children. Last year, there was another incident where a little boy broke his mother's lipstick and ate it. The child was fine later, but the man was quite miserable. There was a saying on the internet that a father could at most guarantee the child's survival. But now it seemed that this sentence needed to be discussed. Seeing that the child was fine, Chen Song left the ward with relief. As soon as he left, Su Liang and the woman pulled Chen Song to the corner of the stairs. Chen Song was stunned. Was this rape? But, the two of them together, thinking of what the little girl said just now, Chen Song suddenly understood. This was not robbery, let alone rape, but bride kidnapping? Su Liang took out a stack of money from his pocket and stuffed it into Chen Song's pocket. Chen Song was stunned and immediately refused. Su Liang said seriously and gratefully, "Dr. Chen, this is my sincerity. Really, I'm already grateful that you can save the child. This is a little bit of my sincerity. If you don't accept it, I really can't forgive myself." The woman beside him also said, "Dr. Chen, you must accept it. You are our family's savior. We don't know what to say. We don't know what you like. Buy some for yourself." Chen Song sighed and looked at the two of them. "Actually, even if you give me this money, I still have to pay for it. I'm a little busy, so I don't have time to pay for it. So, you should keep it for yourselves. This is the corridor, and there are people coming and going. Don't make things worse." After Chen Song finished speaking, he got up and left. The two of them looked at each other. Ding. Medical ethics mission has been triggered. No red packets have been received. Skill point +1. Chen Song was stunned. What the heck, that works too, what a profit. To Chen Song, skill points were much more precious than money. It seemed that old Master Feng had given him a great quest. This was what a top-notch NPC should be like. This was a real boss. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt that he would definitely go further and further on the path of saving lives and helping the wounded and upholding justice. Tian could have left on the same day, but she refused to leave. No matter what, she did not want to leave. She insisted on staying in the hospital for 2 more days. Su Liang and his wife thought about it and decided to stay for a few more days. At least it would be safer. Therefore, in these few days, there was a little girl who carried a pink lunchbox every day in the emergency department, and Chen Song had a little wife who delivered food to him. Every day when it was mealtime, little Tian would carry a pink Peppa Pig lunchbox and pass it to Chen Song so that Chen Song could eat. Chen Song would not leave if he did not eat. Helpless, Chen Song could only eat. Little Tian stood there and looked very virtuous. After Chen Song finished eating, she carried the lunchbox and ran away with a smile. Just like that, the addition of such a little girl in the emergency department was like a lubricant in the midst of tension and anxiety. It made everyone smile a little more. When little Tian Tian entered the doctor's office, everyone cheered. "Chen Song, your little wife is here to deliver food to you." Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Little Tian Tian, on the other hand, looked very happy. She was happier than if she had eaten honey. This time, after Chen Song finished eating, little Tian Tian climbed onto a chair at the side and took a tissue from her pocket to wipe Chen Song's mouth. Everyone cheered when they saw that. Moreover, she wiped it very carefully and seriously. After wiping it, little Tian Tian tilted her face and pointed at Chen Song. Chen Song laughed, picked her up, and kissed her on the cheek. To be honest, he really liked this little girl. She was so cute, little Tian Tian's face turned red. When Wang Qian saw Tian Tian, he could not help but rush over to carry the child. "Tian Tian, uncle wants a kiss too." Tian Tian's expression changed. She got up and ran away. After running out, she saw that no one was chasing her. She turned back and leaned against the door. When she saw that Wang Qian was not around, she carefully tiptoed back in, took the lunchbox, and ran away. This caused everyone to burst into laughter. Even when the nurses in the emergency department went to change little Tian Tian's dressing, they couldn't call her little Tian Tian. They had to call her little Tian Tian's wife. Only then would little Tian Tian behave like the mistress of the house and smile at the nurse. 2 days later, Tian Tian was discharged from the hospital. After Su Liang finished the paperwork, he took Tian Tian away. When Tian Tian found out that her parents were taking her away, she cried her heart out and refused to leave. She said, Mom, don't break us up. I will only marry Uncle Chen Song." His words were heartbreaking and filled with deep emotions. Everyone watching didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Su Liang looked at his wife with an awkward smile. "Honey, why do I feel like we are the bad guys in the TV series? Breaking up lovers?" Su Tian Tian stopped crying and nodded. "That's right. Dad, don't be the bad guy, okay? Don't break us up." However, Su Tiantian's resistance was futile. In the end, she was taken away. Chen Song looked at the little girl and smiled. She was so cute. Qin Yu suddenly came out from behind. "What's wrong? Can't bear to part with her?" Chen Song smiled. "Why can't I bear to part with her?" Qin Yu laughed. "Why can't I bear to part with her? It's easy for you to say that. She may be the only girl in your 27 years of life who loves you deeply. Don't you cherish her?" Sigh. It's said that people are inexperienced. When Tian Tian grows up and talks about this experience, she will definitely regret it. Chen Song snorted. "By the way, how is your relationship with the boyfriend who watched the movie?" Qin Yu turned around and glanced at Chen Song. "It's none of your business." After that, Qin Yu walked away. Wang Qian quietly came out and sighed regretfully. "Song, your wife just left and you already started to hook up with Qin Yu. Isn't that too heartless? Look at Tian Tian. When she left, it was as if she was going to be separated by life and death. She cried so affectionately. Look at you. Sigh. Men are all pigs." After that, Wang Qian shook his head and left in disappointment. Chen Song was left stunned. The news of Fang Yonglin's successful surgery soon spread, and many people came to visit him. From the leaders of the health system to the directors of various hospitals, they all came to visit old Master Fang. After all, he was one of the most famous old people in Ammoniang City, and he was quite influential in the health system. The hospital took this into consideration and sent old Master Fang to a special ward on the 19th floor of the hospital. The standard of this ward was different from other departments. There were 2 beds in each room, one for the patient, and the other for the patient's family. There was also an independent bathroom, a bathtub, and a large living room next door, just like a suite. Of course, the price was not low either. The special ward mainly served the old cadres and the rich. There was an independent restaurant, chef, and gym on the 19th floor, so the patients did not need to go downstairs. Fang Yonglin's room was naturally the best one. Although old Master Fang was not the most powerful person in the hospital, he was the symbol of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. With the help of Qin Xiaoyuan and a few other students, they hired a nurse to take care of Fang Yonglin's daily life. To put it bluntly, old Master Feng might have to spend the rest of his life here. After all, he was too old and his health was not good. Living in a nursing home was definitely not as comfortable as living in a hospital. Li Jianwei went to old Master Feng's house and brought some books back. The whole ward was decorated just like at home. These days, Feng Yonglin's body gradually recovered, and the hospital dared to let Feng Yonglin receive visits. Normally, when people came, they would just sit for a while, put down their things, chat with old Master Feng for a while, then get up and leave. However, many people were curious about the person who operated on Feng Yonglin. Who was the one who operated on old Master Feng? Especially the directors of the various hospitals who participated in the consultation those days, they were all full of curiosity. After all, everyone knew about old Master Feng's condition at that time, and the probability of the operation being successful was very low. However, when they saw that old Master Feng was recovering well, they were shocked. After Qian Liang, Lu Siki, and the others came to visit old Master Feng, they were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they found Li Jianwei and sat down to chat. Director Li, who operated on old Master Feng this time? Did you invite an outsider? Lu Siki couldn't help but ask directly. Li Jianwei was slightly stunned. He sighed and said, "No, how could we hire someone like that? Outsiders were even more unwilling to take such a risk. After you left that day, we gritted our teeth and decided to do the surgery. So, we asked Chief Zhang Youfu from the Department of Surgery to perform the surgery." As soon as he said this, everyone nodded slowly. Qian Liang said, "Chief Physician Zhang's skills are not bad. He's only 45 years old. It seems that he'll have a good position in the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery of Dongyang Province in the future." Qian Liang and Zhang Youfu were both in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery. They usually interacted with each other and even had a sense of mutual appreciation. At that time, Zhang Youfu joined the Association of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgeons in Dongyang Province because of Qian Liang. Therefore, the two of them had always gotten along well. At that time, Qian Liang even invited Zhang Youfu to go to the first hospital of Eastern University. After he retired, Zhang Youfu would be the chief. However, Zhang Youfu was only 40 at that time, so he went directly to the General Surgery Department of the Second Hospital of Chengdu Province. Over the years, he had made a name for himself. Lu Siki also nodded slightly, but he still found it hard to believe. Did the surgery go smoothly? Li Jianwei sighed. How could it? Teacher Feng's physical condition is very poor, and he has portal hypertension. At that time, we considered that it would be more difficult to recover from a diabetic wound, so we decided to perform the laparoscopic surgery. However, when we looked in the mirror, we were immediately dumbfounded. The situation in the stomach is too bad. The intestinal adhesion is very serious, and the hepatic artery is tightly adhered to the gallbladder triangle and the liver. The surgery is too difficult. As soon as he said this, Lu Siki, Qian Liang, and the others became curious. Is there a video of the surgery? Li Jianwei nodded. Yes, there is, but I don't have a copy. Chief Zhang has it. I'll call and ask. After Zhang Youfu received the call, he took the USB flash drive and went straight to the 19th floor. When he saw that everyone was there, he greeted them one by one and directly inserted the USB flash drive. Immediately, everyone saw the laparoscopic surgery scene. However, as soon as the scene appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. This situation could not be described with the word bad. Seeing this, everyone frowned slightly and realized how lucky they were that they did not record the surgery. Otherwise, it would be difficult to guarantee that the surgery would not go wrong. Sure enough, everyone soon saw that there was a problem when Zhang Youfu separated the intestines. At this moment, everyone could not help but feel anxious. It was dangerous. If the intestines were to rupture at this time, the difficulty and danger of the surgery would increase exponentially. It would be difficult. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that someone else had taken over the surgery. They began to suture the intestines. Moreover, the suture was very tight, light, and smooth. The basics of laparoscopic intestinal suture were really amazing. Everyone present could not help but sigh. However, it seemed that they were lamenting too early, because the next scene made their eyes light up. As the minutes and seconds passed, no one disturbed them. They were all quietly watching the surgery video. It was the same for Zhang Youfu. The time he had to wait for Chen Song in the middle had been cut off by him, so the surgery looked very smooth. Zhang Youfu had watched it a few times, but he was pleasantly surprised every time he watched it, especially when the hepatic artery was separated. Chen Song decisively cut off the intussusception of the artery and sutured it. This made everyone's eyes light up. Beautiful. Genius. Damn. Voices were heard. Zhang Youfu smiled. It seemed that he was not the only one who was surprised. He had to admit that Chen Song's idea at that time was really genius. Who would have thought of such an idea? Even if they had thought of it, how many people could do it? That quick and tight hepatic artery suture under the laparoscope was simply a classic. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. After the surgery video ended, everyone was silent for a long time. It was a memorable experience. At this moment, Xianliang suddenly asked, "Who performed this surgery? It's really amazing. Especially the choice of hepatic artery separation. It's really a genius idea. Even I can't think of it." Zhang Youfu smiled. "Chief Physician Qian, you know him?" Qianliang immediately frowned. "I know him? Who is it?" "All the famous general surgeons in Danyang province are here." "Could it be Chief Physician Li Baoshan?" Zhang Youfu shook his head. Director Li was busy that day. The one who performed the surgery was Chen Song. Qianliang was shocked. "Chen Song?" Zhang Youfu nodded. "That's right. It's Chen Song. P.S. Today, I'm the one who said that I'm making a conclusion. Touch your conscience. Doesn't it hurt?" The moment Chen Song's name was mentioned, the entire place fell into a strange atmosphere. The few people who knew Chen Song held their breaths and looked at each other. Their eyes were full of seriousness. If this method of hepatic artery separation was thought up by an old doctor or chief physician, everyone could accept it. But Chen Song. He was too young. He was so young that everyone felt a sense of pressure. It was a kind of pressure that the new generation would surpass the old, and the student would surpass the master. Lu Siki and Qian Liang were the examiners for Chen Song's exam last time. Back then, they performed an appendectomy. Although their performance was very good and eye-catching, it was still an appendectomy. No matter how good it was, it could only mean that the surgeon was talented and had good comprehension. But now, it was completely different. The surgery shown in the video did not only require talent and luck to succeed. Otherwise, everyone would not dare to perform the surgery. This was skill, and it was a kind of hard skill. Although it was said that a scholar who had been away for 3 days would be looked at with new eyes, it was not to the extent that a scholar who had been away for 3 days would be looked at with an 8x magnification lens, right? The gap was too big. Most of the people around did not know Chen Song. Only a few people knew Chen Song. "Who is Chen Song?" "I don't know him." "I've never heard of him either." "Chief Zhang, Chen Song, who is he? Which hospital is he from?" Finally, someone could not help but ask. Zhang Youfu smiled and said, "He is a junior doctor in our hospital." After hearing this, everyone criticized him. "Zhang Youfu, it's fine if you don't want to say it, but why are you talking about a junior doctor? He's better at surgery than you are." After the surgical department directors finished watching the video, they were not satisfied. They only wanted to go back to the hospital to practice their skills. After all, their hands were itching. It was rare for these department directors to come out, and the hospital was quite busy. They did not stay for too long and left one after another. However, a few people stayed. They were Qian Liang and Lu Siki, who knew Chen Song. Qian Liang could not help but ask, "Chief Zhang, this surgery, was it really done by Chen Song?" Zhang Youfu nodded seriously. He still had some lingering fear when he recalled the surgery. "Yes. To be honest, when I accidentally separated the intestines, I found that there was a problem with the adhesion and I couldn't move it. At that time, we contacted Director Li Baoshan, but Director Li couldn't come back in a short time. However, he told us that we could call Chen Song over. After Chen Song came, I was exhausted from controlling the intestines to prevent them from leaking out. My hands were trembling. If it weren't for Chen Song, that day, I would have been dead. Even now, I can still wake up from my dreams." After Zhang Youfu finished speaking, he could not help but sigh. When everyone saw this, they believed that Zhang Youfu had no reason to joke about this. After the two of them chatted about the details of the surgery, they were ready to leave. Before they left, Lu Siki suddenly turned around. Chief Zhang, is it convenient to make a copy of the surgery video? Zhang Youfu smiled apologetically. Not now. After a while, I'll send a copy to Chief Lu. Lu Siki nodded. These surgical videos were very precious. Excellent surgical videos could even be used to win awards, so he did not continue to insist. In the afternoon, Xianxia Yuan received a call from Guan Wei, the director of the graduate department of Danyang Medical University, in his office. Hello, Dean Qin. I'm Guan Wei. Xianxia Yuan smiled. Hello, Director Guan. Guan Wei went straight to the point. It's like this. We tried our best to apply, and the postgraduate quota has been approved. When Xianxia Yuan heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. This was good news. Oh? Then, it won't affect it, right? Can I keep up with this level 19 postgraduate student? Guan Wei smiled. It won't affect it. The situation in our medical field is quite special. There are more students with the same education level and master. In the past few years, the country has also been encouraging the cultivation of special talents, so it was approved. Ask Chen Song to come over as soon as possible and prepare the things that should be prepared. When he comes over, I'll explain it to him in detail. When Xianxia Yuan heard this news, he immediately became happy. To be honest, after boasting to Chen Song, Xianxia Yuan went to Danyang Medical University and learned that after the interview this year, the information was recorded after all kinds of names were announced. Xianxia Yuan wanted to take the path of promoting a free birth. This would be more convenient, but he did not expect that it was still too late. Later, Xianxia Yuan found a lot of people and went back and forth for a period of time. Today, there was finally a result. When he thought of this, Xianxia Yuan could not help but be happy. Then about Chen Song's matter. Thank you, Director Guan. If you have the chance, come to the 2nd Provincial Hospital to take a look, Xianxia Yuan said. After hanging up the phone, Xianxia Yuan was suddenly happy. After thinking about it, he called Chen Song and said proudly, Chen Song, come to my office. Chen Song was stunned. Dean Qin. I'm at work. Isn't it bad to leave my post during work hours? Is this appropriate? What if, I'm being targeted by the medical department? I've just been punished. How about I go up after work? How about that? As soon as he said this, Xianxia Yuan felt as if his left and right face were in slow motion, and his right and left face were replayed in slow motion. This kid is clearly disgusting me. Isn't it just because I didn't pay attention to what happened a few days ago? Why are you so narrow-minded? Thinking of this, Xianxia Yuan could not help but get angry. Fine, it's fine if you don't come up. I won't be responsible if you miss the start of the new graduate students this year. After saying that, Xianxia Yuan hung up the phone. When he thought of Chen Song's strange voice just now, he could not help but gnash his teeth in anger. This kid was simply childish. Yes, he was not mature at all. When Chen Song heard about the new graduate students, he was dumbfounded. F***ck, Dean Qin is so capable. Did he really get me down? Thinking up to this point, Chen Song hurriedly got up and dashed towards the administration building. When he reached downstairs, he realized that he did not know where the dean's office was. He would go up and ask. However, when Chen Song reached the 20th floor, he realized a serious problem. There was an electronic lock in the corridor, and he could only enter by swiping a card. Chen Song was helpless. Knock on the door, don't worry, no one will care about you. Sigh, wine and meat really go to waste. The administrative building had an electronic lock, and the staff inside could enter with a key. Outsiders and ordinary people could not enter if they wanted to cause trouble. However, the emergency department's door was always open. The health of the administrative staff was too important. In comparison, the emergency department, thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but complain a little. Chen Song could not enter, and no one opened the door for him. He could only call Xianxia Yuan, Dean Qin, I'm at the door. I can't go in. P.S. I came back a little late today, so I didn't update. Sorry for the late update. After coming out of the director's office, Chen Song was really happy. He was going to be a postgraduate student. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt a burst of excitement. In fact, going to postgraduate school would not affect Chen Song's work too much. Medical postgraduate students were mainly divided into Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia was basically staying in the clinic during his postgraduate period. After all, the country had arranged for him to be a houseman. After graduation, the 4 certificates would be combined into one: postgraduate diploma, master's degree certificate, medical practitioner's qualification certificate, and houseman's certificate. Only with these 4 documents will it be easier for you to find a job when you look for one. This year, the 2nd Provincial Hospital was also a National Houseman Hospital, so Chen Song could work in the department under the banner of houseman. Qinyu was like this, but Qinyu had a tough life. He was pitiful when he was in school. At that time, there was no trend for Xianxia to open a houseman's certificate. Therefore, after coming to the 2nd Provincial Hospital, he could only find someone to open a houseman's quota at the First Hospital of Eastern University and work in the hospital. This way, he would be considered a houseman and the hospital would give him less money. After all, he could not be promoted to an intermediate title without a houseman's certificate. Chen Song suddenly thought of a problem. If he became a postgraduate student, would the hospital deduct his bonus and not give it to him? Qinyu was like that. Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly turned back and smiled shyly. Director Qin, I have another thing to ask. Qin Xiaoyuan put down his pen and looked at Chen Song. Yes, what's the question? Chen Song, if I become a postgraduate student, will my salary and bonus be deducted? Qin Xiaoyuan sighed and looked at Chen Song. He dared to bet that if he said that he wanted to deduct it, Chen Song would definitely say that he would not go. The spot that he had begged for would be wasted just like that. Moreover, Chen Song had already obtained the establishment of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. A postgraduate degree was just icing on the cake. Sometimes, education was really just a stepping stone. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan said helplessly, I won't deduct it. It's a full bonus. You can just work as usual. I've already talked to the school. You just have to fill up your credits. You don't have to worry about anything else. However, try to take some time to attend classes, especially medical statistics and evidence-based medicine. It will be very helpful for your future development. Chen Song was overjoyed when he heard that the money would not be deducted. Thank you, Dean. There was one difference between Chen Song and Qinyu. Chen Song's houseman hospital was in the 2nd Provincial Hospital. He did not need to go back and forth to other hospitals. This saved him a lot of trouble. When Chen Song returned to the department, Qinyu suddenly ran over. Chen Song, treat me to a meal. Chen Song did not even raise his head. What nonsense are you thinking? Qinyu was not angry. He rolled his eyes. Are you sure? I'll give you one more chance. Only one time, okay? Chen Song ignored Qinyu and turned to look at Wang Yong. What are we going to eat for lunch? Wang Yong was writing the medical record and did not even raise his head. You're treating. Anything is fine. Chen Song was speechless. Chen Song suddenly felt that it was best to eat by himself. He could just go to a restaurant and have a set meal. 10 yuan, 1 meat, 2 vegetables, and 2 rice. It was delicious and saved money. When he thought of how the auntie could not help but give him 2 more spoonfuls of meat every time she saw him, Chen Song suddenly felt that happiness was so simple. Qinyu sighed. Sigh. It seems like I have to call the magazine and tell them that I want to change the corresponding author. Chen Song quickly turned around. What did you say? The employment notice is out? So soon? Shouldn't it take at least half a month? Qinyu sighed and sat on the chair. Sigh, I've been staying up late and working overtime recently. I feel like my body has been hollowed out. Chen Song immediately flattered her and smiled like a dog. Sister Qin, what do you want to eat? Let's go and nourish your body. Qinyu pretended not to hear. Sigh. I heard that a Haidaleo restaurant opened on Sky Street. There shouldn't be many people at noon, right? Wang Yong did not care about writing the medical record. Yes, I heard that it just opened. Chen Song could not help but twitch his mouth. Eat. Isn't it just Haidaleo? Let's eat. Wang Qian saw this and said faintly, Qinyu, let me help you carry your bag? Qinyu nodded. That's great. Brother Qianer is so kind. Chen Song's eyes twitched. Eat. 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 Quick, let me see the employment notice. The thesis that Chen Song had been thinking about was finally out. This was related to Qian Liang's apprenticeship mission. Actually, Chen Song had been working very hard when he went back. He had tried to publish a few papers, from high-impact factors to core journals, and then to general journals. He had really received a few employment notices. After receiving the notice, Chen Song was a little excited. After all, his academic achievements were recognized. How could he not be excited, however? Chen Song curiously asked in his friend's group. Those papers were the kind that could be published with money. There was no technical content at all. Thinking of this, Chen Song did not want to waste money. A thesis cost a few thousand yuan. If he showed it to Qian Liang, he might only get a few sarcastic remarks. Since then, Chen Song decided to study how to write a thesis before publishing it. Chen Song's university classmates had all graduated. Therefore, they had published many theses and were knowledgeable. At this time, Qinyu picked up his phone and sent the employment notice to a few people. To be honest, Qinyu did not expect his teacher to know the people who wrote liver transplantation and be able to review the manuscript so quickly. Generally, for this kind of international core journal, there would be a long queue for review. Moreover, there were several stages in the first and second review. Just the revision alone would take 1 to 2 months. However, after Qinyu published it, he called his teacher, Su Mo, and received an employment notice not long after. This was something that Qinyu did not expect. When Chen Song saw the 2 letters liver transplant, he was slightly stunned. Chen Song's words made Qinyu laugh. Liver transplantation? Why don't you publish it in Lancet? Or Chinese hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery? Wang Qian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Song, do you think Lancet is owned by your family? Do you think you can publish it just like that? In our Dongyang province, there are probably less than 3 people who have published Lancet. Are you kidding me? Besides, do you know what kind of journal liver transplantation is? Are you comparing it with Chinese hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery? The impact factor of liver transplantation is almost 6 or 7 points now. Chinese hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery is estimated to be around 1 point at its highest. The difference between the two is not small. So, if I use this journal from liver transplantation to take the doctorate exam, if my score passes, the probability of being rejected is less than 10%. The influence of liver transplantation in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery is absolutely amazing. Chen Song did not understand. Wang Yong was even more dumbfounded. The name of the second author behind me. Is it valuable? Wang Qian nodded. Basically, you have no problem becoming an assistant lecturer with it. At this moment, Wang Yong and Chen Song looked at each other. So amazing? Wang Qian nodded enviously. Of course. Wang Qian was not joking. Generally speaking, ordinary journals, even if it was the core of Peking University or the core of science and technology in the country, regardless of whether it was a dual-core or triple-core journal, only the first author and the corresponding author would be considered valuable. Only those articles with high impact factors would be considered as the second author because of the higher difficulty of the research and the large number of participants. Wang Qian stared at Qinyu as if he was looking at a heifer. Qinyu? Why didn't I realize that you're so amazing before? Qinyu was a little embarrassed. Actually, I don't have that much credit for this thesis. My teacher edited a lot of it for me, and Professor Wu translated it for me. Even the thesis was published because of my teacher. So, Chen Song, if you don't treat me to a meal, will you be able to live with your conscience? Chen Song picked up his phone and searched for liver transplantation on Baidu for a long time, but he did not find anything related to liver transplantation. Baidu was filled with questions about how much a liver transplant would cost, whether a liver transplant was difficult, and whether a liver transplant could be eaten. Chen Song looked at Qin Yu and Wang Qian suspiciously. I suspect that both of you are working together to lie to me. You're uncultured. Wang Yong nodded. I think so too. After they came out of Heidi D, Chen Song looked at Qin Yu with a resentful expression. Don't you look at the price when you order? Qin Yu touched his round belly. I look at it, but I don't want to look at it since you're treating me. Chen Song sighed. You should change your name to Qin Yu. Just call yourself Beast. Wang Qian smiled. Song you're now the richest among the four of us. We still have to earn a living. You're already a freelance surgeon. If we don't rob the rich to help the poor, we won't be able to bear it. Wang Yong did not say anything. Recently, he felt comfortable playing as an assistant. Chen Song's development was too good. He followed him and played as an assistant. Even Dolan changed to Storm Greatsword. Would blood-drinking knife be far away? In the afternoon, Chen Song did not go to the hospital. He went home and prepared the documents before he went straight to Dongyang Medical University. As Chen Song's alma mater, Chen Song was very familiar with this place. He hadn't been here for 3 years, but it still looked the same. After entering the campus, Chen Song looked at the sparse number of students on the road. He suddenly felt that he was old and out of place here. He looked at this group of students as if he was looking at a group of children. It had been 3 years since he graduated, 5 years in university, not a bit more, not a bit less. From immaturity to inexperience, from confusion to even more confusion. Chen Song had learned a lot in university, but when he graduated, he realized that he had lost even more. As he watched his juniors walk on campus to prepare for their afternoon classes, Chen Song felt extremely nostalgic. This was his alma mater, the place where he had lived for 5 years. Although it couldn't be considered a famous school and didn't have too many honors, a son wouldn't despise his mother for being ugly, and a dog wouldn't despise his family for being poor. Chen Song walked through the crowd and soon arrived at the director's office in the administrative building. After knocking on the door, "Come in." The voice was young and familiar. It didn't sound like he was in his 40s. After Chen Song pushed the door open, he saw a familiar person sitting there. Teacher Guan? Chen Song was surprised. Guan Wei laughed. Aren't you surprised? Chen Song suddenly smiled. Teacher Guan. You're awesome. You're the director of the graduate department now? Guan Wei nodded and asked Chen Song to sit down. Sit anywhere. Haha, when Dean Qin gave me your information that day, I was stunned for a moment. I thought it was someone else with the same name. I didn't expect it to be you. Chen Song and Guan Wei had a good relationship. Guan Wei was a counselor and also a committee member of the clinical department. Chen Song was both the class monitor and a committee member of the class. The two of them spent a lot of time together. Chen Song's drinking couldn't be separated from Guan Wei's guidance. Guan Wei was humble and didn't put on airs. He often mingled with the students and often sat down to chat, eat, and drink together. Chen Song didn't expect that after not seeing him for 3 years, he would become the director of the graduate department. Thinking of this, Chen Song smiled and said, Teacher Guan, congratulations on your promotion. I'll be under your tutelage again in the future. Please take care of me. Guan Wei laughed and pointed at Chen Song. You little brat, I gave you a recommendation last time and you didn't want it. But now, you're in it. Chen Song also laughed. It's a special time. It's a special situation. At that time, my financial strength wasn't good. You know my family's situation. Guan Wei nodded. Okay, let's get down to business first. Let's get together again tonight. Same old place. This time, you have to treat me. Chen Song laughed. No problem. This time, I'll eat until I'm full. Chen Song was honest in nature. He was neither arrogant nor impatient. He worked quickly. Therefore, after getting along with him for a long time, he was quite likable. It took less than an hour for Guan Wei to personally help Chen Song record the information. I told you, Xiao Chen. If you work hard, you can shine anywhere. How good is it now? Dean Qin took the initiative to find connections for you. This is not something ordinary people can do. It's not like before. It's getting harder and harder for you to go to graduate school like this. I guess Dean Qin spent a lot of effort, Guanwei said with a smile. Chen Song nodded. Although he didn't know why Qin Xiaoyuan took the initiative to promise him to go to graduate school, Chen Song would remember this kindness in his heart. There was no good or bad for no reason. People got along with each other. Guanwei suddenly smiled and said, "You and Gung Yan are getting married soon, right?" Chen Song was stunned and smiled. "We broke up after graduation." Guanwei was dumbfounded. "Broke up?" "Oh. You broke up?" "That's true. Graduation season is the breakup season. It's fine if you break up. Your job now is not bad. You're an official member of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Why don't I introduce you to someone? Our school recruited a group of young people last year. There are a few good young ladies who are even doctorates. It's easier to find a university teacher. Otherwise, there will be no one at home to take care of 2 clinicians." Chen Song was a little tempted when he heard this. Guanwei made sense. If there were 2 clinicians who would take care of the child in the future, this was a little irresponsible for the child. On the other hand, a university teacher was not bad. The job was decent, and the work was not tiring. Moreover, if he could come to the university to be a teacher, his education should be at least a doctorate, right? There would definitely be no problem with the child's education. Chen Song could not help but smile when he thought of this. "I'm just a small undergraduate. Why would they take a fancy to me?" Guanwei shook his head. "I'm still an undergraduate. Isn't my wife also a doctorate? It doesn't matter if a man is a doctorate. It's fine as long as he has the ability. Why don't you look for your university classmates? Many of your classmates are also doing postgraduate studies in our school. Now that they have graduated, I wonder how they are doing with their jobs. It's not easy to find a job now. There are a lot of postgraduate students. After they graduate, they are arrogant but incompetent. They can't get into good hospitals, and they don't want to go to normal hospitals. You are still the best. Although you didn't do postgraduate studies in these 3 years, you are still a qualified person." Chen Song sighed. These were all coincidences. At night, he drank some beer with Guanwei. When he reached home, it was already past 10 p.m. He washed up and lay on his bed. He fell asleep in a daze. There were many things in his dream. There were those humble dreams that were buried in his pillow and gradually moldy. In his dream, there were people who he wanted but did not belong to him. "Those who abandon me will not stay, those who disturb my heart will only make me worry. There will be times when the wind and waves will break, and the sail will reach the vast sea. P.S. Lousy author, you are breaking chapters again. Did you see that? The votes are broken. Pinched. P.S. I'm scolding on behalf of everyone. It's kind. When it's convenient, everyone can cut corner below the works and like it for Chen Song and Qinyu. I heard that there will be many recommendations for their birthdays. I hope everyone can support this. I will let Qinyu and Chen Song kneel down and kowtow to thank me." Chen Song really did not want to get out of bed. God knew why Qinyu called him at 3 in the morning. But it was definitely not something good. However, when he thought of the research paper on liver transplantation, Chen Song still decided to get out of bed and go over to see what was going on. It was still a little cold at night when he was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. When he arrived at the hospital, Chen Song saw that Qinyu was already waiting for him at the door. "Chen Song, come here quickly." Qinyu shouted in a low voice. Chen Song ran over curiously. "What's wrong?" Qinyu pointed at the room. "A lunatic came." Chen Song was stunned. He was stunned for a few seconds before he said seriously, "What does a lunatic have to do with waking me up in the middle of the night? Shouldn't you call the Department of Neurology for a consultation?" Qinyu pouted. The Department of Neurology came down for a consultation, but they said that the patient doesn't look like a lunatic, so they didn't accept him. Chen Song frowned. "Let's go. Since we're already here, let's go in and see what's going on." Qinyu nodded. "Be careful. I keep feeling that the patient is a little strange." Chen Song turned around. He felt that Qin Yu was a little scared, and he could not help but secrete an extra milliliter of adrenaline. It seemed like courage +1? Courage +1? Masculinity +1. When they entered the emergency hall, Chen Song saw a crippled man wandering around the hall. He touched here and there and limped. He wore an old red singlet, and the black cloth shoes on his feet had several holes. He looked like a homeless man. The man seemed to be interested in everything. He touched and walked carefully. When he saw that his shoes had dirted the floor, he quickly took them off, bent down, and wiped them clean with his clothes. Chen Song glanced at Qin Yu. Was he really a lunatic? The nurses at the nurses' station had already left. At this moment, the man heard movement behind him. He suddenly turned around. Chen Song was dumbfounded. What the hell? There was a long iron wire stuck in the man's chest. This time, Chen Song was really shocked. No wonder Qin Yu called him. But, Qin Yu had called him. Who else could he have called? The man was not very old. Chen Song estimated that he was in his 30s. He was bald. Chen Song asked cautiously, "Hello, are you here to see a doctor?" Hearing Chen Song's words, the man ignored them. Instead, he stared at Qin Yu. His gaze made Qin Yu panic. At this moment, the man suddenly smiled. "Doctor, you're so good-looking." When Qin Yu heard this, not only was he not happy, he was even more flustered. He smiled awkwardly and said, "You're good-looking too, you're good-looking too." When the man heard Qin Yu's words, he suddenly lowered his head in embarrassment. "I was quite handsome when I was young." Only then did Chen Song notice that Qin Yu was wearing a white coat, so the patient ignored him. He quickly got up and returned to the office. He picked up the white coat hanging on the chair and put it on before walking out. The man suddenly turned around, and the steel wire almost hit Chen Song's face. He immediately took a step back. Chen Song said, "I'm a doctor. How can I help you?" The man nodded. I'm here to see this." After saying that, he added, "But I don't have money." Chen Song saw that the man was still conscious and nodded. "Do you have an ID card?" "Register it. It's free." The man shook his head. "No, I don't have an ID card." Chen Song was stunned. "It's okay if you don't have money. Give me your ID card first. We can help you settle the debt first." When the man heard that, he said, "Even if you settle the debt, I can't pay you back. I don't have money." At this time, Chong Lina and another intern nurse came out. They went to Chen Song and whispered, "Dr. Xiao Chen, he kept saying that he didn't have money just now." Chen Song comforted him. "It's okay. Come with me to the treatment room. I'll see if there's anything wrong with you." The man stood. "I don't have money." Chen Song smiled. "I'll help you. It's free. I'll see what we can do. You're in danger." After saying that, Chen Song pulled the man's arm and walked to the treatment room. Chong Lina and the other nurses also came over out of curiosity. Chen Song glared at them before leaving resentfully. Qin Yu followed Chen Song into the treatment room and closed the door. Qin Yu also realized that the man didn't seem to be mentally ill. "What's your name?" The man hesitated. "I don't remember." Qin Yu was speechless. Chen Song guessed that the man didn't want to say. From the moment he came in, he kept emphasizing that he didn't have money. He didn't say anything when asked. All he said was, "I don't have money." Chen Song suddenly had an idea and clicked on the man. Zhu Yongwang in despair. Solve the knot in his heart to trigger a mission. The steel wire in front of his chest went through the left side of his chest. Chen Song was worried. Did it not pierce his heart? The position was very close to the pulmonary aorta. Could it have been pierced? Chen Song couldn't help but ask, "How did the steel wire go in? Is there any reaction after it goes in?" The man smiled bitterly. "I pierced it myself. It's a steel wire left over from building a house. I didn't know it was so long, but I couldn't walk after it went in. I broke it." As the man spoke, he used his hands to measure the length of the steel wire and smiled in despair. Qin Yu's expression changed when he heard that. He couldn't help but say, "Are you stupid? Why did you do that? Aren't you afraid of death?" The man sighed. I wanted to die, but I didn't. Chen Song and Qin Yu were speechless. Chen Song took the scissors. I'll cut your clothes and see how your wound is. The man hesitated. I only have this one set of clothes. Chen Song said, I'll give you one set of clothes. It's mine. Chen Song took the scissors and cut open the red short-sleeved shirt. He immediately found that the steel wire had already pierced into the skin. The surrounding area was rotten, and the pus was very serious. Even Chen Song couldn't help but frown. How painful must it be? Qin Yu was even more shocked. The summer weather was hot, and this kind of wound could easily fester and get infected. No. The man was already festering and infected. Qin Yu felt his heart tremble. Even though he had seen all kinds of strange diseases in the clinic, he couldn't help but shiver. Qin Yu's voice trembled. Don't you feel pain? The man grinned. Fortunately, there's no cancer pain. As soon as he said that, Qin Yu and Chen Song looked at each other. How do you know you have cancer? The man smiled bitterly. I went to the hospital in my hometown. They said that I can't live for more than half a year. The bone in my leg has been transferred. As the man spoke, he pointed to his right leg that Chen Song thought was lame. Chen Song said, ask the nurse to check his temperature and blood pressure. Right, have Lena push the ECG machine over and prepare to do an ECG. Qin Yu got up and walked out. Chen Song closed the door and stared at the man. Are you going to kill yourself? Stunned, the man chuckled. That's right. What's the point of living? In order to treat my illness, my wife has already sold everything in the house that can be sold. I'd rather die than live. Chen Song asked, do you have children? The man couldn't help but sigh. I have 3 children. The eldest is a girl who's already in the 3rd grade. The second is also a girl who hasn't gone to school yet at 6. The third is a boy who's only 4. He's a good kid, but the father is a good-for-nothing. The kid hasn't worn new clothes since he was a child. If I spend money on treatment, the kid will starve to death, let alone go to school. So I found a steel wire at home, walked a long way, and stabbed it into my heart. Chen Song glanced at the man. Isn't that your heart? The man sighed. The TV shows are all lies. Chen Song, he suddenly didn't know what to say. Should he lament that the TV shows misled people, or should he be glad that he was wrong? It was like buying fake pesticides to commit suicide, only to fail. The man continued, I took the train from Liliang to the capital and visited Tiananmen Square. The capital is so beautiful and spectacular. Then I took the train too. Finally, I arrived at Yanyang. I realized. It's good to be alive. I don't want to die. Can you save me? Also, can you pull out the steel wire for me? I feel so uncomfortable. My chest has been suffocating for the past 2 days. I don't have money. But I don't want to die right now. Doctor, can you save me? Ding. Triggered mission, Zhu Yongwang's wish. Complete Zhu Yongwang's wish to receive skill points +5, special bag of fortune +1, clinical level +1. Chen Song took a deep breath. What a generous reward. Chen Song asked, how did you get on the train? I told them that I was going to see a doctor. The attendant was afraid that I might die, so he arranged for me to stay in a sleeper. I told them that I had no money, so they bought me a free ticket. At this time, Qin Yu walked in with Chang Lina and the others. Chang Lina, Dr. Xiao Chen, body temperature, 38.8 degrees Celsius, blood pressure, 13,070 millimeters of mercury. Chen Song nodded. It was probably an infectious fever caused by the wound. Give me an electrocardiogram. I want to see what's going on with your heart. Chang Lina nodded. She looked at the man carefully and said, lie on the bed. I'll give you an electrocardiogram. The man said embarrassedly, I'm dirty. I've dirted the bed. Chang Lina's heart softened. It's nothing, it's nothing. Our bed sheets are going to be washed tomorrow. It's just nice. After the man lay down, the steel wire shook mischievously, scaring Chang Lina. But when they were doing the ECG, Chang Lina was troubled. Dr. Chen, where should I stick the V2? The steel wire was inserted on the V2 lead. Chen Song said, just next to it. It won't affect you. The electrocardiogram was quickly done. Sinus rhythm and the electric axis was to the right. It wasn't a big problem. Chen Song got up, took off his short-sleeved shirt, and handed it to the man. Put on your clothes. Let's go. I'll take you to take an X-ray and see what's going on with the steel wire. The man shook his head. I don't have money. Chen Song, I'll pay for you. His words left everyone dumbfounded. Was Chen Song crazy? When the man heard this, his eyes lit up and he quickly got up. Okay. When the night shift of the radiology department saw someone from the emergency department, he quickly walked out and saw Chen Song walking over with a patient. Dr. Chen? Pang Xian and Chen Song had entered the hospital a year ago. They had participated in the pre-job training together and got along well. Chen Song said, there's a special patient here. He doesn't have money to see the doctor. He didn't want to die after failing to commit suicide. Now, he's missing a steel wire in his chest. Help me see what's going on. Pang Xian nodded. Are you going to release the X-ray? Chen Song hesitated. Let's do it. I'll pay the fee. Pang Xian was stunned. You'll pay the fee? Chen Song nodded. He doesn't have money. Pang Xian couldn't help but look at Chen Song. Are you crazy? How are you going to manage so many patients? Chen Song sighed. Poor guy. I'll help him if I can. Pang Xian couldn't persuade Chen Song. He couldn't help but say, why don't you let him take the X-ray first and then you take a picture with your phone? That way, you won't have to spend money. Chen Song hesitated. That's fine too. Sorry to trouble you, old Pang. Pang Xian shook his head. Let's go in. I'll take a look at the situation. After a few minutes, the results of the X-ray came out. Pang Xian pointed at the picture on the computer and said, the situation is a little complicated and a little special. Look, this is the pulmonary artery. The steel wire just happened to pass through the pulmonary artery. Because the speed of penetration is relatively fast and the steel wire is relatively thin, it might not cause too many changes in a short period of time, but this is very abnormal. However, the lung must have formed an obvious pneumothorax. It has been a while. And, no, the patient has lung cancer? Pang Xian couldn't help but widen his eyes. Chen Song nodded. Yes, that's right. The patient's situation is very special. His lung cancer has metastasized. It's said that it's been less than half a year. He wanted to commit suicide, but he couldn't find his heart. The needle missed and pierced into the pulmonary aorta. In the end, he took the train to the capital and didn't want to die. Now that he's in the emergency department, he doesn't want to leave and insists that I treat him. He even said that he doesn't have money. He spent all his family's money to see the doctor. He has a wife and 3 children at home. It's really pitiful. I just want to help if I can. Pang Xian looked at the radiographic films and frowned. I can't help. Look at the lung. There are too many cancerous parts. I think it's not just bone metastases. His survival time is really not long. How are you going to treat him? Chen Song sighed. When the cardiac surgery department comes back tomorrow, I'll ask Chief Physician Tao to remove the steel wire first. We'll talk about other things when the time comes. I'm leaving. Thanks, old Pang. Pang Xian looked at Chen Song, took out a cigarette, and put it in his mouth. Can you help? There are so many people. There are too many pitiful people. Chen Song did not turn back. I'll help as much as I can. Zhu Yongwang saw Chen Song coming out. How is it? Chen Song, what do you mean? Zhu Yongwang, can I be saved? Chen Song said faintly, the steel wire in your chest. I'll ask the cardiac surgery department tomorrow. Your steel wire pierced into the pulmonary artery. But your lung cancer is not easy to treat. Zhu Yongwang was stunned. You're a big hospital. You can definitely treat it. I don't want to die. I still want to, Chen Song sighed. Take it slow. One step at a time. Zhu Yongwang nodded. I actually took out my ID card. I lied to you, but I really don't have money. When they returned to the department, Chen Song handed Zhu Yongwang's ID card to the nurse, Chang Lina. Register him and apply for temporary observation. Chang Lina was stunned. He doesn't have money. Chen Song said, let's apply for the arrears first. Chang Lina said, we can't get the arrears back even if we apply for it. Besides, this month's arrears have already exceeded the limit. The head nurse just told me today. When Zhu Yongwang heard that, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Chang Lina. Are you chasing me away? Zhu Yongwang's eyes were like a desperate wolf on the verge of death. Chang Lina was so scared that she took a step back. Chen Song said, we'll use anti-inflammatory drugs tonight. It won't cost much. Let's do it according to that. I'll pay 20% for the Corinthian. It won't cost much without surgery. I'll go give the doctor's orders. Chang Lina quickly nodded. Chang Lina and Qin Yu were both afraid that something would happen to the man. Chen Song simply didn't go home and lay on the bed in the emergency department for the night. The next day, Qin Yu brought breakfast for Zhu Yongwang. Considering that he might have a big appetite, he bought 3 cups of soy milk and 6 steamed buns. Zhu Yongwang hadn't eaten anything last night and was already starving. He took the food and smiled shyly at Qin Yu. Thank you. After saying that, he squatted in a corner and wolfed down the food. As soon as Qin Yu went out, Chang Lina took over the young nurse and quickly pulled Qin Yu over. Go and talk to him. Why don't you say anything? His eyes are gentle when he looks at you, but when he looks at us, he's like a wolf. Qin Yu was stunned. He hesitated for a moment and walked over. Well, when Zhu Yongwang drank the soy milk, he directly opened the lid and gulped it down. He didn't mind that it was hot. It's delicious. What's wrong? Qin Yu mustered up his courage. Let me discuss something with you. Zhu Yongwang took a bite of the steamed bun. It was filled with pork. Pork is very expensive. Qin Yu, he swallowed it and said, tell me, what's the matter? Qin Yu said, you're giving us a lot of pressure. Every time we talk to you or look at you, we're scared. We're scared that you'll hurt someone. Zhu Yongwang was stunned, and his mouth that was chewing the bun slowed down. You mean, to chase me away? Qin Yu hurriedly shook his head. No. Look, the nurses are quite nice to you. They even bought you breakfast this morning. Don't be so mean to them. Moreover, we can only make a decision after we discuss your illness with the director. In the morning, after Li Baoshan arrived, he went straight to Zhu Yongwang. After checking him, he said to Chen Song, cut the wire short first. What if it gets worse? Chen Song finally reacted and hurriedly took out the pliers. Qin Yu couldn't help but cover Zhu Yongwang's eyes. Bear with it. Crack, the man sucked in a breath of cold air. Qin Yu asked, does it hurt? Zhu Yongwang grinned. It doesn't hurt because of cancer. Chen Song sent the photo on his phone to Li Baoshan. After careful analysis, Li Baoshan said, go for the next consultation. Ask Chief Physician Tao to come down. We'll discuss it. With that, Li Baoshan got up and left. Zhu Yongwang suddenly stood up and said in confusion and anger, you're fooling me? That's it? Qin Yu hurriedly said, of course not. Your situation is very special. We have to ask a doctor from the cardiac surgery department to help with the diagnosis and treatment. Then, we have to discuss the case according to your situation before we can formulate a treatment plan. When Zhu Yongwang heard this, he said, it's fine as long as it's out. Why are there so many problems? Chang Lina couldn't stand this man who came here and treated this place as his home. You're so pitiful. It's fine as long as it's out. Why don't you pull it out yourself? Chang Lina even felt that the man had come to the second provincial hospital to cheat money. It was not like such things had never happened before. Thinking of this, Chang Lina snorted and left. Zhu Yongwang looked at Qin Yu. Really? You're not lying to me, right? Qin Yu nodded. I'm not lying to you. Zhu Yongwang hesitated again. I don't have money. I really don't have money. Qin Yu shook his head. It's really not a matter of money. Don't worry about money now. but your family members have to come because if you want the surgery, you definitely need to sign. Otherwise, there's no way to do the surgery. Zhu Yongwang's eyes lit up and he quickly shook his head. I don't have money, and I don't have a family member. Qin Yu was stunned. You don't have a family member? Zhu Yongwang just shook his head. I don't have money, and I don't have a family member. In the next few minutes, no matter what Qin Yu asked, Zhu Yongwang only said that he didn't have money, and he didn't have a family member. Qin Yu had no choice but to leave. As soon as he left, Chang Lina pulled Qin Yu over. Qin Yu, let me tell you, this man is not a good person. You can't be too sympathetic. Look at him, he didn't say anything. He clearly has an ID card, but he didn't tell us that he doesn't have a family member. Isn't it because he doesn't want to pay? The hospital is like his home. Do we owe him anything? He's right because he's pitiful. I'm not convinced. If you're pitiful, don't be unreasonable. Qin Yu sighed. We might be his last hope. He won't let us go no matter what. He definitely won't let us go. Let's try our best. If we don't do the surgery, it won't cost much. Chang Lina snorted coldly. Qin Yu, you're still too naive. I know this kind of person too well. He's using our kindness as a bargaining chip. He wants free treatment. See, if we don't do the surgery, he'll definitely make a scene. I've seen a lot of people like him. If you don't do the surgery, he'll definitely make a scene in the hospital. In the emergency office, Tao Mi, Li Baoshan, Chen Song, and the director of the pulmonary department, Yang Xiaoming, gathered together to discuss Zhu Yongwang's surgery. The result of the discussion was clear. Yang Xiaoming said, the patient's condition is already very obvious. Late-stage lung cancer with multiple metastases. His survival value is not high. Whether the wire is pulled out or not, his survival time is very short, probably only 2 or 3 months. What's more, he doesn't even have a family member to sign the papers. There's no way to operate on him. To put it bluntly, the hospital is not a welfare institution. If everyone is like this, the hospital can't do anything. Yang Xiaoming's words were very rational and reasonable. No one could find fault with it. Tao Mi also nodded. I think so too. The wound around the wire is very infected. The risk of surgery is also high. Even if the surgery is successful, the patient's prognosis is estimated to be a big problem because of his late-stage lung cancer and obvious pneumothorax. It will only shorten the patient's survival time. So now it seems that the choice of not doing the surgery is better than doing the surgery. Li Baoshan was silent for a long time. He sighed and nodded while looking at the film. Xiao Chen, go and communicate with him and explain the matter to him. Chen Song took the initiative to look for Zhu Yongwang. Considering your current situation, we suggest that you live with a foreign object. Zhu Yongwang did not understand. His eyes widened as he asked. Live with a foreign object? What do you mean? Chen Song patiently explained, we suggest that you don't remove the steel wire from your body. You know war, right? Many people have bullets or bomb fragments in their bodies. If you don't remove them, it won't affect your life. Therefore, your steel wire will not affect your life. Moreover, even if you undergo surgery, your lifespan may be shorter. Therefore, the conclusion of the hospital's discussion is that there are no benefits to your surgery. Zhu Yongwang's face stiffened. Then, he smiled sinisterly. You mean, I'm about to die anyway? It doesn't matter if I remove it or not. Even if I remove it, it will be a waste of money. Is that what you mean? Chen Song nodded. You know your own body's condition very well. I can only tell you the most beneficial choice for you. Actually, we have already done what we can do. The moment he said that, Zhu Yongwang sneered. You're chasing me away now? Chen Song was helpless. How many times had he said that he was chasing him away? Chen Song sighed. I'm not chasing you away. It's just that our ability is limited. We have already done what we can. If it's beyond our ability, we can't help you. We can only apologize. Zhu Yongwang laughed and leaned back against the cabinet. He took a deep breath. Chen Song turned to leave. Suddenly, Zhu Yongwang's eyes turned sharp. His face was filled with cynicism. He rushed out of the observation room and ran into the hall. He shouted loudly. Why? 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 Why am I the only one who gets sick? Why am I the only one who doesn't have money for treatment? Why am I wearing shabby clothes while all of you are dressed so well? Why are all of you living in big cities, living in big buildings, driving cars, eating in restaurants? Why are all of you getting medical insurance and money when you get sick? Why, can't you treat me just because I don't have money? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Fine. You won't treat me, right? I want to take revenge on society. I'm about to die anyway, ha 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 ha. Everyone at the side shuddered. Everyone looked at the man warily. Xianxia was so scared that she hit herself. She pulled Qingyu and said, "Did you see that? I knew it would be like this. I knew it." Chen Song quickly walked to Zhu Yongwang's side. "I've already explained it to you clearly. There's only so much we can do. If we operate on you, your life will be shortened. Besides, we're just ordinary people. We earn our meals with our own hard work. There's no difference between us and taking public transport when we go to work. Don't have such thoughts. Think about your child. Do you want your child to be like this?" Zhu Yongwang suddenly turned around and stared at Chen Song. "Dr. Chen, don't worry. I won't blow up the hospital. You're all good people." Chen Song quickly comforted him. "Zhu Yongwang, don't let your imagination run wild. Come back to the ward with me, and I'll have a good talk with you. Go to the ward and rest for a while. I'll go to Director Zhao and discuss your situation with him. What do you think?" After Chen Song finished speaking, he said to Qingyu, "Look after him first." After that, he went to look for Li Baoshan. Li Baoshan saw Chen Song running over. "What's wrong?" Chen Song hurriedly explained. Suddenly, the three of them fell silent. Everyone was thinking hard. At this time, Chen Song tried hard to take a breath. He looked at everyone and said seriously, "Dear directors, I have an idea. First of all, rationally speaking, it's just like what Director Yang and Director Tao said. He has less than 3 months to live. Instead of spending a lot of resources on such a high-risk operation, it might even shorten his life." This is right. However, this patient may be on the verge of collapse. The impact of life has completely destroyed this young man. He's still young, in his 30s. We have to consider his inner and spiritual world. The most important thing in treating people is to treat their hearts. So, my suggestion is to try our best to save the patient. Even if we don't succeed, we should keep him. This is his only hope in this world. It's also the only warmth he can feel. This might even be the last bit of kindness he can feel from society. In terms of money, I'll try my best to raise it. I'll pay first. As for the operation, I'll do it. This is what I can do. So, I hope that all the leaders and directors will give me this opportunity." Chen Song was determined to save Zhu Yongwang. He would spend some money and treat it as an investment for the mission. Anyway, it wouldn't be a loss. But the most important thing was that there were many things that you knew were futile, but you still had to do it. Just like this matter, it might not be necessary to save Zhu Yongwang at all. The operation might even bring harm, but the operation could save his heart. It could let him feel the only warmth left in the world. When he left, he would have more thoughts about life. After saying that, Chen Song left the office. After leaving the office, Chen Song went to the observation room to look for Zhu Yongwang. But when he came out, he suddenly found that the man was not there. Suddenly, Chen Song's expression changed. He ran to the office and saw Qingyu sitting there. His expression changed and he said loudly, "Why can't you even look after a person?" Qingyu was stunned and his eyes turned red. "Blame me? How can you blame me? His legs are on his body. Can I stop him? Besides, I don't have to do anything for the whole morning. Just follow him? So what if he stays? Can you save him? He's already at this point. What can you do?" Chen Song gritted his teeth, turned around, and ran outside. He saw Xianxia. "Did you see Zhu Yongwang?" Xianxia shook her head. "No. He probably ran away?" Every day, there are many people who run away because they don't have enough money. Chen Song was stunned. Why didn't you stop him? Chang Lina chuckled. Why should I stop him? You saw how he is. If he doesn't like me, what if he stabs me with a knife? I don't want to lower myself to the same level as people like him. Besides, if he didn't run away, where would he have the money to pay the fees? If the head nurse scolded him, she would scold me instead of you. Chang Lina didn't have a good impression of Zhu Yongwang at all. She even hated him. This kind of person was really cynical and could do anything. She was just a small nurse. She should stay away from him. Qin Yu had already finished his night shift, but he did not leave. He sat in the office with red eyes and did not speak. After hesitating for a long time, he got up and changed his clothes before leaving the hospital. Chen Song sighed when he saw this. He greeted Wang Yong and ran out. After leaving the hospital, Chen Song asked, "Where are you going?" Qin Yu turned and glared at Chen Song. "Mind your own business." Qin Yu got up and walked towards Sky Street. The second provincial hospital was very close to the Sky Street business district. It was the most prosperous area in the vicinity. There were shopping malls everywhere, and there was a lot of traffic. Chen Song felt that he was being fierce to Qin Yu, so he took the initiative to buy a cup of milk tea and handed it over. "Don't be angry. I was just agitated just now." Qin Yu snorted coldly, took the milk tea, and took a sip. Chen Song and Qin Yu wandered around for a day, but they did not find Zhu Yongwang. Dusk fell and the lights were lit. The night of Ammoniang City was once again illuminated by neon lights. Qin Yu sighed. "Where do you think he went?" Chen Song shook his head. "How would I know?" Chen Song's mood suddenly became gloomy as sad songs played by the roadside. It was not only because Zhu Yongwang's mission could not be completed, but also because, of the hurdle in his heart, Zhu Yongwang wandered around for a day. He went to the amusement park, and the big shopping mall. He took the most unclear photos with his old man's phone. He smiled foolishly and recorded with his phone. "Child, Daddy is not a good father. Daddy has not taken good care of you, your sister, and your mother in this life. Daddy is a bad father, a trash father." As he spoke, Zhu Yongwang walked into Wang Fujing. He looked at the magnificent decorations of the shopping mall with envy and mumbled to himself like a palace. Zhu Yongwang's tears flowed down as he asked about the special perfume. He didn't recognize any of the big brands around him. Instead, he was dazzled by the beautiful shopping guides and the exquisite business men and women. When the security guard of the mall saw Zhu Yongwang, who looked like a homeless man, he couldn't help but urge him, "Well, little brother, you should go outside. The manager will scold me in a while." Zhu Yongwang didn't pay any attention to it. He just stood there and watched silently. The security guards were also panicking. Although there was no explicit rule against letting beggars in, every time they were let in, the manager would always give them a good scolding. Who wasn't trying to make a living? Qin Yu and Chen Song happened to pass by. Qin Yu noticed Zhu Yongwang and quickly ran in. "Zhu Yongwang, I'm Qin Yu. Didn't you say that I'm good-looking? Come back with us and we will perform the operation on you," Qin Yu said hurriedly. Chen Song sighed. Today, he had followed Qin Yu to look for him all day, from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. 11 hours, Qin Yu was on the night shift last night and didn't sleep at all. From 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., he hadn't slept for almost 40 hours. However, the stubborn Qin Yu was determined to find Zhu Yongwang. This was Qin Yu. The stubbornness and persistence in his bones reminded Chen Song of Qin Yu's figure when he jumped on the gurney and knelt down to perform CPR on a patient. He also recalled how Qin Yu was scolded by his family members and sat in the office unhappily for a while before resuming his work. When Zhu Yongwang heard Qin Yu shout, he turned his head and smiled. Then, he put his hand into the bag. This gave Qin Yu a shock. Not only Qin Yu, but even Chen Song's expression changed. When they thought of Zhu Yongwang, who went berserk and said that he wanted to take revenge on society, their expressions changed and they immediately rushed forward. Qin Yu grabbed the bag and hugged it in his arms. However, they saw that Zhu Yongwang was holding an old man's phone with a picture displayed on it. In the picture, there were 3 children, 2 girls and 1 boy. They were smiling innocently. Instantly, Chen Song and Qin Yu were stunned. Zhu Yongwang lay on the ground dispiritedly and said with tears in his eyes, "These are my children. They have never been out of the county and have never seen such a good world. They have never seen such a tall building, and they have never smelled such a fragrance that is more fragrant than flowers. Will they be able to leave this place in the future?" Qin Yu's nose twitched and he couldn't help but choke with sobs. There will be a chance. There will definitely be a chance. Zhu Yongwang was arranged to be in the emergency ward and was prepared for the surgery after the wound on his chest was treated in 3 days. Qin Yu helped to develop the pictures in the phone. Dozens of pictures were printed, including the family portrait. Although the phone's pixels were blurry, the smile was not blurry at all. Qin Yu and Chen Song walked into the ward. Zhu Yongwang hurriedly hid the things in his hands and hurriedly said, "Dr. Qin, Dr. Chen, isn't it the weekend today? Why are you here?" Chen Song smiled. "Don't hide it. We have already seen it." Zhu Yongwang took out the pictures. "These are my children." Qin Yu saw that Zhu Yongwang was crying and touched his eyes. "Your wife is so beautiful. The 2 girls look like you. The son looks like his mother." Qin Yu looked at the pictures and said with a smile. Zhu Yongwang said embarrassedly, "Not as beautiful as you. In fact, I was quite handsome when I was young." Qin Yu smiled. "You are also handsome now." Chen Song said, "Your children and wife should be here tonight. The hospital's medical department sent someone to pick them up." Zhu Yongwang was dumbfounded when he heard this. "You? How did you know?" Chen Song smiled. "We contacted the Public Security Bureau and they cooperated with us. They went out to pick them up last night." Zhu Yongwang burst into tears when he heard this. Qin Yu and Chen Song were dumbfounded. After a long time, he calmed down. "I don't want them to see their father's shameless and incompetent appearance. I just want to be their hero, not a good-for-nothing, a piece of trash who extorts money from the hospital. I don't dare to see them." Chen Song continued, "The surgery will definitely require a family member. As for the money, you don't have to worry. The department has donated money to you. Although the surgery fee is waived, you still have to pay for your medicine, meals, and accommodation when your wife and children come." When the man heard this, his face turned red. "I can't accept it." Qin Yu sighed. "It's not for you, it's for the children. It's not easy for them to come here. Once they're here, I'll show them around. They'll see the beautiful Ammonium City, the skyscrapers and parks, the amusement park. Look, they're better than you. They've already seen the world at such a young age." Zhu Yongwang sighed. "Yes, I've been in the village since I was young. I've never been to the county. But when I was young, I had my father." His words caused everyone to fall silent. Zhu Yongwang stood up and sighed. He looked out of the window. The emergency department was on the 1st floor. There was no sky in this ward, only a wall, and Zhu Yongwang's eyes were filled with helplessness and sorrow. The surgery was originally planned, but everything changed when the patient, Zhu Yongwang's family, arrived. Zhu Yongwang refused the surgery. He left a letter and a voicemail before he left. Zhu Yongwang ran away. He took all the photos with him. After his children and wife arrived at the emergency department, they cried when they saw the letter. Chen Song was also confused. Why did Zhu Yongwang run away? Where did he go? What was he going to do? Chen Song thought for a long time. Suddenly, he saw his clothes hanging there. Chen Song took off his clothes without batting an eyelid. He found a letter in his pocket. Chen Song opened it. "Dr. Chen, thank you, Dr. Chen. You let me feel warmth and hope in the last and most difficult days of my life. You also let me see the last light of life. I'm leaving. I don't know how to face my wife and children. I want to be a hero to them. I want to shelter them from the wind and rain and be an indomitable spirit. But in this life, I can't do it. I don't dare to see them. I don't have the face to see them. By the way, I have one last wish. I hope you can help me. I'm leaving. I hope that my organs can be donated to those who need them, but I don't want my children to see me in such a miserable state. I don't want to leave them with a shadow. I just want to tell them. Daddy is not a coward, please, Dr. Chen. You're a good person. Help me contact the body donation unit. If they have money, give it to my wife. Also, help me tell Dr. Qin that she's very beautiful. Only you are worthy of her. If you see this letter, I might be dead. Chen Song's expression changed. He quickly ran out like a madman. He saw Zhu Yongwang lying in the corner outside the window with his arms bare. He was holding a knife with both hands and looking ahead. He was not completely dead yet, but he could not hold on much longer. Zhu Yongwang's wife suddenly felt something and ran out with Chen Song. When she saw Zhu Yongwang lying in the corner, she pounced on him like a madwoman. Honey, what I want to say is. In the phone. Tell the children that their daddy is not a coward and will not do anything bad. You have to make them study hard, the woman nodded repeatedly. Zhu Yongwang looked at Chen Song. Dr. Chen, I found my heart this time. Chen Song could no longer hold it in. His tears flowed uncontrollably. Honey, don't let the children see me like this. I'm afraid they will remember it for the rest of their lives. Tell them that their daddy is a hero and has contributed to society. His wife nodded repeatedly. Honey, you've always been my hero. At some point in time, Qin had also followed them out and witnessed this scene. Zhu Yongwang smiled. Little Dr. Qin, you're so beautiful. Only Dr. Chen Song is worthy of you. Zhu Yongwang looked at his wife. Honey, don't blame the hospital. They are all good people. I've already written my will. I'll donate it to those who need it. Don't blame the hospital. P.S. Zhu Yongwang has left. He has finished the last of his life. This is the ending he chose. He wants to die with dignity, he wants to die like a hero. He doesn't want to be a coward and struggle anymore. Perhaps everyone will hate Zhu Yongwang at first, but this is a real person. He is praying for survival. This is his only choice. Whether he is a rascal or a cynic, he is just an ordinary person. However, ordinary people are also heroes. Ordinary people also have things that they would rather die for. Zhu Yongwang used his last donation and chose to be a hero. He wanted to tell his children that he was a hero. I don't hate him. P.S. I don't ask for anything in this chapter. Good night everyone, rest early. I wish all men can become heroes for their children and wives. I also wish all women can find their own heroes. Ding. Zhu Yongwang's wish was fulfilled. Rewards obtained, 1, 5 skill points, 2, 1 fortune bag, 3, level +1, ding. Medical ethics test completed. Obtained skill points +3. Zhu Yongwang brought a lot of rewards to Chen Song. Chen Song deserved it. He had done everything he could and fought hard for it. Chen Song even felt that Zhu Yongwang's death was not a bad thing for this family. Zhu Yongwang also used his last choice to draw a relatively decent end to his pitiful life. Some people said that if a doctor did not experience death, he would not be a mature doctor. Only by being indifferent to the vicissitudes of life could one cultivate a heart of stone. When Chen Song was doing his internship, even as a boy, he cried a lot. In fact, many times, he felt that these tears were not for himself, but also for himself. Medicine was painful. Because you had to empathize with other people's pain. Medicine was happy. Because you could save other people's difficulties. However, in the end, medicine was innocent. All we could do was to be ourselves. If you persuade people to learn medicine, you should persuade them to be firm. On Saturday afternoon, Chen Song did not go to Zhang Jixin's place. He wanted to give himself a break. Recently, he had been too tired and almost had no time to rest. He also had a lot of money in his wallet. The system's rewards and freelance surgery income were not cheap. Of course, the most income came from rich women. Chen Song suddenly felt that this group of people was a terrifyingly high-income group. If he wanted to become rich, he had to grab hold of this group of people. It seemed that he had to expand his business channels more. Tian Shanlan and Fu Yufeng called him every day for the past 2 days to ask about his breast implants. Chen Song pushed it to tomorrow. When the two of them heard that, they were also happy. Chen Song went home at noon to tidy up. In the afternoon, he went out to Sky Street Shopping Center and decided to buy a few clothes for himself. After all, the new students were about to start school. After leaving school for 3 years, he suddenly returned to school. This kind of novelty and anticipation was still very high. Chen Song was looking forward to meeting his new classmates. Even his heart, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly became restless again. Chen Song felt that the reason for the hot weather had nothing to do with hormones. In the afternoon, Guanwei suddenly called. As soon as the call connected, Guanwei said anxiously, "Xiao Chen, I forgot to tell you the other day. Have you chosen your postgraduate supervisor yet?" Chen Song was taken aback. "No. But Mr. Guan, I'm just going to school in name anyway. I don't need a teacher who's too awesome, right? The great teachers have a lot of rules. I'm sure they won't take a liking to me. Furthermore, if I don't have time to work for my mentor, they might not necessarily want me." When Guanwei heard this, he suddenly became serious and seriously advised, "Xiao Chen, you're wrong. Let me tell you, if you get along well with your mentors, they'll be like your second parents. He's the benefactor of your life. How many students have their teachers directly arranged jobs for them after graduation, or even directly guaranteed them a doctorate? Therefore, you have to be careful as a postgraduate supervisor. You still have to find someone who's more capable and reliable. Either they have a high administrative position, like a dean, or they have high academic attainments and are young and capable in scientific research." Guanwei had been working as a postgraduate for more than 2 years. He had a much deeper understanding of this field than Chen Song. Therefore, he sincerely advised Chen Song and gave him a good suggestion. Chen Song listened to Guanwei and felt that it was very reasonable. For example, Xianxia could become the dean because of his teacher, Fan Yonglin's great help. Moreover, there were many senior brothers and sisters in the master school. These were all resources that he could use. Without the help of Li Jianwei, Hao Shuliang, and Tao Mi, Qin Xiaoyuan wouldn't be able to be the dean. Thinking of this, Chen Song smiled and said, "Then, Teacher Guan, do you have any good recommendations?" Guanwei nodded. "And, how about this? Come over. After you come over, I'll give you a detailed analysis. Before the first, you have to take the apprenticeship form and find the supervisor to sign it. After that, it's basically settled. Come over to the school this afternoon." Chen Song quickly nodded. "Okay, Teacher Guan. I'll be there right away." "Oh right, don't you rest on Saturday and Sunday?" Guanwei chuckled. "Don't you know what time it is? Freshmen have a lot of things to do after school starts. They have to work overtime. How can there be a weekend? You can come directly to my office. After you come over, I have a supervisor selection form with information about each supervisor. You can take a look at it when you come over." Chen Song nodded. He put the clothes back at home and directly took a taxi to Guanwei. Now, Chen Song realized that his courage had grown by a lot. He even dared to take a taxi when he went out. It seemed that money was really the courage of a person, but having too much money wouldn't lead to gallstones, right? Now, Chen Song's total net worth was more than 400,000 yuan. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for him to save enough money to get married. After arriving at the graduate office, Guanwei called Chen Song over. "Xiao Chen, I've screened more than 20 candidates for you. These people have higher administrative levels and are more influential in the medical industry. They will be of great help to your work. There are also some who are better in technology and belong to the powerful department heads. After graduation, their students will belong to good families. They will be very helpful in arranging jobs. These people are also at the top level in Dongyang province. Lastly, there are also some people who are not bad. I think that they have more potential. Although these people's qualifications are a little lacking compared to those veteran instructors, they are young. The youngest among them is only 30 years old. They belong to the new generation of strength. They are all talents introduced by various hospitals and are the focus of training. They are very promising in a certain aspect. These 20+ candidates are all here. Take a look and see which one you prefer. I'll go next door to work for a while. Tell me when I come back." After that, Guanwei pushed a thick stack of documents to Chen Song, got up and left with a smile. Chen Song smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Mr. Guan." Guanwei smiled and waved his hand. There were photos of the supervisors, information about their qualifications, topics, theses, and academic achievements on the list. Chen Song flipped through the list and found some acquaintances. Qian Liang, Lu Siki, Li Jianwei, these were all powerful people. When Chen Song looked at Qian Liang, he was a little hesitant. After all, the apprenticeship mission had been triggered by Qian Liang. If he became Qian Liang's apprentice now, would it be a waste? Chen Song felt that graduate students could get information about their profession change if they were apprenticed. As for Qian Liang, as long as Chen Song completed the thesis mission, it was very likely that he could get a certificate for his profession change in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery. In this way, it was undoubtedly a waste. Li Jianwei could be considered. He was a good person and was a big shot in the field of orthopedics. Chen Song had dealt with him a few times. If he asked him to sign, he should not refuse. After all, he saved his teacher. Thinking of this, Chen Song put Li Jianwei as the candidate on the left. Chen Song did not consider Lu Siki. After all, Lu Siki and Qian Liang were the same. With Qian Liang, Lu Siki could pass. After Chen Song flipped through, Chen Song found the master's director who was only 30 years old. When he looked at the resume, Chen Song was suddenly stunned. Karolinska Institute. Chen Song realized that he was becoming more and more uncultured. The day before yesterday, he had to rely on Baidu for liver transplantation. Now, he had to rely on Baidu for a school. However, this 100 degrees made Chen Song dumbfounded. Karolinska Institute in Stockholm, Sweden. Chen Song heaved a sigh of relief. No wonder he had never heard of it. It was far worse than Harvard. It was not because he was inexperienced. He could only blame himself for not being famous. Well, this school's global medical school ranking was not that high. It was only in the top 10. There was nothing special in the school. There was only a Nobel Prize committee. They usually had nothing to do. They were only responsible for judging and awarding the Nobel Prize in physiology or medicine every year. Chen Song was jealous. You're just a Karolinska Institute doctoral student. What are you doing in Dongyang province? Is this a place you should come to? Chen Song looked at the name. Mengshi. She was not as good as he thought. I thought her surname was Dongfang, Shimen, Nangong, Ouyang, or something like that. Her looks were at the same level as Qinyu's little bootlicker. However, she was definitely not as good as Qinyu. After all, anyone would be afraid of carrying a gun around. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but touch his forehead. He was still a little scared. However, when Chen Song saw Mengshi's profile, he was stunned. This woman was amazing. Cardiology doctor, academic achievements, only a few articles in the Lancet, New England Journal of Medicine. Chen Song closed the magazine and slammed the table. It's her, just make do. That's it. Chen Song felt that he should not be too picky. Although the supervisor was a little young, it was not unacceptable. At this time, Guanwei came back. When he saw Chen Song sitting there, he smiled and asked, "How is it? Is there anyone you like? If there is, I'll help you ask." Chen Song nodded. This Teacher Guan, I think Mengshi is good. She's 30 years old and has a doctorate at Karolinska Institute. She's best at scientific research and is in the field of cardiology. She's quite suitable. Guanwei was also stunned for a moment. He smiled awkwardly. Little Meng? Mengshi is quite capable. She just returned to the country last year. Initially, she didn't want to recruit any students, but the school encouraged her to take in a student. After all, she's very good. This person's research ability is very strong. After she came to the school's affiliated hospital, she applied for a National Natural Science Foundation project for the hospital that year. This year, he published a top-notch SCI paper in the Lancet. This means that this person's scientific research ability is relatively strong, but his clinical skills are average. This is the hospital's evaluation. Mengshi is definitely a stock with great potential. Her development will definitely be very good. Moreover, there are many people who are paying attention to her. There are also many people who have connections who have approached her, but it seems that none of them are interested in her. 2 days ago, she called me and said that if she couldn't find anyone suitable, she would recruit again next year. It seems that her desire to recruit students isn't that strong. Ding. You have triggered a hidden quest to become Mengxi's disciple. After becoming Mengxi's disciple, you can advance to a special hidden class. Chen Song was stunned. What the hell? Hidden mission, hidden class, isn't this the F***king standard for a protagonist? After Guanwei finished speaking, he sat opposite him. Actually, I don't recommend you to apply for Mengxi. This is her first time taking in students, so she definitely doesn't have enough experience. Moreover, there's a disadvantage to finding a young teacher. That is, the teachers are still in the rising stage of their careers. They won't care much about the students, unlike the old teachers. Therefore, instead of applying for Mengxi, you might as well apply for Taomi from your hospital. Chief Physician Tao's standard is also very high. Moreover, she's a good person. She's also from the 2nd Provincial Hospital, so it'll be easier for you to communicate. Chen Song sighed. He didn't want to apply, but he really couldn't bear to give up this hidden mission. There was a hidden class. How special could it be? It couldn't be that he could change his class to Ultraman, right? But why was he still looking forward to it? Moreover, Chen Song thought about it. His main purpose of becoming a teacher wasn't necessarily to learn clinical skills. After all, he had the system. As long as he got the class change certificate and opened the skill book, what kind of skills would not be easy to learn? However, in the field of scientific research, Chen Song felt that he was a shortcoming. And Professor Mengxi was strong in this field. Chen Song felt that his main purpose of becoming a postgraduate student was to learn how to do scientific research. In comparison, he also felt that if he applied for Mengxi, it would be the right choice. He thought about how the other protagonists in the novels all changed their classes to both magic and martial arts. They were proficient in both magic and martial arts. Could it be that this special class of his was a combination of internal and external medicine? Internal medicine was awesome, surgery was even more awesome, and scientific research was even more awesome. When he thought of this, Chen Song felt that there was a slight possibility. He felt that if he didn't fight for it, he would be letting down Professor Mengxi, who came all the way from the Karolinska Institute in Stockholm, Sweden, to specially arrange such a hidden mission for him. When he thought of this, Chen Song smiled. Teacher Guan, I want to give it a try. How do you think I can get there? Guanwei was stunned. He smiled and gave Chen Song a thumbs up. Kid, you're amazing. How about this? I'll give you a call and see how long it'll take to get there. I'll make a call first. After he finished speaking, Guanwei picked up the phone and dialed. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Guanwei smiled awkwardly. Maybe he went to the toilet, Chen Song nodded. After a while, Guanwei called again. Still no answer. Maybe he's in surgery. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Guanwei blushed. I'll call him again. After he finished speaking, he called again. This time, the call went through. Hello, Department Director Guan, I just finished surgery. There was a hint of tiredness and laziness in his voice. Guanwei breathed a sigh of relief. He regained his dignity. Yes, it's fine. Thank you, Department Director Meng. Is there anything, Department Director Guan? Guanwei nodded. Yes. It's like this. Department Director Meng, isn't school about to start? Do you have any suitable students in mind? Mengxi was silent for a moment. Not at the moment. If there's no one on the first day, I'll cancel my quota. Sorry to trouble you, Department Director Guan. Guanwei smiled. It's no trouble. Department Director Meng, I've recommended a student for you. He has 3 years of experience in the emergency department and his clinical skills are quite good. Do you want to find time to meet him? Mengxi hesitated for a moment. Ask him to come to my office on Monday morning. I'll meet him. Is it a boy or a girl? Guanwei, it's a boy. He's quite capable. When Mengxi heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, that's it. Department Director Guan, I still have something to do. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Guanwei smiled and said to Chen Song, go to the Department of Cardiology of Eastern University First Hospital on Monday. Go and meet Department Director Meng. Chen Song nodded. The phone was very close to him, so he heard it very clearly, but why did the other party only nod when Guan Wei said that the boy was quite capable? Was there a special meaning behind this? P.S. Postgraduate students are research monks. Instructors like boys. After all, they are practical and capable. They do a lot of work and are not afraid of being tired. Today is 7 p.m. for the time being. I'll organize the outline in the afternoon. Thank you. After Chen Song returned, he waited for the evening gathering. There was a gathering in the department tonight, but it was not time yet. Chen Song simply lay on the bed and took out the reward bag. The word fortune was written on it. It had a red ribbon, just like the bags used to store candy at weddings. Fortune bag, a small fortune bag, unlimited inside. After opening it, you can obtain a random item. It can be valuable or cheap, big or small. Chen Song suddenly wondered if this fortune bag could be used as a storage bag. Thinking about the surgery, when he opened his hand, the scalpel, separating forceps, gauze, would jump out one by one. How cool would that feel? It had its own BGM. How cool, ding. Congratulations on opening the fortune bag. You have obtained a skill book. A purple light flashed in front of Chen Song's eyes. Suddenly, a skill book appeared in front of his eyes. However, the purple light flashed and the fortune bag disappeared. Chen Song's dream was shattered. However, he obtained another purple skill book. The last time he killed the king tier gallbladder, he had already obtained a purple skill book. He did not have time to look at it. Now, another one had appeared. There was no difference in gender between the two skill books. Otherwise, he might be able to obtain a small skill book if he kept it. Chen Song decisively chose to open it. Ding. Congratulations, you have learned skin flap transplantation. Master level. When he saw the skin flap transplantation, Chen Song almost laughed out loud. He had actually obtained this skill by chance. It was simply amazing. Skin flap transplantation, master level. Special effects: 1. Normal blood flow. 2. Sensitive senses. Skin flap transplantation was a specialty of microsurgery and cosmetic surgery. It could be said that Chen Song had been coveting it for a long time. Generally, small hospitals could not carry out skin flap transplantation at all. Basically, only big hospitals, and only big hospitals in big cities had this kind of technology. Zheng Guotan's wife, Xianxia, was going to do such a surgery in 2 months. The area of the scar on Xianxia's forehead was relatively large. Ordinary cosmetic hospitals could not do this kind of repair at all. What was needed was the skin flap transplant technology. Through the use of distal skin flaps for plastic repair, the most commonly used were the chest triangle skin flap, the neck skin flap, and so on. This kind of skin flap used for facial cosmetic surgery has several advantages. First, the repair area is large. Second, the donor area is hidden, and the scar after the healing is not easily exposed. Third, the donor area and the facial skin color are similar, and the skin color after facial plastic surgery is similar or not different. This kind of skin flap transplant surgery required a very high level of skill and team. Only Dongyang University's second hospital could perform this kind of surgery. What a good start. Chen Song rubbed his hands happily and decisively opened the second skill book. Ding. Congratulations, you have learned breast augmentation technique. Master level. Chen Song fell silent. Chen Song silently looked at the virtual screen in front of him. The faint purple light seemed to be sent to mock him. Chen Song took a deep breath. He thought about a lot of things, and he thought about a lot of things. It seems that some things are predestined. You can't run away from them. He silently clicked to receive it. Ding. Breast augmentation technique, master level. Special effects: 1. Natural harmony. 2. Stable and long-lasting. Breast augmentation technique was a level 2 surgery, while skin flap transplant was a level 3 or 4 surgery. It depended on how the hospital divided it. Chen Song could not avoid learning from both surgeries. After thinking about it, Chen Song still decided to learn breast augmentation. No matter what, this was slightly more attractive. After all, skin flap transplant. He decisively clicked on the breast augmentation technique. Suddenly, the scene before him changed. A woman appeared in front of Chen Song. Ding. The lesson begins. To be honest, Chen Song was very tempted at first. His heart was pounding like a piledriver. Because breast augmentation first required a sufficient understanding of the bear's structure. Before the surgery lesson began, Chen Song was taught a lesson. Because of the on-site observation and appreciation, Chen Song realized that he seemed to have a big misunderstanding about breast augmentation through different models. In fact, there were many standards to evaluate the beauty of bears. It was not just the appearance. Superficial beauty involved a variety of evaluation standards. There were many standards to the beauty of bears, but in general, they were divided into two types. The first was whether the bear's shape was normal. The second was whether the bear's shape and the overall shape of the bear's body were harmonious. The second point was the harmony between the bear's shape and the human shape. This included not only the size, but also the position, symmetry, height, angle, and whether it conformed to the aesthetic laws of human mechanics. In fact, this was what we usually saw. Some big ones were not necessarily good-looking. Some small ones looked delicate. I believe that both men and women should be well informed. Those who have not seen it should reflect on themselves. Therefore, breast augmentation surgery was not a correct name. It should be called breast plastic surgery. The purpose of plastic surgery was to solve the defects of the house. After the lesson, Chen Song began to practice and score. Chen Song finally realized that breast augmentation surgery was much more difficult than facial plastic surgery. This was because most surgeries were completely unpredictable during the surgery. You did not even know what would happen after the surgery. Breast augmentation surgery itself had a lot of sequelae. The first and most obvious was infection. After the surgery, there would be all kinds of red, swollen, hot, and painful reactions. This was the main reason for failure. There were even many such sequelae. Secondly, there was the problem of aesthetics and stability. After many surgeries, there would be asymmetry or sagging. These could not be expected during the surgery. Chen Song continued to practice and encountered more and more problems. In order to make it easier for Chen Song to remember, the system was very user-friendly. However, for Chen Song, this had become a surgical challenge, and he was a little restless. However, gradually, Chen Song realized that after seeing it more, he gradually got used to it. This time, Chen Song was afraid. Could it be that he had sexual apathy? After all, it was not that this kind of thing had never happened before. Every time Chen Song saw Chief Yu of the secondary hospital's breast surgery department, he felt that there was a feeling of selflessness in him. This kind of feeling was unusual in the surgery department. This made Chen Song wonder if Chief Yu had returned to the basics after seeing so much. Thinking of this, Chen Song shuddered. After the learning ended, Chen Song had just exited the virtual space. He looked flustered and quickly opened the learning folder on his computer. Listening to the familiar music, Chen Song's heart was finally relieved. P.S. To answer the question in the previous chapter, someone asked if cancer patients could donate organs. Corneas could be donated. After singer Yao Mona passed away from breast cancer, her corneas were donated. Benign tumors could be donated. The rest would need to be analyzed. The gathering was set at 6:30 p.m. at a restaurant in the Sky Street Business District. Today's gathering was organized by the department's accounts. Other than Yanjun, who was on duty, almost everyone in the surgery department came. There were few gatherings in the emergency department, so this time everyone came to have fun. Li Baoshan specially brought a few bottles of good wine from home. He did not drink, but it did not mean that he did not allow everyone to drink. The emergency department had a special feature compared to other departments. There were more young people among the three generations. It was mainly because of the confirmation of the emergency department, so there were more temporary workers. A place with many young people was easy to be lively. Everyone's meal was also in full swing. Halfway through the meal, a middle-aged man suddenly walked in with a young man and a young woman. They were dressed very businesslike. The man walked in with a smile on his face. When he saw Li Baoshan, he greeted, "Director Li, what a coincidence. Is there a gathering in the department today?" Li Baoshan was stunned. He stood up and nodded slightly. "Yes, hello, Director Zhao." The man was not old. He was in his 40s, but he looked very elegant. In Wang Qian's words, he looked very rich. He was dressed in branded clothes and did not look cheap. Some people's temperament was real, but most people's temperament was piled up by money. The man smiled and greeted Chen Bingxing and the others one by one. He said, "I just happened to pass by, so I came in to say hello. Everyone, eat and drink well. I won't disturb you." After that, he nodded at Li Baoshan and left with a smile. Li Baoshan quickly chased after him, and the head nurse, Tian Xianlan, also ran out. Chen Song had seen the man before. He often came to the department. If Yuan Fan was there, he would definitely recognize the beautiful girl. Mr. Zhao was the general manager of a pharmaceutical company in Danyang province. Although he came in quietly, it was as if he was greeting an old friend. In fact, the purpose of coming in to greet him was very obvious. He wanted to let Li Baoshan know who had paid the bill. These people were very smart. They would not show off in front of others. They would just go through the motions. After they left, Li Baoshan would realize that the bill had been settled. You don't care about it once or twice, but you don't care about it 8 or 10 times. In fact, this was how the department's gatherings were. There were often pharmaceutical representatives who would pay for them. Li Baoshan did not want to provoke this group of people, mainly because of the issue of medication in the emergency department. There was a huge difference between emergency medicine and general medicine because many emergency medicines were used to save lives. Therefore, Li Baoshan was very strict in this aspect. If it was not an old brand medicine that could withstand the long-term market test, Li Baoshan would definitely not use it. For example, patients in pain often came to the emergency department. Ibuprofen was a common drug that sold a lot. Most people didn't look at the brand or the manufacturer when they went to the pharmacy to buy medicine. Basically, they just needed ibuprofen. This was because everyone might think that the medicine from any manufacturer was the same. After all, they were all ibuprofen and the ingredients were similar. However, there were many accidents in the emergency department every year due to overdose. Even if something happened, you wouldn't be able to find the cause. This was a very fatal thing. A few years ago, the emergency department of the People's Hospital of Danyang Province had an accident because of the choice of norepinephrine. Although everyone knew what norepinephrine was, there were many manufacturers. The most common ones were Lianshu, Tianjin Jingyao amino acid, Shanghai Hufeng, and so on. Most companies could produce it. However, it was such a common drug that brought a fatal blow to the patient. Li Baoshan naturally knew why Zhao Kongbo was here. Therefore, he hurriedly got up and chased after him. It was an immutable truth that had never changed since time immemorial. Running out after Zhao Kongbo, Li Baoshan hurriedly gave the head nurse a look to Tian Xianlan. Tian Xianlan instantly understood and quickly got up to pay the bill. Zhao Kongbo also smiled. "Director Li, you're being too polite. This restaurant has an agreement with us. It's cheaper for us to eat. Isn't this saving some money for our department?" Li Baoshan smiled and said, "President Zhao is rich and overbearing. He doesn't care about this little bit of money. However, our department has to record every single cent. If there is a problem, I, Li Baoshan, will not be able to take responsibility." Zhao Kongbo smiled and shook his head. "Director Li, you're joking." As they spoke, Zhao Kongbo pulled Li Baoshan to the side. "Director Li, to be honest, our medicine has been in the hospital for 5 or 6 years. The effect has always been very good. Moreover, the price is much cheaper than those big companies. This is a good thing for the patients, right? Besides, the junior doctors in the emergency department also need to support their families. You know that the respiratory medicine department and the cardiology department are using it now, and the effect is very good. Chief Physician Li, don't you think you should consider it carefully?" Li Baoshan nodded. "Yes, I'll think about it when I go back." At night, Chen Song had just returned home when Zhang Zhixin called him. "Xiao Chen, I'll be on duty in the department tomorrow. I won't be going to the plastic surgery hospital. You can go by yourself if you want to. Follow them. You can do it yourself. But, be careful. Don't get into trouble." Zhang Zhixin greeted Chen Song. Chen Song nodded and smiled. "Okay, I got it, Boss Zhang." Zhang Zhixin had just hung up the phone when Fu Yufeng called him. Xiao Chen, it's me, your sister Fu. Chen Song suddenly realized that when he heard this name, he was not scared. Yes, Sister Fu. Fu Yufeng smiled. Xiao Chen, I would like to ask you for a favor. Well, I have a younger sister who's only 24 years old this year. It's just that her bare breasts are stunted. She's been to all the major hospitals and was told that it's microcephaly. She was born with it and it doesn't affect her normal life. However, she's very dissatisfied with her body and keeps thinking about plastic surgery. She's visited all the plastic surgery hospitals and even went to Korea last year. They all said that it's not easy to design a plastic surgery for someone with her body type. Also, the main thing is that she's learning how to dance. Chen Song, bring Sister Fu over tomorrow and let me take a look. I don't know how to judge if you say it like this. When Fu Yufeng heard this, she quickly nodded. Okay. Xiao Chen, it's settled then. I'll bring my sister over tomorrow. You can also help me take a look and see how to design it. Chen Song smiled and did not refuse. He was no longer the same person as before. He had seen all kinds of things. After hanging up the phone, Fu Yufeng smiled and said, Sister, I'll bring you over tomorrow. That Xiao Chen is quite skilled. Maybe he can really do it for you. The girl smiled. Sister, it's okay. I've been here for so many years. It's fine if it's small. I'm used to it anyway. Chen Song arrived at the plastic surgery hospital early and sat in Zhang Jixin's office. There were some magazines and periodicals behind Zhang Jixin, most of which were closely related to bare plastic surgery. At around 9 o'clock, Fu Yufeng walked in with a girl in a basketball uniform. The moment Chen Song raised his head, he frowned slightly. It seemed that it was really flat. Fu Yufeng smiled. Xiao Chen, this is my sister, Fu Yulan. Chen Song nodded and smiled. Hello. The girl smiled brightly. Hello. Chen Song had to admit that the girl looked very energetic. She was wearing a red basketball uniform and sports shoes, which made her look very bright. After closing the door, Fu Yufeng went straight to the point. Let's start? Chen Song nodded. Go behind the screen and change your clothes, the girl nodded. No need to go through so much trouble. After saying that, the girl stood there in a blink of an eye. Even though Chen Song was experienced and knowledgeable, he was stunned for a moment. True temperament. Fu Yulan suddenly smiled. This is nothing. When I was 20 years old, I sent a photo of my upper body to the group. Everyone thought I was a man. Chen Song was speechless. Not really. Your bone structure is small and thin, and there is a big difference between your muscles. Fu Yulan smiled shyly. They said that I was a 14-year-old little boy. Chen Song, even Fu Yufeng was in a mess. She sighed awkwardly and held her forehead. How did she have such a sister? Chen Song couldn't help but sigh. They were all born from the same mother, but why was there such a big difference? Fu Yufeng's every move was feminine. Fu Yulan's personality was 10 years apart. Chen Song suddenly had an idea. Could it be that the bear could really affect a girl's personality? However, Chen Song immediately stood up and began to observe carefully. The most appropriate surgery method for a girl not only required observation, but also understanding the thymus, muscles, skin toughness, and so on. About 10 minutes later, Chen Song passed the inspection and had a rough idea of what was going on. You have very few glands, and the fat content is relatively low. That's why it's very flat. It's a classic case of small X disease. But, your skin's toughness is still okay, but the muscle fibers in your chest aren't enough, and there aren't many thymic glands. Even if you want to implant it, it will be difficult. This kind of difficulty is mainly in the later stages. They are often worried that your dancing will cause the prosthesis to shift. Fu Yulan immediately sighed, yes. When I went to South Korea, the doctor said the same thing. He said that even if I were to be implanted with a prosthesis, there was a high chance that it wouldn't be stabilized. After all, I'm still a dancer. Intense sports activities would cause asymmetry, and there's no way I could stabilize it. Even if I were to succeed, it would be difficult. Moreover, there are many risks. For example, if the prosthesis is displaced, or if the acupoints don't match, it can lead to torsion or exposure. There are too many sequelae. Chen Song smiled. Of course, it's not impossible. This time, Fu Yulan's eyes lit up. You mean, there's a chance? Chen Song nodded. Yes. Fu Yulan seemed to have done a lot of research. Then, do you think I can implant my own fat? Chen Song stood up and turned around. He said decisively, no. Fu Yulan was too thin, and there were too few fat areas. Oh. Okay, I was just asking casually. I used to think that the bear would be bigger after I got fat, so I ate as much as I could. But when I reached 140, my stomach was bigger than the bear's, and I realized that I'm not fated with her. I can only lose weight quickly. If I had known that I still needed fat, I wouldn't have lost weight and just moved the fat. Fu Yulan sighed. After understanding the situation, Fu Yulan made up her mind to give it a try. After all, if there were any problems in the future, she would think about it. After all, she was a human, and a woman at that. She couldn't be so ordinary, right? How sullen would it be if she died? Thinking of this, Fu Yulan looked at Chen Song. Doctor, give me the best prosthesis. And the biggest one. Chen Song shook his head. No, you won't be able to take it. Chen Song felt that breast augmentation was like buying groceries at the market. No, your bone structure is also very small, and you don't have enough glands and fat. Your muscles won't do either. If we put in too big a prosthesis, the diameter of your chest won't be enough. Not only will the prosthesis fight, but it will also increase the burden on your heart and the human body. Most importantly, your skin tension isn't enough, and you're a dancer. It's not a good thing to be too big. For safety reasons, it's best to have a smaller prosthesis. If you find that your skin and muscles have adapted after the surgery, we can implant your own fat again. That way, it will be more natural. Chen Song chose a pair of 200 cubic centimeters water droplet-shaped mag prostheses. This type of prosthesis had memory function and was highly similar to the soft tissue material of the human body. After choosing the prosthesis, Chen Song prepared to start the surgery. Fu Yulan suddenly asked, Dr. Chen, I'm thinking, can I break it? Chen Song smiled awkwardly. You can't break it. There are still benefits. Fu Yulan was stunned. What benefits? Chen Song said, you haven't seen the news. A corpse dumping case was solved a while ago. The clue was the prosthesis on the woman's body. The police found the suspect step by step through the serial number on the prosthesis. Every serial number is unique. Fu Yulan's eyes lit up. The surgery began. Chen Song chose to make the incision at the armpit. It was about 2 to 3 centimeters long. The skin here was more wrinkled and uneven, so after the surgery, it was basically impossible to see anything. The surgery was very new, separation and implantation. Chen Song picked up the specially made separation forceps and probed into the bare part from the incision. He wanted to separate the superficial fascia medially until he reached the lateral border of the muscle. Next, Chen Song needed to bluntly separate the muscle fascia and find the space between the large and small pectorals. According to the preoperative calibration, the space between the pectorals was bluntly separated with a bare gland stripper to insert the prosthesis. This process was the most challenging because if the two sites of the surgery were not the same, it would easily lead to asymmetrical behavior. And if the space between the muscles was not properly controlled when the prosthesis was implanted and the prosthesis could not be fixed properly, the trouble would only be more serious. The special effect of Chen Song's breast augmentation surgery was stable and long-lasting. It was necessary to choose a reasonable angle and method of implantation. All of this was a blind operation. If it were not for the experience and training of thousands of surgeries, Chen Song could not guarantee the success rate of the surgery. Chen Song held the prosthesis with 2 fingers and slowly inserted it into the space between the large and small pectorals along the incision. When inserting the prosthesis, he had to pay attention to adjusting the shape with his fingers. All of this was based on intuition. P.S. This is the 3rd update for now. How many more updates will there be at noon tomorrow? Art came from life, and so did medicine. When Chen Song was performing the bear lengthening technique in the virtual space, he kept thinking about one thing. That was changing the inner tube of a bicycle. When he was in university, Chen Song's internship hospital was quite far from his dormitory. He had to ride a bicycle to work every day, and there was an old man who repaired bicycles at the entrance of the hospital. The old man had a unique skill of changing inner tubes, and it was recognized as strong. Usually, when a master changed an inner tube, he would first remove the wheel, then remove the old inner tube and replace it with a new one. He would do it step by step, and it would take 20 minutes to half an hour. When the old man changed the inner tube, he did not remove the wheel or the outer tube. He only needed to pick a gap between the axle and the fork, and he could easily change the inner tube and remove the old one. When Xianxia was performing the surgery, he suddenly realized that the bare lengthening technique and changing a tire were similar. He just needed to make an incision and insert the prosthesis. It was that simple. However, it was not that simple. After all, it was for aesthetics. In its perfect standards, the first was the ideal position. It had to be cleverly found between the second and sixth ribs with a diameter of 10 to 12 centimeters and a height of 5 to 6 centimeters. The position of the tree on top had to be controlled at the midpoint of the upper arm, and the line between the two trees and the midpoint of the clavicle had to form an isosceles triangle. The base of this isosceles triangle had to be 20 centimeters long, and it was the most perfect view of the space of the position. These precise indicators all depended on the ability of the surgeon to complete, and it was not as simple as one would think. At this time, Xianxia was not a surgeon, but an artist. Plastic surgery was not as simple as stuffing things. The upper limit and height of the artwork were different from general treatment and saving lives. If the appendix was cut, then so be it. But the artwork was placed there, and one look at it made people unable to put it down. This was ability. It was also art. The difference between Michelangelo and an ordinary craftsman was not whether he could carve a person, but whether he could carve a David. It was the same for the bare lengthening surgery. Fu Yulan was Xianxia's first work. What Xianxia wanted to do was to achieve the level of a master. It was definitely not an ordinary craftsman's surgery. What he needed was sculpting. Breast augmentation surgery could not be completed by one person. The anesthesiologist in the room was Zhang Zhixin's personal anesthesiologist. His name was Chang Yuanming. When he was first called in by Xianxia for the surgery, he was a little curious. Dr. Xiaochen had not been here for a long time, but every time Zhang Zhixin performed the surgery, they were very familiar with each other. His assistant was a young man named Chui. After graduating from medical school, he chose to work at Zhixin Plastic Surgery Hospital instead of working at a hospital. After all, it was easier to earn money here than in a hospital. Little Chui looked at Xianxia curiously. Although he didn't say anything, his eyebrows were furrowed. He realized that Xianxia's technique was completely different from Zhang Zhixin's. It wasn't about who did it better, but Xianxia's grasp of the details seemed to have reached an extreme level. This made the two of them a little puzzled. Even a small detail had to be done 7 or 8 times by Xianxia. Xianxia spent a lot of effort on the implantation of the prosthesis. Xianxia had already compared the position back and forth no less than 10 times. If he wanted a proud shape, he had to have the most perfect shape, like Milo's Venus, which was a hemispherical water droplet shape. Xianxia's eyes had a ruler. He carefully adjusted it and tried his best to adjust the height of its axis to about 5 centimeters. This way, it would form an almost 90-degree angle with the chest wall. This height was particular. Generally speaking, the best ratio was half to 0. 618, the ratio of height to diameter would be very suitable for the human body's aesthetic. Xianxia took a deep breath. What he had to do next was still to change the filling degree. A perfect breast augmentation surgery had to be considered from all aspects. Fu Yulan was a dancer. Xianxia had to consider the problem of filling degree. A perfect filling degree could produce a rhythmic dynamic shape with the continuous movement of the body. Dancing was a woman's way of expressing beauty, and it was also a vivid expression of the body. What Xianxia wanted to do was a work of art. A work of art that was as beautiful as a water droplet whether it was standing or lying down. When it jumped and turned, it had to have the three-dimensional beauty of dynamic rhythm. Time passed by minute. The anesthesiologist, Chang Yuanming, could not help but say, "Dr. Chen, there's not much time left." To be honest, Xianxia's surgery time was far more than Zhang Zhixin's. Since he was going to do it, Xianxia had to do it according to the standard of 1 million yuan. What he designed was a work of art. Chen Song slightly gathered his hands and kept frowning as he thought. The eyes of beauty even began to imagine various angles and strengths. The surgery was over, Fu Yulan just woke up at this time. To be honest, Chang Yuanming was sweating profusely. He never thought that a surgery would take so long. At this time, Fu Yulan was a little confused. Dr. Chen. Have I become bigger? Chang Yuanming was stunned. Shouldn't you be asking who you are and where you are? Outside the surgery, Fu Yufeng was already a little anxious. The surgery had been done for so long. It would be a lie to say that she was not nervous or anxious. After all, it was a surgery. Who would not be worried and afraid? At this time, the door of the operating room opened. Fu Yufeng saw that Fu Yulan had woken up and quickly went to greet her. Why are you awake? Fu Yulan rolled her eyes. It's like I just woke up, Fu Yufeng quickly asked. Do you feel uncomfortable? Fu Yulan nodded. It still hurts. Chen Song smiled. It's a normal reaction. Don't be afraid. Fu Yulan nodded obediently. The most important thing for her now was not whether it hurt or not. Chen Song did not say anything. She did not dare to touch or see. She was waiting to go back to the ward to find out. It was also a VIP ward. After entering, Fu Yufeng closed the door. Fu Yulan did not avoid Chen Song and directly shouted, Sister, quickly get me a mirror. Fu Yufeng did not have a mirror. Seeing this, Fu Yulan was burning with anxiety. She got up and ran to the bathroom. Chen Song, standing outside, suddenly heard a heart-wrenching laughter. Ha 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 ha, sister, quickly take a picture of me. Fu Yufeng was also looking forward to it. She wanted to see the results of her sister's plastic surgery. When she saw Fu Yulan taking off her hospital gown, Fu Yufeng was instantly dumbfounded. If men and women had completely different views on the same thing, there would definitely be no problem. However, there was definitely a kind of beauty that both men and women would shout 666 when they saw it. A woman's familiarity with her own body was definitely not comparable to a man's. Who knew what a woman was thinking all day long? Female comrade, don't hit me. When Fu Yufeng saw it, she immediately opened her mouth wide and didn't know what to say. Fu Yufeng knew her sister too well. To be honest, when Fu Yulan had her first period at the age of 12, she didn't look for her mother, but Fu Yufeng. The two of them had been very close since they were young. Not only were they sisters, but they were also close friends. Fu Yulan would tell Fu Yufeng everything that was troubling her. Therefore, Fu Yufeng accompanied Fu Yulan for this surgery. But at this moment, Fu Yufeng was shocked. It was really beautiful. Actually, a woman's thoughts were very simple and didn't have many thoughts. Moreover, when a woman looked at many parts of her body, she even felt a sense of insecurity. She was afraid that her husband wouldn't like it and so on. Even if she was a superstar, a CEO, and a strong career woman, she was still a woman after taking off her clothes. Eventually, she would be troubled by some feminine things. At this moment, Fu Yufeng was looking at Fu Yulan from a woman's point of view. She actually felt a sense of envy and amazement. It was really too beautiful. Fu Yulan looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was filled with ecstasy, excitement, shock, and eagerness. There was only one thought in Fu Yulan's mind. Is this me? Is this me? Thinking of this, Fu Yulan picked up her phone and started taking pictures from all angles. After all, I've never been so beautiful. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Chen Song saw that the two of them were not coming out. He couldn't help but cough. Well, you two come out first. I have something to say to you. When the two of them heard this, their faces turned red and they hurriedly walked out. Chen Song looked at Fu Yulan and smiled faintly. How is it? Are you satisfied? Fu Yulan beamed with joy. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Dr. Chen, you're too amazing. You won't affect my dance, right? Chen Song nodded. Yes, it won't affect you. But you have to rest during this period of time. You also have to take medicine according to the doctor's instructions. It's still a little painful now. Don't touch it. I'm afraid it might get infected. Wait for 3 to 5 days. Fu Yulan immediately nodded. Thank you, Dr. Chen. To be honest, I've traveled a lot and looked for more than a dozen plastic surgery hospitals. I've even been to Korea and the United States, but I'm not satisfied with the products they gave me. I've personally seen many of their finished products, but the difference between them and yours is too big. It's really beautiful. Although I didn't care in the past, it was because I was afraid of being ridiculed by others, so I simply made fun of myself. Later on, I got used to making fun of myself. Actually, for us dancers, our bodies are very important. Now I can even imagine the feeling of putting on my clothes and standing on the stage. That was great. Dr. Chen, you've really changed me. Thank you, Dr. Chen. By the way, how much is it? This should be very expensive, right? Although Fu Yulan said that it was very expensive, she didn't seem to be too distressed. She was just a little nervous and curious. Chen Song nodded. Yes, you're the most successful one I've done, and you're also the one I'd put the most effort into. Naturally, the price won't be cheap. Generally speaking, the price of this kind of bear surgery had always been high. The cheaper ones were 40 to 50,000 yuan, and the more expensive ones were 200,000 yuan. It wasn't impossible for the more powerful ones to be over 1,000,000 yuan. Nowadays, some rich people, in order to pursue the best results, used hyaluronic acid injection as the filler. A set of procedures would cost 1 or 2 million yuan. During Chen Song's surgery just now, according to the normal fees of Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital and the prosthesis surgery, it would be around 150,000 yuan. However, Chen Song didn't think that the cost of his own surgery would be that high. Chen Song thought that this was the result of his hard work. If he asked for it cheap, it would be a waste of his product. This was also a blasphemy against his own skills. Therefore, Chen Song didn't hesitate this time. 1 million yuan. Including all the expenses, it's 1 million yuan. If there are any adverse reactions, you can come to me. Fu Yufeng and Fu Yulan were also slightly stunned. It really wasn't cheap. However, Fu Yulan didn't hesitate. Okay, I think 1 million yuan is worth it. Dr. Chen, how long will it take for me to give you the money? Chen Song shook his head. There's no rush. After you recover in 5 days, you can feel it yourself. If you're satisfied, you can give me the money. Chen Song didn't do this kind of surgery too often, but every time he did, he would naturally do his best. Fu Yulan nodded, while Fu Yufeng was deep in thought. She was also eager to give it a try. She spent more than 400,000 yuan on plastic surgery, and naturally, she wasn't satisfied with that part of her body. The result of Fu Yulan's plastic surgery made Fu Yufeng even more determined. She had to do it, she had to do it. Wasn't it just 1 million yuan? She could ask Lao Gua for it. After all, no matter what she did, he would be the final beneficiary of the product. If he didn't pay for it, who would? He didn't look for internet celebrities or streamers. This little bit of money was nothing to him. Thinking of this, Fu Yufeng became more and more determined. The reason why Chen Song offered such a price was that he didn't want to be tied down by other things. It was time-consuming and laborious to perform such a surgery. If he only paid 3 to 500,000 yuan, it would be no different from ordinary people's surgery. 1 million was a threshold. There were not many people who could afford 1 million for this kind of surgery, and it formed an invisible circle. Secondly, it was worth the money. There was an essential difference between a product of 1 million yuan and one of 300,000 yuan. Many people didn't know the product, but they knew the price. The price would make people feel that the effect of 1 million yuan was naturally incomparable to that of 300,000 yuan. Moreover, people who would spend 1 million yuan on this surgery naturally understood why they did it. Aesthetic medicine and medical treatment were two circles of the same industry. One was like a daily necessity, while the other was like a luxury. Hospitals saw many ordinary people who couldn't afford to be treated, and also saw many people who became poor because of illness. But how often did you hear about people who lost their family fortune because of plastic surgery? Dispersing talisman of the bar spirit. P.S. Because 189 was blocked, I had to edit the chapter, so only 2 chapters were published this morning. It's very painful. I hope that you can empathize with the people's feelings and be sensible. I'm also afraid, so I tried not to write some words. It's fine as long as you understand it. When Zhang Jixin heard that Chen Song had performed the bear augmentation technique, he almost exploded. He picked up the phone and called Chen Song. Unfortunately, no one picked up. This made Zhang Jixin anxious. This brat was really getting more and more reckless. He had only learned it for a few days, and he dared to perform the bear augmentation technique. Fortunately, you didn't see me perform the general surgery, or you would have gone to heaven. It was not easy for him to get off work. Zhang Jixin hurriedly drove back to the plastic surgery hospital and went upstairs in a hurry. Chen Song had not returned yet. He sat in the office and looked at Qin Yu's paper published on liver transplantation. He was deep in thought. How long should he take to activate Qian Liang's apprenticeship mission? Zhang Jixin rushed in and said while panting, Chen Song. You brat, why did you do the bear augmentation technique yourself? And you did it for Sister Fu Yufeng. You are really. Chen Song saw Zhang Jixin standing there with his back against the door. He was out of breath and could not speak fluently at all. He sighed. Boss Zhang, as a boss, can't you just sit at home and wait for the money? Why did you come all the way here? Zhang Jixin's eyelids twitched. Being with Chen Song was a training for his mind. If I didn't come, you would have destroyed the plastic surgery hospital. Do you know how to do breast augmentation surgery? Big brother, sir, can you take it easy in the future? Before Zhang Jixin finished speaking, Fu Yufeng suddenly pushed the door open and came in. Fu Yufeng saw that the two of them seemed to be having a fierce argument and smiled awkwardly. Am I disturbing you? When Zhang Jixin saw that it was paid by a rich woman, he immediately smiled. It's fine, it's fine. It's an academic discussion. Fu Yufeng smiled slightly. It's good to be cultured. My old Gua only talks about money all day long. He keeps talking about buying this and that. I'm so annoyed. Zhang Jixin was stunned. I want to talk about money too, but I have to have money first. Chen Song suddenly understood why he was called a poor scholar. He was so king poor. How could he not be jealous? Even if you don't want to be jealous, how can you not be jealous when you encounter this kind of awkward conversation? Zhang Jixin smiled. We're just chatting. Miss Fu, why are you here? Fu Yufeng quickly took out a card from her bag and said embarrassedly, Dr. Chen, please deduct the operation fee first. We are old friends, and we trust you. Besides, we will have to deal with each other in the future. After Chen Song left, Fu Yufeng and Fu Yulan chatted for a while. Fu Yufeng still felt that it was more appropriate to give the money to Chen Song first. After all, the surgery had already been done. As for the later stage of the surgery, she would say that something had happened when something happened. 1 million wasn't a small amount, but it wasn't a lot either. After she finished the bear surgery, she would have 2 million in total. She would just treat it as buying a new car for her husband. After all, a car cost 2 million. This car. Fu Yufeng blushed at the thought. Moreover, he had to do it himself in the near future to leave a good impression on Chen Song. Chen Song smiled and said, Sister Fu, it's all the same. Fu Yufeng smiled and said, Dr. Xiaochen has been working so hard for so long. The surgery fee should be paid as much as it should be. Besides, I feel that there won't be any problems. I looked at it just now, and it's really beautiful. Even a woman like me was tempted for a long time. That means 1 million really isn't expensive. To be honest, it's worth it. Zhang Jixin was stunned. He looked at the conversation between the two and didn't know what to say. Wait, what 1 million? Zhang Jixin was suddenly dumbfounded. What 1 million? Zhang Jixin suddenly reacted. Chen Song. UF** King. 1 million for a breast enhancement surgery? Why don't you go to heaven? F***ck. Chen Song. Do you really think that my life has been smooth recently and I don't have enough problems? If something goes wrong, how much will I have to pay? Thinking of this, Zhang Jixin felt that his kidney deficiency worsened. Zhang Jixin couldn't help but ask, wait, Miss Fu, how much is this? 1 million? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Fu Yufeng was stunned and quickly shook her head. No, I think this price is very reasonable. You get what you pay for. With Dr. Xiaochen's standard, I think 1 million is acceptable. It's just like facial plastic surgery. I did spend 400,000. It's not cheap, but it's worlds apart from those popular faces on the streets. When my mother-in-law went back, not only did she not scold me, she even said that I know how to take care of myself. So, you get what you pay for. Dr. Chen's 1 million isn't expensive at all. These words made Zhang Jixin force himself to calm down. There was definitely a generation gap between him and the rich woman when it came to the concept of money. Could it be? Maybe. I underestimated the fruits of my labor, or I don't know myself well enough. Thinking of this, Zhang Jixin felt that he needed to learn from Chen Song. How could he please the rich woman and make her happy to give him the money, combined with the past few experiences? It seemed that Chen Song was well versed in this field. Seeing Fu Yufeng so satisfied, Zhang Jixin's heart was finally relieved. While talking, Fu Yufeng said, "Dr. Chen, let's go and settle the bill." While Zhang Jixin was stunned, Chen Song took Fu Yufeng to settle the bill. After that, Chen Song gave Fu Yulan a few more things to pay attention to. After Fu Yufeng left, Zhang Jixin immediately pulled Chen Song to the side. "You really know how to do breast augmentation surgery?" Chen Song nodded. "Yes, I can't cause trouble for you, Boss Zhang." Zhang Jixin was a little confused. "No, you haven't done it yourself, right? Although, you've been learning from me for a while, right? In total, you've done less than 3 to 5 surgeries. How did you learn?" Chen Song pondered for a moment. "I think it's because you taught me well, and I learned quickly." Zhang Jixin was completely speechless after hearing that. Although he was happy to hear it, he still felt that something was wrong. Was it because he didn't know how good he was at it? No matter what, it was fine as long as nothing happened. However, he had to go and see how Xiaochen could get 1 million for this surgery. Back in the office, Zhang Jixin still didn't understand. He quickly came over. "Xiaochen, you have to teach me." Chen Song was stunned. "What?" Zhang Jixin smiled flatteringly. "Don't pretend. Tell me, how did you do it?" 1 million for breast augmentation. Oh my god, it's more than 10 surgeries. Did I take advantage of you before? Chen Song smiled slightly. "The surgery fee is 100,000, and the remaining 900,000 is mine. Don't even think about it." Zhang Jixin quickly nodded. "Yes, I understand that you're separating business from personal, but you have to teach me how to deal with rich women. I think I'm lacking in this aspect." Chen Song was stunned and looked at Zhang Jixin seriously. "Boss Zhang, you're wrong. We rely on our skills to make a living, not to fool people. Go up and take a look at Fu Yulan's product and you'll know why it's 150,000. Oh right, this is a photo from before the surgery. Go up and take a look." Zhang Jixin took the photo and took a look. Yes, it was a classic case of microcephaly, and it was the more serious kind. Even plastic surgery would be a bit difficult. Moreover, even if it was done, the effect wouldn't be very obvious. After thinking about it, he decided to go up and take a look at Fu Yulan. After knocking on the door and entering, Zhang Jixin nodded and explained, "I went to the hospital today and didn't have time to come over. Xiaolan, let me take a look at you." Fu Yulan nodded and didn't avoid it. She slowly opened the wound on her chest. To be honest, even if Zhang Jixin was experienced and knowledgeable, and this was his specialty, after seeing Fu Yulan's product, he immediately gasped, so beautiful, so natural and exquisite." Although the surgery had just been completed, this natural feeling was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, bilateral symmetry, the handling of details, the constant position, the design of proportion, the more Zhang Jixin looked, the more shocked and emotional he was. When he was leaving, Zhang Jixin sighed. He finally knew why Chen Song dared to ask for a surgery fee of 1 million yuan. Zhang Jixin was an expert, and he knew this very well. He also understood the difficulty of surgery. If one wanted to achieve Chen Song's level, one would basically be dreaming if one didn't have thousands of surgeries experience. With such a surgical effect, if it were him, he would also dare to ask for 1 million yuan. However, the key was that he couldn't do such a plastic surgery effect that cost 1 million yuan. This was the most important thing. This was the difference. Thinking of this, Zhang Jixin couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't help but start to doubt his life. They were all humans, and they were all doctors with surgical backgrounds. Why was the difference between them so big? However, This kind of doubt immediately disappeared after Chen Song ordered dozens of skewers of kidney, chives, and oysters for him. In fact, it was quite good to be a salted fish with Chen Song. Okay. Boss, give me 2 more plates of kidney. On the way back at night, Chen Song suddenly felt that everything was like a dream. He didn't expect to achieve the first wealth milestone in his life just by getting a breast enlargement. 1 million, it seems that the ancients didn't lie to me. A woman 3 years older will hold a golden brick, and a woman 30 years older will give away the country. Chen Song felt that he should find someone 3,000 years older than him. After all, a woman 3,000 years older will be ranked in the celestial class. The next morning, Chen Song asked for leave from Li Baoshan. He was going to find the legendary Professor Meng Shi from the mysterious Karolinska Institute in Stockholm, Sweden. The first hospital of Eastern University was not far from the second hospital of Sichuan province. Chen Song rushed there early. After all, he was going to seek advice and become an apprentice. It was better to be early. It was only 7:20 when he arrived at the cardiology department of the first hospital of Eastern University. Chen Song wandered in the corridor with the signature form. There was a staff list hanging in the hospital corridor. Chen Song saw that Meng Shi was ranked 3rd. The first was Xiao Gaofeng, the director of the cardiology department, and the second was Zhou Qiwen, the deputy director. Through this staff list, Chen Song had a general understanding of the situation of the cardiology department of Eastern University Hospital. This was a department with a history, a foundation, and a very strong comprehensive strength. The hierarchy of the 3 generations was obvious, and the proportion of medical staff was appropriate. The first hospital of Eastern University was ranked in the top 3 hospitals in Dongyang province. It didn't mean that they were inferior to the people of the province and the second hospital of Eastern University. The main reason was that the ranking changed every year, so no one could be stable in the first place. In contrast, Chen Song still felt that the second hospital of Sichuan province was awesome. Every year, the second hospital of Sichuan province was ranked 10th. The 11th affiliated hospital of traditional Chinese medicine couldn't catch up with the second hospital of Sichuan province every year, and the second hospital of Sichuan province couldn't catch up with the 9th ranked People's Hospital, so the ranking had always been as stable as Mount Tai. At 7:30, Xiao Gaofeng, who was nearly 60 years old, walked into the office swiftly. The shift change officially began. Chen Song, who was standing outside eavesdropping, was dumbfounded. Awesome, who was the Ingrid for the shift change? This made Chen Song stunned for a moment. The shift change in English, yes, high-end. In fact, this was not uncommon in the medical field. Chen Song had been to so many hospitals, and some of them used English to hand over shifts. However, it was just a template, and all he had to do was memorize it. But that wasn't the case inside. The change of shifts inside was completely in English, which made Chen Song feel a sense of awe. This was an expert. The shift change lasted for more than 10 minutes. Everyone had some understanding of the patient's condition last night. After that, they began to discuss the patient's condition. Then, one of the doctors reported the latest surgical research on aortic dissection from the New England Journal of Medicine. The whole process was done in English. To be honest, Chen Song was deeply touched by this. If this was a normal doctor, how could he adapt to this rhythm and level? It was no wonder that Eastern University's first hospital was recruiting PhD graduates, and overseas graduates from famous universities were given priority. It was not that they were looking down on other universities, but they might not be able to keep up after coming to the hospital. At this time, a few men and women about the same age as Chen Song stood at the door. They were all wearing the white coats of Eastern University's first hospital. They should be the hospital's graduate students and housemen. Several people were discussing things inside in 2s and 3s. They were not too curious about Chen Song, who was standing at the side. This was the day when graduate students started school. Most of the people who came here were looking for mentors. Everyone was already used to it. At 8 o'clock, the office door opened and the nurses poured out. Chen Song simply stood far away. After waiting for everyone to leave, Chen Song walked in. Chen Song looked around and suddenly locked onto a woman. Meng Shi. It should be right. Even if she was wearing a white coat, she was still very conspicuous in the crowd. Chen Song's first impression was that she was a clean and tidy career woman. Chen Song took a deep breath and walked forward. Since I'm already here, what's there to be nervous about? Chen Song nodded and bowed slightly. Hello, Teacher Meng. I'm Chen Song, this year's graduate student. I want to be your student. When Chen Song said this, the room suddenly became silent. Chen Song's heart suddenly thumped. What had happened? Why was it silent? Chen Song slightly raised his head and saw Meng Shi put down the things in her hands. Meng Shi looked at Chen Song and said lightly, "Please sit." Chen Song nodded. Thank you, teacher. After respectfully sitting down, Chen Song felt like he was sitting on pins and needles in the quiet office. During this period of time, since June, many students came to look for Meng Shi, and there was an endless stream of them. However, groups of people came and left. Gradually, there were not many people left. When the doctors in the department suddenly saw such a fearless person, they were still interested and looked forward to fighting with Professor Meng. On Monday morning, the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery traditionally did not arrange any surgeries, except for emergency surgeries. After a weekend, everyone had to organize some patients' medical records and some materials. In the afternoon, they would start arranging surgeries one after another. Meng Shi realized something during this period of time. If he did not recruit students, he would definitely be assigned a student in the end. There was no doubt about it. Instead of this, it was better to find a student who was relatively pleasing to the eye and whom he was used to. When Chen Song came to greet him, Meng Shi nodded in his heart. He was a sunny, handsome, and generous young man. Most importantly, Meng Shi realized that he saw him standing at the door before he came to the office. He arrived almost an hour early. Meng Shi was a person who had a strong sense of time. He was very self-disciplined and had strict requirements for himself. He would definitely not delay today's matters until tomorrow. Chen Song's early arrival today gave Meng Shi a good impression. In addition, Chen Song's external temperament was not bad. In general, compared to the others, he had a plus point. Meng Shi smiled slightly. You don't have to be so nervous. How old are you this year? Chen Song answered honestly, 27 years old. Meng Shi nodded thoughtfully. If you're 27, you joined the workforce and then went to graduate school. You have work experience, right? Chen Song nodded. After I graduated, I worked in the emergency department of the 2nd Chengdu Provincial Hospital for almost 3 years. After hearing the whole sentence, Meng Shi nodded. How's your English? She asked this question not only because she had a higher level of English for students, but also because she wanted to test Chen Song's learning ability. There were very few people who were willing to learn English after joining the workforce. At present, medical journals were mainly in English, and they mainly needed to use English as a language tool. What Meng Shi wanted to know was whether Chen Song had ever stopped learning. This question was very important. Chen Song nodded. It's not bad. When he said this, Meng Shi could not help but laugh. Qian Lin had refused to come to the cardiovascular surgery department. God knew why his uncle insisted on making him become a disciple of the she-devil. Everyone knew that Meng Shi was a typical masochist. If he became her student, Qian Lin really did not know how long he could maintain his weight of more than 190 pounds. Other people were too tired to learn medicine, but he was too tired to gain weight. Who could he reason with if he gained more than 20 pounds after becoming a postgraduate student? If it were not for the fact that his total score of 410 points made others speechless, his uncle would definitely think that he did not study hard and was lazy to gain weight. Qian Lin stood at the door of the cardiovascular surgery department's office and felt uneasy. He studied at Dongyang Medical University for his undergraduate degree and also did his internship in this hospital. He knew this place very well. During his internship, he was lucky enough to be transferred to the cardiovascular surgery department and was forcibly assigned to Meng Shi. From that day to the end of the 2nd month, Qian Lin lost more than 20 pounds. If it were not for the postgraduate examination, it would have been really difficult for him to return to his peak state. When he thought of Meng Shi's terrifying smile, Qian Lin felt timid. He did not know whether his uncle was crazy or not. He insisted on letting him try to become Meng Shi's student. However, although he was a little tired, he learned things very quickly. The reason he could get 410 points in the postgraduate examination was because of his 86 points in English. This was all thanks to the she-devil, Meng Shi. Qianlin took a deep breath and sank his qi into his dantian. With a tragic feeling, he pushed the door open and entered. After entering, he found that the surrounding air was stagnant. Many doctors stopped working and stared at Meng Shi. Qianlin was stunned and sighed. He felt that he should complain to his uncle, who was the deputy director. The cardiovascular surgery department was not working properly and was looking at Meng Shi during working hours. He should transfer Meng Shi away so that it would not affect everyone's work efficiency. Yes, Qianlin thought that everything was Meng Shi's fault. After all, they were both born and raised by their parents. Was it reasonable for her to be good-looking? If she looked like him, would everyone be in the mood to look at her? Thinking of this, Qianlin's resentment toward Meng Shi increased a little. It was not conducive to the perfect construction of the department's spirit. However, when Qianlin was about to continue walking forward, he suddenly put down his foot. He suddenly found a man sitting in front of Meng Shi. Qianlin immediately hid in the crowd of white coats behind him and asked a graduate student beside him, "Senior, who is that man?" The man looked at Xianxia with respect. "I'm here for Professor Meng's signature. If I want a postgraduate tutor, I'll look for Professor Meng." As soon as these words were spoken, Qianlin felt that his heart was trembling with excitement. Even his white flesh was resonating with it. "Awesome, brother, you must be the savior sent by God to save someone Qian from the abyss of suffering. You must go through the 3 questions of the Mengs. I must do my best, I'll cheer for you." When Meng Shi heard Xianxia say that his English was good, he immediately smiled and nodded. "You heard the shift change just now, right? How many patients did you receive last night? Which bed did you get an adverse reaction? How did you treat them? What did you share after the shift?" It was Meng Shi's first question. Fatty Qian almost jumped up. "Great Demon Meng, you cheated." The first question was so difficult for him. "You must be doing this on purpose. He's just a postgraduate student. You want him to translate SCI? Is your F*** conscience swallowed by your chest?" Thinking of this, Qianlin stared at Meng Shi with contempt. However, he did not dare to stare directly at him. If he was discovered by this demon, his 2 days of rest would be ruined. After all, this female demon had been coveting him for a long time. Every time she stared at him, her gaze was like a wolf. She would drag him to work for an entire day. F***ck, even if I were 300 to 500 pounds, I wouldn't be able to withstand being ordered around like this. Thinking of this, Qianlin shrank his head and cheered for Xianxia in his heart. Every time he thought of how once he fell into the demon's clutches, these 3 years would be a 3-year luxury package for the 18 levels of hell. Not only Qianlin, but even the surrounding doctors felt that Meng Shi was making things difficult for them. After all, those who could answer this question had either stayed in their department for more than half a year, or their English level was good enough to have studied abroad. "It's another budding book that's been destroyed by Director Meng," Xianxia recalled slightly. "Last night, bed 12 suddenly had low cardiac output syndrome at 3 o'clock in the morning. It was accompanied by continuous low blood pressure, reduced pulse pressure, insufficient tissue perfusion, oliguria, and other conditions. Doctor, he was on duty last night. After checking, he suspected that the left ventricle was under load. He suspected that it was caused by low urination after the surgery. In the end, he gave diuretic dilation and blood volume supplementation treatment. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the patient's condition was stable and everything was back to normal." Xianxia had just finished speaking. Suddenly, all the doctors present were stunned. This young man was awesome. Qianlin stood at the back. He stomped his feet excitedly and almost burst into tears. "Awesome. Brother, you're really awesome. You're worthy of being my savior. In the future, I'll be honest with you." The postgraduate students were dumbfounded and even a little embarrassed. Was this young man really an undergraduate student? This level of English is 3 heifers better than ours. However, at this moment, Xianxia continued, "If I'm not wrong, the paper I just shared should be about a new surgical treatment plan for aortic dissection of the heart and the prevention of intraoperative complications. It's about Professor Morley Camille's analysis of more than 160 patients with aortic dissection. The results show that the Xianxia's words could be said to have convinced everyone present. To be honest, everyone was a doctor from a famous university, and there were even some who came from overseas. Everyone could understand. However, Chen Song was just a student who was about to become a postgraduate student. His performance was too heaven-defying. Qianlin clenched his fists. Demon Meng, if you don't accept this young man today, I won't be convinced even if I submit to you. This young man is too outstanding. Thinking of this, Qianlin could not help but clap his hands. Good. Awesome. The postgraduate student beside him was stunned. He looked at Qianlin and whispered, "You got it all right? Is it that good?" Qianlin was stunned. How would I know? I don't understand. But look at his aura. It should be all right. He did not understand, but that did not stop him from applauding. The postgraduate students were suddenly dumbfounded and speechless. However, although Mengxi's expression did not change, he could not help but feel happy. This kid is not bad. Chen Song sighed when he realized that there was finally some noise around him. What kind of department was this? The emergency department of the 2nd Sichuan Provincial Hospital was still the best. He listened to Brother Qian bragging every day, listened to the little bootlicker shouting 666, and ordered Wang Yong to write medical records. This was the working environment that doctors should have. Look at them, all of them, Mengxi nodded. Yes, not bad. When Qianlin heard this, he immediately took a deep breath. This she-devil actually knew how to praise people. It was rare. Every time he worked overtime, the sentence he received the most was, "Why are you so stupid?" This sentence had lingered in Qianlin's ears for several months, making him feel frustrated. It was not until the results of his postgraduate studies were out and he was admitted as the top student in medicine that this sense of frustration slowly disappeared. He really did not expect she-devil Meng to praise people. The surrounding doctors also looked at each other. Indeed, it was rare to see Chief Physician Meng praise people. This kind of situation was really rare. However, this young man was really amazing. His English listening skills were definitely not far away. You've been working in the clinic for 3 years. Do you know the basic operations? Mengxi was actually very satisfied with Chen Song. To be honest, there were not many people who could really do it with his English level alone. In the paper just now, there were a lot of professional terms involved, and many of them were even rare words in the field of surgery. With Chen Song's translation, Mengxi could observe a lot of things, mainly his attitude toward academic papers and his attitude of constantly learning. Chen Song nodded. I know a little of the basic clinical operations. But I haven't come into contact with cardiac surgery so far. Mengxi nodded. Oh. Do you know how to suture blood vessels? Chen Song originally thought that he should tell the truth. He was quite good at it. However, considering that this was the department of cardiac surgery, a department that dealt with blood vessels every day, Chen Song still felt that he should be more conservative. Yes, a little. Mengxi raised his head and looked at the doctors around him. The doctors immediately turned their heads and began to write medical records. Mengxi pointed at a man and said, Dr. Ge, go and get a few molds and needles. The man called Dr. Ge quickly stood up. Yes, Director Meng. Mengxi was 30 years old, but he was an associate chief physician. Moreover, the cardiovascular surgery department was divided into 3 groups. The higher-ups had 3 team leaders, and Mengxi was one of them. The 3 team leaders took turns to manage the 3 groups. To put it bluntly, Mengxi was everyone's superior physician. Not only was he 1 rank higher, but Mengxi was also very strong. Therefore, everyone respected Junior Chief Meng, who was not even as old as them. Not long after, Ge Huai walked in with a needle, thread, and a mold. These were commonly used practice tools in surgeries. They were mainly used to practice blood vessel suturing. This technique was a necessary skill in the cardiovascular surgery department. It was the most basic and important skill, therefore, whenever they had the time, they would take out their needles and hook them. Xiao Gaofeng would also regularly hold such small-scale suturing competitions in the department. The competition was based on suturing speed and suturing density. Mengxi said to Chen Song, come on, let me see. 30 stitches. Let me see how long it will take. This was a 2-segment mold that imitated the width of the aorta. After saying that, Mengxi looked at Ge Huai thoughtfully and smiled. Dr. Ge, compete with this junior doctor. Let's see who is faster. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Chen Song with a teasing gaze. Dr. Ge was not old. He was 35 years old, which was the prime of his life. In the blood vessel suturing competitions in the department, he often won first place and was highly valued by Xiao Gaofeng. Just as Ge Huai was hesitating, Xiao Gaofeng suddenly walked in and looked at the scene with interest. He said with a smile, "Little Ge, you can practice with this junior doctor." At this moment, Chen Song suddenly heard a system notification, ding. PK mission activated. The winner, Little Ge, can drop any item or skill book on Little Ge. Chen Song chose to accept PK mission. It seemed very exciting. Chen Song knew that he was very fast, but he had never competed with other men to see who was faster. Therefore, Chen Song raised his head and looked at the lean Ge Huai with great interest. This time, when they heard that there was a competition, everyone became lively. Qianlin was like a fat cat. He squeezed his way through the crowd and finally squeezed into the crowd. He looked at Chen Song with excitement and muttered in his heart, "Come on, brother, my happiness depends on you." Xiao Gaofeng walked over slowly and sized up Chen Song. "Young man, give it a try. You won't feel bad even if you lose. The person in front of you is the backbone of our department." After saying that, he looked at Little Ge. "Little Ge, show this young man some performance. Give him some motivation." Surgery was different from internal medicine. Just like martial arts, PK was common. It could be as small as comparing how many surgical knots could be tied in a minute, or as big as simulating special surgical techniques. Anyway, PK was everywhere. And this kind of competition was benign. Through comparison, one could constantly break through one's limits and reach new heights. This was the ultimate goal. Xiao Gaofeng did not want to see Chen Song make a fool of himself. The main thing was to let Chen Song know the direction to work hard. While speaking, Xiao Gaofeng smiled. "Come on, who's going to time? I'll shout 3, 2, 1 to start." At this time, Xiao Gaofeng's graduate student hurriedly ran over with a mobile phone. "All time." Chen Song smiled at Ge Huai and slowly picked up the needle holder. The graduate student behind him began to say, "Dr. Ge, remember to break the record." Ge Huai held the fastest record in the department, holding the record of 30 stitches in 2 minutes 50 seconds. Ge Huai smiled and picked up the needle holder. He was ready to teach this young man a lesson. There was no suspense about the outcome of this competition. One was the new generation of cardiac surgery. In the Eastern University First Hospital, the fastest suture, and the other was an emergency doctor who was just preparing to go to graduate school. Compared to the result of the competition, everyone was more concerned about whether Ge Huai could break the record. Mengxi and Xiao Gaofeng looked at Chen Song's hands holding the needle holder and thought, "These hands are so stable." Ordinary people would not be able to see these details, but Mengxi knew how important a pair of hands that were as stable as Mount Tai was to a surgeon. Xiao Gaofeng looked at Chen Song thoughtfully. 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Song was slightly stunned. Because Chief Xia spoke in his ear, his hands almost trembled in fright. With this hesitation, Ge Huai had already begun to suture quickly. When Chen Song saw this, he started his operation unhurriedly. If the big shots of the 2nd Provincial Hospital were here, they would definitely sigh. Sigh, this. Xiao Chen is going to start taking advantage of people again. The competition was intense, the competition affected everyone's heart. Qianlin looked at Chen Song eagerly and cheered in his heart. "Brother, your performance directly affects my future and happiness. You're not fighting alone." Everyone else was looking forward to seeing Ge Huai break the record. Although it wasn't a big deal, it was still an interesting thing. Time passed by slowly. Everyone looked at the time nervously. "It's broken. It's broken. Come on, Teacher Ge. It's going to be broken." He broke the record. Damn. Teacher Ge is awesome. He broke the personal record again, 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Awesome. Eh? Hey, why aren't you guys saying anything? Teacher Ge broke the record. The young man who was keeping time looked at everyone blankly. Everyone was staring at Chen Song with their mouths agape. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. This is too fast. Yeah? I just took a look and he only did a few stitches. This speed is too scary. He's even faster than our teacher Go. Yeah, how long did it take? I don't know. Probably around 2 minutes? Didn't you see? He finished almost half a minute before teacher Go finished stitching. All the doctors present were dumbfounded. They originally thought that Dr. Go Huai's Banana Mud Human Skin series would add another Chen song. But they did not expect this young man to be so fast. Many doctors could not believe their eyes when they recalled the scene of the stitching just now. It was too fast, he was so fast at such a young age. What should they do in the future? Many of the male doctors were dejected when they thought of this. The younger generation would surpass the older generation. Each generation was faster than the previous. On the other hand, the female doctors all felt that it was a pity. They sighed deeply. It was too fast. Qian Lin could be said to have watched Chen Song from the beginning to the end. He was the one who had the most right to speak. Looking at Chen Song's operation, Qian Lin only wanted to ask Chen Song one question. Brother, how many years have you been single? I thought that my hands were already wonderful, but I didn't expect you to be even better. Amazing indeed. Mengshi looked at Chen Song's hand and did not speak for a long time. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Suddenly, he couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. His hands were amazing. From the beginning, Mengshi had already felt it. It lasted for a long time. The needle holder in his hand did not move at all. Even though he was shocked by Chief Xia, his hands were still calm. Stable and durable, this was the basic quality that surgeons had to have. Mengshi was also amazed by the subsequent sutures. What nimble hands! He watched as Chen Song's fingers flipped over and over as he continuously sewed the retractor hook, and tied the knot. This set of operations was done to his heart's content. Those slender fingers, that astonishing frequency, and that complex angle. Gulp. Mengshi couldn't help but swallow another mouthful of saliva. What a terrifying pair of hands. When he looked at Chen Song again, Mengshi's eyes were fixed on Chen Song's hands, which were placed on his legs, and he couldn't let go for a long time. This was a pair of surgical hands. Thinking of this, Mengshi felt a flame of desire burning in his eyes. That was right, this was what he wanted. In the end, he finally got it. Xia Gaofeng took a deep breath and exhaled after a long time. This young man was going easy on him, that was right. Xia Gaofeng could tell at a glance that when Chen Song was suturing, his speed was very fast at the beginning. After maintaining it for a while, he obviously looked up at Ge Huai and then slowed down. Even so, he was still ahead of Ge Huai by half a minute. He was really amazing. However, why did this young man pause at the beginning? Did he deliberately go easy on Ge Huai? Thinking of this, Xia Gaofeng could not help but ask, young man, why did you pause at the beginning? Chen Song was stunned. Tue. You're a cunning old man, and you still have the nerve to say that? You said it was a fair competition, but you still cheated. Who knew you would shout so loudly? Thinking about it, Chen Song scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I was shocked by the chief physician. As soon as he said that, everyone suddenly laughed. Xia Gaofeng blushed and smiled awkwardly. Young man, you're really good. This rapid suturing is really good. After saying that, Xia Gaofeng took the two molds and looked at them. After all, suturing was not only a test of speed, but also the suturing effect. Blindly pursuing speed was definitely not a habit that a mature surgeon should have. Speed was built on a stable foundation. He did not look at Chen Song's mold. Instead, he looked at Ge Huai's mold first. After looking at it, he smiled. Young Ge, not bad. The density and speed of your sutures have obviously improved. You're really good. Ge Huai was originally very disappointed. After all, he was defeated by such a young man. It would be strange if he was happy. Thank you, Chief Physician. I'll continue to work hard. Xia Gaofeng then said thoughtfully, all right, everyone, hurry up and do your work. Young man, you have to be serious about suturing in the future. When everyone heard that, they suddenly realized that Chen Song's suturing was too fast and neglected the suturing effect. Ge Huai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ge Huai was very competitive. Otherwise, he would not have been able to constantly improve his suturing skills and become the best in the department. A small matter could tell a person's character. At this moment, Xiao Gaofeng looked at Meng Shi meaningfully and handed the mold over. This is this young man's mold. Take a look. Meng Shi nodded. He had just noticed that Chen Song's suturing was very tight. He did not expect the chief physician to say that just now. But when he saw Gu Huai's reaction, he suddenly understood. Gu Huai valued success and failure too much, so being defeated by Chen Song might affect his work and mood. It was not conducive to his growth. That was why Xiao Gaofeng said that. Xiao Gaofeng looked at Meng Shi thoughtfully and nodded. He's a very good young man. Meng Shi, think about it carefully. After saying that, Xiao Gaofeng gave Chen Song a thumbs up and said softly, young man, you're really good. Ding. PK1. Randomly obtained Gu Huai. Ding. Meng Shi's favorability decreased by 5. Ding. Obtained Meng Shi's favorability plus 5. Chen Song was stunned. What the F***? Was it possible to do such a thing? Favorability could even be decreased by PK. This was a little, Chen Song thought of a scary thing. What if he had a PK with a disgusting villain and accidentally defeated him and suddenly obtained 90 favorability from the villain's wife? Wouldn't this be very exciting? He had defeated the villain's physical body, he had also shattered the villain's spirit. Just thinking about it made him feel very excited. P.S. Don't worry, it's only 5 chapters for today. Chen Song would never have thought that even favorability would drop. It seemed that PK was really the best way to reach the pinnacle of life. At this moment, Chen Song realized that teacher Meng was looking at him with more gentleness and longing in her eyes. Wait a minute, Chen Song slammed on the brakes. He actually saw longing in teacher Meng Shi's eyes. Chen Song was stunned. He took a deep breath and quickly shook his head, forcing himself to calm down. After all, this was not like watching a series of tutoring movies at home alone. How could he have such evil thoughts? Meng Shi looked at the intricate suture of the aorta in her hands and sighed. This young man was really talented. Thinking up to this point, Meng Shi didn't even notice that he had begun to acknowledge Chen Song. Even the way she looked at Chen Song became gentler. Meng Shi, a female doctor who pursues perfection and self-discipline. Favorability, 5. Chen Song analyzed it carefully. It should be an adverse reaction brought by favorability plus 5. He should be overthinking it. Gu Huai finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Chen Song really sutured faster and better than him, he would definitely have some thoughts in his heart. It was not jealousy, but frustration. Jealousy mainly came from the same platform and level, while frustration came from the change of dimensions. Others were affected by the decrease of dimensions, but Chen Song was affected by the increase of dimensions. Chen Song was just a young man who was about to take the postgraduate entrance exam, but he was a senior attending physician who had been in the field of cardiac surgery for a long time. If Zhang Jixin saw this scene, he would definitely tut Gu Huai's face. I'm almost 40, and I'm being attacked by this guy every day. What are you doing? Xiao Gaofeng suddenly regretted it. If he had known, he would have called the research department and asked Xiao Guan to give him a spot. After all, seeing such an outstanding young man, Xiao Gaofeng's love for talent had really sprouted. It was said that fine horses were common, but Bolu was rare. However, who would be willing to give up a Fergana horse like Chen Song? You see, even someone as arrogant as Meng Shi wants to ride. No, he wants it. Dongyang Medical University was relatively strict in the selection of postgraduate mentors. Generally speaking, the mentors were required to have the title of an associate professor or above, to have published more than 3 core papers in journals in the past 3 years, and to have worked on more than one topic, provincial or national, in the past 3 years. Only then would they have the opportunity to select a mentor. In terms of age, there was only an upper limit, and no lower limit. However, it was extremely rare for a 30-year-old like Meng Shi to become a teacher. Dongyang Medical University had set a limit for postgraduate students who were over 57 years old. After all, postgraduate students took 3 years to graduate. It was unfair to the students if they retired before graduation. Of course, this condition was not applicable to everyone. Many people could enjoy special care conditions, such as provincial famous doctors, national famous doctors, Chongjiang scholars, and so on. Xiao Gaofeng was a famous doctor in the province, and he enjoyed special benefits from the state council. But he was getting old, and he didn't have enough energy. He had to frequently apply for research projects, and it was tiring. So he didn't register for the graduate department. Now that he looked at Chen Song, he felt a little regretful. Mengshi looked at Chen Song, pondered for a moment, and then made a decision. Okay, he was a very good young man, and he was very good in all aspects. At this time, Mengshi decided to sign Chen Song's name. Dr. Ge, bed 51 suddenly convulsed. With an urgent urge from the nurse's station, Mengshi hesitated when he was about to speak. He immediately got up and followed Ge Huai out. Chen Song was slightly stunned. How could there be a convulsing patient in the cardiac surgery department? Xiao Gaofeng looked down at Chen Song and said, "Young man, your teacher has gone to see the patient. Don't you want to follow him?" Chen Song quickly got up and said, "Thank you, director." After saying that, he followed him. After Xiao Gaofeng finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the houseman and postgraduate students who came to transfer to the department. He couldn't help but sigh. This group of students was not focused on their studies. They ignored such a good learning opportunity. When they were in school, they didn't dare to see a special patient. They would have rushed out to see the patient. Now that the learning conditions were better, there were more learning channels, and there were quite a lot of opportunities for students to practice, but Xiao Gaofeng looked at the few students who were either tearing up the test sheets or chatting while sitting there. He could not help but say, "Stop tearing up the test sheets. Go and see the patient, look at the disease, and learn more. This may be a special case. You may not be able to see many of them. Don't come to the department all day. I don't know what you're doing, but holding a few books every day and tearing up the test sheets." A few postgraduate students got up awkwardly and nodded reluctantly. They pushed each other and slowly followed him out. Looking at this scene, Xiao Gaofeng could not help but sigh. Ge Huai was a little anxious. He walked toward bed 51. The patient was scheduled for surgery this afternoon. Why did it suddenly convulse? When he thought of this, Ge Huai was also puzzled. In fact, patients were like this. They never acted according to common sense. In fact, about 1/3 of the patients in the clinic were delayed or postponed because of special circumstances. Originally, when the scheduled surgery was found to be abnormal, the surgery would be cancelled immediately because there were all kinds of unexpected situations in the surgery. Every abnormality in the index would increase the risk factor. Chen Song followed behind Mengshi and found that this woman walked very fast. Her long legs were very long. If he had not practiced the ripple wave technique in the emergency department, he would not have been able to keep up with her. Mengshi asked as she walked, "What's the patient's condition?" Ge Huai was very serious and reliable in his work. He also knew the patient's condition very well. The patient is a male, Uyghur, 30 years old. He has had recurrent anxiety and chest tightness for 4 years. It has worsened for a week. He was admitted to our hospital 3 days ago. For years ago, there was no obvious cause for anxiety and chest tightness. When he was moderately active and tired, the symptoms would worsen, accompanied by fatigue, sweating, and so on. The local people's hospital diagnosed him with coronary heart disease, cardiac dysfunction, and dilated cardiomyopathy. The symptoms were alleviated after symptomatic treatment, but the symptoms worsened a week ago. After he was admitted to the hospital, he did a cardiac ultrasound. It showed that the heart cavity was enlarged, the left ventricular wall movement was weakened, and the EF was 24%. Mengshi frowned slightly. The patient on Friday. Have you seen the physiological and biological test indicators? Ge Huai said, the results should be out on Friday. I haven't seen it yet. I'll go get the test report. After saying that, Ge Huai hurried out. Go get the patient's medical record book for me. Mengshi pondered for a while and said to Chen Song. Chen Song nodded and immediately got up and ran out. He was familiar with the place. After all, every hospital was similar. When Chen Song returned to the ward, the patient had stopped convulsing. It seemed that the convulsions were paroxysmal. Mengshi took the medical record folder from Chen Song and flipped through the test results and imaging reports. Then, he bent down and said to the patient, "I'll give you a checkup. Lie flat and straighten your hip and knee joints." Mengshi held the upper part of his ankle with his left hand and took out a pen from his pocket. He used the blunt tip to quickly draw from the outside of the foot to the base of the little finger and then to the side of the big toe. The patient's big toe was dorsiflexed, and the other 4 toes were fanned out. Xianxia was stunned. Babinski syndrome positive? The corners of Mengshi's mouth curled up slightly. Although the diagnosis had not been confirmed, he already had a rough idea. The patient seemed a little nervous. "Doctor, what's wrong with me? Why are my hands and feet twitching?" Mengshi comforted him. "It's okay, don't worry. I'll wait for Dr. Gu to bring the test results." Mengshi could actually give a conclusion now, but to be on the safe side, he still had to wait for the test results. A group of graduate students and housemen in white walked into the ward with laptops in their hands. They also wanted to see what kind of heart disease could cause convulsions. After entering, they stood obediently in a row against the wall and gave way to the aisles on both sides of the bed. After all, they knew that if anything happened to the patient, they could not help. The aisles on both sides of the bed were prepared for the big boss. They just had to quietly watch the big boss show off his skills. Not long after, Gu Huai ran in with a long list of test results. He did not have time to tear it open. "Chief Meng, look, this is the test results." Mengshi took the test results and flipped through them. He relaxed. It was as expected. Mengshi asked Gu Huai, "What medicine have you been using for the past 2 days?" Gu Huai was slightly stunned. "I'm mainly using digitalis and diuretics now to prevent heart failure." After hearing this, Mengshi frowned and turned to ask, "What treatment plan did you think of after the patient was admitted to the ward?" Following Mengshi's question, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became serious. Gu Huai was rendered speechless by Mengshi's question. The patient's electrocardiogram showed a prolonged ST break and a low T wave. On the other hand, the echocardiogram clearly showed that the ventricular cavity was enlarged, the ventricular septum was thickened, and the pulsation was decreased. In addition, the mitral valve was incompletely closed, and the pericardial effusion was obvious. That was why I considered the treatment of the heart as the main focus. After all, at that time, the test results were not out yet. Mengshi did not wait for Gu Huai to explain. He said directly, "Now that the results are out, take a look. What do you think of the situation?" Gu Huai blushed. He had seen it clearly on the way here, so how could he not understand? This should be the combined effect of low calcium and low blood magnesium, causing the excitation contraction of the myocardial fibers. Low calcium affects the electrophysiological characteristics of the myocardial cells and induces arrhythmia. The patient's chronic hypocalcemia should be the main cause of abnormal limb sensation, muscle spasms, and even limb twitches. The surrounding graduate students suddenly understood. So that was how it was. Mengshi did not make any comments. He turned to look at Xianxia and asked, "How much should your blood calcium be? What are its uses?" Xianxia was stunned. "You're forcing me to show off again. My physiological and biochemical indicators are taught by Mr. Fang Yonglin. These are the only 2 perfect level skills I have." Xianxia did not pause at all and blurted out, "A normal adult's blood calcium is 2.25 to 2.75 millimoles per liter. Blood calcium has important functions in the human body. First of all, it is an important component of the human bones and teeth. Secondly, it maintains the normal function of the nerves, muscles, and myocardium. Finally, it is involved in blood coagulation." Mengshi immediately looked sideways and was surprised to see Xianxia's calm face. The surrounding graduate students all had incredulous looks on their faces. Did this big shot rehearse in advance? It must be. You've already shown off 3 times since today's shift change. You can't do the same thing more than 3 times. Aren't you going a little overboard? You're making us graduate students look like idiots. You must have memorized the information, or you must have rehearsed in advance. Today was definitely an act. The students were a little teary-eyed. Don't you care about our feelings at all when you show off like this? How much of normal blood calcium can you remember? We're still memorizing the blood routine, but you're already memorizing the ions. Memorizing indicators was one of the basic qualities that clinical medical students must have. In the emergency department, they should know some common test results like the back of their hand. Mengxi handed the test results to Chen Song. Then take a look and see what information you can get from the test results. Chen Song took the test results and looked at them casually. He suddenly frowned slightly. This might not be a simple heart disease. Chen Song raised his head slightly. Professor Meng, this might be a parathyroid heart disease. When he heard this, Mengxi could not help but be stunned. The surrounding students looked at each other and did not know what to do. They quickly communicated with each other with their eyes. What is this thing? Don't look at me. How the f***ck would I know what this thing is? I know about parathyroid and I know about heart diseases. Why can't I recognize them when they're piled together? What are you looking at? Will I know if you look at me? After looking at it for a long time, everyone reached a final consensus. This guy is going to show off big time, the kind that is bigger than the previous three combined. Are we, a few graduate students, really going to be defeated by a little undergraduate student? Thinking of this, everyone felt lonely and cold. When Guhui heard Chen Sung's words, he suddenly remembered this term. It was an extremely rare disease. At first, he hesitated for a while. Then, he quickly took the test results and looked at them carefully. He pondered for a moment and thought about all the symptoms of the patient. The more he looked, the more he understood and the more shocked he became. Finally, he understood. That's right, why didn't I think of it? This kid is amazing. Chen Song was a little stunned. He realized that no one was paying attention to him. Chen Song wondered if there was a lack of audience. Shouldn't you be a little skeptical? I'm so pretentious. You should at least give me someone to slap in the face. After waiting for a few seconds, he realized that no one was speaking. Chen Song could not help but feel a little disappointed. This pretentious act, 5 points. Failed, however, Chen Song still felt that he should finish his sentence. The patient may have idiopathic hypoparathyroidism. This disease is rare, but it is mostly sporadic and is related to immunity. Through the test indicators, it can be clearly seen that although the ratio of lymphocytes in the patient is normal, this ratio is very similar to that of patients with idiopathic hypoparathyroidism. The patient's blood calcium is only 1.9, and his blood phosphorus is raised to 1.59. The serum immunoreactive parathyroid hormone is basically undetectable. And the patient's reduced PTH can affect the myocardial contractility. Just as Mr. Gu said, low blood calcium and low blood magnesium affect the contraction of myocardial fibers, so I guess it's hypothyroidism heart disease. And when there is low calcium, sodium ion excretion is reduced. Water and sodium retention can increase the burden on the heart. The patient's new function is not complete, so it seems that Mr. G's treatment is not a problem. But if it is supplemented with some calcium supplements, such as oral vitamin D3, or Luo Guy's full calcitriol capsules, the effect may be better. Even the heart failure may be alleviated. After Chen Song said all this smoothly in one breath, he could not help but sigh. Acting pretentious without face-slapping would be meaningless. Chen Song had just finished speaking. Clapping sounds came from outside the door. Good. 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 Xiao Gaofeng walked in excitedly from outside. His eyes were rippling with joy and happiness. He was really an amazing talent. He was really a Fergana horse that was 1 in a million. To be honest, Xiao Gaofeng had not met such a smart and capable student for a long time. This was not an exaggeration at all. First of all, his hands-on ability was extremely strong and had a good foundation in suturing. Now, his analysis of the disease, especially the analysis of the physiological and biochemical test indicators, could be said to be extremely detailed. These few abilities, when analyzed comprehensively, could completely see a person's clinical thinking and surgical talent. Thinking of this, Xiao Gaofeng looked at Chen Song with satisfaction. Not bad. His analysis is very reasonable. At Xiao Gaofeng's level, many diseases could be seen at a glance. He had seen too many. A rare disease like hypoparathyroidism was not that rare to him. But for Guhui, it was indeed very rare. What was the fear of diseases? The fear was a combination. Once a group of diseases piled up together, it was difficult to be prepared to distinguish the patient's real disease. But Chen Song could analyze hypoparathyroidism heart disease in the heart surgery laboratory test sheet. It was really rare and commendable, sigh, when he thought that such a student was not his heart ached. A few students who were standing in the corner could not help but support themselves against the wall. Their eyes stared straight at Chen Song. After some thought, they let go of their hands that were supporting themselves against the wall. You don't even support yourself against the wall. It's fine if you're F***king pretentious, but you even invited the director to be your supporting actor. A 200-pound fatty stood behind the door of the ward. It was Jian Lin. After thinking about it, he still did not dare to enter. He listened attentively to what was happening inside and was excited for a long time. This brother is awesome, he's well-rounded and proficient in all fields. Language is a foreign language, numbers are physical and chemical values, and surgery is surgery. Amazing, amazing, Qian Lin, finally don't have to be remembered by this she-devil anymore. Qian Lin could not help but heave a sigh of relief as he looked at the cowardly Ge Huai through the crack of the door. With the she-devil as his superior, who else would be cowardly if not him? Thinking of this, Qian Lin could not help but feel sorry for Chen Song. After all, he was a promising young man, but his brain was not good and he insisted on following the she-devil. Thinking of this, Qian Lin sighed and decided to wait a little longer. He would wait for the she-devil to sign before leaving. When he got there, he would tell his uncle that Director Meng had a student and this person was especially awesome, even better than him. Mengshi was moved at this moment. This student's ability had seriously exceeded his expectations. Mengshi even wondered if he had Chen Song's ability when he was young. At this moment, Xiao Gaofeng could not help but say, "Little Meng, if you don't want to recruit students, give this young man to me. I'll be thick-skinned and ask for another spot from the graduate department. To be honest, it's been a long time since I've seen such an outstanding young man with a bright future. By the way, young man, what's your name?" Chen Song, the sea turns into mulberry fields. Xiao Gaofeng heard this and said, Good name. Many housemen, how is it good? Xiao Gaofeng continued, you've already joined the workforce, right? Which hospital are you in? Which department? Chen Song, I'm in the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Xiao Gaofeng was stunned. Oh? Where is Director Li Baoshan? Chen Song nodded. It seemed that Director Li was quite famous in the province. Xiao Gaofeng nodded slightly. Ding. Xiao Gaofeng's favorability plus 10. After the patient's condition stabilized, everyone returned to the office. Mengshi looked at Chen Song. Although he was happy in his heart, his expression was calm. Why did you report me? Chen Song was speechless. How could a teacher like you speak such nonsense in broad daylight? How good am I at hugging you? Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't dare. Seeing that Chen Song did not speak, Mengshi continued to ask, why did you choose me to be your teacher? Chen Song finally understood. He smiled awkwardly and said, my research ability is not enough. I think that one of the most important differences between graduate students and undergraduate students is the gap in research ability. Graduate students need to learn how to do research, and learn how to do research. I have read all of your articles, Mr. Meng. You are really good in this field. I think I can learn a lot from you. When Mengshi heard this, he nodded slightly. Give it to me. Chen Song quickly handed over the instructor's signature form. Mengshi quickly signed his name on the paper. Chen Song was overjoyed. Thank you, teacher. Ding. Hidden mission, Mengshi's apprentice, completed. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the inheritance, Mengshi's disciple. Mengshi's skill library opened. Mengshi's skill library can be unlocked by consuming favorability points. Hint, different skills require different favorability points to exchange. Favorability points can be obtained by completing the teacher's mission. Chen Song was dumbfounded. F***ck, I worked so hard for so long, and you gave me this reward, consuming favorability points to exchange for skills. Was this the so-called hidden mission? Was this the so-called hidden profession? Mengshi was only 30 years old. No matter how good she was, how many skills could she have? Thinking of this, Chen Song felt like crying. I actually foolishly destroyed a postgraduate supervisor of mine for no good reason. Can I return the goods? I don't want her anymore. Can I change teachers? Thinking of this, Chen Song suddenly felt that women were all pigs. He could not believe what he saw on the surface. The more beautiful a woman was, the more harmful she was. After sighing with emotion, Xianxia forced himself to calm down. He was afraid that his irrationality would cause Teacher Meng's remaining 5 favorability points to disappear. What was the difference between this and selling one's body for glory, consuming favorability points to obtain skills? System, how could you think of something like that? I'm apprenticing myself to a teacher, not selling myself. I, Xianxia, swear right here and now. I won't be a bootlicker even if you beat me to death. Mengshi looked at Xianxia and said, I still have something to do today. You can go back first. Oh right, give me your WeChat and phone number. Xianxia nodded. After exchanging contact information, he got up and left. Sitting on the bus, Xianxia still felt a little aggrieved. After thinking about it, Xianxia decided to see what Mengshi's skill library had. Thinking of this, Xianxia directly opened the skill library. He was instantly dumbfounded. Xianxia realized that Mengshi's skill library actually had 3 skill trees. Psychological surgery skill tree, psychological surgery skill tree, scientific research skill tree. Xianxia could not help but swallow his saliva. He carefully opened the cardiac surgery skill tree and was instantly stunned. He found that this tree was full of fruits, and each fruit was emitting a purple light. This was clearly a purple skill. Moreover, Xianxia could occasionally see a shiny golden fruit. This should be a perfect level skill. Wasn't this too awesome? Xianxia was a little dumbfounded. This Mengshi was actually so strong, he actually had so many skills? Ding! Mengshi is the carrier of a profession. You can obtain a hidden profession by becoming Mengshi's disciple. The skills have nothing to do with Mengshi. Xianxia understood the situation. Although he was Mengshi's disciple, these skills did not belong to Mengshi. He only obtained these skills through Mengshi. Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but feel a little excited. But, how could he consume favorability points to obtain skills? Ding! Level 1 skills require 20 favorability points to unlock. Each exchange consumes 10 favorability points. After successful acquisition, the skill will directly become a purple skill. Level 2 skills require 40 favorability points to unlock. Each exchange consumes 20 favorability points. Level 3 skills require 60 points. Each exchange consumes 30 points. Level 4 skills require 80 favorability points to unlock. Each exchange consumes 40 points. Xianxia was dumbfounded. This meant that he did not need to upgrade his skills. If he succeeded in the exchange, it would be a purple skill. Wasn't this too strong? Was this the benefit of a hidden profession? Thinking of this, he felt that all of this was too fake and unreal. A hidden profession could actually directly obtain a purple skill. This feeling was awesome. Moreover, Xianxia had seen it clearly. If he wanted to obtain skills, he had to obtain Teacher Meng's favorability points. He had to be a bootlicker for Teacher Meng. The more comfortable the bootlicker, the higher the reward. Xianxia took a deep breath. He thought a lot. He thought about whether the child would go to Alistan Primary School or the nursery in the village. This profession was too suitable for the bootlicker Qinyu. If she were to become his disciple, she would definitely empty his skill bank. However, when he thought of the rich women around him, it seemed that their favorability points were quite high. Then, he should have quite an advantage in increasing the favorability points of the rich people. At the thought of this, Xianxia suddenly felt that this hidden profession was very fragrant. He would not be a bootlicker even if he was beaten to death. Hee. Oh my god, it was so fragrant. Qianlin hummed a tune as he arrived at the door of Qianliang's office. After hesitating for a long time, he began to build up his emotions. It had to be said that people were talented. Qianlin's acting skills should be at the level of 7 or 8 stars. In less than a minute, Qianlin's emotions had gone from smugness to elation to calmness, to sighing in disappointment and crying. This was the feeling. There should be no problem. Thinking of this, he knocked on the door. Come in. A dignified voice sounded. Qianlin sobbed a few times and tried his best to open his eyes, hoping that they would be a little more moist. Then, he pushed the door open and entered. Uncle, Qianlin felt that his expression deserved full marks. Qianliang was stunned when he saw that it was Qianlin who came in with a look of despair. Seeing Qianlin like this, Qianliang did not feel any heartache. Instead, he wanted to laugh. What's wrong? Qianliang held back his laughter and coughed before asking. Qianlin took a deep breath and walked to his uncle's side to sit down. Uncle, am I too bad? Qianliang pondered for a moment. Yes, a little. Qianlin was speechless. Qianlin sighed and said, I'm too bad. Uncle, I've embarrassed you. Really, I'm thick-skinned and it's okay to be embarrassed, but I'm afraid that I'll embarrass you. Qianliang was curious when he heard that. He knew Qianlin. Although he was thick-skinned, this person was capable. Whether it was his basic medical knowledge or his overall quality, he was still very good. Thinking of this, Qianliang could not help but ask, what happened? Qianlin sighed. I was despised by teacher Mengxi. When Qianliang heard that, he immediately smiled. Oh, little Meng. Haha, it's normal to be despised. Little Meng is still young and has very high standards. She's only 30 years old and is already a master's director, so it's normal for her to be picky about students. How about this? I'll talk to little Meng. After all, she has to teach students. She has a good impression of you, so she might as well teach you. At this point, Qianliang smiled and said to Qianlin, let's go. Follow me to the cardiac surgery department. When Qianlin heard this, his expression changed, and he suddenly panicked. No, no, no. That's not what I meant. Uncle, this is a hospital, and you're the executive vice president. Countless people are watching your every word and action. You can't neglect your personal matters because of work. If my parents knew that I delayed your work because of my own matters, they would definitely beat me to death. Qianliang waved his hand and said, it's okay, it's okay. It's not a big deal. I was the one who brought little Meng in. Besides, little Meng doesn't have a student she likes. Hearing this, Qianlin hurriedly stopped Qianliang. Uncle, I was killed by someone. Teacher Meng has students now. When Qianliang heard that Mengxi had a student, he immediately became interested. Oh? Who was it? To be able to catch Mengxi's eye and win against you? Qianlin took a deep breath. That man is very handsome. Especially handsome ones. Most importantly, they're especially capable. The cardiac surgery department uses English to change shifts, but Qianlin described it vividly, with some embellishment. After listening, Qianliang looked at Qianlin seriously and said, Little Lin, bragging is not a good habit. Qianlin was dumbfounded. This was not what the script said. Qianlin hurriedly said, it's true. This Chen Song is very powerful. When Qianliang heard the name Chen Song, he was instantly stunned and directly interrupted Qianlin. Wait, who did you say it was? Qianlin's eyes widened. Chen Song. Oh, the one who competed with me. After Qianliang confirmed it, doubts arose in his heart. Was this Chen Song and that Chen Song the same person? Thinking of this, Qianliang picked up the phone and dialed the school's graduate student office. Hello? This is Qianliang. When Guanwei heard it, he smiled. Hello, Principal Qian. Qianliang was not only the deputy dean of Eastern University's first hospital, but he was also the dean of the clinical school of Dongyang Medical University and the deputy principal of the part-time school. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had a high position and power. Qianliang nodded. Little Guan, let me ask you something. There is a graduate student this year named Chen Song? Do you know anything about this student? Guanwei was stunned. Why was Principal Qian asking about Chen Song? Could it be that Principal Qian knew about Chen Song's quota? Guanwei said truthfully, Principal Qian, I didn't want to report this matter to you. This Chen Song is a new graduate student this year. He was personally given a quota by Director Qin Xiaoyuan of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. After Qianliang heard Qin Xiaoyuan, he felt that there should be no escape. Is Chen Song the Chen Song from the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital? Guanwei was dumbfounded. How did Principal Qian know about Chen Song? Chen Song should be just an insignificant person in Qianliang's eyes. Yes. It's that Chen Song from the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Hearing this, Qianliang understood. Yes, I understand. This. Little Guan, let me know if there's any news about Chen Song in the future. Remind me about him. Oh right, prepare a speech for this year's graduate student mobilization meeting. I haven't participated in it for a few years. I have to go this year no matter what. Guanwei quickly nodded. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, Principal Qian. I'll report to you in advance when I'm ready. After hanging up the phone, Qian Liang did not speak for a long time. This Xianxia was really something. Originally, Qian Liang wanted to send Chen Song as a graduate student next year and take him as a disciple. He did not expect Xianxia to act so quickly. He had already given Chen Song a quota this year. He must have put in a lot of effort, right? He had miscalculated. What an outstanding child, but he was not his student. Thinking of this, Qian Liang could not help but feel a little disappointed. Sigh, thinking about it, compared to Qian Lin, Chen Song was handsome, capable, and generous. He performed surgery so well. He was down-to-earth, motivated, humble, and polite. It would be strange if Mengshi did not like him. Thinking of what Qian Lin said just now, he did not expect Xiao Chen's English to be so good. What a pity, what a good seedling. The more Qian Liang thought about it, the more regretful he felt. He originally thought that Qian Lin had made up a character, but he did not expect it to be Xiao Chen. Sigh. It seemed that this kid was not lying. It was not wrong for him to lose to Xiao Chen. It would be strange if he could win. Qian Lin was stunned. What was going on? Why did his uncle not say anything? He even called the graduate student department to ask about Chen Song. F***ck, was he looking for trouble with Chen Song? Thinking of this, Qian Lin suddenly trembled. Uncle, this Chen Song. Qian Liang turned around and glared at Qian Lin. Okay, I know. You go and look for Taomi. If you want to be a houseman, go to the 2nd Provincial Hospital. As for the rest, learn more from Chen Song. That young man is not bad. These words were pleasant to Qian Lin's ears. My happy life has just begun. In the morning, he hurriedly signed the form and handed it to the graduate department. Guanwei suddenly said, Xiao Chen, Principal Qian asked about you today. Chen Song was stunned. Principal Qian? Who is that? Why is he asking about me? Guanwei shook his head. Oh. It's Qian Liang, the vice principal of our school's clinical department, the executive vice principal of Eastern University's first hospital. He asked me about you today. Qian Liang. Chen Song finally realized that it was Qian Liang. It's me. Teacher Qian, I know him. We've met before and he's quite nice to me, Chen Song said. Guanwei laughed, hee hee. No wonder he asked me about you and asked me to take care of you. If there's anything, contact him. He even asked who you found as your teacher. Chen Song heard and smiled awkwardly. Actually, finding Qian Liang was a good choice. However, he had a mission to become Meng Chao's disciple, so it was only a matter of time. During this period, Chen Song planned to analyze the data of the small incision appendectomy when he was free. He planned to write a thesis and try it out. He originally thought that he would lose a lot by becoming Meng Chao's disciple, but he didn't expect to gain a lot. At least he didn't need to spend so many skill points. This was a great thing for Chen Song. Moreover, the most amazing thing about a hidden profession was that it was a purple skill. This was the most amazing thing. What Chen Song was most concerned about now was how to increase Meng Chao's favorability with him. The cheapest level 1 skill required 10 points of favorability. Moreover, it required 20 points of favorability to exchange. This was very troublesome. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but worry. It seemed that when he returned to the hospital, he had to ask Qingyu for advice on how to be a successful bootlicker. School reopened the day after tomorrow. It seemed that he couldn't work properly for the next few days. He had to go back and ask for leave from the director. After all, he didn't have to go in the future, but when the new students started school, Chen Song still had to go. Seeing that it was already past 11 o'clock, Chen Song decided not to go to the hospital. He passed by a vegetable stall and bought some vegetables. He wanted to go home and cook something to reward himself. Chen Song's craftsmanship was passed down in his family. Lao Chen's ancestor was a chef. His father was now a famous chef. Whenever a family held a wedding banquet, they would invite Lao Chen to be their chef. Although he didn't earn much, he was still respected. Chen Song did not disgrace the Chen family's ancestral kitchen knife when he became a surgeon. After all, Chen Song's job was to cut meat every day. He bought a caddy of beef and some potatoes. When he got home, he would make a pot of beef stew. It was simple, crude, and delicious. On the way to the hospital in the afternoon, Chen Song happened to run into Wang Qian. "Brother Qian When Wang Qian saw Chen Song, he jogged over with a smile. "Aya, I'm so full." Chen Song smiled. "Brother Qian, your food is not bad. Did you eat at Heavenly Street?" Wang Qian pursed his lips. "It was expensive. It was my classmate's 1-month-old baby's birthday banquet. I spent 500 yuan. I thought I couldn't lose out, so I ate as much as I could." Chen Song laughed out loud. "Isn't sister-in-law pregnant too? You'll be able to break even soon." Wang Qian chuckled. "That's right. But Xiao Chen, it's a pity that you didn't come to my wedding. There were so many beautiful bridesmaids. TSK. I was anxious for you. I think it's urgent for you to find a partner. Look, you're not young anymore. You're 27 years old. Your job is stable, your income is high, and you're handsome. You just need a decent girlfriend to be a winner in life. If you ask me, Qingyu is not bad. Let's be honest. We've been together for almost 3 years, right? We know each other very well, and we know each other very well, right? First of all, she's a good girl. She's even a graduate student at Xianxia University. Why did the director transfer her to do scientific research? I think it was arranged by Dean Qin. Dean Qin saw that she wasn't young anymore. He thought that she shouldn't be so tired and should start a family as soon as possible. Oh. By the way, don't tell me you don't know that Dean Qin of the 2nd Provincial Hospital is Qinyu's father? Chen Song was stunned and shook his head. He really didn't know. I can't tell. Qinyu is quite low-key. He cries about being poor every day. Wang Qian sneered. TSK, those who cry about being poor are all rich people. People like me who brag every day are poor. You also cry about being poor every day. You earn more than me by doing a few freelance surgeries every month. Chen Song was speechless. Wang Qian smiled and patted Chen Song's shoulder. Song let me be honest with you. It's not easy for you to work alone in Ammoniang City. Qinyu is the most suitable person for you. If the two of you get married, how can Dean Qin not promote you to a director in the future? Isn't the connections and money that Lao Qin's family accumulated all their lives all yours? If you ask me, it's best to find a local wife. In the future, when Dean Qin retires, he'll take care of your children. Think about it, how exciting would that be? Qinyu suddenly jumped out. F*CK, speaking ill of me at the entrance of the emergency department. Brother Qian. You're not kind. Qinyu was here, so these words couldn't be said. Wang Qian suddenly said to Chen Song, by the way, when you went out this morning, the director said that the department wants to recruit a group of people. It seems that they want to bring in 2 high-level talents and recruit a group of contract workers. The development of the emergency department was a good thing. Director Li Baoshan was ambitious and capable. The 2nd Chengdu Provincial Hospital was also gradually developing the field of surgery. Qinyu nodded. Yes, I heard about it too. It seems that they've already gone to the capital to recruit people. This time, they're recruiting special talents. It said that they have to have doctorates from famous universities, or people with the title of Associate Chief Physician or above. When Chen Song heard this, he was a little curious. What field? Qinyu said, it seems that they're recruiting an Associate Chief Physician of the Thoracic Surgery Department. Didn't the Thoracic Surgery Department of our hospital disappear? Now, there's a vacancy in the thoracic surgery field. Sure, Qi doesn't know how to do anything at all, so the hospital decided to recruit an Associate Chief Physician of the thoracic surgery field to specialize in thoracic surgery in the emergency department. Wang Qian nodded. That's a good idea. Thoracic surgery is closely related to the emergency department in big hospitals. Even if our hospital can't establish a thoracic surgery department, we still need a few big shots in the thoracic surgery field to treat patients. What about the other one? Qianyu said, I think it's a doctor of the hand surgery department. Wang Qian clicked his tongue and sighed. It seems that the hospital has put in a lot of effort this time. They're determined to develop our emergency department. As they talked, they arrived at the hospital. In the afternoon, Chen Song and Wang Yong sorted out the discharge medical records. After all, Chen Song was the senior doctor, so Chen Song had to sign it. At around 4 o'clock, Chen Song's phone rang. Xiao Chen, I'm Xiao He. Hurry up and come to the endoscopy room now. There's a patient with esophageal perforation. See if you can do it. If you can't, I'll have to quickly contact the hospital. When Chen Song heard this, he quickly put down the things in his hands. Director Xiao, I'll talk to you upstairs. P.S. Tonight's first update will be at 5 o'clock, and there will be 3 at 12 o'clock. It was really troublesome for the hospital to not have a thoracic department, or rather, it would be very troublesome for the hospital to lack any department. At this moment, Xiao He had encountered such a matter. Old Yang was Xiao He's old patient and also a fellow villager. He had been treating patients under Xiao He for more than 10 years. In 2007, because his wife had blood in her stool, he came to do a colonoscopy. Under the strong encouragement of his son, Xiao Yang, old Yang himself was also curious, so they did a colonoscopy together. He didn't know if he didn't check, but when he checked, he suddenly found a polyp. In the end, he took it for a pathological examination and found that it was stomach cancer. For a family that was poor to begin with, this was a big problem. When they were sick, they had to be treated. The family went bankrupt and spent more than 100,000 yuan to do surgery in the capital. They had to take medicine back and forth, and the old Yang family was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the money was gone, but the person was still there. Xiao He remembered that the last time he chatted with the oncologist, they talked about one thing, and that was what was the most painful thing. The oncologist, Xianxia, said, the most painful thing to come to the hospital is that the money is gone, and the person is gone. Old Yang was considered lucky. The tumor was discovered early, treated early, and recovered early. However, this matter scared the family. From time to time, they would come to do a gastroscopy. Although Xiao He repeatedly advised them, there was nothing they could do. Old Yang's family was not well off. His son, Xiao Yang, worked in ammonium yang, and his daughter-in-law was a waitress in a restaurant. His parents were helping to take care of their children in the village. Xiao Yang was also filial. He regularly brought his father to the second provincial hospital for gastroscopy and then gave his father a good checkup. Every time he came, it would cost a lot of money. His daughter-in-law never complained. No matter what, this could be considered a harmonious family. As time went by, the relationship between the family and Xiao He became better and better. Every time they came, Xiao He would personally do a gastroscopy for them. They were about to become friends. In addition, Xiao He and Old Yang were from the same hometown, so they didn't put on any airs. Every time Old Yang came to see a doctor, he would bring some beans, corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and millet from the field. This time, as usual, Old Yang came and saw Xiao He. Director Xiao, I feel a little uncomfortable here recently. It hurts a little when I eat hard things. Can you help me take a look and see what's wrong? Most of the patients who underwent gastroscopy were hospitalized and wanted to be reimbursed. Old Yang's medical insurance in the village only reimbursed 50% to 60% of the patient's expenses at the Second Provincial People's Hospital. It was not high. Instead of spending a lot of money to be hospitalized, they might as well look for Xiao He for a checkup. It was only a few hundred RMB. Old Yang had done a lot of gastroscopy and was very familiar with it. He had already prepared everything on an empty stomach. After he arrived, he directly went to look for Xiao He. Old Yang said, recently, I've been feeling a burning pain after I eat something. I don't dare to eat dry food, so I only eat porridge. In order to save money, Old Yang did a painful gastroscopy. However, he was used to it. When Xiao He's gastroscopy slowed down, Old Yang endured the pain. He realized that this time, it was more painful than usual. Old Yang didn't think too much about it. Maybe it was inflamed, When Xiaohe inserted the laparoscopic probe deeper into Old Yang's esophagus, he suddenly felt Old Yang's body twitch. "Old Yang, bear with it. Don't move around." Painless gastroscopy was not dangerous, and the pain was not great. The main thing was that it was uncomfortable. However, Old Yang had done it every year, so he had a high tolerance for pain. Old Yang became obedient this time. But when Xiaohe inserted the probe deeper into Old Yang's esophagus, Old Yang suddenly felt a sharp pain. Suddenly, his body twisted involuntarily. Originally, this situation was not scary. After all, the probe was soft. It was not much different from a plastic tube. It was thin, long, and soft. At most, it would be a little uncomfortable. But the moment Old Yang twisted, the probe hit the wall of his esophagus. Xiaohe suddenly felt a sense of loss. Suddenly, Xiaohe's expression changed. Something bad happened, perforation, rupture. Old Yang was in so much pain that he kept screaming. If it were not for the people around him holding him down, he would have rolled on the ground. The nurse who was doing the checkup quickly held him down. Xiaohe's expression changed. This was not the time to continue. He had to remove the probe as soon as possible. Otherwise, based on this situation, there would definitely be problems. He quickly shouted, "Someone, come over. Help me hold the patient down." A few doctors and nurses from the endoscopy room rushed over. Old Yang's face was contorted in pain. His facial features were almost twisted together. How could it not be painful? There was a hole in his esophagus. It would be strange if it did not hurt. Xiaohe's expression was grim. Even if the esophagus was made of paper, it should not be so fragile, right? The endoscopy room was not a small room. It was a big room. Every instrument was covered with a cloth like a curtain. When the doctors and nurses came over, Xiaohe quickly said, "Hold the patient down. Remember, do not let his head move. Old Yang, bear with it. Don't move. Otherwise, there will be problems." Old Yang was shocked. Even if he was in pain, he endured it and closed his eyes. However, the pain was a little excruciating. He could not move his mouth because of the gag. Tears could only flow down his face. It was really painful to the point of tears. At this moment, everyone saw the image on the gastroscopy screen. There was a hole in the esophagus. Everyone was shocked. This was a gastroscopy probe, not a trident. How could it be pierced through such a thick esophagus? It was no wonder that Director Xiao was so nervous. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Xiaohe with a serious expression. At this time, they needed to arrange for a transfer as soon as possible for the surgery. After all, everyone knew what the Second People's Hospital was like. They could not do this kind of surgery at all. Thinking of this, everyone felt sad. A hospital without a department would make the doctors lose confidence. Dr. Corey watched as Xiaohe carefully removed the probe with a lowered face. Old Yang was lying on the bed. He turned over and lay on his stomach. His hands were clasped in front of his chest. Then, he knelt down. The deputy director of the department, Ho Su, looked at Xiaohe. "Director, should we arrange for a transfer?" Xiaohe frowned. Transfer? They could only transfer. After all, the hospital could not do thoracic esophageal perforation repair. Xiaohe hesitated for a while and said, "Go and call Old Yang's family in. You all can go and do your own things." Dismissed. The nurse quickly got up and ran out. Not long after, little Yang and his mother came in. Xiaohe looked at the two of them and sighed. He said slowly, "Old Yang had a problem with the gastroscopy." Old Yang's wife trembled and asked in a trembling voice, "Director Xiao, what's wrong? Did you find something wrong again?" Xiaohe shook his head. "No, I didn't find anything wrong. This time, it's Old Yang's esophagus perforation." The two of them were confused. They did not know what he meant. "What does this mean? Director Xiao, what do you need us to do? Are you afraid of esophagus perforation?" Little Yang looked very similar to Old Yang. He had an honest face that was filled with trust. Old Yang's wife was a farmer. She liked to wear a headscarf on her head. She was in her 60s, but she looked like she was in her 70s. She had been through a lot, and her weak eyes could no longer withstand any blows. 10 years ago, when she took care of old Yang when he was sick for half a year, her hair had grown white. Now, this family was like a candle in the wind. Xiao did not know what to say. He looked at old Yang's wife and put on a smile. He said slowly, "Sister-in-law, it's fine. It's just like a tear. Don't be afraid. Go outside and rest first. I have something to tell little Yang." Little Yang saw this and understood what was going on. "Mom, go outside and look after the child with Chui air. I'll go out and find you later." Old Yang's wife nodded doubtfully. She did not know if she really believed him or if she did not believe him. She sighed and slowly left the endoscopy room. Little Yang watched his mother leave and took a deep breath. He knew that things were not as simple as Xiao said. It was like a tear, if only it was that simple. Thinking of this, little Yang could not help but feel depressed. He could not help but sigh. He tried to look strong. "Chief Xiao, if you have anything to say, just tell me." Xiao nodded. "Old Yang, this is esophageal perforation. It's a relatively rare injury to the esophagus, but it has been increasing over the years. The reason is related to long-term esophageal endoscopy. Long-term esophageal dilation makes the esophageal wall thinner and thinner. When I did the endoscopy just now, I saw the changes in the esophageal wall. There was already a wound. At that time, I touched old Yang's wound." Old Yang's body twisted in pain, and then he stuck his head out and pierced through the esophageal wall. This situation is not rare. It basically accounts for more than 60% of the esophageal perforations. Little Yang nodded. I know. Chief Xiao, just tell me what to do." Xiao was suddenly stunned. He thought that this would be a dispute about responsibility. After all, this was called iatrogenic perforation. Although the patient was the main cause, the doctor was also responsible. However, little Yang's words made Xiao feel a little helpless. Thinking of this, Xiao sighed. After the esophagus is perforated, the stomach contents, bacterial secretions, and food will quickly enter the mediastinum through the perforation, causing a serious mediastinal infection. Moreover, because the mediastinum is made of loose connective tissue, coupled with negative pressure and the pulsation of the heart's blood vessels, it is very easy to cause the inflammation to spread rapidly, and even corrode and penetrate the pleura into the chest. In short, the consequences are very serious. These words made Yang's heart sink to the bottom. It was a little difficult to even raise his hand. Life was so difficult, then. "Chief, what should we do?" Xiao Yang's voice was a little scared. "How can we treat it?" "Xiao we discovered it early. As long as the surgery is done in time, the problem shouldn't be so big. What we need to do now is to complete the surgery within 12 hours. After 24 hours, the mortality rate is 3 times higher. There won't be any problems during this period of time. What we need to do now is to contact the doctor. We have to operate as soon as possible." When little Yang heard this, he was dumbfounded. "Do I know that doctor?" "Chief Xiao, can I trouble you to help us contact a doctor? I'm just a car washer. I don't know any doctors." "Where can I find a doctor in 12 hours? He was just an employee," and his words carried little weight. In this big city of Ammonium Yang, he was just an insignificant person. How could he know any thoracic surgeons? Xiao picked up his phone and kept scrolling through his contact list. After thinking for a while, he decided to contact the hospital. When he picked up his phone and was about to contact his old classmate, he suddenly saw a familiar face. "Emergency Department, Chen Song." At this moment, Xiao hesitated. "Could Xiao Chen do this kind of surgery?" Little Yang suddenly asked. "Chief Xiao, how much does the surgery cost?" I can borrow some money." When Xiao heard this question, he suddenly realized something. That's right, why didn't I think of this problem? An esophageal repair surgery would cost at least 10,000 yuan after medical insurance, right? Old Yang's stomach disease had cost him a lot of money. Little Yang and his wife had not paid it back after so many years. After transferring to another hospital, they would need to stay in the hospital for the surgery. Plus the surgery, they would need a lot of money after the reimbursement. Xiao suddenly realized that this would be another disaster for the Yang family. There were not many surgeries. Should I ask Xiao to try? He suddenly had a new idea. He wanted to ask Chen Song to do the surgery. It was like a friend who wanted to do a skin surgery and asked Chen Song for help. Chen Song did not need to stay in the hospital, and he did not need to pay for the surgery. He just needed to ask him to come when there was no one around. When he came, he could perform the surgery. When he thought of this, he suddenly had an idea. Let's ask Chen Song if he knew how to do it first. When he thought of this, he called Chen Song. After Chen Song arrived at the endoscopy room, he was directly brought into the office by Xiaohe. After entering, Xiaohe told him everything. Xiaohe sighed. Actually, the hospital is partly responsible for this surgery. But, according to the way the medical department operates, Xiaoyang doesn't get paid much. Plus, it costs a lot of money to perform such a surgery. It costs tens of thousands of dollars. Xiao Chen, if you can do this surgery, help old Yang. You can also help me. Ding. Triggered mission, help Xiaohe save old Yang. After the mission is completed, you will receive 1. Xiaohe's random skill, 2. Xiaohe's favorability plus 10, 3. Skill points plus 2. Chen Song hesitated for a while and opened the skill tree. He found the thoracic esophageal perforation repair. It was a level 3 surgery. If he spent skill points, he would have to spend a lot of them. However, Chen Song suddenly remembered that after he successfully changed his occupation, he would receive a free purple skill. When he thought of this, Chen Song chose to learn it. Suddenly, Chen Song's vision changed. He appeared in the operating theater in the virtual space. He began to learn the esophageal repair surgery. After the mission was completed, he would receive Xiaohe's random skill and 2 skill points. Chen Song felt that it was quite good. Most importantly, esophageal repair surgery was also a clinically critical surgery. Perhaps most people were unfamiliar with iatrogenic surgeries, but the other two were definitely familiar. One was traumatic. For example, swords, bullets, or long-distance impact could cause esophageal damage. The last one was for everyday life. Foreign body esophageal perforation, which meant that things like fish bones, chicken bones, and dentures would be damaged. Therefore, learning this skill was very practical. Ding! Thoracic esophageal perforation repair has reached master level. Special effect, 1, firm, 2, accurate. Chen Song raised his head and looked at Xiaohe. Chief Physician Xiao, let's prepare for the surgery. Xiaohe's eyes lit up when he heard that. Xiao Chen. Can you do it? Chen Song nodded seriously. Yes, I can do it. Xiaohe was so excited that he wanted to go out. But when he was about to open the door, he suddenly turned back. Can we do it in the endoscopy treatment room? Chen Song hesitated. Let's go to the operating theater. We need general anesthesia. Xiaohe nodded. I'll contact the operating theater. Then, he picked up the phone and called the operating theater. Today's surgery was definitely a favor surgery. However, as the director of endoscopy, Xiaohe still had some face. After hanging up, Chen Song said, I'll go and take a look at the patient. Oh right. Are there any pictures on the endoscopy? Xiaohe nodded. Yes, I took a few pictures. Chen Song quickly said, let's go and take a look. At this moment, everyone in the endoscopy room knew that one of Chief Physician Zhao's patients was in trouble. Everyone came to see if they could help. Chen Song walked out of the director's office first. Xiaohe followed behind him and hurriedly went to the endoscopy screen and opened the pictures. Look, this is the rupture in the surgical area. I suspect that there are some cracks here. It might be damaged after a long time. Many doctors in the endoscopy room looked at the pictures on the endoscopy screen and could not help but worry. Esophageal perforation. If there was a delay, there would be a big problem. Chen Song looked at the pictures of the esophagus. After analyzing it, he sighed in relief. There should not be a big problem. Thinking of this, Chen Song started to make arrangements for Xiaohe. The patient needs to be prepared before the surgery. First, put in a nasogastric tube to reduce pressure. Then, ask the patient not to swallow saliva and spit it out. After that, rinse the mouth with antibiotics to keep the oral cavity clean. Xiaohe understood and nodded. Okay. This was to prevent oral secretions that contained a lot of bacteria from flowing into the mediastinum or thoracic cavity through the rupture and aggravate the infection. Xiao He called the nurse over. Listen to Dr. Chen Song's arrangements. Chen Song had performed surgery in the endoscopy room the last time, so the young nurse was a little more familiar with it. She nodded. The doctors in the endoscopy room did not recognize Chen Song. Seeing that Xiao He was so respectful towards Chen Song, everyone frowned. Who was this? How could Director Xiao respect him so much at such a young age? However, looking at the label on the clothes, it was clearly from the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Now, everyone was curious. Hosu was even more surprised. Thoracic esophageal repair surgery was a Tier 3 thoracic surgery. It was a slightly difficult and delicate operation, and it had higher requirements for the surgeon. It was definitely not a simple surgery. Since when did the 2nd Provincial Hospital have such a talent? Thinking of this, Hosu walked over. Director Xiao, aren't we transferring the patient to another hospital? Xiao He shook his head and found an excuse. It's too late. Let's do it in our hospital. And Dr. Chen can do it too. Hosu was stunned when he heard that. Dr. Chen? This is... Xiao He seemed to be deep in thought. He turned to look at everyone and said, "This is Dr. Chen Song from the emergency department. I invited him to perform the surgery today. Dr. Chen is our friend. If you need any help from the endoscopy room in the future, don't stand on ceremony." The endoscopy room was one of the auxiliary departments. Although it did not have much power, it was still a very important department. And Yanjin had to arrange for relatives and friends to come for gastroscopy or colonoscopy. Otherwise, they would be queued up for a week. When everyone heard Chen Song's name, they suddenly felt that it was a little familiar. After thinking carefully, they suddenly understood, this was a top figure. Chen Song, who had been in the limelight in the hospital during this period of time, was actually this young man in front of him. Director Song Chong of the Medical Affairs Department was now in the medical record room to organize the medical records because of Chen Song's matter. And the instigator was this person in front of him. Now, Song Chong and Chen Song's matter had become the topic of conversation for the entire hospital before and after tea. However, everyone did not know much about Chen Song and did not know what kind of person he was. Now that they met him, he was actually so young. Moreover, what did he do to deserve it? Director Xiao actually thought so highly of him. After Chen Song arranged everything in an orderly manner, he called the anesthesiologist, Lu Jian. "Professor Lu, I'm Xiao Chen. There will be a surgery in a while. I need your help with anesthesia." Okay. The surgery was quickly arranged. Chen Song called Wang Yong. "Come to the operating theater. There's a surgery on number 6. Come and take a look." Wang Yong nodded and did not ask any more questions. He hurried to the operating theater. When he learned that it was a thoracic surgery, Wang Yong was stunned at first. Then, he fell silent. He knew that he did not need to talk much when he followed Chen Song. He just needed to watch more, learn more, and do what he should do. What should he do? He just needed to be an assistant. An hour later, Wang Yong and Xiao He followed Chen Song to the operating theater. Lu Jian walked in. When he saw Chen Song and Xiao He enter, he greeted Xiao He. "Hello, Director Xiao." Xiao He nodded and smiled. "Sorry to trouble you, Dr. Lu." Then, he walked to Chen Song and could not help but ask, "Xiao Chen, are you doing it yourself?" He knew that Xiao He could at most perform a gastroscopy to remove a polyp and stop the bleeding. He could not do this kind of surgery. Chen Song nodded. "Yes, thank you, Brother Lu." Lu Jian smiled and did not say much. "Good luck." Chen Song looked for Lu Jian because the anesthesia for this kind of surgery was different. The anesthesia used for different surgeries was actually different. It was also a kind of test for the anesthesiologist. Lu Jian was a new leader in the Department of Anesthesiology. He used to perform thoracic anesthesia, so he should know this kind of anesthesia. The standard of anesthesiologists was the same as that of surgeons. The difference was very obvious. This time, they used general anesthesia for endotracheal intubation. Old Yang's surgical position was not the usual supine position, but the lateral position. Because there were many incisions in the surgery, they needed to use an incision on the back of the right chest. After the anesthesia, the surgery began. Wang Yong did not ask much. He was just a little surprised. After all, this was the first time he saw Xianxia perform a thoracic surgery. Moreover, this kind of esophageal surgery was relatively difficult. It was not as simple as suturing. After suturing and repairing the esophagus, the rupture also needed to be covered with a pedicled pleural flap. Moreover, because the esophagus was in a very special position, there were many vagus nerves in the esophagus. If one was not careful, it could be damaged. There were more things to pay attention to. Therefore, Wang Yong was a little nervous and uneasy. Xianxia turned and looked at the nurse. "Give me the scalpel. P.S. Today ends at 8 p.m. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the generous donation of 100,000 yuan. Give me the scalpel." Yuan looked at Xianxia's outstretched hands and could not help but blush. She quickly nodded. It was just as they had said. What a pair of long and slender hands. What size gloves would he wear? Also, was he really that fast? Thinking of this, Kong Yuan was full of anticipation for this surgery. Although it was her first time operating with Xianxia, there were rumors about this great god. After all, the operating theater was the place where gossip and news spread the fastest, and Xianxia was a hot topic recently. He even became the fantasy of the young and middle-aged women in the operating theater. This was especially true during the night shift. In the dead of the night when there were no surgeries, these women liked to talk about masculine men to get rid of the gloomy fear of the operating theater. All the operating theater nurses who had seen Xianxia before would come over to gossip about him when they came back. It would be the topic of conversation at night. Xianxia is amazing. There was once when Zhou Xiaodong couldn't perform the surgery after it started, but Xianxia came in and solved it quickly. He's really amazing. That's nothing. You don't know that there was an important surgery in operating theater 3 that needed to suture the blood vessels quickly. You don't know how fast Dr. Chen's hands are. It's impossible to do that without being single for hundreds of years. That night, Xianxia turned the tide and saved Director Feng. To be honest, he's really amazing. Kong Yuan looked at Xianxia. Was he really that amazing? After the incision layer by layer, Xianxia entered the thoracic cavity, and the surgery began. Although it had been less than 5 or 6 hours, there was already some pleural effusion. Aspirate the fluid. Wang Yong nodded, took the fluid scrubber, and carefully began to operate. Xianxia's fingers were very long and his movements were very light. At this time, the esophagus was exposed in front of everyone. Lu Jian was a little worried and did not leave the operating theater. Since Lu Jian came in, he had been muttering in his heart. How long would it take for Xianxia to perform thoracic surgery? In the emergency department, forget about Xianxia, even Chief Physician Li Baoshan had never performed thoracic surgery before. Xianxia was Lao Chen's half-apprentice, so Lu Jian knew a little about him. It was precisely because he understood that he was even more worried that something might happen. After the esophagus was exposed, Xiao He stood there and said, "Xiao Chen, it's at the space between the flat-chested ribs, about 2 o'clock behind you." Lu Jian could not help but remind him, "Xiao Chen, be careful. The vagus nerve is too chaotic." Xianxia nodded and did not say anything. He carefully separated the esophagus. Everything went smoothly without any mishaps. After flipping over, the wound was exposed. Microdisplaying tweezers, scissors. Hemostatic gauze. Normal saline. Kong Yuan hurriedly nodded and brought them over. Xianxia took the tweezers and scissors. He stretched the esophageal fissure muscle layer towards the upper and lower ends, lengthening the wound until the mucous membrane was exposed. Xiao He couldn't help but gulp. He was a little nervous. He was just about to ask why Xianxia had made the wound bigger. So that was it. Thread number 4. Next, it was time to suture. Because the esophagus had mucous membrane damage, if one did not pay attention, it would not be a wise choice to suture the muscle layer. To put it bluntly, it would not be stable after suturing. In the later stage, the mucous membrane that was already broken would continue to be damaged, causing the esophagus to be damaged again. At that time it would be troublesome to treat it, others might not understand this, but Xiao was an endoscopist himself. He knew the physiological and anatomical structure of the esophagus very well. Chen Song's operation of cutting the wound was really amazing. This way, after suturing the broken esophagus, it would not cause the esophagus to narrow because the wound area was too small. Thinking of this, Xiao suddenly became excited. At this time, although the surgery had just begun, he already felt that he was halfway to success. Next was suturing. The success rate of the suture was directly related to the function of the esophagus in the later stage. Chen Song carefully picked up the thread number 4. This suture was actually similar to the suturing of internal intestinal fistula. Threading the needle was like a butterfly playing games. It was very light, but it was also very complicated. Chen Song's suture was very ingenious. He chose to suture the broken end and did not take up too much space in the esophagus. This way, it would be very convenient for the esophagus to recover in the later stage. Lu Jian did not know anything else, but he knew how to suture. Chen Song's suture could be said to have ingeniously increased the available space in the esophagus, and the effect would be better after the esophagus recovered. Did other people not know how to suture like this? Of course not. Did everyone know that suturing like this was good? But how many people were confident that they could suture like this? The esophagus was different from other organs. It was a passage that had to be kept open at all times. The diet of patients with esophageal stricture was a very troublesome thing. Perhaps everyone would choke sometimes. You could understand it this way. When the esophagus was narrow, you would choke even if you were eating rice. The smoothness of the esophagus was very important. Why would patients with esophageal cancer first feel an obstruction in the esophagus? Many of them did not even feel pain. Just an obstruction alone would make people upset. Therefore, Lu Jian dared to bet that Chen Song's suturing skills and ability were better than the experts who came to the secondary hospital of Qingdu province to help with the thoracic surgery. Many things were very simple. They were things that could be understood at a glance. Everyone was in the medical field, so there was no need for them to say anything. After seeing this, Lu Jian could not help but say to Wang Yong, "Young Wang, take a good look at Teacher Tsung's suture. That suturing technique of the esophagus is really amazing." Wang Yong nodded and stared at every detail of Chen Song without blinking. Chen Song did not say anything. After all, it was the first surgery that he could handle like this, and he still had to do his best to complete it. It took Chen Song 7 to 8 minutes to complete the suture. This might seem like a joke to others. Compared to the 7 to 8 minutes it took to suture the esophagus, this was indeed a little slow. However, this was not the time to judge skills by speed. When Chen Song sped up, he did not even know how fast he was. Similarly, when he steadied himself, he was as steady as a dog. The slow suture did not mean that the suture was tight. On the contrary, the reason why Chen Song was slow was that he sewed the mucosal layer and the muscular layer separately. At this time, Chen Song said to Wang Yong, "The suture of the esophagus should not be too tight or too tight. When you tie the knot, the tightness should also be moderate." Wang Yong did not understand, so he could only go down and check the books. However, he just needed to remember it now. Next, after the suture was completed, the rupture needed to be covered with a pedicled pleural flap. It was just like mending a tire. In fact, it was just a safety measure. At this point, the surgery was already over. A closed thoracic drainage tube was placed for drainage. The rest would have to wait for the patient to recover. Chen Song handed the suture to Wang Yong and took off his gloves first. He looked at Xiao He and said, "Chief Physician Xiao, let the patient be admitted to the hospital. Don't do the nasogastric tube for the time being. Continue to reduce the pressure. I'm still worried about the mediastinal infection in the later stages, so use some broad-spectrum antibiotics during this period. For the next 10 days, don't eat and fast. After 10 days, do an esophageal angiography. After that, put him on a liquid diet. After all, saliva is poisonous. P.S. Saliva is really poisonous. Many patients with esophageal ruptures died because they were not careful and were infected by their own saliva. Therefore, from a medical point of view, saliva can really kill people. So, when you're spraying me, rinse your mouth before spraying." Outside the operating theater, the whole family was waiting anxiously. While they were waiting outside, Yang was silent. He was a little uneasy and worried. His wife quietly walked behind him and gently patted Yang's body. She did not say much and simply placed her hand on his back. The transmission of body heat often made people feel like they could rely on her. Yang looked up and saw his wife's worried eyes. He smiled and said, "Honey, I'm fine." His wife sat down beside him and said, "Honey, don't worry. We've been through all kinds of difficulties. This is nothing. Besides, don't you have me?" Her words made Yang's nose twitch and he almost burst into tears. He turned around and looked at his country bumpkin woman. She was in a hurry to get off work and was still wearing a sleeve. She probably had not bought clothes for years. Thinking of this, Yang sighed and laughed bitterly in his heart. He was so useless, she was such a good woman, but she had been suffering with him. When his wife saw this, she raised her hand and touched Yang's messy hair. "Your hair is long. It's time to cut it. I'll cut it for you when we get back." Yang nodded vigorously. Not long after, the operating theater door opened. Chen Song, Xiaohe, and the others had just come out of the operating theater when Yang's family hurriedly ran up to them. "Director Xiao, how is it?" Yang's eyes were filled with worry. Xiaohe smiled and comforted him. "It's fine. The surgery went smoothly. However, he can't go home immediately. He'll be hospitalized in the gastroenterology department for observation for a while. Also, we'll talk about the cost later. If we want to be precise, this is a kind of iatrogenic injury. The hospital is also responsible, so you don't have to worry about the cost." When Yang heard this, he was not happy. Instead, his expression changed. He quickly shook his head and said, No, Director Xiao, you can't do this. You're a big shot. You're different from us. You can't delay your future because of us. If something happens to you and you get punished because of us, my dad will definitely not forgive me." Even if he did not have money, Yang was not willing to go against his conscience. Although this incident was normal and iatrogenic injuries were not rare, Yang felt that he could not get around it. He had also asked around and checked his father's health in the endoscopy room. It was indeed caused by his father's sudden cramps during the surgery and his body twisting. Besides, father's esophagus has been uncomfortable for a long time. Yang felt that his father was sick to begin with. Even the endoscopy just now was caused by his father. Moreover, he knew what kind of person Chief Physician Xiao was. As a fellow villager, he had helped him a lot. Every time he did a checkup, it was much cheaper, and he even did it himself. This was a huge favor. Moreover, after his father's accident, Xiaohe had been running around looking for people to arrange the surgery. He had seen it with his own eyes. Director Xiao was very busy every day. According to Xiaohe's father, Xiaohe often worked overtime until 11 or 12 p.m. Every time they came, Director Xiao would not put on airs. He was very enthusiastic and would even treat them to a meal when he had time. All of this had already made the Yang family members shed tears of gratitude. Therefore, if Yang punished Xiaohe because of his family, it would be a big mistake. If he returned home, he would be despised by the villagers. Therefore, no matter what, he could not let Director Xiao be implicated. He was a capable person. No matter what, he could not implicate him. Xiaohe waved his hand. "Don't worry. I'll handle this. Yang, accompany your father to the digestive department. Oh right, you have to thank Dr. Chen properly. He is your benefactor. If it were not for Dr. Chen, today's surgery would have been troublesome." Xiaohe introduced Dr. Chen to the Yang family. Dr. Chen's surgery was very successful. You can rest assured and recuperate well. After saying that, Xiaohe looked at Chen Song gratefully. He owed him this favor. When Yang heard this, he quickly pulled his wife and child and bowed to Chen Song. "Dr. Chen, thank you for your kindness." Chen Song was also a little dumbfounded. He quickly returned the bow. "You're welcome. It's okay. This is what I should do," Chen Song quickly replied. Chen Song was really shocked by this kindness. Sometimes, when facing patients, Chen Song really did not know what to do. There were gratitude, disdain, suspicion, and unconditional trust. But no matter what kind of emotion was added to Chen Song's body, the only thing he could do was not let down the patient's expectations. Everyone who came to the hospital came with uneasiness and anxiety. Deep in their hearts, they hoped that they could be treated. There were bad people all the time. But one could not doubt the world because of some bad people. As the saying goes, a rat's poop spoils a pot of soup. At this time, if the rat's poop was picked out, it would still be a delicious pot of soup. If one exaggerated the mistakes, shortcomings, and unbearable things, how could one's life be good? As a doctor, one should be calm. No matter what kind of patients one faced, one should be calm. After leaving the operating theater, Chen Song and Wang Yong walked together. Suddenly, an old lady with a headscarf caught up to them and pulled them. "Doctor, I'm old Yang's wife." An obviously hoarse voice was heard. Chen Song and Wang Yong turned around and were slightly stunned. They quickly said, "Oh. Auntie, the surgery was very successful. Old Yang needs rest now." "Don't worry." The old lady kept nodding. She took out a roll of money from her pocket with trembling hands, pulled Chen Song's hand, and stuffed it in. The old lady's face was full of shame and embarrassment. She put her hand down and rubbed the corner of her clothes. There was a hint of timidity on her face. "Doctor, please don't mind. This is a small token of my appreciation. It's really a little too little, and I can't take it out." Chen Song was stunned. He looked at the roll of money and saw that it was loose. It was all 10 and 5 RMB, and there were also some 1 RMB notes. The money was a little wet. The old lady must have held it for a long time. After the old lady finished speaking, she quickly walked away. Chen Song looked at the pile of change in his hand and looked at Wang Yong. He felt a little upset. They did not expect that the first red packet they received in their lives would be like this. There were more than 60 renminbi in the roll of money. After Chen Song counted it carefully, he sighed. He looked at Wang Yong, who was also at a loss. "What should we do?" Wang Yong shook his head. "I don't know." Chen Song suddenly asked, "Do you think we should buy something and send it to him?" Wang Yong was stunned. "What should we buy? He can't eat or drink these days. It's a waste of money to buy something." After hearing Wang Yong's words, Chen Song suddenly had an idea. "Buy some fat milk amino acid glucose injection?" Wang Yong almost laughed out loud. "Teacher Song, you are really considerate." Chen Song smiled. He felt that this was a good idea. Ding. Mission completed. The mission to help Xiaohe save old Yang has been completed. Rewards: 1. Randomly obtained Xiaohe skill. 2. Xiaohe's favorability plus 10. 3. Skill points plus 2. Ding. Obtained Xiaohe's skill, endoscopic bleeding control, advanced. Endoscopic bleeding control, advanced bleeding control, special effect, precise bleeding control. Chen Song was overjoyed. This skill was not bad. Currently, the most reliable method to stop bleeding in the digestive tract was endoscopic bleeding control. The 3-lumen 2-sac tube was useful for stopping bleeding, but the effect and efficiency were not very high. Endoscopic bleeding control was different. It could accurately find the wound and use titanium clips to stop the bleeding. It was fast, accurate, and effective. Chen Song and Wang Yong switched shifts. Chen Song wanted to go to the opening ceremony on Wednesday, but Chen Song was on the day shift all day on Wednesday. Wang Yong was on the night shift tonight. After thinking about it, Chen Song and Wang Yong switched shifts. They would be on the night shift tonight. Wang Yong was happy to accept it when he heard it. When it was past 10 o'clock, it was no longer busy outside. Chen Song did not return to the on-call room. He simply put a few chairs together in the office and lay down in a daze for a while. In a daze, Chen Song suddenly felt a figure standing beside him. He was so shocked that he immediately turned over and stood up from the side. This was because he saw a woman with disheveled hair standing beside him. She was staring at Chen Song without saying a word. To be honest, this scared Chen Song quite a bit. Chen Song was scared out of his wits. He touched his chest and took 2 deep breaths. Chen Song looked at the woman and saw that she was in a hospital gown. Her hair was a little messy from lying down. She just stood there and stared at Chen Song with a questioning look in her eyes. Chen Song felt a little scared when he thought about it. Who knew how long she had been standing there? If anything were to happen to her, he would really be done for today. Chen Song looked at the woman. She looked familiar. She seemed to be from the emergency ward. But, why did you come to the office in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Thinking of this, Chen Song sighed. You. What's the matter? The woman stared at Chen Song. Why are you sleeping? Chen Song was stunned. Yes, I'm sleepy. Why don't I sleep? This was inexplicable. The woman's expression changed and she questioned, You're on duty and you're sleeping? Are you a doctor? Why are you so irresponsible? What if something happens to the patient? Chen Song saw that the woman was a little angry, so he held back his temper and patiently explained, You can sleep during the night shift, but if something happens, the nurse will come and rush you, so it won't affect your work. After the woman heard this, she didn't say anything. After a while, she said, I saw that you were sleeping, so I came in to check on you. It's nothing. I'm leaving. You can continue sleeping. With that, the woman stood up and left. Chen Song was left dumbfounded. What the F***ck is this? Chen Song sighed helplessly. After sitting on the chair for a long time, he still hadn't recovered. It was really a little scary. Looks like I can't sleep in the office anymore. When I go back to the duty room to sleep, I have to close the door, otherwise, if Chen Song really met someone who was agitated, who knew what would happen to him today, after such a torment, Chen Song could no longer fall asleep. Looking at the time, it was only 12 o'clock. It seemed that this was going to be another sleepless night. He picked up a random book on the emergency office's table and started reading. About 10 minutes later, the nurse outside suddenly rushed in with a panicked expression. Dr. Xiao Chen, come out quickly. Chen Song quickly followed her out. At this time, a group of young people stood at the emergency room's door. They didn't come in or out, just blocking the door. The group of people was arguing about something. Chen Song didn't go out either. When he was 7 or 8 meters away, he smelled the smell of alcohol. Looking carefully, it was a group of young people. They were energetic, and all of them were dressed very, very happily. Chen Song sighed. It was another drunken sex incident. Personality disorder, it was a group of people who drank and didn't know who they were. It was a sudden change in personality that caused trouble. Finally, Chen Song saw this group of people supporting a man as they walked in. Chen Song took a closer look. The man's head was covered in blood. His face suddenly changed. Lele, push the cart. When Lele saw that the man's face was covered in blood, she hurriedly pushed a bed over. Chen Song quickly called everyone, bring the patient up. After the group of young people saw Chen Song, they let go of the man one by one. No one even supported him. This time, Chen Song was dumbfounded. How can I move him alone? Not to mention one person, even 2 people would take a lot of effort. An unconscious person was very heavy. Chen Song couldn't move him at all. Seeing this, 2 young nurses quickly came over to support him. After they helped him to the bed, this group of people suddenly shouted. Treat him well. This is my brother. Today, a wine bottle hit his head and he fainted now. You must treat him well. That's right. Hurry up and go for the surgery. Don't delay my brother's condition. Yes, if you can't treat him, we won't let you go today. Looking at the group of people, everyone was shouting anxiously as if they were filled with righteous indignation. Once Chen Song was cured, they would chop him to death. Chen Song couldn't help but look at them. You guys are really close. You guys can't even be bothered to help him to the bed. When they realized that Chen Song was looking at them, they were stunned. They all revealed different versions of their skin, necklaces, rings, earrings, studs, and tattoos. What are you looking at? Hurry up and treat him. Can you take responsibility if there's a problem? That's right. Hurry up. Don't waste time. If you look again, I'll kill you. As he spoke, the young man started smoking to increase his momentum. He spat out mouthfuls of phlegm and shouted that he wanted to teach Chen Song a lesson. Seeing everyone like this, the young nurse suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. This group of people wasn't scary. After staying in the emergency department for a long time, one would realize that this group of people was actually easy to deal with. Chen Song was very cooperative. He said to Lele to go for a monitoring session first. Then, he said, the patient is quite serious. Let's do a monitoring session. After a check, they found that there was nothing wrong with him. The patient was even talking in his sleep, Chen Song understood. This guy was drunk, but the wound on his head still had to be sutured. However, looking at the group of people outside, Chen Song sighed and walked out. With a heavy expression, he said, the patient is in critical condition and needs to be rescued. Who's in charge? When everyone heard that, they said, we're all brothers. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and treat him properly. That's right. If you continue to dawdle, you won't be able to take responsibility if something happens to us brothers. Chen Song nodded. Yes, I understand. But the patient's condition is very serious now and needs to be rescued. You have to pay some money. It's not much, just 20,000 yuan as a deposit. You guys can pool it together. When the person heard that, he sneered. All right. It's just money. I'll spend however much it is. As long as you save him properly, it's fine. I'll make a call and ask for the money. After saying that, the man took out a phone and pointed at Chen Song. Just you wait. Treat him properly. I'll go and ask for the money. After saying that, the man seemed to have forgotten to dial. He picked up the phone and said, Hey. Yes, give me that bit of money. Okay, I'll go and get it now. The other young men were also very loyal. One by one, they held their phones and gestured to Chen Song. They took out their phones and didn't have time to dial. Otherwise, they pretended to dial a number and went out to borrow money. As the sound of the phone call became farther and farther away, in the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Chen Song went out to take a look. No one was there, Chen Song sighed. Brotherhood was deep, P.S., 3 updates tonight for the time being. There will be 2 more at noon tomorrow. After all, Brotherhood is as deep as the sea. The digestive department, spleen and stomach, of the 2nd Provincial Hospital was a national key department and was very famous in the province. Old director Feng Yonglin was the director of the spleen and stomach department. The relationship between the digestive department and the endoscopy department could be said to be inseparable. After all, one of the purposes of patients from the digestive department was to do a gastroscopy or remove a polyp. Therefore, the relationship between the 2 departments was like that of brothers. After Xiao contacted the director of the digestive department, Su Jun, he settled the Yang family down. The next morning, after Xiao went to work, he went to visit old Yang. Seeing that old Yang was much better, he was finally relieved. After leaving the ward, Su Jun could not help but ask worriedly, the patient won't cause trouble, right? After all, it's an iatrogenic disease. Xiao shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, old Su. With our relationship, I won't cheat you. He's from my hometown, an honest family. Because he often does endoscopies, the esophageal lesion was caused. The surgery just now was very successful. As long as he recovers in a few days, he can be discharged. Su Jun sighed. Recently, I've been troubled by the department's matters. Xiao and Su Jun's relationship was very close and they often got together. Moreover, the 2 of them also participated in the spleen and stomach system meetings together. Hearing Su Jun sigh, Xiao asked curiously, what happened? Su Jun shook his head. TSK. Troublesome. Let's go to my office. I have something to tell you. As they spoke, they entered the office. After closing the door, Su Jun made a cup of tea for Xiao. Both of them did not smoke and liked to drink tea and chat when they had nothing to do. Recently, there have been so many incidents in the department that I feel that I should be superstitious. Xiao was stunned. Are you talking about the person who jumped off a building in your department? Su Jun nodded. That's right. Since that day, there hasn't been any peace. After the medical dispute, there was a case of nosocomial infection in the department. They found out that 1 person had AIDS and 2 people had hepatitis B. I'm speechless. All the bad things are piled up together. Yesterday, there was a patient who was admitted after esophageal fistula surgery. After he was admitted, he was found to have subcutaneous emphysema and fluid pneumothorax. His whole body was obviously poisoned. He was treated by the respiratory department for a long time and stabilized. He was sent to the provincial people's hospital today. What bad luck. After saying that, Sujun couldn't help but sigh. Xiao comforted him. The hospital was like this. As a director, there were a lot of troublesome things to deal with. No matter how capable a director was, there were still a lot of things to deal with. Sometimes, he felt that there was nothing wrong with being an ordinary junior doctor. Xiao suddenly remembered that Sujun was looking for him. Oh right, you said you were looking for me? Sujun nodded. Yes, Shenfeng Mao's mother wants to have an esophageal polyp treated. She just called me, so I'll let you know in advance. Xiao was stunned. Shenfeng Mao? Dean Shen? Sujun nodded. Yes, that's right. Her mother used to be hospitalized here. The last time she did a physical examination, she found a polyp. This time, she wants to have it removed. I informed you in advance. Shenfeng Mao is too pretentious and hard to please. Don't make things difficult for him. Xiao couldn't help but twitch his lips. It's not the first time. The last time I asked for a new batch of equipment, I applied a few times, but none of them were approved. Shenfeng Mao was the deputy director of the hospital. He was in charge of the equipment in the hospital. It was a lucrative job. Xiao wanted a new machine in the endoscopy room, but it was not approved. Sujun saw Xiao's expression and smiled. This is an opportunity. Don't be so stiff with him. Calm down a little and maybe he will approve the new machine. You have to build a good relationship with those people in the hospital. Otherwise, you won't be able to do anything. Xiao sighed. Sigh, these administrative people are so troublesome. We work so hard every day, but we can't even compare to a word from them. As Xiao was speaking, his phone suddenly rang. Director Xiao, are you in the department? A hurried female voice came from the phone. Xiao was stunned. He looked at the caller ID. It was the gynecology department's director, Zhang Jinfeng. Xiao quickly said. I am seeing a patient in the digestive department. What's wrong? Zhang Jinfeng said anxiously. There is a patient in the gynecology department. She suddenly gasped for air when she was giving birth. Now, the patient feels a sharp pain behind her sternum. I am worried that there is a problem with her esophagus or trachea. Quickly come down and take a look. Xiao quickly got up. Okay, Director Zhang. I will go down now. After hanging up the phone, Xiao looked at Sujun. I have to go first. There is a patient in the gynecology department who is quite anxious. He quickly left the gastrointestinal department and called the department to send an endoscope. Then, he walked directly to the operating room. In the gynecology operating room, Zhang Jinfeng looked at the patient's condition. The child was about to come out, but the patient's heart was beating fast and her breathing was rapid. She clutched her chest and said that it was very painful. This situation stunned the obstetrician. Although it was painful to give birth, it was not heartache. The patient clutched her chest and said that it was very painful. The child was half-born. This was troublesome, so, the chief surgeon, Zhang Yan, hurriedly asked Director Zhang Jinfeng to come down. Zhang Jinfeng looked at the patient's history. The woman was very healthy. There were no complications. There was no heart disease. What was going on? Could it be that there was an emergency disease? Thinking of this, Zhang Jinfeng did not care about anything else. He quickly called Yang Xiaoming from the respiratory department, Li Baoshan from the emergency department, and Director Taomi from the cardiac department. At this time, the woman had stopped the child and could not give birth. The chief surgeon, Zhang Yan, was sweating profusely. Use your strength. Use your strength. The woman, Lu Wenjun, was so anxious that she was about to cry. I can't use my strength. My heart hurts when I use my strength. I am in so much pain. These words caused the surgery to be in a state of emergency. Zhang Yan was also at a loss. What should we do? Director? Zhang Jinfeng's brain was spinning like an i7 processor. What was going on? Let's inform the family of the critical condition first and get them to sign. Zhang Yan nodded and asked the nurse to prepare a notice to contact the family. At this time, Lu Wenjin's family was waiting anxiously outside the operating room. The whole family was outside the operating room. Lu Wenjin's parents, her husband, Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yu's parents. This was the happiest time for the family, but it was also the most anxious time for the family. Seeing Zhang Yu pacing back and forth outside the operating room, Lu Wenjin's mother could not help but laugh. Xiao Zhang, don't worry. Women are all like this. Sit down and rest. Zhang Yu smiled awkwardly. Mom, I can't sit still. When I sit down, I feel my heart pounding. How can I sit down? Zhang Yu's words made the whole family laugh. They were about to have a child. This was a joyous occasion for both the Zhang and Lu families. Lu Wenjin's mother smiled. In-law, I have prepared clothes for Yaya. I will send them to you when the time comes. Lu Wenjin's father laughed. You have been buying clothes for a year. You buy them every 2 to 3 days. If the child is not born soon, I don't think there will be enough clothes at home. Everyone laughed when they heard that. This was really a time filled with hope. They were waiting for the birth of happiness. At this moment, the operating room door suddenly opened. Everyone's heart tightened. The surgery was over, everyone could not help but stand up. The child was out, everyone was a little nervous. However, a nurse rushed out with a few pieces of paper in her hand. She asked, who was Lu Wenjin's family? The 5 people quickly said, me. Us. The nurse walked over and said, the patient is now in a critical condition. There are suddenly complications. We are worried about unexpected consequences. This is the notice of the condition. The 5 people's faces suddenly changed. Zhang Yu was so scared that his face turned green. What's going on? What's going on? Why is this happening all of a sudden? This news was hard for them to accept. They were waiting for the arrival of happiness, but what they got was bad news. The nurse was about to speak when Zhang Yan walked out. She felt that the nurse could not explain it clearly, so she walked out herself. When Lu Wenjin's family saw Zhang Yan, they quickly greeted her. Dr. Zhang. What's going on? What's wrong with Wenwen? Zhang Yan looked at the nervous crowd and patiently explained in detail. After that, Zhang Yan said to everyone, the patient's condition is unknown. Our director is personally delivering the patient. Don't worry. We have invited the directors of various departments for a consultation. The patient's symptoms are unknown. The patient can't exert strength in her abdomen. The child is halfway there and may need to undergo a cesarean section. However, we can't predict the various situations we will encounter. The situation is like this, so, sign it. His words stunned the whole family. Zhang Yu's face changed. Doctor. Save the mother. You must save the mother. It's fine if you don't want the child, but you must save the wife. Zhang Yan shook her head. It's not about the child. It's not a big problem to undergo a cesarean section. It's about the patient's condition that needs to be investigated. We will do our best. Of course, it may not be that serious, but I need to tell everyone everything. Sign. What else could he do other than sign? Zhang Yu stood there in a daze. His expression was unsightly and he was in a daze. How did a good thing come to this? What was going on? Lu Wenjin's mother was so scared that she cried. Tears streamed down her face. How could something happen to Wenwen when she was the only child in their family? What was going on, if something happened to Wenwen? Would this family still be a family? To put it bluntly, Lu Wenjin's parents only had one daughter. Now that something happened to her during childbirth, they would rather not have the child. Zhang Yu turned around and looked at his parents-in-law. He took a deep breath, wiped his tears, and walked up to them with determination. He couldn't do this. He had to take responsibility for his family. He had to take care of Wenwen's parents, even if, Zhang Yu didn't dare to think further. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Wenwen will be fine. Don't worry. Lu Wenjin's mother cried even harder. She was sobbing just now, but now she was bawling. Zhang Yu looked at Wenwen's parents and couldn't hold back his tears anymore. "Mom, don't cry. I beg you. I, Zhang Yu, swear that no matter what happens to Wenwen, you will always be my parents. I will be filial to you just like how I am filial to my parents." Lu Wenjun's father saw the chaos and couldn't help but say, all right. Why are you crying? Isn't she fine? Why are you crying? This is the hospital. Why do you want something to happen to Wenwen? Just stand there and wait. Zhang Yu, you are a young man. You will be Wenwen's husband and the child's father. You can't cry like your mom. Even if the sky falls, you have to hold it up. Besides, the doctor said that it's just a little dangerous. The doctor did what he could to give us the right to know. Outside the operating theater, everyone stared at the door, quietly waiting for the good news. Inside the operating room, it was another scene. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. Zhang Jinfen was already in charge. She looked at the patient and said, "Child, do your best. It's okay." Lu Wenjun couldn't stop crying. "Doctor, I also want to know if you can keep the baby if something happens to me." Zhang Jinfen smiled. "Silly child, you're all fine. Just use a little force and you'll come out. The child is fine." Lu Wenjun nodded while sobbing. I know. Ah, it hurts so much. Doctor, I feel so uncomfortable." At this moment, Lu Wenjun felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. The torture in her heart was more painful than the pain in her body. The child had to be born. But his chest really hurt. What to do? Zhang Jinfen couldn't help but ask the nurse, "Why hasn't the doctor arrived yet? Where's my phone number?" After that, Zhang Jinfen held the child with both hands and encouraged him, "Child, I'll count to 3. Let's work hard together." Lu Wenjun nodded. Zhang Jinfen carefully covered her head with her hands and opened her mouth. 2 minutes later, Li Baoshan, Tao Mi, Yang Xiaoming, and the others walked in. At this time, the baby was almost out. Zhang Jinfen continued to encourage him, come on. Child, you're great." Zhang Jinfen's skills were very good. Over the years in the second provincial hospital, she had helped more than 1,000 people give birth. Lu Wenjun almost used all her strength. She was already prepared. Even if she died, she would give birth to the child. She had to give birth to the child before she died. This might be a mother's silly obsession. It was very silly, but it was very real. Time froze, second by second. Every second was torture for Lu Wenjun. Suddenly, she felt a sense of loss. She heard wah, 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 wah. Zhang Jinfen smiled. "All right, child, you're great. Your child is out." Lu Wenjun suddenly heard this and seemed to collapse. Zhang Jinfen looked at everyone and explained the condition. Yang Xiaoming suddenly said, "It has nothing to do with the respiratory tract. The patient's breathing is normal. The reason for the shortness of breath might be the respiratory cramp caused by a short period of exertion. Her breathing is very stable now." Tao Mi shook her head. "It's not a heart attack? I can't see anything from the ECG monitor. The electrocardiogram just now was also completed normally. Other than the fast heart rate, we can basically rule out a heart problem." Zhang Jinfen looked at Li Baoshan and couldn't help but ask, "Director Li, what are you thinking about?" Li Baoshan took a deep breath. "Have you ever thought about the esophagus tearing?" That one sentence stunned everyone. Li Baoshan continued to explain, "So it's a spontaneous esophageal perforation? This is my guess. After all, the patient's condition is pain behind the sternum and tearing. Moreover, the patient is usually healthy and has no history of illness. So I'm thinking if it's because during the delivery process, the abdominal pressure suddenly increased and squeezed the stomach, causing the pressure in the esophagus to suddenly increase. At the same time, the cricopharyngeal muscle reacts with a constriction state, causing the pressure in the abdominal cavity and the thoracic cavity to be very different in an instant, causing the esophagus to rupture." Li Baoshan's explanation immediately made Zhang Jinfeng's eyes light up. "It's very possible. It's not like this has never happened before. I'll call the endoscopy room now and ask Xiaohe to come down and see if there's a problem with the esophagus." Not long after, Xiaohe came and pushed the endoscopy equipment. After Zhang Jinfeng told everyone what they were thinking, he said to Xiao He, "Director Xiao, now we're still worried about the esophagus tearing. A serious esophagus tearing could not be delayed. It was a disease that could kill a person." At this time, no one dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Once it was confirmed that it was such a surgery, they had to actively prepare to hire specialists or transfer the patient to another hospital in a timely manner. The surgery had to be completed in a short time. If it was not, they had to investigate further to find the cause of the disease. Although the child had been born, the patient was still not out of danger. At this time, they were on the road to find death. No one dared to let down their guard. Time passed by minute. Everyone was waiting for the results of Xiao He's examination. After they sent in their heads and saw the image on the television, everyone's eyes lit up. As expected, everyone saw a huge tear in the esophagus. At this moment, the truth was revealed. Xiao He's expression changed. "The tear is too big. I'm worried that too many pollutants and gases will enter the thoracic cavity during the delivery process. The surgery has to be carried out as soon as possible. Once it's delayed, the patient's life will be in danger." After hearing this, everyone who had just heaved a sigh of relief became nervous again. "Surgery, find someone quickly," Zhang Jinfen frowned. "Can we transfer the patient to another hospital?" Xiao He shook his head. "There's no time. The surgery has to be done quickly." Zhang Jinfen looked at Li Baoshan with pleading eyes. "Director Li, you know many people. Do you know any specialists in the field of thoracic surgery in the province?" Li Baoshan nodded. "I know the director of the thoracic surgery department in the province, Wei Ji. I'll give him a call and contact him." Li Baoshan was not a hesitant person. He decisively made a call. "Hello, Director Wei. I'm Li Baoshan. It's like this, I'm in the middle of the surgery. I'll be there in an hour." Wei Ji was already very polite. Everyone heard him. An hour. An hour shouldn't be a problem, right? At this moment, Xiao He suddenly froze. "Director Li, Dr. Chen from your department can perform this surgery. Why do you need someone else?" When he said this, even Li Baoshan was stunned. "Dr. Chen? Chen Bingxing? He's in the field of general surgery. His knowledge of thoracic surgery seems to be very ordinary." Xiao He shook his head. "It's not Chen Bingxing. It's Chen Song. Dr. Chen is very good at esophageal surgery. I suggest that we quickly call Xiao Chen over so that we can prepare for the surgery first." Li Baoshan's eyes widened. "Xiao Chen knows how to perform esophageal surgery? P.S. 2 chapters have been delivered. Please keep them well." "You're welcome." Li Baoshan felt that he had misunderstood Chen Song. Also, he realized that these directors also had some misunderstandings about Chen Song. "Are we talking about the same person as Chen Song?" Hearing Li Baoshan's question, Xiao He nodded. Before he could explain, he picked up his phone and dialed Chen Song's number. Originally, after a night of torment, Chen Song was a little tired. Even with the addition of stamina, that 1 or 2 points of stamina was only a 10 to 20% increase. In other words, it was a little more than before, but not as much as he had imagined. Chen Song suddenly missed his surgical gown. After wearing it, his stamina bonus would be increased by 3 points. There was also a special skill, which allowed him to recover once a month. Thinking about this, Chen Song suddenly felt that he should find a chance to try it out. He wanted to see how powerful the recovery skill was. At this moment, a call came in. It was from Xiao He. "Xiao Chen, you're in the hospital, right?" Xiao He's voice was filled with urgency. Chen Song became serious. "Yes, I'm here." "Director Xiao, is there anything I can help you with?" Xiao He nodded. "Come to the operating theater first. We will talk when you are in the gynecology operating theater." After speaking, Xiao He hung up the phone. Chen Song quickly got up and walked towards the operating theater. "Did something happen again?" Li Baoshan watched Xiao He hang up the phone and asked, "Director Xiao, isn't this too hasty? Xiao Chen is a doctor in our department. He is only 27 years old this year. I don't think he has any experience with esophageal surgery before, right?" The gynecology director, Zhang Jinfeng, heard this and raised his eyebrows. "Director Xiao, this is not a joke. Esophageal surgery is not that simple. Many people die because of this every year. This is a patient in our department. We cannot let anything happen to him. The gynecology department was the most complicated department in the hospital. This was because not only were all the doctors here female, but all the patients were also female. In addition, all the caretakers were very wishy-washy. If anything happened to him, he had to be careful. Therefore, Zhang Jinfeng didn't beat around the bush and directly told Xiaohe to dispel his messy thoughts. She thought that Xiaohe wanted to let Chen Song practice. Seeing this scene, even Xiaohe was dumbfounded. It was easy for others not to understand Chen Song, but Li Baoshan was the chief physician of the emergency department. How could he not understand Chen Song? Thinking of this, Xiaohe felt a little confused. Who was the emergency department here? At this time, the nurses were already preparing the operating room. The patient was also preparing for the operation. Everything was waiting for the operation to begin. When Lu Jian saw a group of department heads gathered here, he immediately walked over curiously and greeted them. Although Lu Jian was young, he was the best in the department of anesthesiology. His skills were not inferior to the department directors. Most importantly, Lu Jian was more familiar with new things, and he often went out to study and attend meetings. Of course, all of this was because the chief anesthesiologist thought highly of him. When Zhang Jinfeng saw Lu Jian, he quickly said, "Dr. Lu, there will be an operation in a while. Can you help to anesthetize the patient?" Lu Jian nodded and smiled. "No problem. Chief Zhang's words are orders. My baby was delivered by Chief Zhang. Now, he's always talking about Grandma Zhang at home." When Zhang Jinfeng heard Lu Jian's words, his nervous mood eased a little. He couldn't help but let out a long breath. Lu Jian asked, "What operation?" Zhang Jinfeng said with a serious expression, "Esophageal repair." During the delivery, the patient's abdominal pressure suddenly increased and squeezed the stomach, causing the pressure in the esophagus to suddenly increase. This caused the pressure in the abdominal cavity and the chest to suddenly change, causing the esophagus to rupture. The situation is quite serious. If Director Li didn't ask for external help, she would have been transferred to another hospital. Look, these department heads were all invited by me for a consultation. After hearing this, Lu Jian smiled faintly. It's fine. By the way, Dr. Xiaoqin should be here soon, right? I'll prepare the anesthesia. When Lu Jian said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Zhang Jinfeng said with a blank expression, "What, Dr. Xiaoqin?" Li Baoshan and Taomi also looked at each other. Then, they looked at Lu Jian. "Dr. Xiaoqin?" Looking at everyone's expressions, Lu Jian was stunned. He looked at Xiaohe and asked, "Chief Xiao, could it be that the operation was not performed by Chen Song?" Xiaohe nodded. "Yes, but Director Li contacted Chief Wei Ji from the Provincial People's Hospital. He will be here in less than an hour." When Lu Jian heard this, he couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Why did he look for Wei Ji? You know Niu Tianlu, right? He's the specialist from the capital that our hospital has been hiring for a long time. How could everyone not know him? Wasn't it because of him that the thoracic surgery was able to become successful in the past? Niu Tianlu was the deputy chief of the thoracic surgery department in the capital's 302 hospital. Needless to say, his skills were excellent. Zhang Jinfeng couldn't help but ask, "I know. Isn't Chief Niu back in the capital? If Chief Niu was here, we wouldn't be at a loss at all." Li Baoshan and the others also nodded. Although the thoracic surgery was just a superficial project in the past, when Niu Tianlu was here, he had indeed saved everyone a lot of trouble. The thoracic surgery department, the respiratory surgery department, the cardiac surgery department, the digestive surgery department, the endoscopy room, and the emergency department were closely connected. They often had to help each other. Now that the thoracic surgery department was abolished, everyone suddenly felt that it was troublesome. Xiaohe felt it the most clearly. Lu Jian continued, "Haven't I always been an anesthesiologist for Chief Niu? I think Chief Niu's level of esophageal repair surgery is not as good as Chen Song's." As soon as he said this, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Li Baoshan felt that he lacked communication and understanding with Chen Song. He couldn't help but ask, "Dr. Lu, are you sure that Chen Song is the Xiaoqin in our department?" Lu Jian was amused by Li Baoshan. He nodded and said, of course. Is there a second Xianxia in our hospital? Didn't Chief Xiao have a patient yesterday? The esophageal perforation surgery was performed by Dr. Xiao Chen. I watched the whole process from the beginning to the end. I didn't miss a single detail. It was done exquisitely. Although Chief Niu can do this kind of surgery, I don't think he did it as exquisitely as Xiao Chen, especially when it came to esophageal repair. Xiao Chen did it very seriously. Wei Ji. He's good at thoracic surgery. I always feel that we can do esophageal repair surgery ourselves. Xiao He also nodded and said, that's right. I had a patient with esophageal perforation yesterday. I originally wanted to transfer the patient to another hospital, but I thought of Xiao Chen, so I asked him to come in and take a look. In the end, he said he could do it, so I let him do it. I think it's done very well. It's not inferior to those experts at all. At this time, Chen Song had already entered the operating theater. When he saw a row of chief physicians and anesthesiologists standing there, he was a little embarrassed. He smiled shyly and said, "Oh, you're all waiting for me? Sorry." Chen Song raised his head and looked at the chief physicians who had formed a circle around him. Chen Song was not nervous at all. Instead, he was looking forward to it. This was not the first time he had performed an operation in front of so many people. What was that saying again? Some people were born to be the center of attention. However, a 24-hour shift was still tiring. Chen Song could not help but yawn while wearing a mask. He shook his head. He could not perform surgery in such a state of mind. Esophageal surgery required him to remove the appendix. He still needed to be careful. Thinking of this, Chen Song quietly used the recovery skill of the Baichuan surgical gown. Suddenly, Chen Song felt cold. He was at home in winter, but suddenly, a basin of cold water fell from the sky. It was satisfying. Chen Song shuddered. Damn it, this feeling was too exhilarating, wasn't it? Chen Song gritted his teeth. In other novels, which one of them didn't have a very comfortable recovery skill, it was like a spring breeze. However, his recovery skill was like a beam hanging over his head and a basin of wet ice water. Well, no matter how the process was, the effect was quite good. At least Chen Song felt much better now. His spirit doubled, and his fatigue disappeared. He was as energetic as if he had just woken up and taken a shower. Turning around to look at the nurse, Chen Song was suddenly stunned. She looked a little familiar. Give me the scalpel. Yuan looked at Chen Song and was a little excited. After all, it was a big scene today. Did he see that? The group of chief physicians around him were all from the secondary hospital of Sichuan province. She was a little nervous when she thought about how she could brag about it tonight. When the surgery began, Tao Mi and Li Baoshan took the initiative to help. Tao Mi was from the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery. Although the heart and chest were similar, there was still a big gap between them. However, it was not a problem to help. The master-level esophageal repair skill had a great impact on Chen Song. Thousands of surgeries had already made his skill perfect. Slowly, the skin was dissected layer by layer. Li Baoshan, who had prepared the gauze to stop the bleeding, was surprised to find that there was so little bleeding. Li Baoshan keenly noticed that the way Chen Song opened his mouth cleverly avoided the unnecessary blood vessels, and it did not affect the progress of the surgery. This was the result of having a high understanding of the blood vessels in the local tissues and skin regions. Any operation was not accidental. It was the result of continuous practice and learning. He was really someone who paid attention to details, but what kind of practice could lead to today's results? Thinking of this, Li Baoshan couldn't help but look up at Chen Song. Chen Song lowered his head and stared at the surgical area. He was meticulous and serious. Li Baoshan couldn't help but sigh. What a good seedling! Seriousness, meticulousness, and attention to detail were all good qualities that a surgeon should have. Li Baoshan suddenly felt guilty and remorseful. He seemed to have neglected the growth of the doctors in the department. When he thought of this, he sighed. After returning this time, perhaps he should consider focusing on nurturing Chen Song. However, it seemed that he had never underestimated him. He could only say that this child was always creating surprises for him. The surgery was carried out step by step. Soon, it was time to separate the esophagus from the surrounding tissues. When separating the esophagus, the surrounding tissues and the aorta had to be paid attention. There must be no carelessness. At this moment, the door of the operating theater opened. A thin and short man with black-rimmed glasses walked in. The nurse skillfully helped him put on his clothes. Li Baoshan turned around. When he saw Wei Ji, he nodded without saying anything. He skillfully moved aside to assist in the operation. Wei Ji nodded in response and quietly took over. They had worked together a lot and had a good relationship. They were both experienced in the operating theater. They knew these things and did not need to say much. When Wei Ji came over, he saw a pair of clear young eyes. He was curious. Who was he? Under the tightly wrapped surgical gown, only his eyes were exposed. Wei Ji was there to help save the situation, not to do anything else. He was not obsessed with being the chief surgeon. After taking over from Li Baoshan, he skillfully helped Chen Song pull the retractor, wash the fluid, and stop the bleeding. Chen Song's surgery progressed a lot more smoothly because of his methodical approach. At this moment, Chen Song was preparing to separate the esophagus. Wei Ji could not help but take a few more glances. However, it seemed that before Wei Ji could react, Chen Song had already separated the esophagus. This time, Wei Ji was stunned. This technique was a little interesting, no, when he suddenly thought about it, Wei Ji's eyes narrowed. It was really thought-provoking. Very good, exquisite, precise, decisive, a few adjectives appeared in Wei Ji's mind. Where did this young doctor come from? Wei Ji could not help but be filled with anticipation for the next surgery. The next step was to repair the ruptured esophagus. Wei Ji had already handed over the needle and forceps. Chen Song took the forceps and felt much more comfortable. Chen Song raised his head slightly and saw that Li Baoshan was no longer in front of him. No wonder, Director Li was good, but his assistant's skills were not as good as Wang Yang's. This was more comfortable. Chen Song suddenly remembered that he was only performing minor surgeries now, and he could basically do it alone. However, when he became better in the future, he would definitely need to train a group of assistants to perform major surgeries. As for Wang Yang, his skill level still needed to be improved. During this period, Chen Song felt that he had to look for more assistants. The surgery continued. Suturing was Chen Song's advantage. Because the mucosa and muscle layers were ruptured, they were relatively well preserved. Although the incision looked bigger than Old Yang's, it was actually much easier to suture. Old Yang's rupture was a chronic esophageal injury, and the mucosa layer was more damaged. However, Lu Wenjun's was different. It was a ruptured wound, and it was relatively easier to suture it. It was easy, but Chen Song became more serious. Because this kind of ruptured wound could achieve a good expected result after it recovered. Moreover, because the wound would have scar tissue, Chen Song had to pay attention to this during the anastomosis to prevent granulation from causing esophageal stenosis. Lu Jian realized that there were 3 things he liked about Chen Song's surgery. The first was the incision. The incision was precise, sharp, and decisive. It was like taking the head of an enemy general in a crowd of 10,000 soldiers. The second was the free movement. The free movement was very stable. It was as stable as a mountain and as stable as a bell. The third was the suture. The suture was very delicate and delicate. It was like an artistic creation when it was threaded through the lead wires. Every time he watched the surgery, Lu Jian could not help but feel a little emotional. Not only him, even Wei Ji, who was watching Chen Song's surgery for the first time, could not help but gulp. This doctor was amazing. The surgery was steady and orderly, and he was not in a hurry. Chen Song was like an old general in the army. He arranged the troops, deployed the troops, and was full of vigor. Ding. Level 37 esophageal rupture successfully sutured. Obtained, clinical experience plus 300, surgical experience plus 300, skill point plus 1. It was a success. The moment Chen Song took off his mask, he became the center of attention. Everyone in the room could not help but raise their heads and look at Chen Song. Those who knew him suddenly felt that he was a little unfamiliar. Those who did not know him could not help but feel that he was amazing. However, Kong Yuanyuan was a little excited. He looked at me, he looked at me. The surgery was over. Zhang Jinfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief after the patient was pushed away. Zhang Yan, who was standing in the same place, could not help but feel relieved. The surgery was finally a success. She could also give the patient and his family a satisfactory explanation. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan looked at Chen Song curiously. She had never met Chen Song, but she had heard of him. She heard that Chen Song was publicly criticized by the medical department's Song Chong in the group. However, it seemed that Chen Song was different from what she had imagined. Originally, Zhang Yan thought that Song Chong took the initiative to resign last time because he met someone important. Now that she saw Chen Song's appearance, it did not seem like he was mysterious and had connections in the department. On the contrary, she felt that Chen Song was quite good. Moreover, with Chen Song's surgery this time, Zhang Yan could not help but look at Chen Song in a new light. Zhang Jinfeng was a plump old lady who was about to reach her 60s. She was chubby and looked very festive. She slowly walked forward and sized up Chen Song. Her brows and eyes were smiling as she said, "Dr. Chen, it's been hard on you. I'm really sorry for troubling you. If it weren't for you, our gynecology department would be in trouble again." Chen Song smiled. "Director Zhang, you're too polite. The departments cooperate with each other. I just did what I was supposed to do." When Zhang Jinfeng saw that Chen Song was neither arrogant nor rash, he could not help but smile in satisfaction and nod his head. Seeing Chen Song's eyes full of gratification, she could not help but have a good impression of him. Ding! Zhang Jinfeng's favorability +10. Zhang Jinfeng turned and looked at Wei Ji. She took the initiative to reach out her hand. "Director Wei, thank you for coming all the way here." Wei Ji shook his head. After taking off his mask, he said with a smile, "You're being too polite. This is a matter of saving lives. How can you say that I'm nagging? That's our job. Besides, if I didn't come today, I wouldn't have been able to witness such an exciting surgery." At this point, Wei Ji turned around to size up Chen Song. Looking at this capable, handsome, and generous young man, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Heroes are indeed in their prime. Each generation is stronger than the previous one. Young man, you're great. This surgery has inspired me. Let's communicate more in the future. My name is Wei Ji. I'm the director of the thoracic surgery department in the Provincial People's Hospital. Wei Ji took the initiative to stretch out his hand. Seeing this, Chen Song quickly returned the gesture with both hands. "Chief Surgeon Wei, my name is Chen Song. I've heard a lot about you. I always see you on the rostrum during the annual surgical conference. It's my pleasure to meet you," Chen Song said sincerely. Wei Ji's praise of Chen Song did not mean that Wei Ji's skills were not up to par. Currently, the first heart and lung transplant in Danyang province was performed in the thoracic surgery department of the Provincial People's Hospital. If you have time, come visit the people of the province. Young people should interact more, communicate more. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. I have high hopes for you, young man. Chen Song nodded and took the initiative to exchange contact information with Wei Ji. Never mind making an extra friend or elder. It would be of great help to one's future. Wei Ji did not stay for long. After bidding farewell to Li Baoshan and the others, he left in a hurry. Their time was tight. As one of the leading hospitals in Danyang province, the people of the province shouldered heavy responsibilities. Every department director had to be on guard and guard the last line of defense for people's lives. It was like a general protecting the country. It was a heavy responsibility. If these department directors were generals fighting against diseases, Chen Song was a warrior charging into battle. He had already made a name for himself in this field. After some interaction, everyone gradually became familiar with each other. In fact, it was mainly Zhang Jinfeng who looked at Chen Song with a smile. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. He could not help but ask, "Xiao Chen, do you have a girlfriend?" Before Chen Song could say anything, Li Baoshan took over the topic. Sigh. Xiao Chen cares too much about his work. He doesn't have time to take care of his life. This. Director Zhang, your gynecology department is full of girls. You have to find a good girl for Xiao Chen. Zhang Jinfeng suddenly laughed. There are a lot of women in the gynecology department. There are a lot of doctors and even more patients. However, people who come to the gynecology department are here to see a doctor. If you think about it carefully, it's either for childbirth or not childbirth. Which of these two types of people do you think I can introduce to Xiaochen? Moreover, the female doctors in our department. They are all tough women. They are more tired than the emergency department. Xiaochen looked for our gynecologist. The couple can only meet in the operating theater. They definitely won't have a chance at home. Zhang Jinfeng was a fat old lady who was almost 60 years old. She looked festive and kind. When she smiled, she was like a neighbor's auntie. When she spoke, she was very humorous. If I introduce her to Xiaochen, others will say that I, Zhang Jinfeng, am not kind in the future. When everyone heard this, they immediately laughed. Who would have known that this fat little old lady in front of them was one of the two nationally famous doctors in the Second People's Hospital? Zhang Jinfeng suddenly changed the topic and said, however, I do have a niece who works at the fertility center. Her work is not tiring and she is quite free at work. She is also quite good-looking. Do you want to meet her? Chen Song smiled awkwardly. He was not in the mood for the time being, nor did he have the time. After today's work, he still had to pick up his brother and prepare for the freshman ceremony tomorrow. He did not have the time to go on a blind date. Moreover, he still had to find time to study how to win over Dr. Meng. She was now his skill library. If he wanted to learn skills, he had to increase his favorability first. What if he found a girlfriend and Dr. Meng got jealous? Favorability was not easy to come by. Chen Song still decided to cherish it. Chen Song smiled and found a reason to reject Zhang Jinfeng. This caused everyone to laugh as well. After coming out of the operating theater, Chen Song and Li Baoshan walked together. Li Baoshan said thoughtfully, Xiaochen, have you been busy these few days? Chen Song was stunned. What do you mean, Chief? Li Baoshan smiled. It's nothing. Isn't it time for the provincial department to recruit again? Our emergency department will definitely have to develop next year. We definitely don't have enough manpower. However, I applied for a doctor and a deputy chief this year, so I definitely won't be able to apply for the establishment this year. However, we definitely need to recruit a group of new people. Children with bachelor's degrees need housemen now. There aren't many people who are willing to do temporary work, so I asked the hospital for a few more contracts. Before the provincial department recruits in advance, I've already reported to the hospital. There might be a job fair on the 6th of this week. If you have time, take half a day to see if there are any suitable people. After all, in this batch of people, they might need to be your assistant. Try to find someone you like. Li Baoshan was silent for a few seconds and continued, originally, I wanted you to continue working with Lao Chen and the others and be their assistant. But now, I think that this matter can't be done. The structure of the department needs to be adjusted. At present, I plan to mainly develop 3 directions. One is the general surgery direction, which Bingxing will be in charge of. The other is the hand surgery direction, which department director An will be in charge of. Now, we are waiting for the assistant chief physician to come to our hospital. He will be in charge of the thoracic surgery direction. In this way, the backbone of our department will be department director An, Chen Bingxing, and the new deputy chief physician. The new generation will be the new doctor, Wang Qian, Yu, Qin Yu, and Wang Yong. However, in this way, we will lack some reserve talents. At first, I thought that you were a bachelor's degree after all. Compared to Wang Qian and Qin Yu, you were a little inferior. Now, it seems that you are stronger than them. At this point, Li Baoshan looked at Chen Song and smiled. In the end, Xiaochen, I still underestimated you. Really, you are too malleable. Your future is limitless. I even feel that the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital can't keep you. When Chen Song heard this, he couldn't help but smile and didn't say anything. Li Baoshan looked at Chen Song and said as he walked, of course, I don't want to keep you. You should still go out and take a look. The development of our Dongyang province has always been relatively backward. Many large-scale surgeries can't be carried out. When I saw your surgery, I thought that if I were as old as you and had such talent, I would definitely not stay in such a small hospital. Chen Song nodded and walked with Li Baoshan. He didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say. In the end, there was not much meaning in talking about it. Li Baoshan suddenly stopped and turned to look at Chen Song. So. I thought about it, and the only thing I can provide you is a platform. Our second provincial hospital is indeed broken and our development is relatively slow. However, our emergency department has an advantage, which is to provide you with a starting platform. Therefore, in the future, as long as you know what to do and do it boldly, I won't let you be their assistant. When this batch of contract workers comes, I'll pick a few assistants for you. Li Baoshan's words stunned Chen Song. Director, what do you mean? Li Baoshan chuckled. What I mean is, let go, and do it. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility for you. P.S. Thank you for your support. Chen Luo got off the train, looked at the city, and took a deep breath. The smog was heavy. That was his first impression of a Monyang city. Before he could look around, he saw Chen Song striding towards him. Brother. Chen Luo waved. Chen Song saw Chen Luo carrying a bunch of bags and 2 suitcases. Why did you bring so many things? Chen Luo smiled. Mom asked me to bring these for you. Chen Song took the 2 suitcases and said, stay at my place today, I'll send you to school tomorrow. The two of them walked together, and they were quite eye-catching. Chen Song was a little better. After all, he usually didn't care about his appearance, but Chen Luo was different. In the words of his teacher, he was a troublemaker who liked to wear strange clothes since he was young. Even Chen Song felt his scalp tingle when he saw him. However, she was much better now. Perhaps it was because she had been training more in the past 2 years and had gone out to see the world. Her vision and taste had also improved. Her clothes were not expensive and were from Taobao, but she still looked like a celebrity. Chen Song teased him and couldn't help but say, you're even wearing sunglasses. You look like a celebrity. Chen Luo laughed, I'm just rehearsing in advance. What if I become a celebrity? August and September were hot, and the sun hung in the sky, making people a little anxious. Standing by the roadside, Chen Song put down his luggage and was about to call a Didi. It was troublesome to get a taxi near the train station. Just as he took out his phone, a car suddenly stopped by the roadside. Chen Song looked up and saw a black Range Rover blocking the intersection in front of Chen Song and Chen Song. Chen Song frowned slightly and was about to pick up his luggage to change seats. At this time, the car window rolled down. Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen. A familiar voice sounded. Chen Song looked into the car. Seems familiar. Because of the light, Chen Song couldn't see clearly. Fu Yufeng also smiled. She did not expect to meet Chen Song. When she was driving past, she suddenly glanced at the side of the road. She couldn't help but take a second look at the 2 handsome young men. However, after taking a closer look, she suddenly felt that they were familiar. Wasn't that Chen Song? Fu Yufeng hurriedly got out of the car and ran over in her slippers. When she saw Chen Song carrying so many bags, she asked in confusion, Dr. Chen, are you moving house? Chen Song smiled. Sister Fu, what a coincidence. My little brother has just started school. I'm here to pick him up at the station. Chen Luo took off his sunglasses and smiled. Hello, I'm Chen Luo. Fu Yufeng looked at Chen Luo and suddenly laughed. You two are brothers, right? Chen Song nodded. Yes, that's right. Fu Yufeng sized up Chen Luo. He was tall, neither fat nor thin. He was a little strong, but his face was angular and very recognizable. To put it bluntly, he had a very distinctive appearance. He was pleasing to the eye at first glance and could leave an impression on others. He was not the kind of handsome who followed the crowd. Thinking of this, Fu Yufeng praised, young man, you are so handsome. It's a pity that you are not a star. Xiao Luo, which school do you study in? Chen Song smiled. Dongyang Media College. Fu Yufeng was stunned after hearing this. She asked curiously, Dongyang Media College? Your major? Chen Luo, Level 19 Performance Department. Fu Yufeng laughed after hearing this. What a coincidence. I am a dance teacher in the media college. Chen Song was dumbfounded after hearing this. After talking for a while, Chen Song had to admit that the world was really small and coincidental. Chen Song seemed to have never asked Fu Yufeng what she did. After all, it had nothing to do with his work, and it was not good to talk about her private affairs. However, although Chen Song did not know her work, he knew her figure. Before leaving last time, Chen Song designed a bear shape for Fu Yufeng and had a general framework and idea. However, Fu Yufeng wanted to wait for a while. It turned out that school was about to start, and there was no way to perform surgery during this period. However, thinking of Fu Yufeng's dance teacher, it was no wonder that she had such a good figure. The sun made Fu Yufeng a little anxious. She smiled and said, Dr. Chen, you didn't drive here, right? Do you want me to give you a ride? I just finished my business and have nothing to do now. Chen Song was still embarrassed. Fu Yufeng pulled Chen Song's suitcase and was about to put it in the car. Okay, don't be polite with me. Hurry up, the sun is really hot. Fu Yufeng said with a smile. After entering the car, the air conditioner blew, and they immediately felt refreshed. Chen Luo and Fu Yufeng were in the same school, so they suddenly had a common topic. In addition, Chen Luo was a natural socializer, so he chatted enthusiastically with Fu Yufeng. Chen Luo even talked about his experience as an extra. It was lively along the way. Chen Song looked at the two of them and suddenly felt that with Fu Yufeng around, maybe Chen Luo would have an easier time in school. But, Chen Song looked at Fu Yufeng's charming eyes and suddenly felt worried. For some reason, Chen Song suddenly thought of Ping Yuyan and Su Qing in the movie Evil Cannot Suppress Good. When he thought of certain scenes, Chen Song was suddenly shocked. Chen Luo was only 19 years old. An old woman like you can't eat young grass. Suddenly, Chen Song felt that he had made a wrong choice. Did he send Chen Luo on a path of no return? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that he should not have taken this car. No, he had to introduce Chen Luo to someone soon, or this young woman would be too dangerous. Chen Song looked at her face and felt a little regretful. He should not have done plastic surgery for her to look so good. Now, he had increased the difficulty of his task. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but feel worried. What a sin, not only did she look good, but she was also rich. She drove a Range Rover and bought a bear for 1,000,000 yuan as if it was a game. Let's not talk about all these, you said you were in a favorable position. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt a little scared. What if? Thinking of that possibility, Chen Song was a little worried that Chen Dehai would beat him to death with a stick. Sigh. It was really hard to say. Chen Song was on tenterhooks the whole way and tried to find a solution. He even thought of sacrificing himself to let Fu Yufeng let go of his brother. After all, he was still young. Seeing that it was almost noon, Fu Yufeng directly brought the two of them to a restaurant. She insisted on having a welcoming dinner for her little brother Chen Luo. In the future, they would be in the same school, so it was inevitable that they would interact more and get to know each other. During lunch, Fu Yufeng also called her husband, Gui Yongliang, over. Only then did Chen Song's uneasy heart calm down. When Gui Yongliang saw Chen Song, he was also very respectful. His smile was completely different from the last time. The meal lasted for 1 or 2 hours, and young woman Fu calmly showed her superpower again. Chen Song looked at Chen Luo worriedly. He was afraid that this kid would have some improper thoughts. But seeing his indifferent attitude, Chen Song's uneasy heart slowly calmed down. The next day, Chen Song had to go to school to attend the freshman ceremony and Chen Luo had to report to school. Originally, he wanted to send Chen Luo over first and then go back to school himself. But Fu Yufeng patted her chest and took care of everything. Since she was going to school tomorrow, she could bring Chen Luo over. After lunch, Chen Luo did not unload his luggage in the car. Instead, he moved the things that his family brought for Chen Song. After all, it was still the same car tomorrow. It would save him the trouble of moving things back and forth. Chen Song's rented apartment was not big. Fortunately, it was a double bed, so the two of them could squeeze in. Since they were young, Chen Song and Chen Luo had always shared a big bed, so they were used to it. Looking at the less than 20 square meters apartment, Xianxia suddenly had the idea of buying a house. Maybe. After Fu Yufeng's surgery, he should have enough money to buy a house. If he had time, he could go out and ask around. Thinking about the day when he would also go to the real estate sales department to inquire about houses, Xianxia still felt a bit unreal. P.S. Something happened today, so the update was late. Sorry. Young Fu took her brother to the School of Communication. Xianxia also took a taxi to Dongyang Medical University. Dongyang Medical University started school early. Today was the opening ceremony for new graduate students. It was also the so-called mobilization meeting. The feeling of stepping into the campus again was different. It was as if he had returned to his youth. Xianxia went through all kinds of procedures and received all kinds of documents. It was already noon when he was done. Medical graduate students were different from other majors. Many people said that they didn't need to spend much money during their graduate studies. Some could even save money. That might be because they chose a good major. If you think you have more money, you can try to study medicine. If you were as busy as a dog, waking up early and going to bed late every day, the doctors in the department wouldn't treat you as a doctor. You would just be a free intern. The boss would give you money, just think about it. The meeting was in the afternoon and evening. At noon, Xianxia took his meal card and went to the restaurant. This was a familiar place. He used to dislike the taste of the food, but after graduation, he missed it. It was affordable and clean. Xianxia would occasionally come back. A set meal in the restaurant was 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. It was only 7 or 8 yuan per rice. When he first entered university, Xianxia always walked around with his roommates. Now, he found that he preferred to be alone. He went to work alone, got off work alone, and ate alone. Although being alone wasn't enjoyable, once you got used to living alone, you would feel comfortable. Well, Xianxia was looking for a good reason for being single. After buying the food, he found a familiar place to sit down. Eh? Luo Zhou, look. Isn't that Xianxia? Dong Jia suddenly pointed at Xianxia, who was eating at the table in front of him. Luo Zhou was stunned. He looked in the direction and was stunned. Damn. It's really him. Xianxia. Why is he here? While talking, the two of them carried the plates and walked to Xianxia's table. Song. It's really you. Luo Zhou laughed. After putting the food on the table, he laughed. Xianxia raised his head. When he saw the two of them, he was dumbfounded. Luo Zhou? Dong Jia? You guys. Why are you guys in school? Dong Jia laughed. This year, the new postgraduate students started school. Teacher Guan asked me to come over and help. Old Luo graduated this year and has nothing to do, so I dragged him along for a walk. By the way, you still don't know that Professor Guan is now the director of the graduate school of Dongyang Medical University. Isn't it awesome? However, Xianxia, why are you at school? The three of them were in the same class in the university and had a good relationship with each other. When they saw Xianxia, they naturally felt more cordial. Xianxia smiled. Aren't I following in your footsteps to become a postgraduate student? In the future, I'll have to call you Senior Marshal Brother Luo and Senior Marshal Sister Dong. Luo Zhou's eyes widened. What do you mean? Xianxia took out the student ID that he had just received today and handed it over. Look, I'm a new student in the 19th grade this year. This made Luo Zhou and Dong Jia laugh all of a sudden. However, Luo Zhou couldn't help but wonder. That's not right, Song. According to your level, you still need 3 years to take the postgraduate exam? Is there a problem with Concord? Xianxia smiled. I've been working for 2 years. Now that there's a chance, I'm here for postgraduate studies. Dong Jia sighed. That's right. It's not easy to find a job now. The hospitals in the provincial capital don't want postgraduate students anymore. Even if they do, they're designed for their own students. Our batch just graduated this year. Now, there's no recruitment information for the provincial units. They're still waiting for the announcement in school. Many people have no place to go after graduation. They can't go to good places, but they don't want to go to bad places. Chen Song watched Dong Jia put the fatty meat from his food into Luo Zhou's bowl. It was a very intimate habit. He couldn't help but ask. Luo Zhou, Dong Jia, when did you two get together? Luo Zhou smiled. Dong Jia rolled his eyes at him and said, I didn't get into the first affiliated college of Xianxia University in my first year. Then, we studied together and got into our school. Luo Zhou has been taking care of me. He helped me find a mentor. Later, I got into the college and got together with him. Luo Zhou didn't mind. He smiled. Time flies. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. I'm graduating as a postgraduate this year. Speaking of this, Luo Zhou suddenly said mysteriously, Song this year's freshman mobilization meeting is going to be lively, especially tomorrow. Chen Song was stunned. What do you mean? Luo Zhou said, it's the 60th anniversary of the college this year. The school invited many of our outstanding graduates and the more powerful students in the last 2 years. Tonight, there will definitely be some people giving speeches on the stage. Chen Song said, oh. These didn't seem to have much to do with him. Luo Zhou, what did you major in as a postgraduate? Chen Song asked. Luo Zhou smiled and complained. General surgery. However, there are too few people in the general surgery department this year. Among the people who graduated this year, there are almost 20 to 30 people in the general surgery department. There are too many monks and too little porridge. No, there are too many wolves and too little meat. All of them are eagerly waiting for the unit. Chen Song nodded thoughtfully. Oh. Do you have a suitable unit? Did your mentor get you a place? Dong Jia laughed. He's so dumb. How can a mentor like him? Luo Zhou smiled awkwardly and said, it's not like that. My mentor isn't a department director, so he doesn't have that much power. Even the student of a department director might not be able to get a place. Besides, in today's society, it's not that simple. Last year, there was a senior in our hospital who wanted to stay after graduation. In the end, he spent 600,000 to 700,000 yuan. How can I have so much money to buy a job? When it came to jobs, he was a little conflicted. Chen Song also changed the topic in time. Everyone started to talk about their classmates. It was a lively meal. Luo Zhou suddenly said, by the way, Song there's a gathering on Saturday. Do you want to come? They are all graduates of our year. They said that they want to get together. After all, when they start working in the future, it might be convenient to find a consultation. Chen Song couldn't help but laugh. He didn't know about other industries, but the medical industry was really like this. After a group of students entered the hospital, there were all kinds of departments. Not to mention other things, at least it was convenient to find someone for consultation. There was no need to call back and forth to urge them. Saturday. I might have something to do on Saturday. We'll talk about it then. There were quite a lot of things to do on Saturday. The director even asked him to keep an eye on the job fair. The meal was lively and lively. Old classmates gathered together and were in high spirits. They chatted and laughed until the afternoon. Dong Jia suddenly asked, Chen Song, are you still in touch with Geng Yan? Before he finished speaking, Luo Zhou interrupted him and glared at Dong Jia. Chen Song smiled. It's okay. We didn't contact each other after graduation. Luo Zhou patted Chen Song. Didn't you find a partner? By the way, which unit did you go to later? Chen Song shook his head. After graduation, I went to a private hospital first. Later, I couldn't continue working there for half a year. It just so happened that the emergency department of the 2nd Chengdu Provincial Hospital was recruiting temporary workers. I went there for more than 2 years. Working in the emergency department is so busy every day. How can I have time to date? So when I think about it, it's better to be in school. P.S. Thank you, Chief, for your kind reward. Thank you. I'll update 5 times today. I apologize for the late update. I'll update more at the end of this month. I'll update a lot more. When it comes to work, the topic becomes heavy. Luo Zhou looked at Chen Song. Actually, I want to stay in Ammonium City with Xianxia. Also, Xianxia has not graduated, and I want to have a job first. Dong Jia comforted. I think we can go to the surrounding counties. The income there is higher, and the hospitals will pay attention to us. It's not like Ammonium. As the capital of Danyang province, there are a lot of graduates every year. The hospital doesn't care about us at all. Also, the selection isn't necessarily fair. They use their connections and spend money to get a spot. It's a mess. Chen Song nodded. This is the truth. Danyang province is a city in the central region, and its development is relatively backward. This is not only because of the slow economic development, but it is also because of the outdated systems and concepts. Luo Zhou smiled and said, it's quite interesting. Other powerful cities are all trying to attract talents. They even have preferential policies for their undergraduates. They even give them relocation allowance. But our ammoniated yang is so poor that it's almost at the bottom, yet they're not worried at all. How domineering. There's no news at all at this time. Is he really not afraid of losing all his talents? Dong Jiao rolled his eyes at Luo Zhou. You are the only one who is so stubborn in Ammonium Yang. Those capable people have all left. Who wants to stay in this broken place? Your senior had graduated last year and went to Ammonium Yang Central Hospital. It is a Class A hospital, and he earns 6,000 renminbi a month. It's fine if he is not married, but what can he do after he is married? Chen Song nodded. It's better to go out if there is a chance. Graduate students can go to the coastal areas, Shenzhen, Zhuhai, Guangzhou. These places are not bad. Shenzhen does not have a medical university, and the talents are brought in every year. I heard that some of my seniors were given good benefits after they went there. Their annual salary is more than 200,000 renminbi. Luo Zhou scratched his head. Song Air, you know me. I am not that successful. I just want to have a stable job and stay close to home to accompany Xianxia. Moreover, my parents and Xianxia's parents are old. They feel more at ease with me in Ammonium Yang. Even if they're sick, I can help them. If I really go out, I'll be worried about them. Dong Jia glanced at Luo Zhou. Although he was scolding Luo Zhou, his heart was filled with sweetness. Luo Zhou continued, this weekend, there's a large-scale job fair in our school. Many of the Class 3 Grade A hospitals in Ammonium City are hiring contract workers. I'll go and try. Chen Song nodded. Yes, the second Chengdu provincial hospital I'm in has also changed to a filing system. The benefits given to contract workers are also not bad. In the general surgery department of our hospital, a contract worker will get 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month after the probation period and has the right to prescribe. Chen Song was referring to Zhou Xiaodong. Wang Yong earned more than Zhou Xiaodong because there were more surgeries in the emergency department. He took care of patients for Chen Song, and the two of them performed dozens of surgeries in a month. If the bonus for last month was included, it would be more than 10,000 yuan. However, according to the hospital's usual behavior, it would take a few months before the bonus would be paid. Luo Zhou smiled. No matter what, the second Chengdu Provincial Hospital is still a Class 3 Grade A hospital in the province. There are 20 to 30 Class 3 Grade A hospitals in Ammonium City. If they can get into the top 10, the competition will probably not be small. Dong Jia was unhappy when he heard that. Luo Zhou, I'll go with you when the time comes. I'll print 50 resumes for you. If you don't send them out, you're not allowed to leave. His words amused everyone. After they left the restaurant, Luo Zhou suddenly asked, Song come to my dormitory and rest. It's still early in the afternoon. Chen Song nodded and asked, is everyone in the dormitory around? Luo Zhou said, basically, they've all moved out. I haven't moved out yet because Xianxia lives in the dormitory. However, they're all in school. We can gather at night. Chen Song nodded. At that time, Chen Song had a good relationship with everyone in class. After all, there were not many boys in a medical school. Therefore, they got along quite well. They usually played games and played basketball together. The building manager had just finished eating and was strolling at the door of the glass room to digest her food. Suddenly, she saw Luo Zhou walking over with Chen Song. She was stunned. Eh? Aren't you that kid? What's your name again? Chen Song laughed. Auntie, you still remember me? The auntie couldn't help but laugh. How can I not remember? Your dormitory often forgot to borrow the key from me. I remember each and every one of you very clearly. However, it's been a few years since we last met. Have you started working? Chen Song nodded and smiled. Yes, I've started working. The auntie nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. I thought you were good back then. Luo Zhou sighed. Auntie, you haven't changed after so many years. You're still judging people by their appearance. The auntie suddenly laughed. I don't have any other skills, but I'm good at remembering people's faces. Kid, why aren't you leaving after graduation? Are you waiting for me to chase you away? The school dormitory didn't allow random people to enter. However, this auntie had a pair of sharp eyes. She seemed inconspicuous, but she could pick out people she hadn't seen before. Luo Zhou was supposed to move out of the dormitory after graduation. However, he gave Guanwei a heads up and postponed it. After all, renting a house was quite expensive. He would wait until he started working. When he returned to the dormitory, there was no one inside. Only Luo Zhou's bed had a quilt. The other places were quite clean. The weather was a little hot. Luo Zhou took off his t-shirt and said bare-chested, Song go to my bed and sleep for a while. Chen Song smiled. No need. I'm not tired. Luo Zhou laughed. Then, let's play a game? Do you still play games now? As he spoke, Luo Zhou directly opened League of Legends and logged in. A familiar sound rang out. Chen Song smiled. Come on. I'll watch you play. The familiar university days were spent in such a way. In the afternoon, Chen Song first divided the classes according to the houseman's hospital. After all, everyone usually trained in the hospital. It was more convenient to divide the classes like this. Dongyang Medical University had more postgraduate housemen this year. There were only 30 housemen assigned to the second provincial hospital. A small class of more than 30 people was quite exquisite. 20 girls and 10 boys. However, Chen Song suddenly realized that the fat man sitting next to him with a strange smile was somewhat familiar. Classmate. We have no grudges. Why are you staring at me? Chen Song held it in for a long time. He couldn't hold it in anymore. He stared at the fat head next to him and said seriously. Qianlin was stunned at first, then he suddenly laughed. Little benefactor, my name is Qianlin. To be honest, I'm here to repay your kindness. Chen Song was dumbfounded. Other people would turn into conches to repay their kindness. Who would repay their kindness like this? Was he here to take revenge? If he was here to repay his kindness, he must be looking for Miss Gao. However, if he was really here to repay his kindness, he couldn't be at a disadvantage. Chen Song tried hard to recall. Did he sweat a bun when he was young? Or did he save a mentally disabled child in the hospital? However, he couldn't associate it with this 190-pound man. However, Chen Song still pondered for a while. Maybe he really saved him. Looking at his current clothes, he should be rich. He couldn't waste any opportunity. What if it was an opportunity given to him by God? Thinking of this, Chen Song still said seriously, just give me a discount. Chen Song's words, just give me a discount, made Qianlin dumbfounded. Qianlin originally thought that Chen Song was a hardworking, down-to-earth, and serious person who was serious in his studies. After all, only this could match up to a top student. He didn't expect to meet such a joker. Qianlin waved his hand, it's not about money. Chen Song shifted his seat, I don't have any romantic relationships, nor do I have any history of prostitution. Even if I did, my child wouldn't be as old as you. Qianlin suddenly felt ashamed. Damn, I met a master. This guy is even more naughty than me. Thinking of this, Qianlin was afraid that Chen Song's thoughts would go astray, so he simply said, no, brother, listen to me. Qian Liang is my uncle. Chen Song was stunned and swallowed. What do you mean? Are you threatening me? There are so many people with the surname Qian. Why don't you say that your grandfather is San Qian? Maybe I'll really believe it, Qianlin continued. My uncle wanted me to apply for Demonis Mengshi as a postgraduate student. Thanks to you, brother, you saved me from the abyss of suffering. Chen Song was stunned. What do you mean? Qianlin was surprised and looked at Chen Song. You don't know? Chen Song looked at him blankly. Know what? Chen Song suddenly felt that he seemed to lack understanding of Mengshi. Qianlin continued, sigh, it seems that you really don't know. Otherwise, you wouldn't have signed up for Demonis Mengshi so recklessly. I'll tell you so that you'll know in advance. How should I put it? Isn't Director Mengshi awesome? She's definitely a heifer. But she's too hardworking and too strict. I lost more than 20 kilograms under Director Meng for a month. I had to wake up early and work late. I had to perform surgeries during the day and work on my thesis at night. I had to work all the time. It was so torturous that I felt like I was losing my mind. I just want to find a partner during my postgraduate studies, fall in love, find a stable job after graduation, give birth to a fat boy, and live the rest of my life. If I followed Director Meng, wouldn't my life be ruined? So, I'm the one who should be grateful. So, brother, you saved me from the fire and water. How can I not be grateful? Chen Song understood. So that was how it was. However, compared to his own gains, what was this small matter? After all, Director Mengshi had activated 3 of his skill trees, and they were all purple. How could he not suffer a little? Moreover, he still had to work hard to conquer Mengshi and gain favorable impression points, continuously unlocking new skills. Not long after, a teacher from the postgraduate department came in. Naturally, he had to start explaining things, including housemen, classes, and a series of other tasks. Chen Song did not care too much about it. After all, he was just a postgraduate student. He did not need to transfer to another department for his housemanship in his own hospital. If it was a class, he could pick out some to listen to. Around 4 o'clock, the teacher temporarily arranged for Qianlin to be the class monitor. At this time, Chen Song found out that the fatty in front of him actually scored more than 400 points in the postgraduate entrance exam. This made Chen Song believe more and more that when God closes the door for you, he will nail it. You better find the window as soon as possible. It was true that the more talented one was, the more abnormal one was. However, what made Chen Song satisfied was that there were quite a number of good-looking girls in the class. This made Chen Song look forward to his postgraduate life more and more. After the class meeting ended, everyone had to participate in the new student mobilization meeting at the hospital. Qianlin's appearance made Chen Song feel that the weather was not as hot as before. Such a big body really covered Chen Song's shadow. It was a little chilly when he walked on the road. It was really cool to have a big fatty under his shadow. Chen Song was not interested in the mobilization meeting in the afternoon, but Qianlin was full of enthusiasm. This is our school's 60th anniversary celebration. We invited many big shots and some outstanding seniors. Let's go take a look. Just as he entered the venue, Chen Song saw a red banner hanging on Dong Jia's body. It should be to receive the seniors who returned to the school. Luozhou was chatting with a group of people at the side. Chen Song was very familiar with these people. They seemed to be his classmates. When everyone saw Chen Song enter, they were stunned. Damn. Song, you're here too? Yeah. I haven't seen you in a long time. Where are you? Song, are you the big shot invited to speak at our school's 60th anniversary celebration? The group of people started to make a fuss. Qianlin loved to join in the fun, so he stood at the side and watched. He was much more interested in Chen Song than attending the ceremony. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. I'm here to participate in the mobilization meeting today. That's right. When everyone heard this, they started to make a fuss. Damn, you're awesome now? Tell us, what have you done in the past 3 years? You've reached the pinnacle of life so quickly. Don't tell me you got into Concord's PhD? Indeed, many students who were admitted to famous schools were invited this time to promote positive energy. Chen Song coughed and smiled awkwardly. I got in. But, you're a postgraduate student in our school. I'm a freshman who came to participate in the freshman mobilization meeting. When Chen Song said this, everyone was stunned at first, then they started to laugh. However, no one made fun of Chen Song. Everyone was an adult. At most, they would make a joke. Come on, Song-er. You have to call me senior in the future. Yes, yes, yes. Let's hear it. When everyone was making a fuss, Chen Song suddenly stood up and turned his head. I'm going to the toilet. Everyone was stunned. They thought that Chen Song was unhappy. However, when they turned around, they suddenly saw a woman walking over. Everyone was stunned for a moment. The woman was walking with a tall and big man. They looked like a perfect match. Luo Zhou's face suddenly changed. Gung Yan, everyone was also dumbfounded. Gung Yan also came to participate in the event. No, who was the man beside Gung Yan? Gung Yan's boyfriend wasn't Chen Song. Suddenly, everyone understood why Chen Song wanted to go to the toilet. So that was it. When Gung Yan saw everyone, she walked over happily. Luo Zhou, Lin He, you're all here? Luo Zhou nodded and smiled. Gung Yan, long time no see. Gung Yan smiled. Indeed, it's been 3 years. How time flies. At this moment, a fashionably dressed girl walked over. Luo Zhou, you're filtering me out when you see a goddess? You're too much. Luo Zhou looked up. Su Hui Hui? You're here too? Looks like we can have a lively gathering this time. Gung Yan smiled and nodded. Of course. We haven't had a good gathering since we graduated. This time, we have to have a good gathering. Su Hui Hui looked at the tall, handsome, and gentle man beside Gung Yan and egged her on. Gung Yan, why don't you introduce him to everyone? Who is this? Gung Yan smiled happily. This is my husband, Jing Ran. He's also a senior who graduated from our university. Jing Ran smiled confidently and greeted everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Jing Ran. Everyone nodded in response. At this moment, everyone knew who this person was, the legendary senior, Jing Ran. During his undergraduate studies, he published 2 scientific papers. At that time, it caused a sensation in the entire university. At that time, he proposed an idea that was bought by a pharmaceutical company for nearly 1 million yuan. After that, he went to Union Medical College and was guaranteed a doctorate. Jing Ran's story could be said to be used as an example by the school. Such an inspirational story of a top student was like a stimulant for the group of inexperienced students. It could be said to make their blood boil. Even Su Hui's eyes lit up. Wow, you're senior Jing Ran. I didn't expect him to be so handsome. It had to be said that Jing Ran's name was really a legendary figure in Dongyang Medical University. Luo Zhou couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Fortunately, Chen Song had just left. Otherwise, how awkward would it be? The comparison between a new boyfriend and an old one was a very embarrassing thing. Even Lin He and the others sighed softly. Although Jing Ran was powerful, he didn't have a good relationship with them. To put it bluntly, they weren't the same kind of people. They could respect you and say you're awesome, but that was it. There was no need to flatter him at all. However, everyone couldn't help but feel a little regretful. After all, Chen Song and Gung Yan were so close in college. What a pity, Su Hui asked curiously. Senior Jing Ran, were you invited by the school this time? Jing Ran nodded and said in a very magnetic voice, well, yes. The school sent me an invitation to the celebration, so I came. Everyone was silent. They were invited to help out as volunteers, but Jing Ran was invited to attend the ceremony. The gap was really big. Luo Zhou couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Chen Song, oh Chen Song, your love rival is too strong. Forgive me for not being able to help. Su Hui suddenly said, Senior Jing Ran, you're not in a hurry to go back to the capital, right? After the ceremony, Gung Yan, you can bring Senior Jing Ran to join us for a gathering, right? Gung Yan nodded. Her boyfriend was really good, especially in Danyang province, she could bring him out wherever she went. Hearing Su Hui's words, Gung Yan covered her mouth and laughed. I'm not in a hurry to go back. No, I'm not going back. Everyone was stunned. Not going back? Gung Yan's face was full of happiness. Yes, I'm not going back. Jing Ran was recruited by the first hospital of Dongyang University to be the deputy director of the thoracic surgery department. He's ready to go back to work during this time. When Luo Zhou and the others heard this, they were immediately envious. Awesome is awesome. There was no comparison at all. They had worked so hard to graduate and find a job, but the other party had directly introduced them to be the deputy director. Jing Ran was only 6 years older than them. After graduating with a doctorate, she had also stayed in the postdoctoral mobile station for 2 to 3 years. Moreover, he skipped the novice period and directly became a deputy director. You really can't be envious of this kind of ability, Hui Hui Su exclaimed, that's amazing. You're the deputy director right away. I'm so envious. After that, Su Hui Hui suddenly asked curiously, by the way, Gung Yan, you graduated this year, right? Are you not going to work? Gung Yan smiled slightly. At that time, when the leaders of the first hospital of Eastern University were negotiating with Jing Ran wanted to bring me over. Dean Lu also agreed. I also have to go to work in the cardiology department of the first hospital of Eastern University. So, we have a lot of time to gather. Su Hui Hui nodded. Gung Yan, you and senior brother Jing Ran are about to get married, right? Gung Yan nodded, yes, we're getting married this year. When we came, Jing Ran signed a contract with the hospital. The hospital gave us a house. When the house is renovated, we'll get married. When the time comes, everyone remember to join in the fun. Jing Ran looked at the crowd and said with a smile, everyone, the meeting has begun. I have to speak in a while, so I won't chat with you. Another day, I'll treat everyone to a gathering. After that, Jing Ran and Gung Yan walked inside. The crowd was filled with emotions. Hui Hui Su said, Gung Yan, wait for me. After that, Hui Hui Su followed them in. Luo Zhou sighed. He thought of Chen Song and then thought of Jing Ran. He suddenly felt that if he were Gung Yan, he might also choose Jing Ran. After all, the gap was too big. Jing Ran came with the treatment of a deputy director. He gave a house and arranged a job for his wife. Compared to him, Jing Ran's life saved more than 10 years of struggle. Most importantly, his future was limitless. Qian Lin stood aside and watched the whole thing from beginning to end without saying a word. Then, he slowly asked Luo Zhou, brother, this Gung Yan. What's the relationship between Chen Song and Gung Yan? Luo Zhou was stunned. He turned around and looked at Qian Lin. Gung Yan and Chen Song were dating when they were in university. At that time, they were quite popular in class. Later, Gung Yan went to the capital after she took the postgraduate entrance exam. We don't know much about what happened after that, but it seems like you saw it too. Qian Lin nodded. Even though they were separated by many years, he had occasionally heard of such a godlike person from Japan University. He didn't expect that his benefactor would be a love rival. When he thought of this, Qian Lin couldn't help but feel a little more hostile towards Gung Yan and Jing Ran. After all, this kind of plot usually appeared in novels and TV dramas. Qian Lin automatically imagined a plot where Gung Yan abandoned Chen Song. Thinking of this, Qian Lin sighed. It turned out that reality was more melodramatic than novels. Chen Song stood in the bathroom. He wanted to leave. He didn't expect to meet Gung Yan here. Also, who was the man next to her? When he thought of this, Chen Song shook his head. The past was the past. There was no point in dwelling on such things. Besides, Gung Yan's matter had nothing to do with him anymore. It wasn't that he couldn't let it go. He just felt a little unwilling. 3 years was enough time to let go of a lot of things. Chen Song let go of Gung Yan, but in his heart, he couldn't let it go. They were all adults. There was no such thing as fairness, let alone ridiculous justice. To put it bluntly, Chen Song didn't care about Gung Yan at all. He could even treat her as a stranger. However, he couldn't stand someone showing off in front of him and saying, look, he's much better than you. Therefore, Chen Song left. In the end, it was still because he wasn't strong enough. If Gung Yan came alone, Chen Song might smile and say, long time no see. But now, Chen Song shook his head with a smile. It would be best if they never met again. Out of sight, out of mind. After that, Chen Song turned around and was about to leave. The so-called mobilization meeting didn't seem to mean much to him. At this moment, Qianlin suddenly walked in. When he saw Chen Song standing there, he couldn't help but say, "I thought you fell in." "Chen Song. The hole is a bit small." "Qianlin, let's go, it's about to start." "Don't you want to go in and take a look?" Chen Song shook his head. "No, I'm going back. I have something to do." Qianlin suddenly smiled. "Don't worry, don't you want to know who that person is? Don't you want to know what he's best at? Don't you want to know what it feels like to beat him in his strongest field? Little benefactor, beat him up. What are you scared of? P.S. I've reorganized the plot and will continue to update. Good luck, author. In the future, I'll make the update time more accurate. It'll be 2 12 a.m. updates a day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the morning." More than 10 minutes difference, Qianlin's words made Chen Song's heart skip a beat. Why did it sound so exciting? It was as if his blood was boiling. Thinking of an indescribable scene in the future, Chen Song couldn't help but feel a little excited. "Chen Song, is it not good?" Qianlin was filled with righteous indignation. "Why is it not good? Big brother? Isn't it good that you've been cuckolded because of the hatred of stealing your wife?" This sentence instantly made Chen Song's little universe burn with flames. Chen Song got up and left. Qianlin couldn't help but clap his hands. "That's right. No. We broke up. The hand that broke up first isn't cuckolded." Chen Song suddenly turned around and said seriously. Qianlin was stunned and couldn't help but fall silent. "It's over just because you're sullen." Chen Song was silent. Although he didn't care about Gung Yan anymore, the feeling of being beaten by his current boyfriend was as sour as the taste of pickled vegetables. "I don't know if you guys have." The two of them entered the venue and found a place to sit down. The principal spoke. After all, it was a mobilization meeting. The principal still had to speak. However, his speech was obviously a waste of time for Qianlin and Chen Song, who were holding small notebooks. At this time, the principal finished his speech and Qian Liang went on stage. Chen Song pushed Qianlin. "Your uncle is on stage." Qianlin was silent. Chen Song curiously turned around and saw Qianlin holding a notebook and writing. Chen Song was stunned. "What are you writing?" Qianlin smiled mysteriously. "The opening is hell difficulty." After saying that, Qianlin took his phone and showed it to Chen Song. "Do you see? This is Jing Ran's current achievements. We'll break them one by one. But don't worry, I've already categorized you into different stages and missions." After he finished speaking, Qianlin handed the small notebook to Chen Song. "Look, when he was in his first year of university, he received the National Inspirational Scholarship and the Fenjiu Inspirational Scholarship. In his second year, in his third year, he successfully published his first national core academic thesis. In his fourth year, he published his first SCI paper with an impact factor as high as 1.3 points. In his fifth year, he participated in the University Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition and won the first prize of the Jinsheng Youth Entrepreneurship Competition. He received a $200,000 startup fund. In the same year, after his idea was perfected, it was bought by Ruida Medical Company for $1 million before taxes. These are all his undergraduate achievements. Back then, he got into Concord with a high score of 451 points. I also checked his glorious resume in Concord." After saying that, Qianlin looked at Chen Song as if he was his own son and said, "Little benefactor, don't worry. With me around, we'll make sure that Jing Ran dies. We'll make him understand that he has to learn how to analyze his girlfriend. We'll analyze how awesome his ex-boyfriend is. Now, we just need some data. Overall, it's done." Chen Song looked at the booklet that Qianlin handed over with a dumbfounded expression. He was a little flabbergasted. "Are you F***king kidding me?" Looking at Jing Ran's achievements, Qianlin sighed and said, "I estimate that the specific information should not be too far from the actual situation. Now, we just have to wait for his speech to see if there are any incomplete statistics. We'll just have to improve on all aspects. Little benefactor, don't worry. Based on my many years of experience in attending speeches and sitting on the stage, he will definitely brag and talk about the glorious deeds of these years. When the time comes, we will reorganize and summarize the glorious deeds that he has done over the years. The form will be complete. Sure enough, after the leader finished speaking, it was Jing Ran's turn. At this time, Qianliang said to everyone, "Today, we've specially invited some outstanding graduates from Dongyang Medical University. Next, let's invite the outstanding graduate representative, Jing Ran, to speak on stage. Everyone, please give him a round of applause." Suddenly, the audience applauded enthusiastically. It seemed that Jing Ran was very popular. At this time, Qian Lin and Shen Song also widened their eyes and carefully sized up Gung Yan's current boyfriend. Jing Ran calmly walked towards the stage. Dressed in a formal suit, coupled with his shiny oily hair, he really looked stylish, but this person was not as handsome as him. Well, looks PK, complete victory. Next was talent. Hello everyone, I'm Jing Ran. Maybe the juniors here don't know me. Let me introduce myself, a lot of blabbering. Medicine is not only a clinical subject, but also a science. We have to constantly improve medicine so that it can serve us better in the clinic. After I graduated from the China Academy of Medical Sciences Fuwai Cardiovascular Hospital, I was fortunate enough to be invited by President Liu to return to my alma mater to work. President Liu asked me to share my learning experience over the years and the results I have achieved. He wants me to give you some inspiration for your future development. I believe that many of you here are graduate students, so I'll talk about what I did during my time as a graduate student. I hope that it will be of some help to your future study and life. At this time, Qian Lin held his breath and focused. He held his pen tightly with both hands and was ready to write. Medicine is a clinical subject. We need to find shortcomings in clinical practice and improve ourselves. I'm a graduate student with a professional degree, and I spend most of my time in the hospital. As a surgeon, we have to experience surgery, and we have to be good at it. During my 3 years as a graduate student, I performed a total of nearly 1,000 surgeries. Thanks to my supervisor's trust, I also performed more than 600 surgeries independently. I'm telling you these numbers because I want to tell you that you can't rely on luck for any success. These huge surgeries gave me a lot of inspiration. I realized that surgeries are not perfect, and there are many shortcomings. I published 2 papers in the Journal of Thoracic and Cardiovascular Surgery and the Journal of Vascular Surgery. I've improved 2 traditional surgical methods. During my doctorate, I've decided to specialize in lung surgery. Some time ago, my colleagues and I worked together to complete single lung transplantation, double lung transplantation, combined heart-lung transplantation, and other difficult surgeries. What I want to tell you is that there is no shortcut to success. When you work hard to move forward and reach a certain level, you will realize that everything that you used to look up to will be within your reach. I can tell you without hesitation that when I was thinking about joining the workforce this year, I received invitations from more than 10 large hospitals, including first-tier cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. My annual salary was not less than 500,000, and I also received an annual research fund of 500,000 to 1 million, a 3-bedroom house, a job for my wife, and so on. When you are not good enough, the pressure from the outside world is your goal. But when you are good enough, you will realize that the so-called car, house, and money are just necessities for your life. As medical workers, our dream is to cure diseases and save people. We will become famous doctors of our generation. We will contribute our strength to our positions, and in a few decades, we can write China's name on the Nobel Prize. As soon as Jing Ran finished speaking, the audience burst into enthusiastic applause. Not only the students, but also the parents, mentors, hospital leaders, and so on, were affected by Jing Ran's lofty aspirations. Nobel Prize, what a great goal! All the students could not help but feel excited and fired up after hearing what Jing Ran said. They could not help but clap and cheer. This was a kind of resonance in their hearts. Which new student did not have lofty aspirations after entering the university? They could look down on the world and see how small the mountains were. Jing Ran's appearance satisfied everyone's deep desires and thoughts. It could even be said that Jing Ran spoke out everyone's innermost thoughts. He spoke out their dreams. They also wanted to become such a person. At this moment, Jing Ran became their idol. At the school leaders' table, Several deans looked at each other and couldn't help but applaud. That was exactly the effect they wanted. The star effect was very obvious. And when such an outstanding star came out of your school would have a sense of solidarity and fighting spirit. Lu Jingsheng clapped his hands in satisfaction and looked at Qian Liang. Not bad, right? Qian Liang nodded. Really not bad. Lu Jingsheng laughed. I'm amazing, right? Qian Liang immediately glanced at Lu Jingsheng. You're amazing. What does it have to do with you? Lu Jingsheng raised his eyebrows. How is it not related? This is all my credit. Without me, would you be able to bring him here? Without me. Jing Ran's appearance caused a stir in the atmosphere. Everyone set one goal after another in their hearts. As for Qian Lin, he had finally completed his great work. He simply summarized the densely packed small book into a well-made report. After admiring it with satisfaction, he turned around and patted Chen Song, who was in a daze. Little benefactor, I've completed your small goal, big goal, and long-term goal for you. As long as you follow this, you'll definitely be able to kill him in the field he's best at. Chen Song took the book and looked at it. He was instantly dumbfounded. He was so dumbfounded that he couldn't speak for a long time. It had to be said that Qian Lin was really a talent. At the very least, this step-by-step plan could be said to be very scientific and rigorous, and each goal was very ingenious. To be able to summarize the 4 to 5 pages of Jing Ran's history of being awesome into such a way, he was really a genius. Award goal: 1. National Inspirational Scholarship. 2. First prize in a professional competition, provincial level. 3. Place in a national competition. Honor goal: 1. Honor of being a director of a provincial organization or above. 2. Join 2 or more national organizations and associations. 3. Obtain the title of a special talent, provincial level or above. Research goal: 1. Publish a thesis with an impact factor as high as 3. 2. Publish a total of 15 impact factors, Jing Ran's current total score. 3. Publish a thesis with an impact factor of more than 15. Clinical objectives: 1. Complete 500 surgeries. 2. Invent, innovate, and improve 2 new surgical methods, recognized by professional societies. 3. Create new surgical methods, recognized by professional societies. 4. Targets to earn money: 1. A house and a car, equivalent to 2 million yuan. 2. A good house and a good car, equivalent to 10 million yuan. 3. A luxurious villa and a luxurious car, equivalent to 100 million yuan. Girlfriend goals: 1. Have a good-looking girlfriend. 2. Have a good-looking and useful girlfriend. 3. Find a good-looking, useful, rich, capable, and powerful girlfriend, good-looking rich woman. Chen Song looked at the goal of a few hundred words and was really shocked. Qian Lin whispered, Little benefactor, I've set a goal for you in each field. The first is a small goal, the second is a midterm goal, and the third is a long-term goal. You have to work hard. If you can achieve the first ordinary goal, you will be on the same level as Jing Ran. If you can achieve the second goal, you can act tough and slap his face. If you can achieve the third goal, you can ignore him. At this point, Qian Lin took a deep breath and looked like he couldn't stop himself from spitting it out. Chen Song looked at Qian Lin with trembling hands and couldn't help but sigh. This task is too difficult. It's a little difficult. When Qian Lin heard this, he sneered. Sigh, young people have to give themselves some pressure. If I were Gung Yan, I wouldn't like you. Besides, what's your goal? Compared to my goal, you're still far from it. Are you scared? Chen Song was stunned and turned to look at Qian Lin. Could it be, you've been defeated before? Qian Lin's eyes suddenly became cloudy. It seemed that there was a sense of vicissitudes in his body, which made Chen Song a little uncomfortable. Qian Lin sighed and took out a lot of paper from his pocket. He said, as an excellent man, how can I not have a love rival? I have many love rivals, and I also have many goals. This is the direction of my life. As he spoke, Qian Lin carefully smoothed the paper. His eyes were affectionate as if he was looking at his lover. Chen Song saw this. He originally wanted to see Qian Lin's goal, but seeing him like this, he didn't dare to move. Qian Lin said, It's okay. You can see. We are comrades in arms, the kind of people who fight side by side. So, little benefactor, I'm just a small fry. You can't be scared. Although you can't compare with me, you have to compare with yourself. My goal is the biggest motivation in my life. Chen Song was even more curious. He couldn't help but take a piece of paper. Surpass goal, Qian Liang. Mission difficulty, 5 stars. Scientific research goal. Academic goal. Honor goal. Chen Song almost vomited blood. He turned and looked at Qianlin seriously. Are you serious? Qianlin nodded seriously. I'm serious. Chen Song looked at the difficulty of the Wu Jieping Medical Award. He sighed. Looking at this 200-pound soul, it's really hard for you. Why do you want to woo your uncle? Qianlin shook his head. When I was 6 years old, I liked my uncle's daughter. In the end, he told me that close relatives can't get married. I felt that he was looking down on me, so I wanted to be better than him. This was my goal when I was 6 years old. But when I grew up, although I knew my uncle wasn't wrong, I still wanted to surpass him. Chen Song took out another piece of paper. Surpass goal, Qianmingda. Mission difficulty, 6 stars. Monetary goal. Ammonian Yang's richest man. Spouse goal, prettier than mom? Chen Song couldn't help but pull away from Qianlin. This is your father? Qianlin nodded. That's right. When I was young, he didn't let my mother sleep. He said that my mother slept with my father. Then, when I was 5 years old, he set this goal. Chen Song flipped to the back. Chen Song Fei? Influence goal, make 5 celebrities famous, at least more famous than Louis Fei? Qianlin nodded. When I was 15 years old, I was obsessed with Louis Fei. Chen Song looked at the next piece of paper. He eyes? Qianlin smiled embarrassedly. Lin Jiling. The more Chen Song flipped, the more nervous he became. How big must his heart be to accommodate so many goals? When Chen Song flipped to Sky Silkworm Taro, he could already understand Qianlin. This is because you liked Eve Leah when you were playing games, right? At this time, Qianlin looked at Chen Song as if he was looking at his own brother. He smiled warmly. Yes. Chen Song carefully stacked the goals neatly. When he looked at Qianlin again, it was different from before. This body of 200 kilograms contained at least 200 tons of souls and 20 billion tons of goals. In comparison, Chen Song suddenly realized that Qianlin was much more tolerant of his goals. However, at this time, Chen Song heard a notification sound, ding. Triggered challenge mission, defeat Jing Ran. Defeat him in his areas of expertise. Details of the mission. After each mission is completed, you will receive the corresponding reward. Good luck, young man. Chen Song was stunned. He shockingly discovered something terrifying. That was, the details of his challenge mission were surprisingly similar to Qianlin's goals. At this moment, Chen Song was stunned. He turned to look at Qianlin. You're an NPC invited by the system, right? He suddenly felt that if Qianlin had the system, his life would definitely be a tough one. No wonder he wanted to escape from Mengshi. This kind of life was unspeakably bitter. Every time he thought of so many terrifying enemies, how could he fall asleep? Sigh. Chen Song patted Qianlin's shoulder and sighed. Qianlin turned and looked at Chen Song. He also patted Chen Song's shoulder. The two looked at each other and smiled. They couldn't help but be in high spirits. Before the meeting ended, Chen Song left. He had done what he needed to do. There was no point in staying. Chen Song could not help but laugh about the challenge mission. Actually, what did Jing Ran have to do with him? Chen Song wanted to laugh when he thought about his behavior with Qianlin at the venue. It was a little childish, it was a little funny. Was hard work to surpass others? Did it have to be compared with others? That was not the case. Hard work only made us better and more perfect so that we could cure more patients and save more lives. To be honest, Chen Song had been too successful recently because of the appearance of the system. The appearance of Jing Ran made Chen Song put away his budding arrogance. There were many people who were better than him. They were so outstanding without the system. Why should he not work hard? Qianlin was only 23 or 24 years old. It was normal for him to have those immature ideas. he was already 27 or 28 years old. There were many things that he should solve from a mature point of view. However, the mission still had to be completed. Even if Jing Ran did not appear, he should still work hard. Otherwise, what was the point of studying as a graduate student? He had really slacked off during this period. It was time to work hard. In fact, when Chen Song heard Jing Ran's speech just now, he was really moved. This was a person who dared to do and think. He had never thought about the Nobel Prize, right, but he dared to think about it and dared to say it out loud on such a stage. This was a kind of ability. It was a kind of courage. He should learn this kind of courage and boldness. However, just as Chen Song was about to go out, he suddenly heard a sharp voice from the audience. Someone fainted. Chen Song turned around and suddenly found a group of people 5 or 6 rows in front of him on the left. Some people were pinching the philtrum, and some were preparing to perform CPR. Someone had already taken out his phone and dialed 120. Chen Song's instinct from many years of emergency treatment made him rush forward without hesitation. Although everyone present was a medical student and organized the rescue in an orderly manner, they were not very experienced. Their methods were also very limited, and they might even cause unnecessary trouble. After Chen Song rushed over, he found that the man was lying on the ground. His breathing was rapid, and his head was slightly tilted to one side. The student beside him must have been worried that the contents had blocked his airway after he suddenly choked and coughed. At this moment, the man's breathing became more and more rapid, and his face turned pale. The surrounding people were at a loss. Chen Song touched his hand and found that it was a little cold. Ding! You have triggered a sudden rescue mission. You have temporarily obtained 1. Perfect level chest image examination. 2. Perfect level secretion examination. After the mission is completed, you can choose one skill to convert into a permanent skill. After Chen Song heard this notification, he was not happy at all. Instead, he took a deep breath. According to the system's rewards, the more bountiful the reward, the higher the difficulty. To be rewarded with such a perfect skill, what kind of disease was this? Moreover, in order to let him complete the mission, the system actually gave him the mission reward in advance. With this, Chen Song could not help but become more serious. At this moment, after the staff in the front row heard this, they immediately picked up the microphone to maintain order at the scene. All students, sit properly and don't move. Make way for the rescue of the student. I'll say it again. All students, sit where you are and don't move. Everyone had already realized the seriousness of the situation. However, even if they did not move, they all sat there and looked around. Qian Liang and the others had already rushed over, looking at the man's condition and checking. Chen Song had already taken out his phone and turned on the flashlight. After looking around, he said to the people around him, "Open his mouth." The boy beside him quickly nodded. He was a little at a loss, as if he had never encountered such a situation. He was a little nervous and his hands were trembling. When the light shone in, Chen Song could not help but frown. The situation was a little serious, the throat was swollen. Could it be anaphylactic shock? These words appeared in Chen Song's mind. But, how could it cause anaphylactic shock? Thinking of this, Chen Song asked the boy who was opening his mouth, did he feel uncomfortable before he fainted? Or did he eat or drink anything? Or did he have any special adverse reactions? The boy shook his head. He didn't eat anything, but he seemed to be choking and coughing violently. The coughing was very bad. We thought he choked on water. But then, he fainted on the ground. Then, this happened. Chen Song suddenly lowered his head and found a large amount of watery secretions on the ground. There was also something powdery. A possibility immediately appeared in Chen Song's mind. Qian Liang, Lu Jingsheng, and the other deputy hospital directors also came over. When they saw Chen Song lying on the ground, Lu Jingsheng was about to say something. Qian Liang suddenly stopped him and shook his head. Although they were all department directors, it did not mean that they all knew how to do first aid. Many emergency rescue workers were much more professional than them. At this time, Chen Song stood up. Qian Liang looked at Chen Song and quickly asked, "Xiao Chen, what's the matter?" After thinking for a while, Chen Song said with a serious face, "I suspect that it's pulmonary hydatid cyst, which caused anaphylactic shock." He needs to be sent to the hospital in time for anti-allergic treatment. Moreover, if it's really pulmonary hydatid cyst, the next step is to prepare for surgery. At this time, Jing Ran stood up from the ground. After Chen Song's examination, he analyzed the patient. After hearing Chen Song's words, he nodded seriously. He's right. I also suspect that it's pulmonary hydatid cyst. Generally, we don't have this kind of patient in Dongyang. Some pastoral areas, such as Xinjiang, Qinghai, Inner Mongolia, have more. I've seen this kind of patient. It's quite similar. At this time, the boy suddenly said, yes, he's from Inner Mongolia. We were just talking about it. His family is in the pastoral area. Qianliang nodded. At this time, the driver ran in. President Qian, the car is ready. Chen Song didn't say anything. He directly carried the man and ran out. At this time, it was a race against time. Jing Ran said to Qianliang, President Qian, I'll go with them. This kind of surgery. Once it's confirmed that it's pulmonary hydatid cyst, I'm worried that there won't be many people here who can do it. After all, it's a very special surgery in the field of thoracic surgery. Qianliang's face was gloomy. He walked out with Chen Song with a cautious face. Hearing Jing Ran's words, he nodded, well, let's go together. Jing Ran followed closely behind him and headed outside. Fortunately, Chen Song was strong. The man, who was more than 1.8 meters tall, was held tightly in the car by Chen Song. Qianliang sat directly in the passenger seat. Jing Ran, Chen Song, and the patient sat in the back. Qianliang said directly, let's go to the Provincial People's Hospital. The driver nodded and drove directly in that direction. Qianliang turned and glanced at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, how sure are you? Chen Song shook his head. I went to see it. It's a little similar, but I'm not sure. I still need to do a lot of tests. Qianliang nodded. He didn't know why, but he trusted Chen Song. Maybe it was because Chen Song had always been using practical actions to conquer them. It made him unconsciously have a sense of trust. Qianliang pondered for a moment, then picked up his phone and dialed Wei Ji's number. Director Wei, there's a patient on the way to your hospital. Both of us suspect that it's pulmonary hydatid cyst. Please be prepared in advance. Wei Ji's expression changed when he heard that. A patient with pulmonary hydatid cyst. This was not an ordinary disease. His hospital might not be able to treat it. If the patient's condition was stable, it was more reasonable to transfer him to another hospital in time. Otherwise, it would be over if the patient's condition was delayed or if an accident happened during the surgery. Although Wei Ji had never performed this kind of surgery, he had seen it many times. As a very special surgery branch of the thoracic surgery department, cysticercosis was very rare. Generally, this disease occurred in the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery and the General Surgery Department. The Department of Thoracic Surgery was very rare. Even if there were, it was more common in the provinces with pastoral areas. Sometimes, many diseases had regional characteristics, which made many hospitals have their own characteristics. For example, the southern part of Dongyang province was rich in coal. Therefore, the hospitals there, including the Department of Respiratory Surgery, the Department of Thoracic Surgery, and the Department of Orthopedics, were very good. This was because the most common diseases among coal miners were respiratory diseases, lung diseases, and fractures caused by trauma. It was the same in the same area. Pulmonary hydatid cyst rarely appeared in the central cities. Occasionally, there would be a few patients. Fortunately, in recent years, the traffic was developed, so the flow of people was relatively high. Otherwise, it was unlikely that such a disease would exist in the central cities. In the southern areas of the lower reaches of the Yangtze River, there were more parasitic diseases because there were more rice and other aquatic environments. In the central cities of the north, it was possible to be a doctor for a lifetime and not encounter such a disease. Therefore, after hearing Qianliang's words, Wei Ji's first reaction was to hesitate. Director Qian, how is the patient now? Qianliang's face was a little gloomy. He lowered his voice and said, anaphylactic shock. We must treat the allergic reaction in time and prepare for surgery at any time. Transfer. It's too late. In such an era, if a student suddenly died in the school, the speed and influence of the news would be great. Moreover, it was during the freshman mobilization meeting. If the patient was cured, it would definitely be a good thing for the reputation of Dongyang Medical University. After all, this kind of news was too positive. Because you are a medical university, you bear the responsibility of training medical staff. Once the treatment was cured and the students spread the word, the students' sense of pride and belonging would soar. Their positive influence on the internet and outside the circle would also increase. On the other hand, it could also show the medical skills and standards of Dongyang Medical University. It had an incomparably positive impact on the school's medical capabilities, but, if he couldn't be treated properly, it would be a big problem. He could use his influence in the industry to suppress the negative effects, so that the news would not spread. But, what would the students think? Xianxia didn't want to see such a thing happen when a student died and the school didn't try to save him. Instead, they tried to control public opinion. In the long run, this would disappoint all the students. Naturally, he could not let this matter ruin the reputation of Dongyang Medical University, let alone affect the hearts of thousands of students who wanted to study medicine. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more he felt that he should go all out in this matter, give the students a positive influence. Give the children a boost of confidence. After Wei Ji heard Qianliang's words, he sighed. Director Qian, to be honest, my level of lung-heighted cyst resection is very limited because there are too few surgeries in our local area. We lack practice. I'm not afraid of your jokes. I haven't encountered such a patient for a long time. Our hospital hasn't encountered such a patient for a long time. The last time we encountered it, it was the surgery performed by an expert from Inner Mongolia. If it's too late to transfer to another hospital, I'll try my best to treat him. But I still have to tell you what I should say. Wei Ji couldn't help but blush when he said this. Qianliang was stunned. He sent the patient to the people of the province because the people of the province had better chest surgery than the first hospital of Dongyang Medical University. He didn't expect that it wouldn't work here either. What was the success rate of transfer? Qianliang turned around and looked at Chen Song and Jing Ran. They both knew the name of the disease and should have some understanding of it. Then, what if they knew the surgery? If it's confirmed to be a lung-heighted cyst, will you operate? Chen Song and Jing Ran said in unison. They nodded and said, yes. When Qianliang heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He picked up the phone and said to Wei Ji, Director Wei, I brought 2 doctors who can operate. They suspect that the diagnosis is a lung-heighted cyst. When Wei Ji heard this, he was a little confused. Was there such a talent in Dongyang province? He couldn't help but ask curiously, oh? Who is it? Is it from Dongyang province? Qianliang, one of them is a talent we just brought in from the capital. He's a postdoc at the Fuwai Hospital of the China Academy of Sciences. His specialty is chest surgery. The other one is a doctor from the emergency department of the 2nd Sichuan Provincial Hospital. After Wei Ji heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. A talent from outside? However, when he heard that it was a postdoc, Qianliang couldn't help but hesitate. Postdocs sounded amazing, but they were all eloquent and good at writing articles and doing research. As for clinical work, they were just armchair strategists. He hoped that this Jing Ran had some real skills. After all, Fuwai Hospital's cardiothoracic surgery was amazing. But, a doctor from the emergency department of the 2nd Sichuan Provincial Hospital? And a doctor who specialized in chest surgery. Suddenly, a name popped up in his mind. Could it be Chen Song? When he thought of Chen Song, Wei Ji suddenly felt that it was possible. When he recalled the last time he saw Chen Song perform a thoracic surgery for esophageal laceration in the 2nd Sichuan Provincial Hospital, Wei Ji suddenly felt that it was possible. Therefore, Wei Ji asked, Is it Chen Song? Qianliang was dumbfounded. Why isn't this following the script? I've been focusing on introducing Jing Ran for a long time. This is a postdoc from the Fuwai Hospital of the China Academy of Sciences, yet, you're asking me if I'm Chen Song? No. Could it be that Wei Ji knows Chen Song? Qianliang nodded hesitantly. Yes, it's Chen Song from the emergency department of the 2nd Sichuan Provincial Hospital. Does Chief Physician Wei know about this? Wei Ji nodded and finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Dr. Chen says so, then it's fine. I'll immediately arrange for people to prepare for resuscitation. The operating theater will be ready as soon as possible. Xianliang was dumbfounded by his words. What's going on? Xianliang really wanted to turn around and ask Chen Song, did you go to the people of the province to show off again? When the car arrived at the provincial people's emergency department, the trolley was ready. The patient was sent to the resuscitation room in time. Chen Song was not in a hurry to learn the pulmonary hydatid cyst resection. After all, this was not a normal surgery. It was a level 3 surgery that was infinitely close to level 4. In the central and northern regions, level 4 surgeries were usually performed according to the standard. However, the system obviously referred to the national situation. After all, this disease was common in pastoral areas, especially in the 70s and 80s. At that time, there were many patients with pulmonary hydatid cyst, and there were hundreds of such surgeries in pastoral areas every year. At that time, the management of this surgery was quite mature. At that time, the success rate of this surgery in a pastoral area's autonomous region surpassed the top tertiary grade A hospitals such as Union Medical College Hospital and Huaxi Hospital. Learning level 3 surgery required 4 skill points, and upgrading it to advanced level required 6 skill points. This meant that advanced level pulmonary hydatid cyst resection required 10 skill points. When he thought of this, Chen Song was still a little reluctant. After all, this type of surgery was too rare. If the diagnosis was not this disease, would it not be a waste? However, once the diagnosis was confirmed, Chen Song would not hesitate at all. After all, the reward for this disease was perfect level chest image interpretation and perfect level secretion detection. He could choose one out of the two. At this moment, he could see the standard and ability of the provincial people's emergency department. From receiving the patient, to the examination, to the beginning of the monitoring, to the preparation of medicine, and to the various tests, everything was done in an orderly manner. Chen Song looked at them enviously. At this moment, Wei Ji and a man in his 50s came out. When they saw Qianliang, they quickly went up to him. Qianliang said anxiously, "Thank you for your hard work, Chief Physician Wei, Chief Physician Zhang." Zhang Pei was the director of the Provincial People's Emergency Department. He was a vigorous and strong man. From afar, he did not look like a doctor because he was bald and had shaved his hair long ago. He had a fierce aura about him. Zhang Pei waved his hand. "Let's save the patient first. By the way, who is Jing Ran?" Jing Ran was stunned. He went forward and said, "Hello, Chief Physician Zhang. I'm Jing Ran." "Zhang Pei, you've been to Fuwai Hospital before. How much do you know about hydatid cysts?" Jing Ran deliberated for a while. "If the diagnosis is confirmed, surgery can be done, but now the first thing to do is to stabilize the patient's condition. I highly suspect that the hydatid cyst has ruptured and entered the bronchus, causing severe coughing, chest pain, and then coughing up a large amount of water or powdery skin. Allergic reactions may occur, and in severe cases, anaphylactic shock may occur. A large amount of cyst fluid entering the bronchus may cause suffocation. So, at present, we should first carry out an anti-allergic test as soon as possible to confirm the patient's condition. Then, we should try to arrange the surgery in the shortest time possible." Chen Song couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw Jing Ran saying a lot of things in an orderly manner, because he had said what he wanted to say. "You're something." In fact, Jing Ran was also very impressed with Chen Song. At that time, he had witnessed the entire process of Chen Song's emergency rescue with his own eyes. The quick rescue, the calm treatment, the calm analysis, the quick judgment of the patient's condition, and the timely transfer of the patient. This set of operations was like a combination of first aid fists, which made Jing Ran feel some heartfelt emotion and admiration. The most important thing was that he didn't expect him to be able to make a precise judgment of this very rare disease. Because he was in the capital, which was close to Inner Mongolia, he also had some understanding of this disease. However, Chen Song was in such an environment, but he could analyze and deal with it. Indeed, he had some standards. At this time, the nurse hurriedly ran out. "Director, the patient's blood pressure is only 80/50. Is it anti-allergic now?" Zhang Pei shook his head. "First, give him epinephrine to raise the blood pressure. When the blood pressure is up, give him dexamethasone. how about breathing? There are no signs of bad luck, right? The nurse nodded. Well, not for the time being. It's just that the blood oxygen saturation is a little low. The few of them walked together and walked towards the resuscitation room. The B-mode ultrasound beside the bed was being carried out at this time. Everyone held their breath and looked at the image on the B-mode ultrasound. Although they didn't know much about the B-mode ultrasound examination, they could understand most of it. The examining doctor suddenly took a screenshot and had a rough judgment in his heart. The hydatid cyst can be diagnosed. There is no problem with this. However, the most important thing now is that we don't know if the cyst has ruptured and how many hidden cysts there are. These are a little troublesome because if the hydatid cyst is very small, we still can't find it. Zhang Pei asked, can't the B-mode ultrasound diagnose it? The B-mode ultrasound doctor shook his head. There is only a certain probability. Maybe more examinations are needed to perfect it. At this time, Jing Ran suddenly said, the accuracy of the B-mode ultrasound diagnosis of hydatid cyst is as high as 90%. However, the diagnosis of the cyst rupture and the accompanying infection is not accurate. Moreover, for those who are suspected of having a lung hydatid cyst, abdominal ultrasound or CT scan are necessary examinations. This examination is especially important for the preoperative examination of the right lung disease because the right lung and liver hydatid cyst can be operated on at the same time. Now, we can confirm that there is a lung hydatid cyst through the B-mode ultrasound, but there are still two things that are not clear. One is whether there is hydatid cyst in the abdominal liver, and the other is whether there is an infection of the lung hydatid cyst. After that, Jing Ran said to the examining doctor, check the liver and see what you can find. The examining doctor nodded and continued. At this time, if they wanted to confirm the diagnosis, they had to rely on accurate examinations. Only by confirming the location and how much there was could they better arrange for the surgery. It could be said that examinations were as important to surgery as information was to war. If they were not careful, they would lose the whole game. Everyone was a senior chief. Which one of them was not a figure who could shake the world? The group of people stood at the side with serious expressions. The environment was depressing. Everyone was waiting for the results of the B-mode ultrasound. The key to the results of the examination was directly related to how the surgery should be carried out. This was because the more complicated thing about a lung hydatid cyst was that it was not a simple surgery. There was more than one cyst. If the cyst was swollen, it could be found, but what if the cyst was small? It was hidden in other parts of the lungs, or in the abdominal cavity and liver. This was the most troublesome. Continuous surgeries would cause serious damage to the human body. Everyone knew this very well. Also, the most important thing was to determine the damage of the outer and inner capsules of the lung hydatid cyst. This was the key factor that really affected the surgery. The biochemical examination would take at least 3 to 4 hours, especially the complement experiment and the immunology examination. They were relatively slow. Next, how to quickly and effectively arrange the examination and targeted screening was very important. Indeed, they could do all of it. But what about the time? What about the patient's condition? Now, they were raising the blood pressure and anti-allergy, but what about in the future? Therefore, there must be a detailed arrangement. To put it bluntly, the patient's condition was more complicated. Who could take the helm, who could be the commander of this skill was especially important. Just like when two armies were about to go to war, there must be a commander who had the absolute right to speak. At this time, everyone looked at Jing Ran, the postdoc from Fuwai Hospital in the capital. Qian Liang could not help but ask, Dr. Jing, have you encountered such a similar patient? What should we do next? After thinking for a while, Jing Ran frowned. The examination is necessary, but we need a doctor who is very familiar with imaging data to help us make a judgment. After all, I'm not very professional when it comes to influencing data. Not long after, Chief Bai of the ultrasound room and Chief Yu of the radiology department arrived. The emergency resuscitation room was full of people. Everyone was anxiously waiting for the results. The ultrasound and CT scans had been done. Everyone was waiting for the surgery to be arranged. However, there was still no accurate answer. To put it bluntly, they did not know how to treat this disease. The most important thing in the hydatid cyst resection was to remove the inner capsule completely. Once it was broken, the consequences would be very bad. However, after the results were shown, everyone began to discuss again. Everyone was prepared to identify common diseases, even common ones. However, this kind of rare hydatid cyst was difficult to diagnose with imaging. Xianxia could not help but ask, Jingran, what do you think? Jingran was speechless. I'll just stand there and watch. At this time, Xianxia suddenly said, I have an idea, but I don't know if it's feasible. Everyone was stunned and turned to look at Xianxia. Wei Ji's eyes suddenly lit up. To be honest, he had high hopes for Xianxia. However, since the patients came, Zhang Pei trusted Jingran more. Moreover, Xianxia had been silent, so Wei Ji did not say much. As for Zhang Pei, he favored and trusted Jingran more. After all, Jingran was a postdoc at Fuwai University. There was no doubt that he was skilled. Moreover, during the diagnosis and treatment of diseases, the most worrisome thing was the difference in command. Everyone could speak freely when discussing diseases, but when there was a situation, there must be a backbone to hold the fort. From the beginning to the end, everyone trusted Jingran. Xianxia also knew the depth of the situation, so he did not say anything. The patients were also being examined according to Jingran's arrangements. The department directors of the examination department also came to assist in the diagnosis and treatment. When all the arranged tasks were completed, there was still one person who had to make the diagnosis in the face of the examination. That person was Jingran. However, at this time, Jingran was a little weak. He suddenly realized that the platform was really important. When he was in Fuwai University, he could complete a great surgery and treat a very serious patient. At the same time, he could also face a critical situation calmly. He suddenly realized that it was because he had a group of solid and reliable teammates. They were all the best in their field, and they could give very reliable suggestions. However, at this moment, Jingran realized that the pride he had back then was somewhat fake. What to do, he didn't know either. How to make the correct surgical arrangement was extremely important at this moment. This was his first battle in Dongyang province, and he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Every mistake meant the loss of the patient's life. Looking at the expectant gazes of the people around him, Jingran panicked for the first time. At this time, when he heard Xianxia's words, hope suddenly rose in Jingran's heart. Maybe he could, in the doctor's eyes. Nothing was more important than a patient's life. At the very least, Xianxia's eyes were always filled with determination. Wei Ji said, Xiaochen, what do you think? Xianxia said, I have a little idea. Everyone, follow me and look at the X-ray first. As he spoke, Xianxia hung up the film. Everyone, look here. Generally speaking, a typical image is a single or multiple image with neat edges, clear boundaries, uniform density, circular or semicircular or leaf-shaped shadows. This is correct. However, a pulmonary giant hydatid cyst can cause mediastinum displacement and diaphragm depression. In this case, if a pulmonary hydatid cyst can be seen longitudinally expanding and deforming with deep breathing under fluoroscopy, or if the cyst is pulled by pleural adhesion, this is called hydatid cyst breathing sign. This sign is mostly seen in medium-sized hydatid cysts in the lower lobe of the lung. As soon as he said this, Director Yu Tao of the Department of Radiology suddenly slapped the Mediterranean Sea. Yes. I remember now. It's exactly like this, hydatid cyst breathing sign. I was wondering why it was so strange. Xianxia nodded and continued, if we need to perform surgery, we need to determine the internal and external capsules. Jingran nodded. Yes, what we need to determine now is the internal and external capsules. Dr. Chen, can you determine whether there is a rupture and where? We should start? Xianxia nodded. More or less. Look, the ultrasound shows that the cyst wall here is thickened, and there are irregular infiltration shadows around it. It's obvious that it's because of infection. Look here, there are obvious cysts, cavities, and inflammatory pseudotumors of the lung. This means that it has broken into the bronchial tube. At this point, Xianxia turned around. So, this also explains the patient's condition. It's choking, violent coughing, and spitting out powdery secretions. It's because the bronchial tube is broken that it causes the so-called anaphylactic shock. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Jing Ran suddenly felt a little excited. That's right, he was such a teammate. He suddenly felt like he was back in Fuai. Jing Ran could not help but say, Dr. Chen, please continue. Chen Song nodded, put down the ultrasound, and picked up another X-ray. Next, we will divide the location. Look, although the pulmonary hydatid cyst has broken into the large bronchial tube, look at this crescent. This is called the crescent sign. When the internal capsule connected to the small bronchial tube is not broken, a small amount of air enters between the internal and external capsules, forming an arc-shaped transparent belt. It's obvious that the internal capsule is not broken. Once it is broken, there will be so-called irregular shadows. When air enters, there will be a double bow sign. If it floats on the fluid of the cyst, there will be a floating lotus sign. After Chen Song finished speaking, he looked at Jing Ran. This is the situation now. My idea is to perform a complete removal of the internal capsule. This is because the patient's hydatid cyst has protruded more than 1/3 of the surface of the lung. If the removal is successful, it can completely prevent recurrence. This is the most ideal surgical method. At this time, Jing Ran's face was full of excitement. That's right. I think so too. The group of department directors around them were dumbfounded. They were originally invited to assist in the consultation, but, at this moment, it seemed like they had become Chen Song's one-man show. They did not seem to be of much help. Chen Song turned around and looked at Wei Ji and Zhang Pei. Department director, prepare for the surgery. Wei Ji nodded. I'll take you to the operating theater. After Chen Song and Jing Ran left, a group of people was left dumbfounded. Zhang Pei could not help but gulp. Director Chen, this Dr. Chen, is he also a talent that you brought in? What a good young man, and why does he look like he's in his 20s? Yu Tao nodded. Yes, Dr. Chen's ability to read images is really admirable. I haven't seen such an outstanding young man for many years. Is he also from your hospital? Qian Liang muttered to himself, sigh, this is not a doctor we brought in. Everyone was stunned. Oh? Then he is. Qian Liang said helplessly, this is our hospital's postgraduate this year. He's in his first year. Everyone was surprised. Zhang Pei also nodded. Oh, no wonder he looks so young. No, Zhang Pei suddenly realized what was going on. You said he's only in his first year? How is that possible? Yu Tao's face was also full of shock and disbelief. This is impossible. How can he be so good in his first year? If he's so good, I want to talk to the director and invite him to work directly. Why would he be a postgraduate? What a waste. Even Zhang Pei was the same. His eyes were filled with a familiar look. This look was called desire. He had also had it before. Seeing this, Qian Liang shook his head. Director Zhang, don't think about it. This Chen Song is old Li's baby. Zhang Pei immediately smiled embarrassedly. Which old Li? Qian Liang, Li Baoshan from the 2nd Provincial Hospital. When Zhang Pei heard this, he was immediately speechless. He muttered, this Li Haitan is really lucky. Qian Liang looked at Chen Song's back and sighed deeply. He was full of regret. If he had known, he would have done it earlier. This was his disciple. Sigh, what a good young man, what an outstanding young man. What was the point of reputation? How could it be more practical than having such a genius? Sigh. On the way to the operating theater, Jing Ran was full of curiosity about Chen Song. Jing Ran walked side by side with Chen Song. He couldn't help but ask, Dr. Chen, where did you learn about pulmonary hydatid cysts? Chen Song said thoughtfully, are you talking about the surgery or the diagnosis? Jing Ran said, both. Let's talk about the diagnosis first. I realized that you seem to be very proficient in X-ray, CT, and ultrasound. How did you do it? Chen Song coughed. I spent 2 months in the imaging department and 1 month in the ultrasound room. Jing Ran was suddenly speechless. He suddenly didn't want to talk to Chen Song anymore. How could he fool people like that? Do I look like an idiot? However, looking at Chen Song's determined eyes, Jing Ran still didn't believe it. It was impossible. You're more awesome than my classmate's postdoc in a month. Are you kidding me? Jing Ran felt that Chen Song was bragging or just brushing him off. After a while, when he was washing his hands, Jing Ran couldn't help but ask carefully, "Dr. Chen, where did you learn the pulmonary hydatid cyst removal technique?" "Chen Song, I just added 10 skill points and directly reached the advanced level, pulmonary hydatid cyst removal technique, advanced. Special effect, stable. The wall of the cyst is relatively thin and often located deep in the lung. Poor exposure and easy to rupture. Ingenious techniques can make the cyst as stable as Mount Tai during the removal process." Chen Song was very satisfied with this skill. After all, he spent hundreds of hours learning the skill. Hearing Jing Ran's question, Chen Song sighed. "When I was doing my internship, I spent a month in the thoracic surgery department." "Jing Ran, I don't know if I should say MMP. I treat you as a friend, but you treat me like a retard. Is this appropriate?" Jing Ran was a little angry. He swore to expose Chen Song's hypocrisy. "Dr. Chen, you went to the freshman ceremony today to give a speech, right?" Chen Song was stunned. "I'm a new graduate student today. I went to the auditorium to listen to your speech." "It's true. I'm not lying to you. Don't think that I'm bragging. What I said is true." It was unknown when Xianliang had followed behind him and said faintly, "That's right, Dr. Jing. Xiao Chen is really a first-year graduate student in our university this year. He's majoring in cardiology." Jing Ran suddenly realized that the 7-step washing technique that he had cultivated to the perfect level in the past was stuck at the 6th step for some reason. Why couldn't he proceed further? He took a deep look at Chen Song. "You've touched my Taoist heart." Chen Song sighed and looked at Jing Ran. "Be content. I haven't destroyed your Taoist root yet." Their eye contact made Xianliang click his tongue in wonder. Was this what it meant to appreciate each other? When Xianliang was washing his hands, which was the 7-step washing technique, a good poem appeared in his mind. "A good man has 3 helpers, a fence and 3 stakes. 3 people in 1 operation." In the end, it all depended on Chen Song. Sigh. In ancient times, Chao Ji wrote a poem in 7 steps. Today, I, Qianliang, am also writing a poem in 7 steps. At this time, Wei Ji and Zhang Pei also came. When they were about to enter, Wei Ji suddenly said, "Director, turn on the camera." Zhang Pei was stunned. "Why?" "Wei Ji, I saw Chen Song's surgery last time. It was really good. I think there will be a good show today. Moreover, this kind of special case is very rare. It's good to let the doctor in the department learn more about it." Zhang Pei hesitated. "Director Wei, it's not that bad. No matter how good Chen Song is, he can't be that good, right? This kind of surgery is rare here, but it can be shared with other hospitals." Wei Ji shook his head. "You don't understand. You'll know in a while." Jing Ran didn't know why, but before the surgery started, he suddenly felt weak. He felt that his Taoist heart was affected by the battle just now. Seeing Chen Song run to the bottom lane without selling any equipment, Jing Ran hesitated for a moment. Should I buy a piece of support equipment as well? At this time, Director Wei actually took the initiative to stand beside Chen Song and ran to the bottom lane together. Jing Ran sighed. "Let's fight in the jungle. I'll just catch more later." After the anesthesia, the surgery began. Chen Song drew the surgical area and confirmed the location of the incision. He reached out to take the scalpel and started to operate according to the area that was drawn before. When the chest wall was opened layer by layer, everyone couldn't help but feel worried and nervous. This was because they had never seen a hydatid cyst before. Thinking of the disgusting hydatid cyst, everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. Jing Ran turned around. "Soak 5 pieces of gauze in saline and give them to me." Chen Song was about to put down the scalpel when he saw that Jing Ran had already used a large gauze to raise the diseased lung as high as possible, causing the cyst to be close to or beyond the incision. Chen Song was stunned. He looked at Jing Ran with admiration and couldn't help but say, "Not bad." Jing Ran was stunned. This sentence sounded strange, but why did he feel a little happy when Chen Song praised him? Jing Ran sighed and continued the surgery. Wei Ji couldn't help but ask, "Why do you have to raise the lung?" Wei Ji noticed that the ADC Chen Song was ignoring him while the jungler said, "This can fully expose the hydatid cyst and make it easier to cut the outer sac later." When cutting the outer sac, you must stop ventilation. It's very important that you stabilize it. At this time, Chen Song turned to the anesthesiologist. Stop breathing. The anesthesiologist nodded. The surgery had reached a critical point. This was because the lungs were constantly contracting as the breathing progressed, even under anesthesia. The incision of the outer sac required a very stable technique, which meant that breathing had to be stopped. Many people might ask, won't breathing stop cause hypoxia? The current equipment was very high-end. Through the sensors on the fingers, heart rate, ECG, blood pressure, and blood saturation were monitored. Some would last for a few minutes, but there had never been a problem with blood saturation. Breathing stop was not a new technology. It had been established for more than 100 years. This method had been discovered at that time. People only needed to send oxygen into the depths of the lungs and it would be used by the human body. People didn't need to keep breathing. At this moment, Chen Song couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. The anesthesiologist said, "Done." Chen Song nodded and was about to start the surgery. At this time, Jing Ran was careful not to disturb and prepared for everything. This was because the next surgery was very important. However, in Chen Song's eyes, it wasn't like that. Ding. Hydatid cyst monster, LV51, rare monster. This was the first time Chen Song encountered a monster above LV50, and it was really a monster this time. A parasite, PS, 5 updates for now. There will be another 2 or 3 updates at noon tomorrow. It depends on the situation. Thank you, League Master, for your generous 100,000 reward. Thank you. Oh right, PS, everyone, bear with it on Valentine's Day. Save some money for subscriptions. Sob. Yesterday, old Ma asked you to steal things, young Ma asked you to watch the finals. No one cared about me anymore. Sob. The outer capsule of a pulmonary hydatid cyst was somewhat similar to a zerg hive. Qian Liang and Zhang Pei stared curiously from afar. They watched Chen Song carefully and nervously as if he was digging a landmine. In fact, this kind of surgery was really similar to digging a landmine. If the cyst accidentally ruptured and exploded, the scene would be exciting. This kind of rupture was even more disgusting than the rupture of intestinal obstruction. This was one of the core areas of this surgery. Chen Song held his breath and carefully picked up the scalpel. He tilted it slightly at a 30-degree angle and carefully scraped it with the blade. Wei Ji, who was pulling the retractor, could not help but feel a little worried. At this time, he must use an even amount of force, neither too light nor too heavy. This was because there was an inner capsule inside the outer capsule. If he used too much force, the inner capsule would easily rupture. Soon, when Chen Song had just cut a small opening in the outer capsule, Jing Ran quickly reached out and directly used his fingers to protect the inner capsule. Chen Song nodded. Jing Ran's cooperation made him feel very comfortable. This kind of large-scale surgery could not be done by one person. With a capable helper, it would save a lot of unnecessary work and trouble. After all, it was easy to accidentally make mistakes when switching equipment back and forth. With Jing Ran's appearance, everything became logical. Chen Song quickly took the scissors and quickly widened the incision with the scissors to prevent the sudden decompression of the outer capsule and sudden increase of pressure in the inner capsule, causing the inner capsule to rupture. This set of operations tested the cooperation of the surgeon's team. According to Chen Song's initial plan, if he did not take Jing Ran into account, the next step would be a little more troublesome. It seemed that it was really good to have a good helper. Jing Ran was very good. At the very least, his education was there. Chen Song nodded slightly. Ding. Jing Ran's favorability +3. Chen Song was speechless. Jing Ran was actually not very confident about this surgery. Although he knew enough about lung surgery, when faced with such a rare disease, he still needed someone to stabilize the morale. Chen Song's appearance was just right. The surgery continued. When the diameter of the outer capsule was larger than the diameter of the inner capsule, Chen Song turned and looked at Wei Ji. "Chief, help me lift the outer capsule." Wei Ji quickly nodded and carefully reached in with his fingers to lift the outer capsule. Chen Song quickly raised the scalpel and made a vertical cut, making a cross incision. The outer capsule was the outer capsule. The next step was the most crucial part of the operation. They had to carefully peel off the adhesion between the internal and external capsules. Once they were completely separated, the internal capsule would be removed, however, when the inner capsule was exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Because he found that the inner capsule, no, this was not a break, it was an insect mark. This meant that the thickness of the inner capsule was very thin, and it was very easy to break. But how now? How was to remove the inner capsule? This process was the most dangerous and critical part of the surgery. It was also the core of the surgery. Jing Ran remained silent. He couldn't help but gulp and raise his head to look at Chen Song. He noticed that Chen Song was also silently staring at the inner pouch. Could be that he was not that confident? At this time, Qian Liang and the others also came over. They stood at the side and watched the surgery carefully. Wei Ji saw that Chen Song was staring at the inner and outer capsules in a daze. He could not help but let out a thump. Could it be that there was a special situation during the surgery? Thinking of this, Wei Ji looked up at Jing Ran. He saw that Jing Ran was also silent. He stared at the surgical area nervously and did not dare to disturb Chen Song. At this moment, the surgery fell into silence. Chen Song was not in a daze. He was thinking about how to remove the inner capsule ingeniously. At this time, the inner capsule was too thin. Chen Song did not dare to use a peeler. What should he do? How to remove the inner capsule ingeniously without damaging it became the most important part of the surgery. Not only did he need to have absolutely steady hands, but he also needed to have absolutely stable hands. The anesthesiologist could not help but say, "The breathing time is almost up." Jing Ran could not help but worry. What should he do? Qian Liang and Zhang Pei could not help but look at Wei Ji. Wei Ji was noisy to begin with. He glared back. What are you looking at? I'm an assistant. Qian Liang and Zhang Pei were stunned and looked at Jing Ran. Jing Ran was silent and pretended not to see. It's not the jungler's fault. It's the ADC's fault. At this moment, the heavy responsibility of carrying the entire game and turning the tables was on Chen Song alone. At this time, Chen Song's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard the anesthesiologist's words. That's right, I can solve this problem by using breathing. Thinking of this, Chen Song directly put down the scalpel and glassware. He carefully used his fingers to slowly press the inner surface of the outer capsule to avoid squeezing the inner capsule. This step was to separate the adhesion between the inner and outer capsules. Chen Song's fingers were very dexterous. Chen Song's fingers were like an artist and magician. They seemed to be dancing under the shadowless lamp. The dexterity of his fingers seemed to be beyond everyone's imagination. It was steady and skillful. Jing Ran was solemn. What kind of hands were these? Wei Ji's scalp tingled. Zhang Pei was stupefied and tongue-tied. Qian Liang sighed. You're acting cool again. The operating theater nurse was overwhelmed. What a sexy pair of hands. They're big and flexible. It must be very safe and warm, right? Finally, Chen Song succeeded in separating the inner and outer capsules. Jing Ran exclaimed, beautiful. Wei Ji was also shocked. Amazing. Although Qian Liang and Zhang Pei were in the mid lane and top lane respectively and could not help at all, they knew how to cheer. Not bad. Awesome. Chen Song was focused and did not care about the four losers around him. The anesthesiologist also looked at the four of them with disdain. This is clearly a gang up, no, it's 1 against 9. At this time, Chen Song turned around and said to the anesthesiologist. Teacher, please inflate the lungs. The idea that Chen Song had just thought of was to use the air flow around the inner capsule, especially at the bottom of the inner capsule, and push from the expansion of the lungs to drop the entire cyst into the basin filled with normal saline. When everyone heard that Chen Song was going to inflate the lungs, they were dumbfounded. Jing Ran's expression changed. I just praised you, and you're going to give it to me? That's right. In the eyes of others, it was like a team battle where the teammates died first and Chen Song took on 5 of them alone. Just as the teammates were cheering excitedly, their faces flushed red. The ADC suddenly had an idea. He wanted to go and solo the dragon. Your F*** king pushing the tower. Jing Ran was furious. You're going to ruin our great advantage again. Trash ADC. Wei Ji glanced at Chen Song. Is there something new again? Qian Liang was silent. He was very familiar with Chen Song's gaze. It seemed like it was time for him to act cool again. Jing Ran was furious. Suddenly, he saw Chen Song glare at him and immediately shut up. Chen Song said, "Bring the basin over and put half of the saline in it." Jing Ran looked at Chen Song's gaze and could not help but say, "Oh." Jing Ran was a little confused. He did not know why he was doing this. Jing Ran was a little stunned. Shouldn't I stick to my principles? Jing Ran was a little unwilling. Why can't I control my hands? Jing Ran carefully took the water and looked at Chen Song. He nodded. I'm ready. Chen Song nodded. Not bad. Jing Ran's heart melted when he heard that. He praised me again. Ding. Favorability +5. The anesthesiologist said to Chen Song, Dr. Chen, when do we start? The anesthesiologist respected this amazing person who was young but could perform 4 surgeries in one go. He addressed him respectfully, Dr. Chen. Chen Song nodded. Wait a moment, I'll call 321. After that, Chen Song carefully held the inner sac with both hands and glanced at Jing Ran. Do you know what I'm going to do? Jing Ran did not know earlier, but now he knew. You're going to show off. But he did not dare to say it. He gulped and frowned slightly. I don't know, Wei Ji also sighed nervously. I don't dare to ask, and I don't dare to say, Chen Song could not help but sigh. I'm going to inflate my lungs. When I breathe, I'll use the airflow from different directions and the push from the expansion of my lungs to push the entire cyst up and drop it into the basin filled with normal saline. Do you understand? That one sentence made Jing Ran dumbfounded. Holy sh*t. Jing Ran, who came from a scholarly family, could not help but blurt out, this was something he would never have thought of. Even when he saw the lotus seed cap milk for the first time, he did not have the slightest reaction. But now, when he heard Chen Song's idea, he could not hold it in. He blurted out, Holy sh*t. You can go to Baidu if you want to, but don't come back to scold me, and don't kill the hostage. Hint, it'll be clearer if you zoom in. It'll be more fragrant with food. What kind of genius idea was this? He could use breathing and the stimulation of his energy to push out the inner sac. This was simply a genius idea. Chen Song was too amazing, right? Amazing. Too awesome. Thinking of this, Jing Ran widened her eyes and looked at Chen Song in shock. She suddenly understood. You mean? Chen Song looked at Jing Ran and smiled. You're really a clever little brat. Ding. Jing Ran's favorability +5. Ding. Jing Ran's favorability +5. Ding. Jing Ran's favorability +5. 3 consecutive sounds. To be honest, Jing Ran had never thought that such a method could be used to push out the inner capsule. This was definitely a new type of tactic. It was a new surgical method and concept in the excision of pulmonary hydatid cysts. Chen Song was a genius. Thinking of this, the way Jing Ran looked at Chen Song changed a lot. I must have a good talk with Chen Song. When Jing Ran looked at Chen Song again, she thought a lot and thought very far ahead. She thought of the future award ceremony of the Wu Jieping Prize in Medicine. She thought of the person she wanted to thank on the Nobel Prize podium. She thought of the Nobel Prize nominee and Judge Chen Song's gratified expression after she won the award. She was looking forward to it. Chen Song said to the anesthesiologist, 3, 2, 1. Pump the lungs. The anesthesiologist nodded. As the respiratory tension in the lungs recovered, the cyst in the lungs was instantly pushed up. Chen Song carefully supported it. *plop*. The inner sac was taken out. At this moment, everyone could not help but be excited. Wei Ji looked at Chen Song excitedly. Xiao Chen, you're awesome. Qian Liang was silent. He decided to do something big later, the kind that no one could stop. Zhang Pei decided to have a good chat with Li Baoshan about cooperation in the emergency department. At this moment, Jing Ran, who was holding the inner sac, seemed to be standing on the Nobel Prize podium and enjoying everyone's attention. At this moment, he became the main character, an assistant. But Jing Ran did not care. After all, which person could complete a major surgery? Which one of them was not a team? Chen Song shook his head. Hurry up. We still need to perform the outer sac residual cavity surgery. Jing Ran nodded. Chen Song said to Jing Ran, do you know how to perform a disc-shaped lung surgery? Jing Ran was stunned, and his face lit up. Yes. 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 Was Chen Song finally giving him a chance to perform? When he thought of this, Jing Ran looked at Chen Song in a completely different way. He was capable, he was innovative, and tolerant. Although the disc-shaped lung surgery was a little difficult, it was much simpler than just now. In fact, it should be said that it was much more common. It was nothing more than removing the infected outer sac skin, purulent secretions, and necrotic lung tissue from the broken outer sac. Of course, Jing Ran knew that Chen Song did this completely out of consideration for his reputation. After all, this was his first battle. Since he came, he had not shown his skills. This would definitely make the leaders think that he was a flower vase, no, an idiot. But now, Chen Song's magnanimity made Jing Ran feel a little ashamed. This person was worthy of a deep friendship. He wanted to use his own strength to prove himself, to prove to Chen Song. He wanted to let Chen Song realize that he was not a vegetarian. Ding, Jing Ran's favorability plus 10. Chen Song could not help but look at Jing Ran. How could this person be like this? One surgery and he gained nearly 30 favorability. Wasn't this too frivolous? Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but worry about Gung Yan. This Jing Ran couldn't be a playboy, right? The more Chen Song thought about it, the more he felt that he should talk to Gung Yan about this when they were free. The jungler Jing Ran smoothly took over the game. At this time, Chen Song looked at Jing Ran's surgery and could not help but nod. He was really a talent. Whether it was trimming the non-functional tissues around the external capsule or suturing the bronchial fistula, they were all very delicate and delicate. If the system evaluated, this set of operations was at least advanced. During the surgery, the residual cavity and thoracic cavity needed to be rinsed repeatedly with 3% hydrogen peroxide, then rinsed with metronidazole and normal saline. After all, the insect sac was not a good thing. Moreover, the external capsule was damaged before, and there was something exposed. Chen Song's eyes did not find any extra insect sacs. This surgery was not very troublesome. The only unsettling factor was the damage to the internal capsule, which was cleverly resolved by Chen Song. Jing Ran's surgery also made Wei Ji and Qian Liang's eyes light up. This Jing Ran really had some skills. Wei Ji looked at the surgery and felt a little itchy. He also wanted to try. After about half an hour, the surgery was completely finished. It was very smooth. Wei Ji smiled. Dr. Jing is really a talented student from Fuwai. This set of skills is very impressive. Qian Liang also nodded. Dr. Jing's foundation is very solid. Jing Ran smiled and did not say anything. He was waiting for Chen Song to praise him. After Chen Song praised him, he would say, no, Dr. Chen is also very good. But, after waiting for a long time, Chen Song did not say a word. This made Jing Ran a little surprised. When he turned around, he found that Chen Song had already left the operating table. This made Jing Ran, who was acting cool, feel awkward. It was very uncomfortable. But at least the surgery was a success. The anesthesiologist looked at Jing Ran, Wei Ji, Qian Liang, and Zhang Pei complimenting each other and could not help but sigh. You bunch of losers are fighting for the MVP again. They are the real experts. Of course, the anesthesiologist did not dare to say it. After all, they were all chief physicians. Sigh, it's so difficult. Where's the expert? Where did Chen Song go? Why did the expert go to take pictures? P.S. My condition is SOSO. I wrote 2.5 chapters. Let's end it today. I will work hard tomorrow. Everyone suddenly realized that Chen Song was no longer beside the operating table. Where did he go? When they turned around, they found that Chen Song had already. He took off his gloves, he took off his mask, he picked up his phone, he was taking photos. Chen Song was also very curious about what the worm looked like after the inner capsule was broken. The inner capsule was already broken. Chen Song saw inside. It was very exciting and very appetizing. It was a little like the wide noodles cooked in a hot pot, but also a little like the soaked noodles. The clusters around it, trypophobia would definitely like it. Eh? It was even pink. It was also the first time Chen Song had seen it, so it was naturally very novel. He took out his phone and began to take photos. The doctor at the side could not help but ask, "Dr. Chen, what are you doing?" Chen Song smiled. "It's a rare lung-hydatid. Aren't you going to take a photo to cherish it?" When everyone heard this, they agreed. They took out their phones and began to take photos. The nurse at the side also finished packing up. The more she looked at Chen Song, the more excited she became. This Dr. Chen was really amazing. He was handsome, had good skills, and had a pair of good hands. Skill, the first nurse looked at Chen Song and couldn't help but pick up her phone to take photos. Dr. Chen is so caring. Nurse B nodded. Yes, Dr. Chen likes small animals very much, right? Nurse C, people say that people who like small animals dote on their wives. Head nurse, yes. Xiao Chen must have a lot of girls who like him. Everyone was stunned. Was there such logic? Why didn't we know? Chen Song also smiled awkwardly. It felt a little strange to be praised by so many people, and a bunch of women at that. It felt quite good. On the other hand, Jing Ran's scalp went numb. Looking at this group of nurses, his eyelids twitched. Wasn't this licking a little too much? Liking lung-hydatid became liking small animals? Could they be more careful with their flattery? If they were infatuated, then so be it. Don't be like this. However, Jing Ran knew that the nurses in the operating theater were very important. The nurses in the operating theater were the team with the strongest communication ability in the field of surgery. He had to build a good relationship with them and become one with them. It would help to promote and spread his image in the future. Maintaining a united front with the nurses in the operating theater was very important for his future development. Thinking of this, Jing Ran smiled and said, "That's right. It's very cute. I want to take a picture too." As he spoke, he picked up his phone and started taking pictures. The first nurse was stunned. "Dr. Jing, you have such a strong taste. You actually said that the parasite is cute." Nurse B, "Dr. Jing's taste is very special." Nurse C, it looks so disgusting." The head nurse said, "Dr. Jing is indeed a thoracic specialist. He actually likes parasites." Jing Ran was speechless. "What did I do wrong? Why are you torturing me like this?" Chen Song took pictures because he liked animals and had a kind heart. Did I become a pervert just because I took pictures? Could it be that the difference was because I called her cute? Jing Ran was at a loss. Was there any justice in this world? Was there still any law? I'm a postdoc. Postdoc from the Fuwai Hospital of the China Academy of Sciences. The deputy director of Eastern University's first hospital, with a bright future, Chen Song was. The younger brother of Masters 1, okay, can you not judge a book by its cover? Can you do whatever you want just because you're handsome? Besides, I'm quite handsome too, right? As long as I don't stand next to Chen Song, I'm still the Prince Charming of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Jing Ran felt that he had a pneumothorax. It was probably due to anger. He felt that he could not stay here for too long. He was afraid that his pneumothorax would turn into a hemothorax. When he collapsed on the hospital bed, Chen Song would definitely be the one to perform the surgery on him. Thinking of this, Jing Ran was a little nervous. When Chen Song showed off, the nurses would call him handsome. Would he die of anger? Sigh. Heartache. The patient's follow-up treatment required contact with his family. However, he would be placed in the Provincial Thoracic Surgery Department for follow-up treatment for the time being. The surgery went smoothly. Everyone left the operating theater. Chen Song had just left the operating theater. Ding. Killed a level 51 pulmonary hydatid cyst monster. Obtained level +2. Obtained special equipment, Bai Chuan's mask. Chen Song suddenly stopped in his tracks. He actually managed to get this thing to drop out of the game. It was really rare. Bai Chuan's mask, a purple item. Chen Song originally thought that rare monsters would not drop such a big item. He did not expect it to be so rare. It dropped a mask from Bai Chuan's set. Bai Chuan's mask, an important part of Bai Chuan's set. Filtering +5, defense +5. This time, there were no special effects or skills. There were only 2 numerical bonuses. Filtering was easy to explain, but how did the mask increase defense? Could it be? Chen Song suddenly felt that this defense should be related to infection. After all, if it was related to medical treatment, Chen Song could only think of infectious diseases. Chen Song felt that this increase in defense could reduce the probability of him being infected. Very likely, if that was the case, Chen Song felt that this defense was quite powerful. At least for the safety of medical workers, it was definitely a good thing. He happily picked up the 3rd piece of Bai Chuan's set. He could finally summon Bai Chuan to possess him. Ding! Bai Chuan's set of 3 pieces has triggered special skill, Bai Chuan Possession. Note, Bai Chuan, level 99, a master in the field of cardiac surgery. He is proficient in the diagnosis and treatment of cardiovascular diseases. He is very skilled in cardiac surgery. After possession, you will receive up to 5 hours of possession time, once a month. Chen Song gulped. Oh my god, it's a big shot, a level 99 big shot. This is a national famous doctor, right? No, it's almost level 100. Very strong, however, Bai Chuan would not possess him, right? Chen Song shook his head. Seeing Chen Song suddenly stop in his tracks, Jing Ran was stunned. She could not help but ask when she saw Chen Song secretly smiling. Dr. Chen, what's wrong? Chen Song shook his head and took out his phone. I thought of something happy. Jing Ran smiled. Oh? Why don't you share it with me? Chen Song nodded. It's nothing. I just feel that this long-heighted is quite rare, so I sent it to my friend. At this point, Chen Song picked up his phone and sent a message to Qinyu. Have you eaten? Qinyu replied instantly, what are you treating me to? Chen Song, you're thinking too much. I'm just asking if you've eaten. Qinyu, get lost. I'm eating. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'll be working the night shift later. Chen Song, oh. You're eating? I'll send you something good to eat. It'll go well with your meal. Qinyu was stunned. Was Chen Song eating something good? This be *tch. At this thought, Qinyu sneered. My dad will personally cook today. Xianxia chuckled as he looked at Qinyu holding his phone, pouting as he replied to the message. He couldn't help but say, don't play with your phone while eating. Qinyu nodded. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly sent a photo over. When Qinyu opened it, suddenly, F*ck. Your grandpa. Xianxia was so scared that his hands almost trembled when he heard that. The pork that he had just picked up fell to the ground. His heart ached. It was very expensive. Qinyu looked at the food in front of him and suddenly lost his appetite. The food that he had just picked up tasted a little strange. When Xianxia heard Qinyu say F*ck, your grandpa, his face instantly darkened. He glared at Qinyu and couldn't help but scold, Qinyu, girl, what are you doing? Don't you have any manners? Qinyu's mother also glanced at Qinyu. What are you doing? As she spoke, she picked up Qinyu's phone and saw an indescribable scene. A wave of discomfort rose from her stomach. Ugh. I'm going to the bathroom. This stunned Xianxia. He casually picked up the phone and his eyelids twitched. This. What the hell was this? It was disgusting. They were eating and they were sending parasites. Xianxia had to admit that he was very professional. He could tell at a glance that it was a parasite. But, even if he could recognize it, this meal was no longer delicious. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt his scalp go numb. It wasn't easy for him to cook a meal, but it was ruined by this photo. He picked up the phone and saw that it said, Chen Song. End of chapter 227. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.